Hello everybody, I am Baltmatrix, and today we are taking a look at the alloy morphers. These are figures that transform into guns, and then they all combine into whatever the heck that's supposed to be. The first cool gun from the alloy morphers, is the only one packaged in weapon mode. All of the others are packaged in robot mode. And this is a very accurate, tiny little gun. I can't believe that this made it through customs. It's really, really cool. And it's got die cast, though it's not where you would think. You would think that the barrel would be die cast. No, it's not. It's actually here, the handle. This is die cast. Transformation. First, come to the barrel and split the barrel apart like so. And hey, there's a head in there. Then come down to the handle, and the handle will split apart like so. Then come to the back and pull up that tab, turn it around, and peg it into place. This is actually the hammer. And then with the barrel split open, we could grab the robot head, and it will flip up like that. Then bring the legs around and down, and then they will slide out. And it looks like the upper thighs here are supposed to fold in like that. So do that on the other side. And then there's this tiny little peg hole on the inside of the legs, and they will peg into that little peg that's coming off the side, and that will peg in there. But the shoulder, I keep popping this stupid ball joint. According to the directions, the shoulders are supposed to fold down and peg into the stock of the gun. I keep popping these stupid ball joints off. Let's get these back on. Thankfully, they go right back into place. There we go. That looks way better. And according to the directions, this little flap is supposed to be folded up to cover up that hole. This is a cute little robot. I actually like this quite a bit. Yeah, it's a bit bulky, but it works. It definitely has a G1 transformer feel to it. Posability is the arms, and that's about it. The legs have a little bit of movement, but not much. So, yeah. Transformation back. Fold the arms down. Take the hammer and move that out of the way. Fold the head up. Take the shoulders and unpeg them. And then take the arms and fold them such that they will get pegged up right there. And fold that like that. And then these will all fold up and turn into the barrel of the weapon. Fold the feet up. Fold the thighs up. Bring the legs back down and around. And bring the hammer back around. Peg it into place. And there we go. That's the gun. Cool. The second gun bot is this beautiful gold guy. I really like the paint on this. Die cast in the legs again, and there's no more die cast, but the paint is really beautiful on this guy. All right, posability, arms, pose. That arm can move back out. It's on a ball joint, so you can technically pose it. Legs, ball joint, forget about the feet. Transformation. Now, I've noticed that there is a slight mistransformation in the robot mode, so those are supposed to be folded in like that, but fold them out, and then flip up the toes like that, and then fold up the head, and then the chest pieces are supposed to fold underneath the body like so. So then the head, as you see, is slid forward, so you push it back, then the entire upper torso slides back like this, and then folds up onto the back of the figure. Then we take the left arm and collapse it, take the right arm and just kind of leave it there, and then this whole section is supposed to spin like this, and the legs will then fold back and connect and peg into each other. Then this back section will slide down and peg into place right where the hips were. Then these front components will fold up together like that. Fold the arm down and peg it into place. Then flip up the fist. and then flip up the barrel, and we're done. We got this very nice gold German gun. I really like the look of this. This makes me think of the man with the golden gun from James Bond. Yeah, it's a tiny little gold gun with a red handle. I actually really like this a lot. This is pretty cool. Number 3 is the revolver that I've had on social media already, and it looks kind of doofy. I'm not gonna lie. This one is probably the dumbest looking one of the set. Yeah, he's got this arm that is a gun. There's no hand there, and the legs, the ball joints are just a bit too floppy. This is definitely the doofiest one, personally. Okay, transformation. Turn the head and fold it up into the body. Come to the arm on the left side, fold the arm up, and it will slide into the body and then collapse the hammer. Take the barrel of the gun, turn it around so that the sight is pointing to the top, and turn it. And then turn the entire body of the figure like that so the gun can go walking. Walk, 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 walk. And then reach in the belly and flip this piece up to snap it all into place. Come down to the legs, fold out the front of the legs, and then flip the feet around to the other side like that. And then bring the legs forward, and they will peg together like so. And then grab the entire hip section, unpeg it, and flip it all the way back, and it'll peg in the back. And there we go, this big old 6-shooter. Nice. That's really cool. I love the look of this thing. Yeah, that's really pretty. Number 4 and number 5 both look very similar in robot modes. They look a little weird. There's not much in terms of posability on these guys, and they do both have a tendency to kind of come apart pretty easily. Also, this one specifically, according to the box, has a giant sword. Yeah, this guy does not have a sword. Sorry, it just doesn't. All right, transformation. First we're going to do is grab the shoulders and unpeg them and move them off to the sides. And then we're going to take the legs, and the legs are supposed to collapse like that. And then the arms fold in on themselves like this to form the actual handle of the gun. And these guys will fold back and peg together like that. Oh, I goofed something. I have to split these legs apart before we can finish the transformation. Because if I had them together, then I can't fold the crotch out to form the actual trigger. And I popped pieces apart. Whoopsie-doodles. Oh, come on, get in there. All right. So then the one leg folds down and the other leg folds down to form the front barrel. And there we go. Looks pretty good. Feels like a pea shooter, but I could get my finger in here. Actually, I could kind of get my pinky in here. Yeah, that works really well. And then finally we have the brown one. Actually, this looks pretty good. I love the texture that this thing manages to give off on the arms. Overall, it looks pretty good. It's got a very similar transformation to number 4. So let's go ahead and get into it. Fold the feet up. Slide the legs up. Actually take the head and fold it down where we didn't have to do that with the other one. Grab the entire crotch section and then take the arms and unpeg them and flip them around to the front of the robot mode this time, and they will collapse into the armpits. And I keep popping these ribbon ball joints. You know what? I think I actually am doing this the wrong way. You have to fold it that way. There we go. Let's do that on the other side. And then fold these guys in to form the handle. Then grab the entire crotch and flip it up. And turn the hips. And the rear of the gun with the hammer will come back here and should peg into place. And the barrel will fold forward. And there we go. Yeah, that's very, very cool. Needs to be a little bit bigger to fit in my hands. Baby's first guns. Overall, I think this whole set is very cool. I've never seen anything like this. And these are mostly modern guns. And I've never been a huge gun person, but toy guns? Absolutely. Yeah, these things are really neat. I don't have a Titan up here in my bedroom so that I could actually have a Titan class figure hold one of these. But yeah, a Titan class figure can totally hold any of these. All right, let's go ahead and get these combined up. We'll start off with the legs, and these two are going to be the legs. So first off, we're going to take this one and just split the handle apart. Come on. That is an issue with all of them. It's not an issue. It's just something I have noticed. All of them, once you get the stock or the handles combined, it really is hard to get the handles to split open. Except for this guy. This guy is really easy, but all the others are a little bit more tricky. So what we're going to do is flip this open and turn the whole thing out, and it will peg into place. Like we're going to transform it into robot mode. Just get that pegged up, and then take the directions say to take the head or the robot head and move it so that it becomes a leg like that. We're going to do the same thing on this one, on the black one. Just get the spudger in there, flip the leg around, and in this case, there are these little slots or these little pegs on either side that the legs or the shoulders will slot into. Just have to get everything lined up correctly. And the robot head is right there, but I'm not sure how well I'm going to be able to get that out. Hold on, let's see. Get that. There we go. There we go. Just needed the spudger to get it to move. All right. So there we have the legs. So let's put them off to the side for now. And then we'll grab the middle guy and turn him into, well, we're going to transform him back into robot mode. So we'll just do the full transfer, pretty much the full transformation. Get that transformed real quick. Because once we get him transformed into robot mode, then we can position the arms in such a way that we can, see, there is this little tiny peg right there that we need to fold this onto and get it there. There we go. And do the same thing on this side. It's a little bit trickier to do than you might think because things don't want to line up all that well. And then just get the spudger in there. And then do that for the legs, like so. Get them pegged in like that. And then fold these bits in. And then we can take the big guns and peg them into the sides here. Like that. All right, we got some legs going. Now let's get some arms. All right, first off, we'll take the revolver, and this is super simple. We just unpeg them and flip the leg around and get them pegged into place. It will peg in right there, and we just collapse the barrel and turn it and peg that in like that, and put him off to the side and hope he doesn't fall over. And we're going to pretty much do the same thing on this one. Pull the legs apart, bring them down, and find the peg hole. Just getting things lined up is the hard part on these figures. That is the hard part. Get that lined up, perfect, and then it'll peg in, so detach the barrel, fold it down, and there we go. And we are good to go. All right, we got the gun combiner all combined up, and he is good to go. There are some problems with it, but we'll get into that in a second. Overall, aesthetic-wise, I love it. I absolutely love this stupid thing. It's great. about the same size as Volcanicus, but man, it does not hold together all that well, and it does not stand all that well. All the die cast being on the outer parts of the shoulders is a real problem, and it just wants to constantly fall backwards. I'm trying to figure out if there's a way that I can get the feet to get some heels somehow. Also, the black gun, its right leg constantly falls off. And I think that's also a problem here because it keeps wanting to fall backwards. There is some posability with this thing. Head moves up and down. Shoulders move forward and back, but as soon as you move them, they pop out of place. Barrels on the elbows can be posed, so it could act kind of like a destructoid or destroyer or destructor from Macross. That's kind of the feeling I get. And it can like hinge forward and back on those hinges, but as you see, this stupid black one, the black gun keeps falling apart. It's the problem. Look, I love this thing. I think this is great. It doesn't need die cast. Like, none of these figures need die cast. It makes them too heavy. Also, the pegs need to be a lot bigger, just overall on the total of the figure, like the total combined mode. Like, all the pegs need to be bigger and deeper. They need to be a little bit wider and a little bit longer, and that would give them some more friction. Overall, I think it's incredibly stupid, but I absolutely love it. Just will not stay together. As soon as I pick up the damn thing, it just falls apart. Come on, man. I'm trying to make a video here. You're so much fun and you're so dumb, but just don't want to stay together. Oh, if it was all plastic. The plastic, I want to mention that. The plastic is actually really good quality plastic. The set does not need die cast. I don't know why they insisted on putting die cast on this thing, but it does not need it. It's perfectly fine just being all plastic. The plastic, as I said, super high quality, like really high quality, but it just doesn't need the die cast. Overall, I absolutely love this set. Yes, it has problems. No, it doesn't need freaking die cast in every figure, but they're just fun. We've never gotten figures like these before. Different eras of weapons are represented here, and they're all really cool. So, folks, let me know what you think of these guns down in the comments. Thank you all for watching. I have been Baltmatrix, and I hope you all have a Merry Christmas. What's going on, everybody? Baltmatrix here, and today we're looking at some stuff from AliExpress. This is a set of beasties that all combine into a very, very silly giant robot. Starting from left to right, we have lion, dragon, eagle, tiger, and wolf. We're going to take a look at each one of these dime store Power Ranger Zords and then combine them all up. First up is dragon, and obviously that's not a dragon, that's a T-Rex, but that's what the instructions say it's called. The only issue I have with this little guy is, one, it's really heavy, and two, the hinges here for the claws are very, very loose. So getting it to stand up is virtually impossible. And getting it to stand up like a Tyrannosaurus. But I can get it to stand up like the original Grimlock used to stand, so that works. Mouth does open, and then he's got the little claws in the front that move, and then the arms do move, though, again, way too loose. And yes, I have tightened these screws quite a bit, and they're still way too loose. Dragon's transformation is very easy and goes about the way you think it's going to go. Come to the back of the tail and split the tail open with your finger or fingernail, and that sometimes is harder to do than you might think. So just kind of grab the legs, get in there and split that open. The entire back is going to flip, unpeg, and flip around to form the robot legs. And then with the legs like this, you want to swing them straight up so you can then pull this little flap and peg it in. Stand the figure up, bring the arms or the dino arms down, and then bring the little dino legs down, bring the dino arms forward onto the shoulders, flip up or flip down the dino claws, doesn't matter,
flip up the head and turn it around, and then you could flip up the dino head if you so desire. And here we have our little dino dude. This little gold dino dude. Paint's really nice. The figure holds together okay, but he still flops about in the legs. Overall, it's pretty okay. Head sculpt is a little weird, but it's a nice little core class sized figure. Now, for a little bit more posability in the arms, you can take the front dino paws and flip them all the way around like this. And that will free the shoulders up so you can actually flip them out a little bit. And there is a little bit of play, and then there is some bend at the hips. There's a little bit of movement there, bend at the knee, no feet to articulate. So you can get off tiny little poses for a tiny little dude. Next up is Lion and Tiger. These two, virtually identical. The little lion mode works pretty well. I do like the look of it. Yellow and blue, that is a very nice paint scheme with red eyes. Tiger's gray and chrome red work incredibly well. I do like this quite a bit. As I said, both of them have the exact same transformation. Lift the tail up, take the rear legs and point them out straight. The arms will either flip down, and you can flip the claws down, flip the beast head down, and then flip up the robot head and turn it around, and there you go. So you can unpeg the tail, but they can't hold it. The tail won't peg into anywhere on the arms. So there's no real point to unpegging the tail. Just leave it straight up. And that is Lion transformed. And then Tiger is the exact same thing. So flip the things down and around, fold the head down, flip the robot head around, and there we go. We've got this chrome red little robot. Posability for both of these guys is exactly the same. Head's on a ball joint. Shoulders are on ball joints. There isn't a swivel, but there is a hinge at the elbow. Legs are on ball joints, then hinge joints for the knees, and then ball joint for the feet. Tails are on hinge joints, but just forget about it because there's really not much in terms of posability. I do like the coloring, though it is weird. Lion's blue is just blue plastic. But the red on Tiger is chromed red plastic. And Tiger's robot head is a little bit more generic than, well, that just plain looks like Hound. And that looks like G1 Ironhide, the toy. That is so weird. And compared to Dragon, roughly the same size, as you can see. Wolf's transformation is exactly the same as the other two. Straighten out the lower legs, take the hands and bring them down, except flip them around this time, as opposed to what we did with the other guys. Fold the head down, flip the head around, and there we go. Now, Wolf is a little bit different. I mean, other than the paint scheme, the arms, or the front arms, are different, so they just are on ball joints. And then that head sculpt is very similar to Tiger, but actually that kind of makes me think of Bumblebee's battle mask from Transformers 1. It's really weird. But the figure itself, actually pretty good. Ball joint, hinge joints, I mean, it's the same as the other guys, except the hinge joints for the rear legs are much farther down, or I should say the knees are much farther down on the leg. So you get this weird squat look to him, which is just odd. And then finally, we have Eagle. Sure, an eagle. Now, this is the only one that has weapons. There are weapons on the hands in robot mode, and then there are weapons on the shoulders in birdie mode. Transformation is flip up the backpack, flip down the head, close up the backpack, and then just stand the figure up and unpeg the arms. And that's it. I mean, that's all that they wrote. That's it. Posability is very limited. He can point inwards and point forward, but then his forward pointing is limited because of these giant shoulder pads. It's just a weird figure. Head sculpt is okay. Kind of makes me think of Optimus Primal. Together, these dollar store Power Rangers don't look that bad, actually. And the plastic quality is pretty good. They're core class figures, and I'm perfectly fine with that. I actually do like these things. A little floppy for Drago, but all the other figures have pretty tough joints except for the bits that are plastic connected to the chromed plastic. They're fine. Absolutely fine. Now let's go ahead and combine them. We'll start with Eagle, and we're pretty much just going to flip the head up like that and leave the beak pointing down. Take the legs and kind of smush them pointing back, and then take the arms and bring them in, and there are these little pegs that the inside of the elbows will snap into, and then point the blasters straight out to the side, like that, and then fold the wings up like this, and that's ready to go. Just put that off to the side. Now come to Tiger and transform it up sort of into its beast mode. So point the head straight up, fold the front paws in or back or however the heck you want to do it. You just point it like that. Then come down to the feet and keep the feet straight and turn the feet so that they're pointing out to the sides. And then these two will snap together, and we have a foot. We're ready to go. We can put the tail down. And we're going to do the same thing with Lion. So Lion, turn the robot mode feet to the out like that, and then snap them together. Sometimes they don't want to go, so I just slide them together like that. Collapse the hands, fold up the head, flip up the head, and make sure that the lion's mouth is closed. That is important. You got to make sure the lion or the tiger mouth is closed as well, which it can't open. And it's saber-toothed tiger, I forgot to mention. Now, with those two off to the side, we're going to come to Draco. And what we're going to do here is we're going to take the arms, point them forward, fold up the legs like this, and leave them, take the tail and fold it down. Then take the robot arms and fold them down, and the robot or the dino arms will come in and flip around and hold them into place. We could just fold them up like that. Take the dino head, fold it back, take the robot head, turn it around, and fold it down. And then these pegs will peg into these slots under Eagle, like so. So there we have that. And one of the things that I found you could do is you can fold these claws up in other spots, but it doesn't matter. And then there are these slots on the bottom of the jaws of Lion. No, I'm going to have to, because Lion is going to get stuck. And I'm a goof. I forgot. You do have to fold the claws up in the back, and there is this little peg coming off the little dino arms, and they will peg into these little tiny peg holes on the inside of the claws. So get the dino arms down and get that lined up and peg that into place. And while I'm doing so, I will pop the bird off. That's okay. It'll go right back on like that. And then we can fold those up and peg in the lion and the tiger to the bottom of dragon. Like this. Now, for the wolf, this is kind of funny. So what we're going to do is grab the figure and split it apart, and then grab the head and the tail and pull those off and put them off to the side. Then the one arm is going to go like this. Turn that, and that'll be an arm. And then the other arm will go like this, and that'll be another arm. And we'll add those to the giant robot. But before we do that, we're going to make the sword. So open the wolf mouth, and then the tail will peg into that little peg that's on the, or peg hole that's on the bottom of the mouth. And then there's a little tab that it'll snap into, and straighten out the head. And then the hand, or the head, will actually peg into the bottom of the hand like that. And then the arms just peg in onto the blasters that come off of Eagle. And we're done. Oh, and you can obviously fold the wings down to make kicking shoulder pads. And this, my friends, is Jungle Beast Combiner. That's what I'm calling it. You could call it whatever you want. It's travesty. It's god-awful. It's ugly. It looks terrible. Forget about posability. It holds together pretty well though, but forget about posability other than the arms and the leg posing. Just forget it. Oh, it's so bad, but I can't help but love it. It's absolutely stupid. And the back looks hideous. There's nowhere for the legs to peg into. It looks bad back there, but I can't argue with the fun factor. It was like 20-30 bucks. It's the stupidest thing I've ever gotten from AliExpress so far, but I absolutely love it. Now, size-wise, here is Legacy United Swoop. So it's almost the size of a leader class figure when combined. So that's not nothing. I could not compare it to Volcanicus. It's actually bigger than Volcanicus by leaps and bounds. I mean, that thing, it's just so much bigger, but oh boy, it's definitely nowhere near as stable. Oh. I've tried fiddling with the legs. It's these hinges here on the heads that are making it wobbly, and I've tried messing with the legs to make it a little bit better, but no dice. Still, I do like it. I think it's absolutely silly. Silly is the name of the game with this thing. One of the robot's heads becomes a hilt for the sword. I mean, you can't get much more stupid than that. So, folks, let me know what you think of this set down in the comments. I absolutely love it. It's dumb, but it's dumb in the best way possible. Thanks for watching. I have been Baltmatrix, and I'll catch you all next time. What is going on, everybody? I am Baltmatrix, and today we are taking a look at yet another set from AliExpress. Now, this is the yellow construction set that I picked up. Link is down in the description. We have 5 members of this construction team: a front-end loader, an excavator, a bulldozer, a crane truck, and a cement mixer, and then a tower crane, because that was a Constructicon. Now, this set has been around for a while. There was a green set that was released a couple of years ago, and then I think there was like a blue set, I want to say, and now we have the yellow set. And this set is super cheap. It was like 20 bucks shipped, and I got it within like a week from AliExpress. I'm going to give you a quick look at each one of the construction vehicles up close. The front end loader is pretty neat. Each member of this set has a piece of die cast, and I really think that the die cast takes away from the overall set because it just makes parts just too dang heavy. The front end loader, well, it's the front bucket that is die cast, and it can ratchet up and dump out the actual contents of the bucket, but the ratchets that are in the section just above the wheels, super, super tight. Now for the excavator. It's the largest of all the sets, and this actually forms the torso of the combined mode, because yes, all of this stuff combines into a giant robot. And that is the most or least effective excavator I've ever seen. Unfortunately, it doesn't move, or the top doesn't move, so it's, this whole cab section is supposed to be located over the middle of the treads, but that's not the case here. It's not a bad little figure. And then the bulldozer, which is my least favorite of the set because the bucket in the front has a tendency to pop off. And also, the bucket is so freaking heavy that it actually makes the robot mode fall over. Not even lying about that. I'll show you when we get there. Then the crane truck, nice little crane truck, but again, the die-cast hook is a problem because, again, the die-cast is so heavy it makes the robot mode fall over. We'll get to that when we get to it. Not bad. And then the cement mixer, which is absolutely enormous because the cement mixer is about the same size as the excavator. It's a giant freaking cement mixer. The drum doesn't turn at all because of the way the transformation works and because of the way the combined mode works. And then the crane doesn't do anything. It just stands there. That's it. Now, before we get into the transformations, apologies if you hear noises like banging or thudding or weird talking in the background. Apparently somebody outside
is having something installed on their house, and there's a bunch of construction dudes here. All right, bulldozer. To transform it, well, I just pull the front bucket off. That just makes things easier. Now we're going to take the treads and unpeg the treads from the body, and then flip them all the way around, then fold them down and push them up into the bottom of the vehicle mode. Come to the bottom and flip out the little toes, like so. Come on, get out here. And then stand the figure up. Take the rear of the vehicle mode and unpeg it and fold out the arms. Take the top, fold it down and slide it down, and fold up the smokestacks. Pose the arms, and then pull them out and snap them into place. Then come to the back, open up the back, and flip up the head. Turn the head around, and close the backpack up. And there we go. Oh, right, legs extend. And here we have, our little robot mode. Oh, and if you want, you can put the bucket back on the back, but he don't want to stand up. I leave the bucket off of this guy specifically because he just does not want to stand. It stinks. But overall, Robot Mode's pretty good. He's got a heck of a backpack, but that's okay. Posability is all right. Head is on a ball joint and does move, but every time you move it, I end up popping off the ball joint, so I kind of have to push it back into place. And then ball joint in the shoulder, it's nice and tight. Bend at the elbow is almost 90 degrees, no matter how much you pull it out. No fist articulation, no torso articulation. Ball joint in the hips, and there is some movement of posability. He is supposed to have bends at the knees, but those knees do not bend, and then the transformation for the toesies. So posability is it's rough. Head sculpt is okay, kind of looks more like Grimlock than it does Bone Crusher. There is light piping, but the light piping doesn't seem to work all that well. Okay, it's making a liar out of me. That works fine. Overall, a cute little bulldozer robot. Next up is the front end loader, and to start off with, fold the things up, and these will fold out to become the legs. And then unpeg them and fold them all the way down. There are tiny little pegs on the inside of what are the robot thighs that peg into those little spots. So just stand that up. Come to the top here and push up the head like that. Come to the back and grab the smokestacks and pull them out and away from the body. Reach underneath and flip out this panel. And then this whole thing will turn around and fold up over the back. And then that section will just hang out back there. And that's it. That's the transformation. Ends up with, I think, one of the tallest of robot modes in the whole set. And this whole set whole backpack is supposed to peg into place. I can sometimes get it to peg into place, and I sometimes can't. The other thing is, the little panel has a peg that pegs into the back of the head. So there is light piping, but the problem is, there's something pegged into the back of the head, thus preventing the light piping. Oh, forgot to pull out the arms. So there we go. That's a little bit better proportioned. It's not bad. It works. Head sculpt is okay. It's weird that there's a hole in his visor, but that's weird. Head doesn't move at all, and the overall head sculpt is... it's okay. It's a little boring. I can't tell where the face is, though. As you can see, the front end loader is way, way taller than the bulldozer in robot mode. Next up is the crane truck, and this is probably the easiest transformation of all of them. Move the crane out of the way, grab the front and flip it around, and then fold down these blue pieces to form the toes, and split those apart to form the legs. Come to the back and then unpeg these two sections to form the arms, and the hands are in the back of the forearms, like this, and like this. Just flip those out, then grab the chest, open it up, and flip up the head, and then close the chest back up, and we're done. That's it. That's the transformation. Very Hook-esque. And overall, it's a pretty decent robot mode. Asymmetry in the shoulders is a little weird, but it's not that bad. It's fine. But there is a major problem. Again, stupid thing cannot stand. Oh, forgot to collapse the chest. Stupid thing can't stand because the stupid back thing, or the crane, is so dang heavy. And the only thing you could do is really pull it off, and then that'll allow the figure to stand up on its own. Head sculpt is, well, it's generic transforming robot, we'll say. Overall, it's not bad. Posability, ball joint in the shoulders. Head cannot move except for head banging. Bend at the elbows is about 90 degrees. No fist articulation, no torso articulation. Ball joint in the legs, which is oddly a little loose. Bend at the knees over 90 degrees. Toes do articulate forward and down. You can sort of pose it, but not really. There's not much in terms of posability here. Height-wise, it's a smidge taller than the bulldozer, but still shorter than the front-end loader. Next up is the cement mixer, and this is a very easy transformation as well. Start off with grab the cab and just pull it away from the rest of the body and turn the legs around and split the feet apart. And, well, there are, I thought were there toes? Or am I thinking of a different set? Nope, there are no toes. I was thinking of a different toy set. Come to the back and unpeg the rear of the drum, fold them down to form the arms, flip out the arms, open the chest once again, and flip up the head. And there we go. That's it. That's the transformation. He's not as back heavy as if he had a die-cast back part here, but he is kind of back heavy. So just be wary of that. The figure does have an ab crunch for some reason, which I do find funny. Yeah, okay. It is a little bit back heavy. It's having trouble standing, but posability, head doesn't move. There is light piping here. Arms bend 90 degrees, legs obviously bend for the transformation. He's got the ab crunch for some reason, which he could pull off a JoJo pose, I guess. But still, keeps falling backwards because the stupid drum is too heavy, because there's something big and heavy in the drum. In terms of height, he is roughly the same size as the crane truck. And the final of the individual transformations is the excavator. To start off with, come to the back and unpeg the treads and fold them forward like that. Then grab the treads and unpeg them from the center. There's a little peg right there and a peg hole, and that will allow you to bend the legs down. Do the same thing on the other side. Then come into the inside of the treads and flip out the... Whoop, those are the combiner ports. Those aren't the toes. Other side. Those are the toes. Flatten that out. Then come to the top and unpeg that section, and unpeg that section to fold it out. And then flip up the robot head and just kind of, well, leave the scoop there or hang the scoop down. It doesn't really matter. And then fold down the hand and flip the canopy around to fold out the hand. And there's the other robot hand. And there we go. Yeah, so definitely a robot mode that was a robot that was an excavator. This thing forms the bottom torso of the combined mode, and I think that's kind of obvious. Posability, head doesn't move, nor does it have light piping. Ball joint in the shoulder, and hinge joint for butterfly joint for that. Bend at the elbow. Ball joints are very tight on mine. No torso articulation. Legs can kick, well, all the way out, almost. And then they can kick out on that. They can bend a little bit, but the shovel is just too darn heavy. And this shovel goes all the way through, I think. I have tried detaching it. It does not want to detach. So, yeah. It's a chunky boy. And here's the whole crew in robot mode. We've got the front-end loader, the hook truck, the excavator, the cement mixer, and the bulldozer. Bulldozer still being the shortest of everybody. What else do we got to do here? Well, we got the giant crane that will be part of the combined mode. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention. No, I think I did mention. These all combine into a giant robot. So let's go ahead and do that. To start with merging them up, first we're going to return the bulldozer and the front-end loader to their alt modes. That is the best thing to do here, or that is what we need to do here, not the best thing. So we'll just get them transformed back into alt modes. And thankfully, the transformations are nice and quick and easy. Now, I do really dislike the die-cast bits because these just get in the way. So for this, what we're going to do is first fold the bucket up, grab the blue part and flip it all the way around, and then that's it. It's good to go as a foot, because that's what it transforms into. The big problem I have with this is, as you can see, the foot just kind of falls forward because there's no friction here holding this stupid thing in place. Now, the funny thing is, in the directions, you can see that they've got the head right there. It's turned around. But what you can do, you can turn the face around so that it's looking out as it's been merged as a foot, which I do find funny, but we're not going to do that. We're just going to leave it like this. All right, now let's go to the front end loader. And first off, we are going to unpeg the front, fold that up, turn it around, collapse the arms, and fold them up and get them back into place. And if it sounds like things are sounding weird, that's because the plastic on this figure specifically is not the best. All right, get those combined up and then fold that forward. And that's kind of it according to the directions. That's what you're supposed to do. But as you can see, they're not the right height. So what I end up having to do is fold those forward and then collapse the shovels all the way up. Kind of make this weird heel situation like this. And then now they are the same height. And the other guy we're going to return to vehicle mode is the hook truck. So first, open up the chest and flip out the giant robot fist. And then just return the arms back to the way they were and grab this whole section and fold it up and fold them in, and then grab the middle and pull it out so that that can form an arm like this. And then we can replace the hook. Get back on there. There. But just be wary because this thing does flop about even in the combined mode. All right, next up is Torso Boy. So what we're going to do is quite literally fold the head up, flip the shovel up, return the arms to where they were, or how they were transformed, and do that for both arms. I forgot to flip that back. And then take the legs and snap them all the way out. And what we want to do is turn them around. So if it sounds like I'm struggling, that's because I am. These joints right here are so unbelievably tight. So flip them around, flip up the toes, and then flip down on the back side the connector ports. And then we'll slide these onto the feet like that and like that, and stand that whole section up. And then we've got walking excavator. So what we're going to do is we'll straighten out the legs and take the entire top of the excavator and flip it back and around. We will take care of this in a second. Now for the cement mixer. First up, fold the fists up like so. Then fold the head in like so. Now, what we're going to do is combine the legs like we were transforming it back, and then come to the drum and open up the drum like this. And the drum will go up, get these out of the way, and we'll fold back, and they should open up like this. And then there are these little slots on the inside. Those will peg into these slots on the cab. But first, we've got to bring the arms down, and these will slide over the arms. The head will go up like that. And this whole thing will collapse up like this. Get all that pegged up into place. And there is a peg, or way these peg in, but they're not really shown in the directions all that well. All right, like that. So we ended up like that. Then we slide this. There's a little slide connector right there. That will slide into the torso, into the clear blue plastic. And then this whole section will fold up and peg into the backpack. There are 3 spots. Spot 1 is here, spot 2 is there, and then spot 3 is on the silver chest piece. And then stand this figure up and pray to all that is holy that the stupid bucket doesn't fall off. Then we come to this side of the cement mixer and fold out these tabs. And they are supposed to snap into place, but they don't really on my copy. So then we fold in and attach one arm, and then the other arm is actually built out of this thing. See the grabby claw there? Now, one thing I did not show you is the tower actually splits apart and forms the weapons for each one of the robots. I just didn't want to do it because they don't look good. At least I don't think they do. So each one of them get a weapon. All right, so the tower, that comes in 1 component and 2 components and 3 components, 4 components, and the 5th component. Now the way these combine up is really kind of annoying. So to start off with, grab the one with the grabbing claw and kind of bend that at an angle. Then take the section that looks like it's pointing somewhere, and there's a ball joint or a joint here, so bend that, then turn it so that the ball joint with the tower part is pointing up like this, and then this will connect to the back like so, and it's supposed to like just rest right there like this and wrap around the side. Then the part with the hook bends and is supposed to connect to that little peg and come up like this, and it's supposed to sit on the back like that. Then the part with the tower, you bend the tower, fold it up like this, and then this is supposed to peg into the front. But the problem is when you do that, it starts getting unwieldy. So then we come to this part and unpeg it, and this whole thing is supposed to wrap around and peg into place right there. Though every time I look at the directions, it's never clear like exactly how, because this is just kind of a cluster. There we go. Got that in. And then we got to find this spot and get it back into place. And yeah, that's kind of the way the arm is supposed to look. Fully combined up, I actually love the way this thing looks. And my picture white balance is a little off. It's a lot more yellow in person than orange. And overall, I think it works. I actually love the head sculpt. I think that is really cool. Overall, combined up, it looks awesome. But it holds together like crap, unfortunately. It's got so many little issues, not least of which are the legs, which are far too floppy because the toes are too damn heavy. And the bulldozer is the figure's Achilles heel. I mean, literally, the toe falls off constantly on my copy. And see how wobbly that is? Posing wise, forget it. Also, the joints just aren't strong enough in the knees, which are these pieces. Ah, shit, it's all falling apart on me. Ah. I've had to restart this shot several times because the damn thing just keeps falling apart. Like things peg in, but they don't stay pegged in. And the weight of the limbs with these metal components is just making the whole thing unfeasible. And the right arm, which is made from the crane, just keeps falling apart. And the arms fall off and they unpeg. It's kind of a disaster combined up. I still like the set though, but dang it if it just doesn't want to just not work. Oh, I did forget the actual legs, or the actual foot does have these spurs that pop off the bottom. That doesn't help it stand up at all because this is the foot that's fine. I do like this set. I think it's fun, but man, the combine mode is just an utter disaster. Instead of having a giant tower crane, it would have been better to have another bot of some sort. And also, it doesn't need diecast. This set just does not need it. In fact, in this case, it's a massive hindrance, especially with this joke of a bulldozer. I mean, look at this. There's nothing holding this in. If they had like a peg or two somewhere, that might be better. Or, you know what? I honestly wonder if it wouldn't have been better. No, you can't even do it because the giant freaking die-cast shovels get in the way. You can't even do a shorter robot or combine mode. It's just a disaster, plain and simple. The combine mode is just awful. It looks cool until you pick it up. All right, folks, that's it for my video review of the Engineering Creator set. Thank you all for watching. Let me know what you think of the set down in the comments. Please be sure to hit those like and subscribe buttons. If you hit the bell and it says I'm made for kids, do me a favor, unsubscribe from my channel, and then resubscribe, and the bell will work for you. All right, have a wonderful day, and I'll catch you all next time.
What's going on, everybody? Baltmatrix here, and today we are taking a look at the 5-in-1 military combiner that I picked up over at AliExpress. This set was pretty darn cheap, and I saw it, and I was like, oh, I want that. Yes, please. Thank you. Now, we have a jet, a missile truck, a hovercraft, a tank, and an aircraft carrier? Scale is a little off here. Taking a look at the missile truck first, this is very reminiscent of the missile truck from the Marine Morphers combiner team that I reviewed, last year? And it looks very similar to that. Transformation is very simple. Simply come to the bottom or the back of the figure, pull down the feet like that, and then you can reach inside and flip down these toes like that. Then come to the back and split open the back of the missile, and that whole missile section will flip down, and then this forms the arms, like so. And here we have this little missile truck dude. It's actually kind of cute. Head sculpt is tiny and cute. It's about the size of a core class figure. Overall proportions are a bit on the weird side, not gonna lie, but I dig it. I like him. Posability? Don't worry about it. Next up is the jet, and it is a very silvery, nice-looking jet. Kind of reminds me of Leader 1 a little bit, like a modern-day Leader 1. I do like it. There is some die-cast metal up here in the front. That's the off gray, or weirdly colored gray that you see there. The rest of it is plastic. There's no other die-cast here. Transformation, very, very simple. Grab the legs, flip them, pull them back, or the rear of the plane, pull them back to form the legs, and then obviously split them apart. Come to the sides here and flip out the arms and then fold out the fists, and then take the entire nose cone, flip that down, and then the head is inside, and we flip that up. We got this cute little dude with goggles, and he's so cute. Oh, and we pull out the arms until they snap into place, and oddly, that's really, really hard. But it's a cute little, very generic Seeker type transformation, and I'm okay with that. I just feel like things are supposed to snap in a little bit better than they do, and I've transformed this a couple times, and all the ball joints are now very loose. So, yeah, it's a little rough to hold on too, and it's kind of hard to stand, but overall I do like it, and the color scheme works really well. So continuing with another silver vehicle, we've got the hovercraft, and again, scale is a little off. It's a nicely detailed hovercraft. That works really well. Transformation is fairly simple. Flip out the sides of the skirt. These will form the arms. Reach into the middle and unpeg it to flip that whole section up. Flip the front of the vehicle mode down to form the feet. Then the whole front of the vehicle mode will flip down. And then the entire top of the vehicle mode will flip down and it's supposed to peg into place, but it's missing pegs. And then come to the thrusters, flip that up to form the head. And there we go. That's the transformation. We've got ourselves a little... Oh, and slide out the arms. I keep forgetting to slide out the arms. And they're supposed to snap into place when you slide them out, but they don't. Yep, here's little robot mode. Cute little robot. Sea Spray would be proud. The son of... Well, let's call him the son of Sea Spray. Yeah, it works. I could easily see this being repainted as Sea Spray, honestly. I like it. I thought that there is a little bit of die-cast. This whole front piece is die-cast, and it doesn't need to be, but it is for some reason. And it makes the figure fall forward a bit when standing up, but thankfully he's got nice big feet that he holds real well. So yeah, it's a cute little figure. Head can't move, ball joint, hinges, ball joint, all that fun stuff. Next up is the tank. This cute little tank. And the tank, I like to just lift the turret up when I do the transformation. But yeah, tank turret turns. And if you lift it up, you can turn it all the way around. It's a very cute little tank. Transformation is about as what you expect for a tank. So come to the back and fold down the feet. And then come to the sides and flip out the arms. The entire rear of the tank mode will flip down. The tank turret will fold down. You can then flip up the head, turn it around, and flip out the arms and pose them such. And there we go. We have our little tank dude. And unfortunately, he is a floppy mess. This hinge here does not peg into place. It is supposed to, but as soon as you get it pegged in and you start moving it, it pops right out of place. So just be wary of that if you pick this set up. I do like the look, though the face looks like he's wearing a snorkel or gas mask, which is really creepy. The turret can fold off to the side, so you could get like this turret cannon, or you can come in and do an Armada Megatron. That does work as well. Or you could do a Jobby cannon. Yeah, that works as well. I'm just going to leave it like that because that makes me laugh. And finally, and most oddly, we have the aircraft carrier. Again, things are not to scale here. The entire tower, just pull it off. This whole thing is going to form a gun. Actually, as an aircraft carrier, it's very realistic. So anyway, pull that off. Once that's pulled off, come to the bottom of the figure and then flip the entire front of the flight deck off to form to expose the head. Flip out the arms and then lift them up and swing them out to the side to form the, shoulders. And they're supposed to peg in or slide in, but they don't really. Come down to what will be the crotch area and unpeg this and flip it up, and it's supposed to peg into place underneath the shoulders. That makes it look a little weird. And then you can unpeg and fold down the feet, and the entire back will flip up, and there we go. That is its robot mode. And then you can peg the gun into his hand. And of all of them, he's not bad, but next to the tank, he's the most floppy. I mean, they all have a little bit of floppiness to him, but he's very floppy, partially because of the way he combines and partially because of the way, things don't peg in. I do like it, though. I think it's a nice little color scheme. Really does remind me of Broadside, which I could see this getting repainted as Broadside. Unfortunately, the damn gun falls out all the time. Yeah, get that back in there. Get that back in there. Screw it, just throw it off to the side. Yeah, it's a cute little guy. Altogether, they feel like a pretty cohesive unit. I like all of these robot modes, and the feel on the plastic is quite good given the cost of the set. It's very cheap. It's nifty. It really is. Even though the figures are a little bit floppy individually, I do really like them. All right, let's go ahead and get them combined up then. We're going to start with the tank and the hovercraft as they will form the legs. So for the tank in robot mode, fold the head back up and then kind of return it back to tank mode and fold the feet up. So we got it about halfway. So what we're going to do is then turn the turret around and fold it all the way up. Then flip the rear of the vehicle mode up, and there are these two pegs on the back of the tank that will peg into these two peg holes. So get them up and pegged into place. Then take the arms, fold the arms up, and fold them in, and they will actually peg into these little tiny pegs. I don't know if that's showing up on camera. These little tiny pegs that are off the side of what are the robot mode's legs. So do that, and we have a foot. Now we're going to do roughly the same thing over here for the hovercraft. So then we get the legs combined, and then we fold the head up, and then we take the entire torso section and fold it at the hips up like that. And then this whole thing will fold down like this. And this is where things get a little weird. So it doesn't go straight. You kind of want it off at an angle. And then this will fold down and peg into these little slots that are off the front or the tops of the feet, thus creating a set of heels for the combine mode. It looks weird, and it feels even weirder trying to get it transformed into this mode, but it does work. Just trust me on that. We got two legs. Let's grab our aircraft carrier and then fold his arms back up and our shoulders back up and fold his arms in and then get them situated and keep this skirt up. Turn the legs like this. And then this whole section will just kind of sit on top of these leg sections like that. And then they will slide the feet into place like so. There we go. And just make sure it's stood up correctly. So we have the first half of the vehicle or the combine mode done. Next, we're going to come to the missile truck and half transform it back. So fold the arms back down and combine the missile up together like so. And then while it's pointing back, just pull it apart from the rest of the figure and then combine the legs. And we've got ourselves a hand like this. And then we've got another arm like that. We'll put these off to the side. For the jet, we are going to return it to mostly jet mode. So first off, fold the nose cone up, fold the hands up, slide the arms up, and then put them back in place. All right. And then we're going to take the legs and fold the feet up, and then come to the back of the butt of the figure and flip this panel up and turn it around. And hey, there's the giant robot head, the combine mode head. And then we're going to take the legs and pull them out and flip them upside down, and they will peg into the little peg holes that are coming off the robot mode arms like this. So fold that out, flip it around, and peg it into place like that. Have the wings pointed down, and then there are these two big pegs. They will peg into the shoulder parts of Mr. Aircraft Carrier. And sorry, that's the beep. If you hear beeping, that is our pressure cooker. My wife is making soup. And then fold this down, and it just kind of rests there. It doesn't do anything else. Oh, and yes, if you want to be incredibly silly and actually really stupid, you can give him two heads. And then finally, we attach the cannon or the missile to the one arm. Just kind of turn that, and then that becomes one arm. Oop, and that came undone. And then this guy gets the other arm, like that. And there we go. Our little military vehicle combiner is all ready to do some damage. I really like this. This is really cool. If they scaled it up a bit into deluxe class figures and maybe fixed some of the floppiness, this could be amazing. I really do like this set quite a bit. It's a ton of fun. It's really cool. Posability is a little wonky. Head is on a ball joint, so it can look side to side. it does have knees and it does have some posability. So you can get it to pose. It's hard, but it does work. So you can do it. It's not the most stable thing because the foot on the one side is rounded, which I think is bad, but that's just me. And yeah, you if you have a figure stand, you could get this thing into some decent poses. And it looks really cool in some of these poses too. It's a fun little set. It's not the best thing in the world, but it's just fun. And yes, it does fall apart. That's just a nature with these cheap sets. It's cool. Now, height-wise, it is about the same size as Volcanicus, but it is also shorter than the Beast Combiner that I've already reviewed by quite a bit. Overall, the set is a ton of fun. It's just really cool and is definitely worth the money. It cost me I think to get it shipped, it was less than 20 bucks. It's neat. It's worth your money. So folks, let me know what you think of this combiner set down in the comments. As always, I'm going to ask you to like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you all for watching. I have been Baltmatrix, and I'll catch you all next time.
What's going on, everybody? I'm Baltmatrix, and today we are taking a look at the 6-in-1 Armor Guard. I picked this set up over at AliExpress. Link is down in the description. We have 6 little robots, and the first of which is the yellow plane, the green Jeep, the blue boat, the red treaded vehicle, the tan tank, and the light blue helicopter. Now, each one of these little toys does transform into a robot mode, and then they, of course, all combine. The yellow jet is a cute little doofy jet. I actually like the jet mode quite a bit. Transformation is super simple. Fold down the bottom of the jet, flip out the feet, which, look, those are going to be big, grabby claw hands in a bit. Then come to the bottom of the wings and flip around the hands, turn the figure around, flip the rear of the jet down, and we got ourselves a little head. And there we go. Now, each one of these figures do get a gun, and the guns all combine because of course they do. And this jet guy gets this gun. And this is a cute little toy. Cute little guy. He even has pew-pew coming out of his fists. Head sculpt, nothing to write home about. But, nice. All right, helicopter. Even easier transformation. First, get your thumb in the canopy and flip that whole thing down. Flip up the gun. Take the entire bottom part and flip it around. Turn it around. Fold that down, exposing the head, and flip up the arms, and that is it. Yes, the entire rotors stick out. You can fold them in, but you don't have to if you don't want to. And then we have this little guy. He's cute. He's so cute. Head sculpt's okay. Not much in terms of posability and not much to look at in robot mode, but it's fine. The figure can't actually hold a gun in his hand, so you just have to peg it in onto the outside of the hand. And there we go. You could give him 2 guns if you wanted to. He's got another hole on the other side. So we got the little flight dudes ready to go. Next up, we've got the Jeep and the boat. And the Jeep, this looks like Hound. This really looks like Hound. And then the boat, I swear, Manta Ray, was that the boat? No, that was a twin-hulled boat in G2. But yeah, it's a cute little boat. Jeep transformation, super easy. Reach underneath the front. And actually, this is the hard part, is just getting the hands out, even with having some nails. Try to get the fists to fold out. Oh, right, there are little tabs right there. I'm an idiot. So fold those out, then fold the entire front of the vehicle mode up, reach up top, and pull out the head, and then reach underneath and flip out this panel, and flip it around, and it will peg into what is supposed to be the chest. And then that's the transformation for that little guy. And this guy gets this gun. And I keep giving it to the right hand, but so sue me. Head sculpt is, it's fine. It's just not really visible all that much when you look straight onto the figure. Boat transformation is super simple. Grab the rear of the boat, fold it out to form the legs, come to the top, unpeg the top, and then split the front of the boat and get the shoulders out to the side. Try not to pop off the ball joint, and then fold the top part down, fold that down, and that's it. There we go. Oh, and the shoulders do peg in to the inside like that. And there we go. Little boat guy. Doesn't have much in terms of a head sculpt. He does have cannons on the side of his head, though. That's cool. He's a mono eye, which is weird. And our little boat friend gets this gun. I have to refer to the directions each time because I can never remember which gun goes with which bot. So yeah, we've got these two guys ready to go. They look pretty nifty. And finally, the treaded vehicles. We've got this tank, which you can move the turret or barrel up and down, and the turret does turn around 360. So to transform him, we first take the turret, push it all the way back until it snaps into place, grab this gray piece, flip it around, and then there's a little peg hole there that the head will peg into. Grab the front of the tank, fold it up, and then fold the entire part back. Then come to the sides of the back turret and pull out the arms. Oop! Shoot, I pulled it off. Darn it. Oh no, I didn't mean to do that. Ah, crap. Well, this is going to be a pain in the butt to get back on. And yes, it was a pain to get that back on. The little gun goes on the outside in either of the peg holes, since his hands can't actually hold anything. And there we go. It's got, kind of reminds me of Dusty. Combination between Dusty from G.I. Joe and Hound. And then we got this guy. And this is the most complicated transformation. Start off by folding these pieces out and flip up the robot head like that. Then come to the front and flip up this gray piece. Grab the leg or front of the vehicle mode, fold it all the way down like that. And then bring the arms out and flip out the hands. And same thing on the other side. And that's it. That's the transformation. We have a robot mode. I really wish the shoulders pegged in somehow. They do not in this mode, which sucks, but oh well. And then we've got the gun, which is this, and this will actually peg into either of the peg holes on the arms. Very Cylon-esque. Really reminds me of a Cylon. For those of you that don't know, a Cylon is from that show, Battlestar Galactica. Yeah, these are cute. Individually, these toys aren't really that great. They're nothing to write home about. But as a set, they're tons of fun. They are definitely unique. I've never gotten anything like these before. The plastic is surprisingly premium. I mean, these things are meant to be abused. There is no way you're going to be able to break these, even if you throw them against a wall. They are that sturdy. The set is colorful. It's fun. It's just neat. No, it's not the most complex thing in the world, but it's meant for small kids, and I'm fine with that. All right, let's go ahead and get them all combined up. Before we combine the giant robot, we're going to combine the weapons first. Grab the big one, and then grab the one that has a hole in the back, and peg those together like that. Then there are two that are exactly the same, the ones that look like little submachine guns, so those get pegged in on the side. The smallest one that looks like a triangle gets pegged in the back for some reason. And then the one that's got the big curve on the top goes on top like that. And there we have the combined weapon. All right, we're going to start with the guys that form the arms, and that's these two. So to start off with, first we're going to take the helicopter, point the rotor out front, fold the arms back, reach underneath the foot, and fold out these claws. These screws on my figure are super tight. And then we could just turn it so that the cannon part is pointing out, and we're good to go for the one arm. Then for the other arm, we fold up the robot head, fold out the arms, and flip down the claw, and that's it. That's all she wrote. Next, we're going to form the legs. So take the Jeep, and first kind of just untransform it, the front, and then put the front back down onto the well, the legs, and that's it. Then for this guy, we're going to collapse the arms like that, flip the head in, and the directions say to actually do this and fold the leg up like that. That's the way the directions say to do it, but really you don't have to. I have tried doing it the other way where the turret is like it's going to be going for the transformation of the robot mode, but it gets in the way if the turret is all the way up. So the other thing you could do is actually put the turret down like this and just have it pointing to the ground. So you could do that. But the directions actually say to do it like this. This is what the directions say to do. And the legs will go on like that. And now for the torso and the head. For the head. So we're going to leave the robot mode kind of like this, and then turn the arms back to the way they were for the boat mode, come up top and flip around the giant robot head, and then fold this whole back section up like that. And then that is the head. Now this one is the most complicated part, this guy. We start off by folding up the fists like this. And then we take the arms and point them straight up, reach back, flip that down, and flip the head in. Okay, now, these are going to be the upper thighs, and they're going to peg in. So what we want to do is actually, there's a little tiny peg hole right there. So these will fold in and peg into place. We'll do that on both sides like this. And it doesn't always want to go, but there, you can get it. And then we come down, we fold and push the front of the vehicle mode down and snap that into place. And then take the wheel section here and fold that over. Then that will allow the ship to come down and peg into place on top. And then we can peg in one leg. And we can peg in the other leg like that and stand the figure up. And then peg in one arm and peg in the other arm. And then just attach the gun to the hole that's right there. And I got to admit, this thing is pretty cool. It's nifty. I love the look of it. It's kind of, you know what? It has Power Core Combiner vibes to it. It does. It's actually really well put together and holds together pretty darn well. The only wobbliness I have is in the legs, which there is some leg articulation, but that's just part of the red bot being able to move. It's not going to fall over anytime because it's got decent heels and the arms do move. So it's got about the same posability as a Power Core Combiner. This is my only problem with the set, is the chest or the upper torso does have a tendency to fall off very easily, and it doesn't really snap into place. There's nothing here. It's just friction that's holding the top on, which is unfortunate. But other than that, it's pretty nifty. Now, size-wise, it's about the same size as a current Voyager class figure, maybe a smidge taller. And we got to compare it to Volcanicus, because that's the gold standard for little tiny combiners. So it's bigger than Volcanicus. Man, Volcanicus just feels small. I wonder if we're ever going to get an oversized set of this. Overall, I love this set. I simply love it. Of all of the weird AliExpress combiners I've gotten and reviewed so far, this one is my favorite. And simply because, one, it holds together the best. Two, it actually feels like a weird Transformers combiner. In fact, it feels like the old concept art that we saw from Takara. Also, the head sculpt, it has very much either Bionicle or first generation Space Marine from Warhammer 40k vibes. Really cool. It's totally worth picking up, and it was super cheap. I think I got this whole set shipped to me for like $25. Totally worth getting. So folks, let me know what you think of this set down in the comments. Thank you all so much for watching. Please be sure to hit like and subscribe. If you hit the bell and it says I am made for kids, you need to unsubscribe from me, and then resubscribe, and then you'll be able to hit the bell. Thanks for watching. Have a wonderful day, and I'll catch you all next time. What's going on, everybody? Baltmatrix here, and today we are taking a look at the Dragon Force Statue Combiner. I picked this set of figures up, or actually this whole set is one figure, at AliExpress. I mean, where else am I going to get this crazy stuff? These figures are based off of the Dragon Force Combiners set series. I want to say it's season 6, because I've looked at other Dragon Force Combiner sets, and this is following the same thing that Mini-Force is doing, where these statues transform into individual robots, and then all the statues can combine into one giant robot. This is different from the Mini-Force set that I'm referring to, specifically the Super Cops helmets, as the helmets don't actually disassemble and combine into a giant robot. They all just sit inside a giant trailer somehow. Or in, I don't know, subspace. I don't know, they just seem to call them, the head transforms, and then they all get inside. It's weird. Let me know down in the comments if you have any more information about these things or this set, because I cannot find anything online, and Google Translate, or using Google Translate on some of the pictures that I found on AliExpress for these things, comes up with some really weird names. In fact, this one, Google Translate gave me the word hot dog, and I know that's not right. Now, each statue can sit on this little stand that pegs in to the bottom of the actual statue. And the little stands, well, they can either have this normal seat, or there's this little extra bit that can fold up, because some of them just, they're not, this little thing is not tall enough. So most of the others actually use this piece. But once they're off the stands don't do anything. They could technically merge together to form a shield in the combine mode, because they do snap together really well. But a big problem with them is, or the statues that is they've got giant bits hanging off of them, like these wings, that actually prevent other statues from going right up next to it, or even to the side. And then, especially with this red one, the feet coming off the back are absolutely enormous. So you kind of have to just futz with them in order to get them all to sit next to each other, or at least in a group. And here are all the stands connected up to each other. I just do this because this is the easiest way to store them, other than maybe stacking them. You could technically stack them, but they don't connect to each other. They just kind of sit on top of each other. Yeah, it's cool that they can, combine like this, and you could get a shield-like motif going, but there's no way for the combine mode to hold it. And again, you can't get all of them to peg into each other, because different bits run into each other, and it just don't work. Just a quick look at each one of the statues up close. On the left is going to be the figure that I have, and on the right is going to be the actual toy of the individual statue figure, the one that transforms into a robot. None of these transform into their own individual robots. They all just merge together into the final combine mode. All of them look kind of neat. I really am considering picking up the figures individually so I can actually have them, but considering each one individually is around $30 on AliExpress, which, I mean, individually isn't a lot, but then times 6, that's a lot of cash for a series of figures that I don't really feel all too passionate about, because I don't know much about the series, because I can't find even the show that has these specific figure or these specific mechs on them. Or I can find the show from the toys that I reviewed like 4 years ago. Nothing modern. All right, so let's go ahead and get into the combination. To start off with, we're just going to come to each one of these figures And I'm not even joking. We're literally just going to rip them apart pretty much, except for the red one. The red one, we are not going to pull apart at all. In fact, we're just going to turn some bits around, get the legs down in place, and kind of pseudo-transform it into a robotic figure. Other than that, we're not going to do anything else. We're just going to put it off to the side. And then for the others, we're just going to start pulling pieces apart and just kind of putting them off to the side. Because really, that's all we can do is just rip them apart. And it's kind of hard to remember what parts get pulled off and which don't. And I don't remember. Yes, I do pull apart this one. And then collapse the bits. Because some of these do get split in half and others do not. So pull that off. Pull the legs down. Pull that off. Put the legs straight up. Oh, and that is the giant robot head that was in between that one. Pull that off. Pull these off. And put them off to the side. All right. We just got a mess of bits now that we got to put together. All right. The first thing we're going to do is grab these bits from number 5 and twist them around so that you could take what is obviously robot feet and turn them into bigger robot foot. So just do that for both the sides. Pull that down, snap that into place. And then we got to fold out these connectors. And then I got to find the pieces that become the actual feet, which I believe are these guys. Yep, that's these guys. And then you tell which ones go with which because the screw holes are both supposed to be pointing to the inside of the combine mode. All right, so we got some legs together, or lower legs. And then we take these bits that are on blue and they peg into the sides of the legs like that. And we want the little turbines to be pointing forward. All right, we got legs. Next we take red and give it some skirt armor, which is these pieces. And they will go on the sides here like that. And then the lower or the upper thighs will peg into the lower feet or the lower legs. The lower feet. Oh boy. All right. So we got the initial upper torso pieces and got some feet. Put that off to the side. All right. For this torso bit, we're supposed to fold the arms back. And they are supposed to snap into place according to the directions, but they don't really. And then we take, I believe it is whichever one has the holes on top. This one. All right. So we take this one, turn the arms down like that. And this section will peg in up here like that. And then the arms will swing down and are supposed to snap in to these openings. So let's get that pegged in. Snapped into place, and bring these down and peg them into the open slots like so. All right, now we need to get some arms. All right, let's move everything out of the way. And we've got one hand. This is going to be the figure's right arm. We come inside, open that up, and then we're supposed to flip this section out. A little bit harder to do than I'd like, but doable. I'm going to flip the combiner port out like that and figure out which way it goes. Wait a minute, it didn't look right. Hold on. Oh, there, that's why. There we go. So that's one arm. Grab the other side and we'll get this arm out. Flip that up, turn it so the screw hole's pointing to the back. Close that up, perfect. And then these will peg into the gold sections. And then we take these big blue pieces, and these will snap onto are supposed to snap onto the outside of the arms. I actually have the arms turned incorrectly because these panels, these white panels, are supposed to be pointing forward. So that gives the foot somewhere to peg into, or leg, or whatever the hell this piece is. And then finally we take this guy and turn it around, put the arms out like that, and push these bits up, and this will peg in back here, like so. And then this, being, the giant robot head, that will peg in up here. Oh, crap. We still got more pieces to combine. So we take these leg bits, and these leg bits will actually peg into these arms. I just got to find which side they're supposed to peg in on, because then we will peg in the chest into this peg hole. And I don't know if that's right. It's really hard to tell via the directions. That's probably what we probably want them to be closer like that. And now we just got to move on to the backpack. All right, so there are peg holes all along the back. There's a peg hole here and a peg hole right there. That's where these water wings will peg into. So we'll have water wing number 1 pegging in up here. And water wing number 2 will peg in over here. And then we have giant flaming circle will get pegged in right here, going over the head. And then the giant wings will actually fold out, kind of like this. Kind of just want to give it a little bit of a bend. And then this whole thing has 2 pegs coming off the back, and those will peg into these clear slots on the circle. And then we just got to give it its giant frickin' spatula. Now that the combination is done, we can take a look at the whole combined mode, and I gotta admit, it's pretty neat. It's a big boy. It's about just over a foot tall, and it looks really gnarly, and in the best way possible. Like, it looks like an incredibly cohesive set, even though it just wants to fall over on its face the whole time. The giant weapon is neat. I do like it a lot, though it does look like some kind of weird futuristic spatula. I hate the way that it connects to the hands, because the hands individually have this peg that it will slot onto, but then it looks absolutely ridiculous when holding it, because the thumb, it doesn't wrap around the staff. It just looks like it's having a hand open, and then it has the giant weapon duct taped to it. It's really dumb. Head sculpt is excellent. Head sculpt looks great. I love the way this thing looks. It looks like an evolved form of the red guy's head, based on the pictures that I've seen. Now, for those of you wondering how big this thing is, there's Deluxe Class Zaron for you. Yeah, it's about 3 times the height of a current Deluxe Class figure. Now, according to the directions, you are supposed to take the stands and put them in this configuration or something similar, as long as 2 of them are pointing inwards like this, and then you stick the middle connector pieces up like that. And the reason we want to do that is because the figure, or the combined mode, at the bottom of its feet have ports for, right there and right there, they're ports to peg into the stand. So you do have a way to get it to stand up. However, every time I do this, it makes it even worse. Yes, it does look cool. Yes, it does work. But every time I plug it into this stupid thing, it sets it up such that all the bits want to fall over. All the bits. The figure itself just wants to fall over. It's not the best or the most stable way to get it to stand up. I mean, look at that. Look at that play. It just wiggles like crazy. It's actually more sturdy just to have it standing normally. It is 100% possible to get this thing to pose, but you are limited a bit. This is probably the best pose that I've been able to pull off with this set. It's not a bad pose. It really does work as an action pose, and I actually quite like it a bit. The only problem is, while trying to get him into this pose, the backpack fell off twice. The shoulders kept falling off. I actually accidentally popped a leg off. That was on me. That wasn't the figure. It's a cool set. It is. It is a very cool set, and I do dig it. I just wish it held together better. Unfortunately, that is kind of the MO for all of these combiner sets that I get from China. Specifically the Dragon Force set and what was the other one that I reviewed years ago? Oh man, it was Dragon Force and it was another series. When they all combine, the combined mode it's iffy at best. So folks, let me know what you think of this Dragon Force combiner down in the comments. Thank you all for watching. Please be sure to hit those like and subscribe buttons. And if you hit the bell and it says I'm made for my channel, and if you hit the bell and my channel is said to be made for kids, unsubscribe to me and then resubscribe, and that will fix the issue. Thanks for watching. I hope you all have a wonderful day. What's going on, everybody? I am Baltmatrix, and today we are taking a look at Skittles Bruticus 2.0. You might have seen this figure over at AliExpress. Well, that's exactly where I got it. The set comes with an ambulance, a sports car, a tractor trailer of some sort, an armored personnel carrier, a front-end loader, and a military helicopter. Now, this set is similar to that original set that I've already reviewed, and that comes in with this orange personnel carrier, which is exactly the same figure as in that set, and the helicopter, which is exactly the same, just a different color. This guy in that original was orange, and I believe this guy was green, I think? I could be misremembering that, but either way, these figures are exactly the same. There is no difference. And these two are exactly the same as what is in Iron Factory's Bruticus set. These are the exact same, or very, very, very close figures. Thanks to all my commenters in that previous video. Transformation for the armored personnel carrier is exactly the same. Pull off the gun, come to the sides, and unpeg these orange bits, and flip these doors open. That will allow you to unpeg everything. Grab the back and simply rotate them out to form the legs, and grab the silver bits, flip them around to form the feet, like that. And then take the entire roof section and just kind of move it out of the way. Take the entire roof section and slide it backwards and flip up this piece. Then come to the front, flip up the front, and unpeg the sides here and flip that down because that was sticking up. Then we can drop the front and push the head up, and that will drop in the chest. Pose the arms, pose the legs, pose the head, and push the backpack back up, and flip out the windows so that you have some room up there, and stand him up and give him his gun. And then the helicopter is equally simple. Fold down the feet, come to the canopy, and, well, remove the blades, then fold out the canopy, then unhinge and fold out the legs, and the back of the legs have these little slots that the canopy will peg into. And then turn the figure around and stand it up, split the legs apart, unpeg the arms from the sides of the body. And this is actually the hardest part because when these are pegged in, they are pegged in here, and they're also clipped in there. So the best way I found is to push the fist out and then fold the arms down, collapse the backpack, fold that up into place, and turn the head around, and there we go. And the other thing you could do is just lift the backpack up a little bit and then peg the rotors into place, and you can do whatever you want here. Fold the tail rotor down like that. That works, and there we go. And here we have the Armored Personnel Not Swindle figure. It's very nice painted. It's just overall pretty darn good. I like the head sculpt too. And then we've got the helicopter. I love the powder blue with the silver and the orange. It works incredibly well. And that is totally Vortex's head. Yeah, these two together, very cool. Like them a lot. Now, let's go ahead and get into some of the other ones. We'll start with the front end loader, and it's a front end loader. To start with the transformation, unpeg the rear of the vehicle mode and just semi-fold it down a little bit. Come to the back and flip out the heels. Come to the bottom, flip out the toes. Stand the figure up, and then fold the arms out and kind of flip the... Then come to the bucket, and I like to fold the bucket all the way up. That allows you to flip up the canopy, and that can make or allow you to turn the hips around and fold this little connector bit down. And then, well, I mean, this is where you could kind of do a couple of different things. The directions just have you put the bucket and the shovel and all of that collapse up like that. And you've got this little front end loader. And then the other thing you could do to give him some more posability is flip the bucket all the way up and turn it around 360 degrees, and then you could collapse the bucket up above him, and then you could take this canopy and kind of collapse it up underneath like this. So that gives you posability in the hips, though it does make the figure top heavy. This figure doesn't come with any guns, and the directions don't really have you giving him any guns either. Posability-wise, his entire foot is on an ankle rock. The hips move, ball joint in the shoulders, hinge at the arm over 90 degrees, fists to articulate, and head is on a swivel. It's a very good-looking figure. Of the new figures, this one in robot mode is my favorite. I love the yellow and the silver and the powder blue. Overall, it just looks super good. And that head sculpt is really nice. It's Scrapper. What can I say? It's Scrapper. This is good guy Scrapper. Next up is the ambulance. And the ambulance, I mean, it looks fine. It looks like a modern ambulance. To start the transformation, we're going to actually come to start the transformation, come to the sides and unpeg these panels that are just above the wheels. Fold them out, and then the top part of the panels, fold them all the way out like that. Then come to the roof and unpeg the roof and put that off to the side. Then we could take the entire back and fold it out and flip around the toes from underneath the vehicle mode. Then we can close up those panels, flip the upper part of the panel down, and then fold them in. They'll snap into place and form the legs. And then we turn the entire torso section around. Then we come to the front, and this part is a bit tricky because of the way the front transforms. Specifically, there is a joint right there that holds this panel, holds everything together, and it's very tight. So what I do is I first unpeg the arms and fold them all the way down, and then reach inside and just kind of work the front of the vehicle mode off of the connector bit and pop it off. And it always pops off the little bar that's back here. I don't know why. Then split the arms, fold them down, come in and flip up the head, and then collapse the roof onto the back of the vehicle mode, and stand the figure up and turn the arms around, and we're done. Got ourselves a little ambulance boy. Ambulance person. Overall, it works. The silver, again, continues to work well with all these colors. The figure's left arm has a hole in it just behind the tire so you can plug the shield in, and that's the only weapon that the figure has. And overall, it looks good. And that head sculpt is... I was going to say it's first aid, but it doesn't really look like first aid, but it's a nice little ambulance toy. It overall works really well, and the transformation is unique enough that it doesn't feel like Ratchet. Next up is the sports car chase vehicle thing. I just find this funny. It's like it being in Dubai. We've got ourselves a supercar that chases down people. I just find this funny. Now, the back of the vehicle mode has these little pegs that you're supposed to be able to peg one of the weapons or one of the accessories into. But no, there's nowhere for you to peg the guns, which there are two of them, into the vehicle mode. I end up actually pegging them into the exposed fists on the front end loader. Transformation. Start off with, come to the back and unpeg the feet and then flip these around. All right, so we got the feet folded out. Next, get your finger behind the roof of the vehicle mode and unpeg it. And then take the legs and slide them out or unfold them out. And then we can get the feet situated like that. And then turn the hips around and stand the figure up. Then come to the arms and unpeg them and fold them out. Then come to the front of the vehicle mode, push the hood up, or the bonnet, whichever you prefer to call it, up like that, and that will come down. And this whole thing will come down, and it really won't peg into place. It just kind of sits there. You think it would, but it doesn't. And there we go. Now, according to the directions, the back of the shoulders is where you plug the guns in, like this. Yep, there we go. And then we got this little guy. The robot mode we end up with does look pretty cool. I actually do like the look. The red, the silver, and the orange, and the blue all work well. Head sculpt is really cool. It's got a very weird vibe to it, though. The proportions just don't feel right, specifically because of the shoulders. And it's almost as if, I don't know, I don't know. I don't know, because the shoulders just feel weird to me. Posability of it is a little strange. Head is on a ball joint, but can't really look up. It's kind of stuck looking down like that. Then shoulders are freely on hinges and a swivel. Swivel at the upper arm, super tight. Bend at the elbow, 90 degrees. No fist articulation. Torso swivel. Legs are ball joint. Bend at the knee. Ball joint, and then the ankle swivel. And you know what? I forgot to show you the posability of the ambulance. Head cannot move. Shoulders up and down, in and forward and back. Ball joint, hinge, swivel, ball joint. Bend at the knee is not 90 degrees. And then plenty of movement in the toes. So yeah, but next to each other, yeah, that actually works. And finally, there's a big old rescue truck, which I'm assuming is not a rescue truck, but rather a fire truck with a giant, I don't know, water spout or wind machine up here. Yes, this does become a weapon. So first off, come to the back, pull off the shield, quote unquote, then pull off this section. And then we can start transforming it. Come to the bottom and unpeg the sides here. And that will expose the legs. Come to the back and flippy out the toes. And you can leave these pegs pointing out like that. Stand the figure up. Come to the front of the vehicle mode and split the entire front of the vehicle mode apart like that. Then grab this back section, flip that up. Come underneath and fold out this panel so you could flip up the head and close that up, and then pose the arms and split the legs and give him his big old water gun. And we are done. Not Onslaught here looks pretty cool. I actually really like the look of Not Onslaught on this thing. That is very, very cool. Head sculpt, that is totally Onslaught. I mean, come on. And here we have all of them together. Ambulance, sports car, the fire truck, the armored personnel carrier, the shovel, and the helicopter. It's a neat set, very colorful, very Power Ranger-esque feeling. I like it. I honestly do. I think it's really cool. Now, it doesn't have as many members as the original Skittles Bruticus set that I have. That was, I believe, 8 figures. But this one is just 6. Because we're, missing a boat. But overall, I think the set is really nice. And this set, the plastic quality on this set feels a little better than that other set. That other set, while not bad, actually the plastic on these feel great comparatively. And now, let's get them all merged up. And thankfully, these instructions actually tell you how to do it correctly, unlike the previous bot. So what we're going to do is just fold everything up, make sure the legs are out, come to the inside and unpeg that section, and then fold this section out, and it will snap into place. Then we can fold that up, and then we just fold up the arms and get those snapped up and in place. And I'm doing it wrong. And then finally, we come down to the legs, make sure those are combined, and grab the correct fist. I believe that's this one, and peg it into the bottom of those feet. I had the wrong fist. Just plain and simple, I had the wrong fist. So we need to make sure that that gets pegged in, and then we fold it up, and we've got one arm good to go. No, we don't. I just looked at the directions again, and I'm an idiot. We just got to fold those legs up. Now we're good to go. Now for the ambulance, we're going to do something similar, just sort of transform it back. Oh God, this part. Oh, shoot. I have found that getting the top of the ambulance transformed back is very difficult because once you get it stuck up here, it does not want to come apart. So turn the arms around, fold them up, smish the arms together, and then pray to the gods that you could get this transformed back without breaking it. Well, we're going to just have to deal with it because if I pull this part up, you could see it's already bending and it feels like it's going to break. The problem is the screws are right there underneath the hood. So I don't know what I'm going to do. All right, turn the legs around, unpeg, fold that whole section out, and it will almost snap into place. And just get all of this pegged up. Peg the back up. Now that I've just folded up the front, I will fix this later. We want to transform the feet or the rear of the vehicle back into its alt mode. So fold those panels, connect them, fold this whole section up like that. Drop the roof into place. Oops, got that backwards. And then fold the, come on. Get these, there we go. Snap that into place, snap that into place, fold this up, and get the roof snapped into place. And then fold the feet down, slide them all the way back, and then we attach the hand, which go like that. There we go. And we got another hand ready to go. Now, for the legs, all we're going to do is just return both of these guys back into their vehicle modes. There's nothing else to really do with these. So just fold that head up, get that all situated, get the arms straight, and fold them down so they snap into the front of the vehicle mode. Fold the canopy down, and then put the legs together, fold the toes up, and flip the legs around and get them smushed into place. One issue I have with this specific figure is the ball joints are getting very loose, so there is some mold degradation happening with this. Fold these panels down, get everything snapped into place. Try to get the dang feet, forgot to turn the feet around. Whoops. Get the feet in place, and fold these panels in to lock everything down. And then come to the front bumper, flip it up, and flip up the connector. And attach the gun to the roof. And now, grab one of these. Specifically, we want the one with the leg panel that allows it to be the other arm, or the other leg, like that. And then that'll just drop down like this. And so we want it to be able to turn like that. So we got a leg going. Now, for this guy, all we're going to do is just turn him back into a front end loader. Ah, jeez. Oh, it got stuck. Oh, dang it. There we go. Now to put those legs back on. But the one thing we're going to do is leave the foot and the heels out. So just leave them out like that. Turn the cab back to where it was and have that peg in. Take the arms, fold them back, and peg them into place. Nothing to do with the head. Fold the... Turn this whole thing around, snap it down into place, fold it down, and it will form the other foot, like this. I'm serious, that's all we do. That's it. All right, for knot onslaught, unpeg the weapon and then push the head back into the chest, like that. Bring this section up and peg it into place. Take the arms, fold them up, and then just kind of point them inwards. Then grab the entire figure and split it in half. Come to the legs and fold them out, and then back in to form hips, and then roll up the toes and flip down those pegs. And these will then peg into our feet. One, there's one, and then the other guy will be two. And there we got some, here we have some legs. Yep, there we go. Yep, get that toe. Come on, get that toe in there. There we go. Now with this upper torso, we will reach inside and flip out these little pegs. And then we'll put this off to the side and grab the red guy. Now this transformation was a bit janky the first time I did it. It was, because I didn't quite understand what we were aiming for, specifically because the directions aren't great. So to start off with, straighten them out, put the arms straight down, then turn them and point them back. Come in and flip up the head, and we want to make sure that that head is all the way up in there. And then we want to fold the front of the vehicle mode and transform it back into the way it was in car mode. So just leave it like this. So that's what we want. Now for the legs, we want the feet and fold the feet up and get them all the way up like this. And then there is a second set of hinges in the legs. So what we want to do is bring the knees down and then hinge the legs all the way out and kind of up. Oh, I forgot to. Instead of pegging the chest in, we want to fold the entire tummy section out like this. And then bring these knees down so we get it like this. So the bottom part is going to connect to the lower torso, and then the upper part is going to peg into this peg hole right here. And then the arms will actually come in and peg into the legs once we fold them up. And there are two pegs right there, and they will peg into these slots right here like this and get them pegged in. And just make sure that the feet are folded up like that. And then we can drop the head into place like so, like that. And then on the crotch section, put the new crotch guard or armor, peg that in. Drop the whole thing down into place, into that peg hole. Make sure the robot arms are pointed in and pegged in. So there are these little pegs, and that's where these arms come in and peg in. And then we just attach the giant robot arms, the combiner arms. Slide that into place. And slide this into place. And then we can attach weapons. And here we have Skittles Bruticus 2.0. And I gotta admit, it looks pretty good. I like the look of it. Head sculpt is a little weird. It's like a combination between Superion and Bruticus, but that's fine. Unfortunately, posing him is a nightmare, and we'll get into that in a sec. But I can't argue with the overall look. I do love the way the figure looks. I think it looks incredibly good. It holds together reasonably well, and it's weird. It is just weird. But it's the kind of weird that I'm really into. There's a cohesiveness here that I really do appreciate. The thing that I don't appreciate is there's no way for him to hold any of these weapons. There's no mounting points. You can't peg them in anywhere. I mean, I could put this on here. That is the only spot. The figure cannot hold any of these weapons in any way. And he can hold, well, he could barely hold himself up, which is a problem. Standing is fine, but that's about it. Head is swivels side to side, arms move forward and back, though every time I move the arm, the shoulder unpegs, and every time I move a shoulder, it just comes right off the peg, unfortunately. And then you've got the arms that pose, but every time I do, I mean, look at that. Posability of the legs, there is a swivel, but this connection is not very tight. And then the legs are just a mess. There's so much weight here that these joints cannot hold it. And forget the toes of the Not Onslaught. The toes are another joint that just have a tendency to fall and flop about. So posing this thing is next to impossible. It's just oddly weighted. The joints aren't strong enough, and it just falls over. The connectors between the lower legs and the upper thigh, they're fine. They're nice and tight. It's all the joints of the Not Onslaught that's the problem. That really is the problem. But I can't argue with the look. I actually really like the look. In terms of size, we've got Commander Class Ultra Magnus, and I've got Commander Class Armada Prime. So you could get an idea of what this combiner set is size-wise. Oh, and just for the heck of it, here's Volcanicus. He's so tiny. I tried to get this guy in a more dynamic pose, but the legs kept falling off. The peg that connects them is just too short, and there's not enough clearance for there to be a bend at the knee, so it really doesn't have it. And then I tried to move the arms, and they fell off, and oh, it was not a good time. Overall, I do like the set from a look standpoint. The individual figures are a ton of fun, but the combined mode is lacking. It just is. So folks, let me know what you think of Skittles Bruticus 2.0 down in the comments. Thank you all for watching. Please be sure to hit those like and subscribe buttons, and be sure to hit the bell so you know when a new video is out. I have been Baltmatrix, and I will catch you all next time. What's going on, everybody? I'm Baltmatrix, and today we're taking a look at another figure from the backlog. This is Ace Designs 01 Tumbler. It's even labeled that on the side of the box. See? Now, if you didn't guess, this is Cliff Jumper. This is a third-party, masterpiece-sized Cliff Jumper. And you know what? I don't think the company exists anymore. They made this, they made a hubcap, they were going to make a Bumblebee, but I don't think they ever got that far. So you can imagine how this review is going to go. Now, I will give them credit. They really do present the figure quite nicely. Though I don't know why there is a random screw sitting at the bottom of this box. Okay. So, you might be noticing, there are no directions. None. None whatsoever. I don't have any directions for this figure. That bit of plastic at the bottom of the box does come out, and it can be used as a stand for the rest of the figure. So kind of like something like that. It's not a bad idea. I actually kind of like that. But out of the box, the figure is rather underwhelming. It just looks boring. But it is a Cliff Jumper, and that head sculpt is kind of Cliff Jumper-esque, I guess. It kind of works. It feels a little small for the figure, but the other heads make up for that. It also comes with his blaster and his bazooka. Now, that screw at the bottom of the box was for the bazooka. There is supposed to be an ability to put a battery in here, and then there's a light that lights up. Every battery I've tried in here doesn't work. I've tried every single battery I could find that fits in here, and that was like 3 or 4 of them. None of them work. I've even gotten some from China
that should fit in here. They don't work either. Now, with that all held up, you're supposed to be able to flip this forward and get it to glow, but as I said, doesn't work. But he can hold this with no problems. The figure's fists are, well, they don't open and close, but they do allow for you to slide the cannon in, and there we go. He can hold a big arse cannon. He can also hold the little gun, though the little gun is too small for the handles or the holes of his hand, so it wiggles it around, and if you turn it upside down, it just falls out. And that's the way it is on both hands, which is really kind of stupid. I don't know how they screwed that up. So here is the figure's default head that it comes with, and it works fine, but there are 2 other heads. And to get the figure to have those other heads, you don't just pull them off. No, you have to unscrew them with that screw that's at a very weird angle compared to the backpack. So you have to untransform it, get a tiny screwdriver up there, and then put on a different head. Here is the first new head, and I actually like this one because it reminds me of the show. This is a more cartoon-accurate head. The third one is going to be a more comic book-accurate head, at least I think so. Of the 3, this one is my favorite as I think it works proportion-wise better, but let's take a look with the third one. And here's the third one, and it works fine. I don't know. I do like this one, but I really like the second one better. That's just a personal preference, but I've seen a lot of folks online who have this figure have gone with this head as opposed to the other 2 because they think it works better for them. Fair. We're going to continue the review using the second head. That is my preferred head. Oh, one word of warning. The door mirrors, these are just soft plastic, and I mean really soft. In fact, they're so soft they feel just kind of like paint mistakes, like there was too much paint that got globbed on. It's really weird. Head is on a swivel, can look side to side, and then it can look up and down, but the flap here does not peg in anywhere, so it can look up, can look down, side to side, and then that stupid flap. Shoulders hinge at the shoulder. That sounds really bad. Ball joint, swivel, double bend at the elbow. Fists do not articulate, which is weird because they feel like they should. Torso articulation. I'm not calling this articulation, but the backpack doesn't peg in, so that kind of allows you to do some weird poses. Then torso. Hips are swivels and ball joints. Thigh swivel. Bend at the knee is, well, weird because of where the transformation point is, but it doesn't do 90 degrees. And then the feet. And the feet are die-cast metal. Cold touch technique. Yeah, they're die-cast metal. They're so freaking heavy that they just make the whole bot, like, untransform whenever I pick it up. So the fact that the feet are super heavy and the fact that the backpack doesn't peg in, well, neither of those give you a good time. A quick size comparison with some fellow mini-bots. These are all figures that have been released in the last year or 2. So we've got Bumblebee, Brawn, Gears, and Huffer. It scales to about the same size, but it looks wrong. It looks too big. It's definitely too wide, though. But when comparing it to Bumblebee, they're roughly the same. I don't know what it is about this figure, but the proportions just don't work for me. Trying to pose this figure absolutely sucks. And it's a variety of issues. Head doesn't peg in any way. Backpack doesn't peg in any way. The hips constantly collapse. The legs just don't do itself any favors because they're so damn heavy. And they're big and they're hollow. It's just not a fun figure in robot mode. It's more frustration than anything else. I want to try and pose this in better poses, but every time I try to move it, like another piece will move. Okay, I'll start fiddling with the legs, and then the backpack disconnects, or doesn't disconnect, just flops open like that. It's in robot mode, it's just bad in robot mode. It doesn't look awful, but as soon as you touch it, it just kind of falls apart. For the figure's transformation, your guess is kind of as good as mine. I don't have directions. It did not come with directions. So I'm just guessing and actually going off what I found on YouTube from other reviewers. I mean, I think the fists are pretty self-explanatory, except getting them in sometimes is a pain. The pin on this panel is all screwed up, so it constantly flops open. Then flip up the backpack, I'm assuming, and then fold out the, what do you call this? The bumper and the tail lights. Oh, and yeah, you notice something? The entire chest and the entire back are all clear plastic. Rather thin clear plastic, too. Oh, and if you're wondering, oh, maybe there's a QR code on here or something? No. Nope, nothing. Nothing. There's nothing in here. The backpack is supposed to hinge over the back of the head and hinge up like that. I'm assuming that then the head sandwiches up here, and this little bit folds in, and then the arms and the shoulders will rotate around, and the wheels will peg into the back of the vehicle mode, and then we just fold up the arms somehow back here. I'm being very careful because I am afraid that this thing is going to break. It does not feel good at all when transforming it. And every time I pick it up, it flops around to these stupid heavy feet. All right, so then I think we fold the abdomen up while also trying to flip out the hood, which is a lot easier said than done. Good Lord. Okay. Get Mr. Spudger in here. Nope, that popped off. Oh, I really hope I didn't break that. Oh, I hope I didn't break that. I don't think I did. Because I didn't hear anything snap. Okay, good. Whew. Oh, I thought I broke the plastic clip that's right here holding the hood on. All right, for the legs, come down and flip out this overly floppy bit. Yeah, that's really nasty. And then just, I guess, kind of work it so we could get the leg folded up. Okay, I was right. YouTube did provide me with the correct answer. You are supposed to collapse those legs like that, though it feels like... Hold on. Oh, yep, they totally rub up against it. So is there a way for me to... Oh, boy. I'm going to have to untransform this a little bit. Oh, this feels so bad. I wonder if that was the problem. Yeah, that might have been the issue. Where the... Ah, damn it. There, finally. We have it transformed into whatever the hell this is supposed to be. I realize that this is supposed to be a Porsche. It rolls okay, though the backpack section keeps popping off. I'm not kidding. Every time I pick it up and I squeeze the sides a little bit, when I pick it up, it just pops the backpack off, or the rear of the vehicle mode. It's fine in vehicle mode. I mean, it doesn't commit any sins or anything, but it just doesn't hold together well. And the panel lining is just bad. I mean, there's a lot of gaps in those panel lines. It also does not feel great. The plastic and then the die cast up front just feel very fragile. Even the die cast somehow feels fragile. I wish this was plastic. One thing I will give them, though, is they managed to get paint matching done really well. It's very, very subtle, the differences. So you've got this red on the die cast, then red plastic, and then you've got red painted on the blue transparent plastic. It's well done. I mean, that's legitimately well done. Hasbro could learn a thing or two on paint matching from this thing. They did a good job. Now, I've got everyone's favorite goons, Runabout and Runamuck, here to give you a size comparison. It is roughly the same size as these two knuckleheads. So it's not a terribly tiny alt mode, and it does scale with current deluxe class figures, which is good. Not a complaint, just an observation. I do find it funny that there's nowhere to store or mount any of the weapons in this mode. That is not a complaint. That's just an observation. I really wanted to like this. I really did. And I remember getting a hold of this years ago and just being so annoyed and downright angry because I think it was expensive. I got it off Big Bad Toy Store, but I can't find the original purchase price. So there's that. And what was it? I think this one and the hubcap went on sale several years ago for something like 10 to 15 bucks a figure, which should tell you something. Yeah, the company that made this, they are no longer in production, or in existence, I should say. They have gone the way of the dodo bird. They are an ex-parrot. If you get that reference, congrats, you're old, or you've seen Monty Python. It's just a weird figure. It doesn't do anything well. It doesn't do anything fun. It feels real bad, and it doesn't hold together well at all. And just transforming it, the hood fell off again. Yeesh. I cannot recommend Tumbler to anybody at all. It's not a fun figure. It's not worth having in your collection. It's not even worth $10. It's a disaster. Okay, it's not a disaster. It's just not good. Calling it a disaster would be like it's actively breaking, which it really feels like it's going to any second now. Ace Designs tried something, and ultimately I think they failed. It is interesting, however, how similar this thing, or this mold, is to Earthrise, Cliffjumper, and Bumblebee. It's oddly similar. But Earthrise, Cliffjumper, and Bumblebee, even though you have parts forming, are better figures than this. So folks, let me know what you think of this thing down in the comments. Thank you all for watching. I have been Baltmatrix, and yeah, just don't bother with this one. What's going on, everybody? Baltmatrix here, and today we're taking a look at the 30th anniversary Jurassic Park crossover set with the Transformers. We got 2 figures in this set, and to be honest, I thought they were going to be bigger. Dilophosaurus is the first robot we are going to take a look at, and it is a Dilophosaurus. It kind of has the Dinobot, Kingdom Dinobot curse of, well, there's obviously some robot legs there, and actually Vertebrake. It also has a very similar transformation to Vertebrake, and I mean, there are some robot fists sticking out of the dinosaur's, what would be the dinosaur's butt. The overall aesthetic works well, and you can move the, I don't know what these are called. I'm sure there's a scientific word for it, but they come off so easily. That is a bit of a pain. It looks good. Its mouth opens and closes. There's a little switch on the back of the head that opens the mouth, and then there's a little port there in the back of the mouth, or in the bottom of the mouth, for this little gimmick. So you got the Venom spray gimmick, which is cool. Coloring works well. Overall, it's a solid dinosaur mode, except my figure just doesn't want to stand up all that well. As soon as I move the legs in any real way, it wants to fall over. That's more of a me problem than a it problem. And then we have Autobot JP12, which is the dumbest name for a Transformer I think I've ever seen. But I can't argue with the Jeep mode. It feels tiny, but it is a good, decent Jeep mode. It is a bit smaller than a current Deluxe class figure, so here's Chase. But it does scale with current Deluxe class figures, so I'm not sure what I'm on about. I like the Jeep mode. I do think it works. There is obviously a crumpled up robot underneath, and the Barbasol can is right there. And then his gun is actually the trailer, or the winch, in the front. And he's got the tiny little license plate there up front. I do like the fact that the inside of the cabin is molded. It's not showing up here in my camera very well. It looks like there are seats in the front and in the back. Overall, it is a good representation of those park Jeeps from the original movie. Ish. Transformation for Dilophosaurus is pretty easy. Start with pull the legs away from the body and they will unpeg from the forearms. Come up to the top thigh part of the leg and unpeg it. and then flip it down and peg it into place on the shin. Do the same thing on the other side. Get that all pegged up and straighten those legs out. Reach inside and pull the robot arms away and fold them out. Come to the head and pull the head forward. And then what I like to do is fan out the frills, push the frills back, and then they will collapse up underneath like that. And if they pop off, just put them back on. Open up the back, flip out the robot head, close that all up, then collapse the chest. And the only other thing left is to take the tail and fold it up along the back of the figure. And that's it. JP12's transformation is a little bit more complex, but it's not much fun, and that's because the figure's size actually impedes the transformation. There's not a lot of clearance going on. First off, remove the Barbasol can and come up to the front of the vehicle mode and try and pull off the gun, though you just kind of have to turn it and wiggle it off. Then come to the side of the vehicle mode and open up the doors. Reach underneath and unpeg the arms and kind of pull them off to the side. Come to the back of the vehicle mode and pull up on the vehicle mode's canopy and just bring that up. The first time I transformed this, I thought I was going to break this thing in half, but the hinge is supposed to move, so you bring the entire roof of the vehicle and the rear up, and then tuck the tire and the rear gate underneath. Split the rear of the vehicle in half, and then flip up these panels, and then fold out the leg, flip down the foot, and then grab that panel, close it up, and then that will become the shin. Do the same thing on the other side. Open the panel, flip it out, flip out the foot, close up the panel, and stand the figure up and drop the skirt armor into place. So first up, pull these arms apart just a little bit, just so they're still inside those white-ish tabs. Come to the wheels and turn them so that they go up over this black piece, and then bring the wheels all as far up as they will go, so they look like that. Drop the chest down a little bit, and then we can flip up the wheel wells and open up that. And this is the hardest part of the transformation because I can never get this chest to come all the way down, and you're not going to be able to. So you have to get it down to about halfway, peekaboo, and then we can bring the arms and shoulders up, and that will free us up to bring the chest all the way down. There's a little peg hole right there that the chest will peg into, and then kind of just push the backpack up and peg it into place. Take the little red piece here, push it down, then push the roof or the hood up all the way, and grab yourself the hat accessory and drop it into place. And we just want to make sure that the little teeth are pointing on the back, and then peg that into place, and we are done. One quick thing about JP12, the shoulders are supposed to peg into place in these little tabs, and they just, on mine, just kind of rest there, but they pop out super easily. Even if you've got them pegged in all the way, they don't stay pegged in, and his hat keeps falling off. Of the two figures, I like Dilophocan more than JP12. I think JP12 is not a very good figure, but I'll get into that more in a minute. I do like Dilophocan, but Dilophocan isn't flawless either. He's got very little in terms of, well, he's got heels, but he doesn't really have good heels. So he kind of has a tendency to fall over really easy. And then JP12, the pins in the knees are a joke because they, as soon as you pick up the figure, they just collapse. I mean, the knees are, for the cost of this set, this is a joke. I mean, this is pathetic. I love Dilophodon's head sculpt. I think it's so cool. It's so grimacy and fun. It just looks like he's giving you the Spock look while also trying to kill you. The overall aesthetic of Dilophodon, Dilophoton, I keep wanting to call him Dilophodon, is neat. The tail does detach, though not very easily. Oh, come on. Let me just fold that back. Get back up there. Nope, not you. I don't want you to fold up. I want that to fold up. Thank you. I'm just manhandling this thing. Then this will flip out to form a literal tail gun, and then you can peg the sprayer, the poison spray, onto it for some blast effect or gun effect. Head is on a swivel. Head is on a ball joint, though it's very tight. Ball joint in the shoulders, then the butterfly joint for the transformation. I really wish this pegged in somehow. Ball joint in the elbow, ball joint in the hip, swivel at the upper thigh, bend at the knees about 90 degrees, and then you've got two joints down here in the ankles. You've got one for ankle forward and back, and then you've got a ball joint in the actual ankle. And I've played around with this a little bit. I keep wanting to make like a different type of foot out of it, but it doesn't work. So you can pull off some okay poses, but you've got to be really careful about the balance of this figure, because those heels being so small, he's going to fall over if he's even just remotely top heavy. Besides the stupid hat, he comes with the gun, which is a winch, which he can wield with no problem. I said you could wield this with no problem. There you go. And then the can of barber saw, which pops open to have the little embryo holder. And then that can peg onto the tip of the gun, so he can shoot dinosaur embryos at bad guys. And then the barber saw can is supposed to be stored on the back, like that. I'm not even joking. But what I really do like is you could just have him shooting Autopot branded shaving cream at people. Yes, please. Okay, I like that. Head sculpt is okay. It is Nedry from the movie. I mean, that's what it's supposed to be. I kind of like it. He's got such a pudgy face, and the overall aesthetic is pudgy. And as a pudgy person, my knees hurt too. Posability-wise, head is on a ball joint, though it's really tight on my figure. Ball joint in the shoulder, and then there is a hinge joint just next to it. Swivel, bend at the elbow, fists do articulate. I forgot to mention on Dilophoton, his fists do not move. There is no torso articulation. Legs can kick out, can kick forward, can kick back a little bit. Bend at the knees, 90 degrees. Then there is another double hinge here. We've got the hinge for the transformation, and then we've got a hinge and a swivel on the foot. So if his knees actually held him up, you could probably pull off some decent poses for this guy. JP12 has a little peg hole in the tush for a figure stand. Dilophoton does not, because, well, you just get the little grabby claws and have him hold it like that. Of the two, I think Dilophoton is definitely the better figure. It actually could be retooled pretty heavily into a new Beast Wars Iguanus. I could see that. I really could. Change the legs and give him different arms and remove the frills, or change the frills out, and that could work. JP12, I get, they tried. They really tried. If the pins weren't a mess here in the knees, it would be a much more enjoyable figure, but it's kind of ugly and not fun, and I hate the transformation. I absolutely hate this transformation because it doesn't work all that well. Hold on, I've got to get a figure stand. I can't get this damn thing to stay standing up because the knees. I mean, the knees are a mess. But even getting the figure stand in there is... You know what? Screw it. Don't buy this set. If you're going to get anything, just wait for a repaint of Dilophoton. I think there is one coming in late 2024, maybe 2025. It's a pretty good figure. Definitely worth the price of a deluxe on its own. That thing just sucks. All right, folks. Let me know what you think of this set down in the comments. As always, I have been Baltmatrix. I'll catch you next time. Actually, you know what? I can think of one good thing for JP12. Dino Chow. Yep. That's his calling. What's going on, everybody? I am Baltmatrix, and today we are taking a look at Transformers Legacy United Leader Class Swoop. That's right,
finally got a hold of the big swoopy boy. I picked this figure up over at Amazon, and it took freaking forever to get here. The figure is colored in his blue on-screen coloring, and it's just a gorgeous figure. It is just a absolutely gorgeous figure. No complaints there. Head sculpt is perfectly grumpy and does remind me of everything that I love about Dinobots. They're just a grumpy bunch, aren't they? The detail that is on this figure is just so nice. I mean, even his feet have detail. The leg looks incredibly good. You've got the little pterodon or pterodactyl feet on just above the knees. The just the chest with that deep inlets of the red, the beak or the giant head of the tyrannosaur, pteranodon, pterodon, whatever, pterodactyl, and then the crest on the top of his head works incredibly well. He's nice, he's blocky, he is exactly what I want from a Swoop. Swoop comes with two different swords. I'm assuming one is the one he was wielding in the comics and one was the one he was wielding in the show. I don't really know why he comes with two swords. The problem is, though, they're both different. They're both different lengths, and he can hold them in robot mode, and he can store them on his wings, but there's no peg hole on the bottom or the outside of the forearm, so he can't do a baraka, which sucks. Swoop also comes with these missile launchers that are mounted on the back of the wings in Dino mode and Robot mode. Both can be wielded in Robot mode and held in his hands, or mounted on his shoulders if you prefer. I kind of like him holding them in the hands. Whoops, I knocked him over. No. It just works. It works really well. I love the fact that you can mount the cannons or missile launchers on the shoulders like a Seeker. That it just works for me. Posability wise, Swoop is very posable. Wings do move in and out, and then if you move them too much, you will actually disconnect the shoulders, so just be careful. Shoulders are the traditional hinges and swivels, and then you've got bend at the elbow. Fists do articulate, but mine are ridiculously tight, so just be careful. There is a torso articulation, but the beak gets in the way. Legs can kick forward on nice ratchets, and they can kick out. No ratchets there. Swivel at the upper thigh, and then bend at the knee is a double bend, and it's ratcheted because of the transformation. And then you already saw the heel and the feet do move for the transformation, and then the ankles rock almost 90 degrees. So posability of this guy, it's really good. It's really good. The only complaint I have about the figure in robot mode has to do with the little dino feet. I wish you could stop the dino feet from bending all the way down like that, because when you do, sometimes it just gets caught in there and you have to flip it out to get him to stand up or to get him into a pose that you want. It's not the biggest problem in the world. It's just an annoyance that I'm sure there's a way to fix it, but I understand why they didn't bother. Swoop looks great standing with his Dino Bros. I really do like the look of all these guys together finally in their full-sized leader class figures. I I know this is going to sound weird, but now that I have all of them in hand, the blue really sticks out to me. I kind of want to get I kind of hope that a red version of this figure is released to match the other Dinobots. I know that's not canon. That's not the way it was in the show. It's just really weird seeing the only blue guy from the Dinobots here in robot mode now that I have all of them. It's not a complaint. It's just me being OCD. All right, let's go ahead and get into the transformation. To start off with, we push the wings back just a little bit, and then I like to push the shoulders in just a smidge so we can free the front of the dino head and lift up this little crest, fold it up, and then fold that down to peg into Swoop's head, and then lift the whole section up like that, creating this cavity. Put the arms out, fold the fists into the forearms, and then push and hinge the chest into this cavity. And it will snap together once you get everything hinged in place. And there we go. And my figure does not like to keep these chest pieces combined like that, so just beware. And then for the legs, we will fold the heels up into the feet and point the feet straight down, and then just take the legs and ratchet them all the way around the back. And first we got to fold out the wings. Fold out the wing, and then fold out the wing tips, and they will peg into place like that. So bring the legs around, and they will peg, the bottom of the legs will peg into these pegs right here, like that. And then fold the arms in, and there are these pegs on the back of the forearms. They will peg up into the wings, and there's another peg hole right at the back of the shoulder, and that will peg, or the wings will peg into that. And we're done. That was the transformation. Super quick, super simple. Something I find very odd about this figure is there is a peg hole right there on the belly of the Dino mode that you would think is for a flight stand. However, my figure stand is too thick for the hole. Darn it. The one thing I will say about his beast mode or Dino mode is it's quite majestic, and it is perfect. I honestly cannot come up with anything negative to say about the Dino mode. It's just absolutely perfect, and I love it. Now, one question for you folks out there and fellow toy enthusiasts. I have been trying to find a decent figure stand for displaying and actually doing these reviews, and I've kind of come up with a combination of different of a Figma stand and then these bendy Gundam stands. Nothing really works all that well because the figures are too dang heavy. So if you've got any suggestions, let me know down in the comments. I absolutely love Swoop. I do. I think it's a great figure. I think it's a great toy. Now, when I was recently at TFCon, the fine folks over at Non-Nef Productions did avail me or give to me a new conversion set with different wings and something different for the head. So I'll be doing that review a little bit later, probably in another week or two, but I definitely wanted to get this review out of this excellent figure that I've had on my shelf for a little bit too long. It has taken over a year, but we finally have all the Dinobots together. I am so happy to have all of them. Each one is a unique figure, all of its own, and they're all a ton of fun. But this specific video review is about Swoop. And Swoop, by himself, is cool. I do like it quite a bit. Yeah, in Dino mode, standing up like this, he looks very doofy. But when you actually get him flying, he looks absolutely fantastic, and I have zero complaints about him. So, folks, let me know what you think of Swoop down in the comments. I really like this figure. I think it's a ton of fun. Thanks for watching. I have been Baltmatrix, and I will catch you all next time. Hello everybody, I am Baltmatrix, and today we're taking a look at the Dragon Force Transforming Weapons series. Now, there are a couple of different sets. This set specifically has the weapons that all merge into one giant robot. There are individual toys of each of these weapons that turn into robots. In fact, in this set, only one of the weapons turns into a robot, and that's the white and red and black sword. The others all disassemble and then they all merge together around the white guy to form a giant robot. So let's go ahead and look at them. First up is the orange stabby thing. I'm assuming it's supposed to be a spearhead where it's held like that. I honestly, I don't know what this weapon is supposed to be. But yeah, it's neat. Then there is this weapon. I'm assuming this is also supposed to be a dagger of some sort. That is the most unergonomic. These are the most unergonomic weapons I have ever held. They're neat in terms of size. They are roughly the same size as Commander Class Rodimus Prime. Actually, that would make more sense turning him around like that. He could be a weapon, can't he? I mean, if those could be weapons, I could wield a car with a big axe thing on its back. Next up, we have this three-bladed sai. And the one thing that's cool is you can actually move these little protrusions into different positions. So
You could have it all the way out like that, or you could have them pointing in for stabbing, or just up for traditional sai stuff. It's okay. I do like the look of it. It's a neat weapon. Next up is my favorite, and that's the big old battle axe. This is a big, chunky axe. I like this a lot. There is a gimmick where it does open and close, but that's for the transformation. But as an axe, yeah, I like it. It's big, it's chunky. And then finally is this sword, which is beautifully detailed. I love the look of it. And yes, this does turn into a robot. To transform it, come to the sides here and pull off these bits to form the arms. Come to the front and unpeg them to form the legs. And then just start moving some of the armor out of the way. And then we can give him feats. Stand him up and then push the entire handle down and then reach inside the forearms and flip out the fists. I love the way this thing looks. The white, the charcoal, the gold, gold, red. It's a beautiful figure. It really is. And all the detailing on this thing is so nice. Head sculpt is very cool. I like that head sculpt a lot. This figure does feel like it's from Power Rangers, though. It feels very Power Rangers-y. All of the joints, while they do hold together, are on the loose side and kind of jiggly. There are ratchets in this thing, but all of those joints are just a bit too wiggly for my taste. Even the back of the robot looks good. I mean, you've got the back skirt, or the butt skirt, I guess, and then this back crystal. It looks really cool. Just the figure overall is strikingly good. In terms of posability, head can look side to side and can do a mecha neck. Shoulders slide in and out, and you've got ratchets up there. You've got ratchets in there. You have a slight ratcheting in the swivel. No ratchet in the elbow. Fists are on ball joints. Fists do open, but I have nothing for it to grab. Move the skirt armor out of the way and the figure can get forward and can kick back and then can kick out. There is a ratcheting thigh swivel. Bend at the knee is over 90 degrees. 2 ratcheting knee joints there. Then a ball joint in the foot. On its own, this robot is really cool, but he's got to combine with all this other stuff, so let's get into it. Starting with the axe, we're going to come up to the front and pull this piece off and come onto the other side and unpeg that little bit. And then that will allow us to pull the entire back of the axe off. And then nothing else on the axe comes off, even though it looks like it. So just put that off to the side. Then just put this off to the side because we'll transform this later. Next, come to the side and do the same thing. We're going to pull off the front bit, and then we're going to come to the back and pull that off as well. And then we're going to come down to this, flip it out, and then unpeg this entire section. And, oh, I forgot to mention, it does this. Whee! And then we're going to just put this off to the side, and then put this off to the side as well. Coming to one of the stabby bits, this will actually transform into an arm. So we want to reach up in here and unpeg that, and then pull the arm all the way out like that. Then we come down to this panel here, lift it up, and then rotate out the fist, which is harder to do than you might think because if the ball joint isn't perfectly aligned, the fist frickin' doesn't want to come out. Come to the top, push the top down for the combiner port, come to this section here, flip it forward, and then turn it and turn the fist so we have an elbow joint. This little panel, unfortunately, is just going to hang out down here. You can flip it up to the back to close it up a little bit. Doesn't really matter. And you know what? I'm silly. The fist is pointing that way. I had the combining port pointing the wrong way. Whoopsie. And we're just going to repeat the process on this side. Open up that panel, pull the whole thing up. Open up this panel, pull the fist out, close that up. Come to this side, pull that, flip that down, turn it around, turn the fist around, and there we go. All right, first thing for the combination we're going to do is come to these things and split them open, and I completely forgot that there were plastic bits sitting on the front. So come to the front and first unpeg that, pull that off, and then we can split it open. All right, so what we're going to do is give him some extra pants. So we're going to take this piece and actually lay it over underneath the leg. And there's no real way to peg this in. So what we want to do is we want to get it closed up so that that tip of the toe is just sticking out of the bottom like this. And then we'll take these plastic bits and snap them into place to cover up and hold the leg in place. And then for the toesies, bring this out, flip it out. All right, on the other side, straighten out the foot, bring that in, start closing this up, and just get the tootsie like that. There. Get that on there, this on there, and just put out the foot, and we have pants. For the upper part of the robot, we're going to first transform his shoulders and arms back to the way he was in sword mode, like that. Take these hip skirts and fold them down, and then collapse the arm up and peg it into the body. And this will give the figure some rigidity in the body. Then grab one of these and make sure it's the one that can grab onto the front skirt. Take the piece we pulled from the axe, and this is supposed to just peg into the chest up here, like that. And then we can grab the arms and actually install them onto these ports coming off the shoulders. Oh, one thing I did forget to do is fold down these little blades. Come on. Fold those down, because if you don't, things have a tendency to not line up well. All right, get that pegged in there. I got one. And then we got two. There we go. We've got another head that goes over the head, so literally open it up and just put that, close that over his existing head like so. Turn the figure around, and then we will peg the blue sai into the back. But first, we have to open up this, which gives us some connector ports. So these two will peg into here, and then this black piece will peg in up there. And just get everything lined up. It's kind of hard to do and see what you're doing at the same time. And then we will take the axe, and the entirety of the axe will peg in to these pegs back here. And that is a little bit easier said than done, because you can't really see what you're doing. But it does work, I promise. And then the last piece that was on the scythe pegs into the back. I present to you the Hyper Blade Overlord. It's very nice looking. I do like it quite a bit, though there is one key problem with it, which we'll talk about in a minute. The coloring all over the figure is quite good. Blue, red, white, orange, yellow, cyan. It's a really nice looking figure. I like it. I love the look of it. The axe bits are supposed to extend, but they don't lock into place, so that really doesn't do much for you. The big problem is the legs and the knees. I can't get mine to stand up on its own. And I'll show you what I mean. I can't get the ratchets to lock into place in a way that holds the figure up. It's just too damn heavy. Let's see if that does anything. That works a little bit, but it looks like he's living with a hernia. It's just a shame, because the thing looks amazing. I just can't pose it for the life of me. There is posability to be had. Arms do move. You can move the arms, but every time I move one of the joints up top, the legs flail about or the head falls off. And that's a problem. That's a problem with your giant combining robot. In terms of size, it's bigger than a current Commander class figure, though what is Commander class these days? I mean, we've got figures that are all over the place in size. It does scale somewhere between Combined Mode Armada Prime and Siege Jetfire. You can see on the backpack just how much weight it's dealing with. I mean, there's a lot going on back here. It's got the entirety of the axe head and the entirety of the top of the sai. It's so big and bulky. I kind of get it to stand on its own a little bit. There. Oh, that's I'm really worried about touching it because I'm afraid it's just going to fall over. Oh crap, there it goes. Oh, no, come back here. So it does come with its own sword, which looks like I don't know where the sword comes from. I think this is part of all of the weapons that each one of these weapons wields when they're in their robot modes. I think that's what it is. It looks cool, but it's all super floppy plastic. Like, there's a lot of floppy plastic. There is screws for rigidity, though. So it can hold the sword, barely, and it can actually look decent on a shelf, but forget playing with it. Overall, I do like the set. It is neat. It's something different. I picked it up over at AliExpress. But I'm not going to be displaying it on any of my shelves. In fact, I'm probably just going to put it away after this video review because, quite frankly, it's not worth it. It's just too bulky and too problematic to have on a shelf because as soon as anything shifts, it's going to fall and take whatever else is on the shelf with it. So, folks, let me know what you think of this set down in the comments. I've been Baltmatrix. Link for it is down in the description. In that link, there are also other versions of the toys that transform into their individual robot modes there as well. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. What's going on, Internet? This is Baltmatrix coming at you, and today we are taking a look at Transformers Earthspark Cyber Combiners sets. In the set here on the left, we have Bumblebee and Mo Malto. And here on the right, we have Twitch and Robbie Malto. Is it Malto or Malto? I legit cannot remember how to pronounce their last name. Each one of these sets costs about $30, and they're available at Target and Amazon and maybe Walmart. I don't know. I bought these at my local Target. Taking a look at the Transformers first, they're okay. Of the designs, I think these are the least impressive. The two Terrans in their cyber suits, I think, are cooler. Bumblebee suffers pretty badly here. He looks like a really just bricked out version of that Bumblebee design. He lacks all of the character that Bumblebee in the show has, and it's not the best robot mode. And Twitch, on the other hand, doesn't suffer nearly as bad, but it looks this is going to sound really weird, but it proportion-wise, it looks like it's a giant Twitch body with little Twitch's head. I mean, the head is just so small for the rest of the body, especially when you turn the figures around. You've got Bumblebee, the proportions are okay except for the legs, but then you've got Twitch is thick. I mean, look at that torso. That's a thick torso for that tiny little hollow head. And yeah, the heads are hollow. What are you going to do? They're cheaping out everywhere they can. I'm being a little bit prudish here. Earthspark, I loved the show. Most of the toys suck, but they're aimed at young kids, like below 6 years old. So I'm going to give it a little bit of a pass. In terms of posability, Bumblebee's head cannot move, shoulders are on ball joints, and then there are bends at the elbows. Those are for the transformation. Legs can kick forward and can kick back, and they can kick out for 90 degrees. There are bends at the knees. There are knee joints, and that's actually a pretty cool pose. But that's as much posability as you're getting out of the legs. It can't do anything else except some things for the combinations. Oh, yes! Did I forget to tell you? These things combine like Energon figures. We've got shirt and pants modes for each one of these. That's why things are a little bit iffy. Again, Twitch, same posability. No head posability, ball joint in the shoulder, bend at the elbows. Then there's another bend for the transformations. Then the legs can kick forward, can kick back, and can kick out. And then there are bends at the knees, or I should say hinges at the knees. And each one of these two transform into vehicle modes. Bumblebee's transformation, pretty easy. Open up the chest, flip the head down, and close that back up. Put the arms out to the side like he's T-posing. There's a reason for this. Fold the arms up, or the forearms up into the shoulders. Come down to the legs and push them together until they snap together. Fold up the toes. Come to the back and flip up the car roof, and that will peg into the back of the legs. Flip the car sides out from the sides of the legs, and bring the shoulders down, and they will peg into the giant pegs coming off the sides. And there we have the car mode. It's fine. It's fine, except for the giant hinge right across the windscreen. That's my only complaint. Otherwise, it's fine. And then the combiner port is sticking out like a sore thumb, but who cares? It's absolutely fine. Twitch's transformation is very similar. Grab the chest and flip it up over the face. Come down to the thrusters, or I'm sorry, not thrusters. These are rotors. And unpeg them and then just kind of fold them back and out of the way. Grab the shoulders and pull the arms in. And the inside of the forearms have these little tab holes that will tab into place. And then like that. And then grab the rotors and turn them around and bring them down. And they will peg into these little peg hole or pegs off the underside. Well, it's kind of the back part of the armpit. So unpeg it. It was pegged in up here. Bring it down like that. And then take the actual rotor blades and flip them back. All right, come down to the feet. Combine the legs. Fold up the toes. And then push the hinges of the legs forward. And then grab the hinges, these hinges inside the thighs and fold them up. And then the backs of the knees will tuck underneath this red piece that's coming out from behind. And that's the quadcopter mode. Of the two, this is by far my least favorite. This is at least a car, and it looks like a car. This, I mean, it kind of looks like a quadcopter. It's fine. It's fine. Let it go, Bolt. This is for kids. You're just being nitpicky. These are fine. Now, what's absolutely fine are these exosuits. They really ring of the Cybertronian Centaurians we saw in that one Generation 1 episode. And Moe's is very thin, very lithe, and very light. It's meant for flight, comes with a big sword. And look, you can see Moe's head inside the body. So she's literally sitting there and piloting it. And the wings are fully collapsible and fully removable. So you can collapse them in like that for the transformation. And they're just on pegs, so they come off very easily. Just be aware of that. And then Robbie's is my favorite of the two because it looks just so much chunkier. And then he's got treads for feet. That's very cool. I like that a lot. It is a little bit better proportioned and it is a little bit chunkier, and there you can see his head or his face right inside there. Yeah, both of these are really actually quite neat. I think these are very cool. Are they ever going to show up in the show? Who knows? As of this recording, no new season has been announced. Both of these figures have very similar posability. Heads do not move. Ball joint in the shoulder, bend at the elbow, no fist articulation, leg kicks forward and back and out all the way. And then there is a knee bend. The knee bend comes into play in the pants and shirts modes. And then for Robbie, same, ball joint, hinge joint, no swivels, swivel for the legs, out, and bend at the knee. Posability wise, not the best, but I have to admit, I really do like the look of these exosuits. So the first combination is going to be with Mo and Bumblebee, and for this, we're going to return Bumblebee partially to his robot mode. Pretty much just do the legs. So flip those, flip that out. Okay, now what we're going to do is take the shoulders and fold them back like this out of the way, then come down to the legs and grab the hood of the vehicle and flip it around to form very large feet. Oh, one problem I have with all of these figures is the hips have a tendency to come unpegged or unsnapped. It's just a problem with all of them. You get over it pretty quickly. Now, for Moe's body. First off, reach in and grab the chest, open it up, flip Moe's head in, thus, I guess, breaking her in half. Then take the arms and fold them back until the forearms peg in to that peg right there, and then grab the fists and rotate them up. So fold the wing back, Fold the arm back, and peg that into place, and then fold the fist up like so. And grab the legs and split them apart, and this will flip out the combiner head. And then fold up the toes, and the toes will become the fists. Fold the legs down. And what happens here is a little bit weird, because the legs or the arms in this mode have more opposability than the figure does normally. And the wings keep coming off for me in this mode. And then we can combine the figures up, and we have the first of the combined modes. Yes, this totally is Transformers Energon all over again, and I'm perfectly fine with it. It's fine. It actually looks kind of cool. I do dig it. It's just silly. I mean, there's less kibble back here than on some Energon combiners, so there is that. One of the things that you can do is unpeg the wings and from where they are, flip the pegs forward, and then actually peg them in to the backs of the hands to give her a much larger, or it, the combined mode, a much larger wingspan. And I unpegged the arms. So that does add a nice, I guess, just winged look to the combined mode. The arms are lanky as hell. They are just legs that have been repurposed into hands. But hey, Energon did the same thing, so I'm not going to complain about it. All right, next are Robbie and Twitch, and it's very similar here. So Twitch is pretty much going to be returned to robot mode, and then with the toes flipped up, flip these black pieces out from behind the legs, and they will become bigger toes, and then fold those back, and then come to the front of the figure and flip the arms out, get the rotors back out of the way, fold down the chest, and then fold down the entirety of the head. And then the rotors, you can just turn around just to get them out of the way for right now. The arms will just fold back, and you just kind of have to get them up and out of the way. They don't really peg in. The directions say they're supposed to peg in to one of these two pegs, but they don't. They just kind of rest in between them. So just kind of leave it like that. Now for Robbie, same thing as Mo. Same transformation, roughly. Except in this case, take the shoulders and unpeg them and flip them back. Come to the chest, turn the head around, close that up. Then take the arms and fold them all the way up like this. Grab the legs, split them apart, and hey, the head flipped out. Bring those down, fold up the toes to give them fists. Bend those up. And the directions say you're supposed to bend the arms in like this. And there are pegs on the back of the head. I do have a little bit of an issue getting them lined up and into place. It's just because things don't want to line up. But that's a me problem, not a toy problem. There we go. Ah, damn it. And they also come on peg real easily. And then just drop that on top. And we're pretty much done. Give them a big gun. And again, this works. It's lanky. It looks weird, but I kind of like it. I do. I think it's neat. I love the head sculpt. It's a little bit different than Moe's. So you've got more of a actually, you know what? These kind of remind me of a little bit of like something from Gundam. Like you've got a standard gym here, and then you've got something like a flight gym or something else that's meant to be in the sky. Both of these are kind of neat. I kind of like them. They're stupid as heck, but I kind of like them. All right, so what do they look like flipped around? For Mo, first I'm going to remove the wings just to get them out of the way. Then we're going to partially return her to her robot mode and get the legs straightened out, and then come in to the back of the legs and unpeg these, and you have to flip the toes all the way down until they snap into place, and then these will peg in underneath. So grab the giant foot. There is a peg there. I'm just doing it wrong. And then stand it up and get the arms pegged into place like so. Now B, on the other hand, we're pretty much going to just leave it as is, split the legs apart, but then allow this to flip around and return the feet to whence they were. And there, just fold these back and peg them into the shoulders and then attach it. And this is actually a weird issue I have specifically with these two. For some reason, in this mode, they don't want to combine, but a little just good old force fixes it. And then again, take the wings and peg them in, and these are actually supposed to fold up in the back like this. And then we have their combined mode with Bumblebee as a shirt. This is not my favorite because the lankiness of the legs do not work with the giant fists you end up with, which is very, very reminiscent of Hot Shot from Transformers Energon. But I can't argue with the battle mask. That looks very cool. In fact, it reminds me of the Transformers RID Combiner Bumblebee. I'm sorry, that just looks stupid, but it's okay. All right, what about these two? Well, the other two, let's split them apart. And for Robbie, we're going to return him back to Robot. We're going to do the exact same thing here. Fold the toes down, reach inside the legs, and flip out these panels, and they will peg in under the feet. And then just leave the shoulders as they are, like that. And then for Twitch, well, just leave everything as is and split the legs apart, like that. Flip it around, flip the big toes around, and then get everything out of the way so the head flips up. Put that in, and then the directions are a little bit, well, it's not exactly clear what you're supposed to do with the rotors, but we'll fold those arms up because there's really nowhere to peg in. I guess we could just kind of let them peg in lightly in between like that. Fold those in because that's not in the directions. I think that's the way the directions have you do it. Just have that sit there and combine them up and give them the big arse gun like that. And there we have Twitch and Robbie. Now, Robbie's legs, I think, work a lot better, but the fists are just ridiculously huge. And I don't think Twitch works well as a shirt in this case. The head sculpt's neat. I do like the new head sculpt with the new battle visor, but Twitch just doesn't look right. And I don't know what it is. Maybe if I had Bumblebee as a pair of pants instead of Robbie, maybe that would be better. I don't know, but I like these sets. They're just so much stupid fun. But let's swap them around a little bit. Those actually don't look too bad. Twitch as a shirt and Bumblebee as pants, that works pretty well. I'm starting to notice a little bit of looseness in Bumblebee's left leg, but that's okay. But this works. It's stupid, but it works. But what really works is when the two kids combine, when you've got the two exosuits combined up, with Mo acting as a shirt and Robbie acting as pants. I think that looks really cool. I think this works incredibly well. And you can even give this mode extra arms if you deploy Robbie's mech's arms for a little bit of extra oomph. Maybe add some more weapons or something. This works incredibly well. I think just the wings being where they are and just it looks cool. Damn wing keeps falling off. Hold on, let me fix this and get this pegged back in. That's my only problem, is some of the stuff just does not want to stay pegged in. And as soon as you touch it, it unpegs and flops about. But otherwise, yes, these sets are expensive at $30 a pop. That's too expensive for these. I'm just really not happy with the expense on that. Size-wise, each one of the bots is roughly the size of a Voyager class figure. The combined bots are roughly the size of a Voyager class figure, with each individual bots being a little bit shorter than a Voyager class figure. I like them. I was ready to hate them, but I actually really like these figures. They're fun. Just wait for them to go on sale, because I'm everywhere. Well, yeah, everywhere being the one Target I was in was just, the shelf was full of them. So I have a feeling they'll be going on sale. Get them on sale on Amazon or at your other favorite e-retailer. They're fun. So, hey, Grimlockamus, what are you going to do for custom jobs of these guys? I really am curious. All right, folks, let me know what you think of these sets down in the comments. Thank you all for watching. I have been Baltmatrix, and I will catch you all next time. What's going on, everybody? It's Baltmatrix here, and today we're taking a look at ES Series Voltron Vehicle Force. I also do possess the Lion Force. That will be its own separate review. This is the box, and the box it's a nice box. But I also wanted to show you how this figure set is packaged. So start off by just pulling out the tray, and hey, box empty. Yay, off to the side with you. We've got all of the figures for the individual vehicle modes, all 15 of them, and then we have a second tray with all these accessories. And I also don't want to forget about the instruction booklet. All 15 units of the Die Rugger 15 or the Vehicle Voltron set are represented here, though a little bit odder than you might think. There's the land team, and those are very flat little SUVs. We've got the sea team, and those are very short little submarines sticking out in the back. And each one of these have little tiny accessories that I have dropped. They're silver. They go on the top of each unit, and boy howdy are they easy to fall off, or do they easily fall out. And then we've got the air team. So all of these can then form their individual team modes, which is very cool. I've always been a fan of the Vehicle Force over the Lion Force. I just have. Even though the Vehicle Force has had way too many characters to keep track of, and sorry, I kicked the camera, I just like it more. It's just a me thing. So let's go ahead and get into the air team combining into the Stratofighter. So to start off with, we're going to take the head unit, and this is the Voltron head unit, bend it forward, and then this little piece will flip around like that, and then bend it back, and put this off to the side. Grab the big unit here, that I swear this is a submarine and not a flying fortress. These little red bits will be pulled up. Well, actually, these little red bits are supposed to be pulled up like that, but they get pushed down, and the little silver bits get folded up like so. And then we come to the back, and I'm not really sure what the way this is supposed to go, but the directions say just keep it straight like that, which makes sense. And then we're done with this guy, so we come to the helicopters. And the helicopters have these plugs on the side, so the plug pops off from each side like that, and then we reach underneath each one of them and open up this flap so that the plug can then get folded up neatly, which is a very cool idea. I always appreciate when the designers of these figures do stuff like this. Then we take the middle, then we come to this guy and push on the one side, I can never remember which side it is, to push up this connector bit. And that is a little bit harder to do than you might think. Then we push that connector bit into the section here. Ah, come on. Sorry, my fat fingers just do not want to get this stuff connected. There we go. And then we take the helicopters and snap them into place on the sides. And then we come to the red one, and there's a little peg hole or peg slot that flips out, and that will peg in right up top here, and the tip of the wing for the face will actually peg in underneath. And I'll fix this off camera, but this is roughly how it's supposed to be. It just isn't sitting well and pegging in fully, so I'll fix that off camera. And I roughly got it in there. The problem was it wasn't sticking into the peg hole in the chest, so this is roughly it. This is as good as I am going to get. Yeah, this works. The Stratofighter, yep, totally works. I think it looks okay, except for every time I pick up the dang thing, this bit pops off or pops out of the plane. That is a pain, but it's not that big a deal because once you have it, you could just put it down. Next, we're going to combine the C team into the Aqua Fighter. So grab these two, the bigger ones. Once you've got this back part flipped out, come up to the front and flip the front all the way over. And then there's this opening. You flip that down, and then that will allow you to slide one of the submarines in. And it really doesn't matter. And then you just close it up like that. So do the same thing on the other one. Flip that out. Oh, that was so much easier on this one. And then flip it around and open it up. So we can then slide the... Oops. Red should go with red. Yellow should go with yellow. I'm just going to keep color consistency because my OCD won't let me do otherwise. And then we grab this guy and we can then push out these sliders, and then these will peg in like that. And here we have a tiny version of the Aqua Fighter. It's so cute. I love it. I still don't understand why it had us fold these out, but I guess it just needed it. We could just fold these back up. I mean, that's what it said to do in the directions, so it was just following the directions. But yeah, it's cute. I always liked this one as opposed to the land or the air team, but it's so short. It's so tiny. Normally, or I remember the original figures like being about that long, being, a nice big long submarine as opposed to a squat little thing like what we've got here. That's fine. It's so cute. Last up is the land team. Now, specifically for the land team, we're going to have to break into the accessories tray and pull out these little wheel covers for these guys. I don't entirely understand why we have to do that. It just says that we should. And what we're going to do is actually pull off the wheels and replace the wheels with these covers. Again, you don't have to do this, but it is what the instructions say to do. And I have the wrong side. So let me figure out which side goes where. There we go. That side goes there. Does that one go? No. Nope, that was the wheel. That was an actual pair of wheels. And that one goes there. Yep. All right. Oh, that does make things a little bit nicer. It cleans it up a little bit. I'm not going to lie. I kind of get what they're going for. I do get what they're going for. Not kind of. I do get what they're going for there. Making it a little cleaner will make the final product a little nicer. I'm just struggling here. All right, we got the wheels. We're going to put them off to the side. Now, this thing, you actually have to flail it and split it open like this. That's exactly what the instructions tell you to do. And then pull these connector bits out, and oh boy, that one is stuck a little bit. Okay, I'll tell you what, let me do this off camera and I'll get back to you. Okay, I actually had to get a spudger from one of my computer repair kits in order to get these things folded up correctly. Oy, that was not fun. So then we're going to collapse these inner panels and then fold everything back up the way it was. And then we can attach the fists or the cars. So there is a little tiny groove there that you want to push them in on and then turn them like that. And we'll do the same thing on the other side. Come in at an angle. Come on. And then rotate it like that. And then for the cars, they just slide in on these bits like this. And there we go, the land team, which, if I'm honest, is the silliest of the group. I think these are just so silly. You got two SUVs, a giant brick, and then two fists-shaped cars. This is just silly. I mean, hell, the whole idea of Voltron and the vehicle force is just silly. I get what they're going for. But let's face it, this is all pretty funny. All right, let's go ahead and get into the full combination. I've already disassembled most of the different teams' units. The first thing we're going to do is first push in the sections on these blue legs and then come up to these tiny little itty bitty things on top of the submarines and remove them. And then take these pieces that are on the back and turn them. And oh boy, are they tight. Oh man, these are really hard to move with just your fingers. Holy crap. And then these will slide on to our little SUVs. And then with these SUVs, the yellow one goes on the figure's right and the black one goes on the figure's left. You could tell because there's an ankle hinge right here. Now, which one goes with which? The red submarine goes with the yellow, and the yellow submarine goes with the black. And the reason we turned those was so that they could slide in easily to these sections, like so. Like that. All right. There we go. We've got some legs at least. Pulling out the little tiny submarines off the top of the legs, we actually turn them upside down, rotate the view screen or the glasses around, and then take the entire section and flip it around like that. So we take the red section and the blue section and push that into the body of the leg, or the inner leg. And sometimes it doesn't want to go, so we just got to move things around a little bit, disconnect some stuff here and there, and then reassemble it. And there we have some proper legs. And then we can take this guy and it will drop down, but we'll combine it the same way we did the other ones, or did the fists. And turn it. Move that off to the side. And snap that down into place. And turn it. And move it off to the side. And there we have a pair of trousers. Okay, it's just like a lower torso pair of trousers. I find that very funny. Now for this black section, we come up top and slide this piece back and let it flip all the way back like that. Now that we've got that combiner spot open up, we could grab one of the C team, specifically the tiny little thin submarine, and come over to the side and flip this section over. And then this will create a little combiner spot for the sub, like that. And then we could take pretty much the entire air team and drop it into place like so. And then we take the helicopters and flip them forward. And the blue helicopter will go on the red, and we'll do the same thing. You know, the little slots that are right there. They're very, very tiny. Turn it or push it in, and then we could turn the whole thing. Which is weird because it feels really weird to turn like that. And then we'll do the same thing on the other side. You actually have to get your finger in here and... Uh-oh, that is a little bit too loose for my taste. Hold on here. There we go. Oof. All right, well, you know what? We'll fix that in a bit. There we go. And then for the face reveal... Whoop, there we go. And then lastly, we are going to take our little plane here, flip out that component again, and then it will peg right into the chest again. And one thing that's cool is when you're doing poses with this, the actual wings fold up. So this thing has some good posability, and trust me, if the wings didn't fold like this, the poor hands would be hitting it all the time and you'd lose posability. And here we have the Defender of the Universe, Voltron! It's perfect. As an SD Voltron, it's absolutely perfect. It's got die cast in it. It's perfectly detailed. I can't come up with anything negative to say about it in its final combined form. The one thing I did forget is to make sure that this was folded up or folded back correctly. It's tiny. It's not big. So to give you an idea on the size is here's Voyager class animated Optimus Prime. It's not a big figure. It's not. And it's very expensive for what you get or for the size that you end up with. But I can't argue with it. It's so cool. It's just exactly what I wanted from an SD Voltron. I absolutely love the little styling. Now, let's get into the accessories, because holy crap, there are a ton of them. We're going to talk about different hands first. The first is this set of open palm hands that work well. I like them. They look neat, and they look like he's ready to, do a 100 hand slap to you. The next are these open kind of splayed hands that are meant to hold specific weapons. So let's take a look at those next. And that is the laser blades that he can hold. So we have two different sets of laser blades. The first are the more helicopter-like laser blades that are modeled after the helicopter blades. They have 3 blades in them. And then there's a set of 2 blades. And here are the 2-bladed ones. Now, I will say the 2-bladed ones feel a lot more fragile than the 3-bladed ones, simply because these blades are very, very thin, and the plastic that makes up these accessories is not the thickest in the world and does not feel the strongest. So just be aware of that if you pick this set up. And then finally, we have the closed fists with the little slots in them for holding weapons, like whatever the hell this is supposed to be. I seriously have no idea what this is. According to the directions, this is a beam whip. I do not remember him or Voltron, using this weapon in the show at all. It comes with this little metal or plastic sheathed metal bit that allows you to give it some more posability, which is good, but I'm just going to keep it like this because I don't want to use the beam whip. I don't know. I'm not feeling it. Let's look at some other accessories. The other accessories are combat spears, otherwise known as, to me, space javelins. I really like these. The tips on both of these are very sharp. I haven't drawn blood yet, but if I push hard enough, I definitely will. Yeah, I like these a lot. And they're plastic. They're just chrome-coated plastic, but they work and look really cool. The figure also comes with this base setup that is a base plate, one post, one metal post, 2 pieces of plastic to latch it into the post, and then this piece, which is supposed to combine with the other Voltron set, the Lion set. In order to get the figure to connect to this base, there is this little panel that is covering up the bottom here, that is covering up this section on the bottom here. And the only way I'm able to get to it, get my fingers in there, or even like a spudger, is to actually take the legs off, pull the panel off, and then put the legs back on, which is really stupid. I don't think that's the best design, but I do like the figure on the stand. However, this stand has the problem that every other stand I've ever used has. It's super wobbly. I'm not sure why. It's on there nice and tight, and it's not going anywhere. I mean, it's plugged in pretty good, but it's just super wobbly. The plastic is just not that tight. But I can't argue with the look. It does make you think that the thing is flying. And oops, I forgot to plug the rotors back into the shoulders. Whoops-a-doodle. There we go. All right. I can't argue with the way that looks. That looks really cool. And I admit, it's time to form Blazing Sword! I always liked his Blazing Sword more because it didn't have that stupid trident at the tip. But man, this looks good. Oh, this looks so good. I wish it wasn't as expensive as it is, but it looks so good. It works so well for me. Yeah, the stand is a little bit silly, but that blazing sword and all the extra hands and everything. Yeah, this is a keeper. Posability for this Voltron is okay. It's not the best in the world. Head is on a swivel and slight ball joints, so you do have some forward and back movement. Shoulders are ratcheted for forward and back. They do have in and out, but they hit the robot's head. They flat out hit his head. It's just, his head's too big. There is side to sides, or I should say there's a swivel, at the upper arm. The bend at the elbow is just shy of 90 degrees. Then there is rotation at the actual forearm, and then there is rotation at the wrist. And that's a slight ball joint, but good luck getting it to actually pose. Torso articulation is present side to side. It's got a hell of an ab crunch. I mean, look at that. That is a good, solid ab crunch. Legs can kick forward and can kick back, and you can hear the ratchets, but the skirts get in the way, and it can kick out. Doesn't do a beautiful spread. There is a ratcheting thigh swivel. Bend is 90 degrees at the knee, and then there is ankle articulation or an ankle pivot, but not that far. So you can pull off poses. You can pull off poses, but it's very heavy for its size, and it does not have any really decent heels. I do wish there was like a little thing that could flip out back here that... Holy crap, wait a minute. Oh my god, I completely missed these. These aren't even in the directions. It does have heels. Oh, that makes that so much better. Oh, that is awesome. And those are totally in the directions. They're right here, step 13. I missed them because something was covering the bottom of my directions. Oh, that makes things so much better. Oh, that adds so much stability to the figure. Oh, thank you, Bandai. You've made my day. Oh, that makes things so much nicer. Only complaint I have about the figure in terms of posability has to do with the skirts on the sides and the front. The front skirts will not close if the side skirts are sticking up all the way. And then even if you bring them in, they won't close. What you have to do is fold this internal panel out just a smidge and push it past and get it under. And it can't be completely flush up against the inside of the panel. Otherwise, that front skirt won't close. That's my only complaint about the figure in terms of posability and actually in terms of quality. Because quality is just on point with this thing. That's the only niggle that I've got for the figure as a whole. Okay, that's a little bit of a lie. These tiny little towers on the submarines, I've dropped them so many times already. They suck, but that's a me problem, not a figure problem. This Voltron is easily one of my favorite figures that I've reviewed in 2024, which I haven't reviewed a lot this year, but this is easily one of the top ones and really makes me want to open up the Go Lion set that I have. It's fantastic. It ain't cheap though. It was $280 over at Big Bad Toy Store, and it's not a lot of figure for a high price, but the quality is there, and I love it. Other than the price and that weird thing with the side skirts, I can't really fault it. It's just that good. If you can swing it, if you could pick this thing up, it's totally worth it. I 100% understand if you don't like the super deformed look. I totally get that, but I absolutely love this figure. 100% worth owning, 100% worth picking up. So folks, thank you so much for watching this long video review. Let me know what you think of this down in the comments. I have been Baltmatrix, and I will catch you all next time. What's going on, everybody? I am Baltmatrix, and today we are taking a look at Styraxis, specifically Decepticon Styraxis. Now, you may not know that Styraxis is from the Generation 1 comic books, and he is a character who has gotten a toy one or two other times in the past, but nothing like this. We're going to take a look at the box first, and we have actual cutouts or revisions from the Marvel comic. I mean, there's his frickin' alt mode. And then we have Styraxis' head in space. And this is actually from the comic. I mean, it's a great looking comic if you can ever get a hold of it. Back of the box contains the robot and the vehicle mode, and then more of the comic book. And yeah, he fought Blaster and lost. And then there's the inside with the story of Styraxis right here. And then the figure would normally be right here, but he's not there. He's here. I love, love, love the way this figure came out. The paint and the molding and everything on it is super nice.
And I just love everything about it. Yes, he has a little bit of a backpack, and yes, he has gigantic things on the back of his upper arms. But overall, the figure just looks cool. And that head sculpt is something really special. It looks exactly the way I always remembered Styraxis looking in the comics. Unfortunately, no light piping. I would have loved to have seen a little bit of that. Just get those eyes glowing, because I always envisioned him with dark, blood red eyes. I think it's obvious that Styraxis here is a heavy retool of Galvatron. There's actually more different here than I initially thought. Feet are the same, lower legs are completely different, thighs are the same, crotch guard plate is different, side skirts are the same, chests are completely different, shoulder pylons are the same, heads are different. On the arms, the upper arm sections are different. They are thankfully correctly assembled on mine as opposed to my Galvatron. The back arm units are different. Forearms are different. Hands are different. Then taking a look at the back of the figures, this little bit at the top of Galvatron's back and this whole section right here, the whole back part is completely different on Styraxis. And this is actually where Styraxis can store his accessories, because Styraxis only comes with 2 accessories, while Galvatron comes with a lot more. Styraxis comes with this big old cannon that is the front of his armament mode or alt mode or whatever the hell his alt mode is. And then my favorite of the 2 accessories, the giant battle axe. Man, this looks so good. I love the battle axe. Yeah, any robot can hold it, and it really does feel like if you unpeg it and turn it around, it could be another gun. I've not been able to find a way to peg it into like an arm or to have him hold it, unfortunately. There's nowhere really to peg it in, which is a shame. I would have loved to see if there was a way you could combine these two, but there just isn't. It doesn't exist. Posability of our Dark Mount Despot is the same as Galvatron. Head is on a swivel and ball joint. Shoulder pylons don't move like Galvatron does, or they're not supposed to in robot mode, so they're locked into place. Shoulders are on hinges and swivels, then a double bend at the elbow for the transformation. Fists do articulate. There is, unfortunately, a big old open panel here inside the forearm. I really wish that was closed up. And then the thing on the back of the arm or the back of the elbow does move a little bit, so you can get it out of the way. There is torso articulation, but you have to be careful because that junk in the trunk will get in the way. The side skirts and the front skirt both move out of the way. Legs can kick forward and can kick back and can kick out. Thigh swivel, bend at the knee is just about 90 degrees. And then there is the foot articulation. And he does have heels just like Galvatron. Unfortunately, he suffers from the same problem Galvatron does, where they kind of go past the point of usefulness a little bit. If they had just added a millimeter more of plastic right back here, that wouldn't be an issue. Styraxis does suffer from the same posability issues that Galvatron does, especially in the feet. The pylons, or the bits that are inside the legs that can hold him up in cannon mode, do get in the way, but I think you can pull off some decent poses with the guy. I'm not going to say it's perfect, because it isn't, but it's still a lot of fun. All right, transformation time. If you've transformed the Galvatron figure, you've transformed this guy as well. So to start off with, we'll come down to the legs, fold up the heels into the underside of the feet, turn the legs so the toes are pointing outwards. Once you have those turned in, I like to push the feet all the way down and then flip out these pieces, the giant cannon support structures. And then I will smush the feet together like that. And then we could come back to the back and peg those 2 pieces in together as well. All right, come to the top, take the fists, fold the fists into the forearms, and then take the arms or the forearms and fold them up and peg them into the shoulders. I didn't point this out before, but the arms, or I should say the shoulders, are actually blue plastic painted over red, and it works pretty well. Same for the chest. All right, then we can swing these bits around the elbows, and they will peg into the underside of the forearms. Then come to the chest and push the chest and the pylon apart, and that will allow you to pull the shoulder out. So push the pylon down a little bit, fold it out, and then you can turn that around. Great. Now come to the backpack, fold the backpack out and unstick it from the back, open up the backpack a little bit, pull the chest up so you could fold the head in and collapse the chest, fold the cannon barrel in, and then take the chest and actually push the pecs. Then take the whole cannon section, bring it down, and while you do that, bring the legs back. Bring that whole cannon section over the crotch, bring this whole backpack section down, peg it in, and then pull this little panel away, and that will peg in up there. Next, take the side skirts and point them forward so they're facing forward. Come around to the back of the legs, fold the legs up, and snap them into place underneath this big piece. And then take the arms, and there are pegs on the inside of the armpits that will peg into the thighs. So we'll bring those down. And then there's a little slot right there where my finger is that will peg into the chest piece. So we bring all that forward, get that pegged in, get that slotted in. And then lastly, we can bring the side skirt and peg it into place and just position the arm thusly. The whole front arm piece just kind of sits there. And then do the same thing on the other side. Bring it in, snap it all into place, get everything lined up, make sure that all the tabs are in, fold the shoulders out like that, and then take the cannon, plug it in there. Then take the axe, and there is a piece that looks like it's going to combine somewhere. Fold the wings up like that, and then place the axe on the top of the cannon mode, like so. Haha, we are done. I really like this cannon mode. Yes, it's mostly blue, but there are highlights of white and black and red, and I think it just works. I really think it's a cool cannon mode. It is a nice evolution of Galvatron's, and it looks like something that has its own mobility, which is very cool because this thing is supposed to fly in the comics. And I can believe that. If you have it just like this on the desk, yeah, I feel like this can fly on its own. And what's even cooler is if you take the feet, you can fold the feet up, and it looks like it has thrusters in the back, and that can just act like a tail wing. So yeah, I could totally see this thing flying. The figure doesn't have any kind of figure flight stand hole in this mode, but I added some blast effects, and yeah, for me, this totally works. I love the juxtaposition between Straxus and Galvatron, and they do feel like different figures, even though when you get into the nitty-gritty of the transformation and fiddling around with them, they are almost exactly the same figure. But with enough changes, Straxus is definitely its own figure. I really like this figure, and I'm super glad I was able to get a hold of it. It's a ton of fun. It's probably the best reuse of the Galvatron mold that I can even think of. And boy, I've been really striking out and trying to figure out ideas for the reuse of Galvatron's mold over the past few years. Is it the most perfect figure in the world? Of course not. No figure is perfect. There are some minor little niggles. The heels aren't great. I would love if there was a panel that you could hold the fists up, and I would have loved for there to be some light piping in the head. That's it. Those are the only complaints I have. It's a top tier figure, definitely worth the asking price, definitely worth having, because that box itself is super cool. So folks, let me know what you think of this evil despot of Darkmount down in the comments. Thank you all for watching. I have been Baltmatrix, and I will catch you all next time.
What's going on, everybody? I am Baltmatrix, and today we are taking a look at the GG Bond 5-in-1 Combiner set. I think this was delivered to me from sirtoys.com. I don't know for sure because it's not in my AliExpress history, nor is it in my Sir Toys history. If it was from Sir Toys, then it was given to me. I didn't purchase this, so just beware of that. We have a stag, I think an eagle, a lion, something, and a bear. And all of these transform into robot modes, and then they all combine, because of course they do. Starting from left to right, we're going to start with the stag or the deer first, and it is a roadster of some sort. I mean, they're all roadster vehicle modes. Transformation into robot mode starts off with pulling off the back of the vehicle mode, then taking the legs and extending them, and just getting them unclipped from the side of the vehicle mode, folded down, snap them into place, and put out the feet. And turn the... Nope, don't turn the hips around. Just leave them as is. And then come up to these sections here and fold these out to form the arms and flip out the fists. And I'm not going to lie, all of these have roughly the same, if not very, very similar transformations. And fold those down and around. And then grab this piece, which is the gun, and just put it in a hand. Either hand will do, if you can actually get it into one of the fists. Come to the top here and unpeg this section. And not pop it off, but just unpeg it. And then it's supposed to turn around, collapse the head, fold the head up. And then the wheels will go from that position to that position. And that's pretty much it, except we have to fix the head flap. And put that back on, because I done darn broke it off, and then take this section and peg it in somewhere. I'm not entirely sure where it goes. It's probably going to go there. And if you're wondering, hey, why don't you look at the directions? It's because the directions don't show the transformation from vehicle modes to robot modes. It only shows the combined mode. And if you're wondering, yes, this does peg into the back with no issues, but there is actually an issue in that it gets in the way of the arms, so I'm just going to leave that off. And here we have the stag, or the deer, or whatever you want to call it. And it's a big blue dude with a gun. Big blue dude with a gun. Posability is weird. Head does move side to side, but you have to move the flap up and out of the way, otherwise it won't do anything. And then it's got the transformation. Arms are ratcheted, and in and out for the arms, and then no other posability there. Legs can kick forward and back, and squeak the whole time. Can kick out. I thought there was a swivel here, but there doesn't appear to be here, but it feels like there is one right here, just under the thigh, but I feel like I'm going to break it if I try to move it. And then there is a pivot here at the ankle. So there we have our blue deer. Reminds me of Transformers RID Thunderhoof. Next up is the big old bear, and this is my favorite vehicle mode. I think it is the most car-like, even though you have giant bear fists sticking off the side. Transformation is pull off the hammer, and then you got to disconnect the shell. So that's the first part of the shell. That's the second part of the shell. And then we fold out the legs and flip out the toes and do that onto both sides. And then we take the arms, fold them out, and rotate them down. And then for the head, we pop the backpack open, fold these little bits, these brown bits down, flip up the head, bring it into place, and it will peg into that peg right there. And that's the base robot mode. And we could give it his hammer, and that will peg into the inside of his palm, like so. And then the backpack will actually kind of combine together, and I keep forgetting how to do this. I think it is like that. Yes, that's it. And then this will peg onto his back right there. And just like the deer, you have to be careful because that backpack will fall off. But I do kind of like the bear mode. It works. It actually works. It's definitely the best looking so far. And then posability. Head doesn't move at all. Arms. Oh. Yeah, I'm going to stop that. And then the legs kick it forward on ratchets, and then ratchets in and out. Bend at the knee, and that's about it. And then as I was transforming it, the backpack fell off. So we'll just attach that and then put it away. Next up is Space Ghost. I mean, I think this is supposed to be a falcon. And it's got this fan weapon. It's weird. Transformation's very simple. Come to the back and unpeg the feet and fold them forward. Come to the front and just slide this piece back. It is supposed to be connected to this, but I find it just pops off all the time no matter what I do. Flip the claws back, unpeg the arms from the side of the head and fold them down, and take the head and fold it down and then push it down into the body. And then there is a little peg hole on the inside of the fist on both sides that could take the fan. And the fan's plastic is very soft, so just be aware of that. And then that's kind of it, unless you want to fold up the shoulder pads, which I do think look better like that. And then we could come back and peg this thing back onto the arm, and there we go. Easiest transformation, but hardest to keep standing because these toes are just a smidge too loose. So what I like to do is kind of just push the legs as far as they will go and then push the toes downwards a little bit at an angle. So then that allows the figure to stand a little bit better. And it looks good. The white, the red, the charcoal, and the yellow all work incredibly well. Posability-wise, head can't move at all except up and down. Shoulders, oh, they're the least squeaky. Oh, there's a squeak. In and out, side to side. There's actually a swivel on the elbows, but no bend at the elbows. Legs can get forward and can kick out, and then forget about trying to pose the other bits because it'll just fall over if you do. Of the three thus far, it is the least fun to pose because the feet just have it fall over all the time. And it keeps dropping his damn fan. No matter how well this thing is plugged in, it's just going to fall off eventually. Next up, the green one, and believe it or not, this is a wolf. Okay, I think. So, transformation is first... flip the arms out and unpeg the weapons, and then reach inside the arms and flip out the fists, like so. And yes, you can see the holes that are at the front of the fist. That's what the weapons peg into. Unpeg the toes from the backpack, and then flip the legs down, and the back of the legs peg into, there's a peg hole in there. There you go, you can see it right there. And hopefully I could do this transformation without any bits falling off, because things have a tendency to fall off on this one. And just getting this pegged up in here is all... So that was something that I wanted to talk about, but I was hoping I could get to it a little later. The screw that holds its crotch together is missing. So because parts of the legs are so insanely tight, it just has a tendency to fly apart at the seams, literally. So I end up having to rejoin and replace all the bits and hope that I could get everything to smush back together okay. And then that also leads into the fact that the legs or the shins don't want to stay pegged in to these peg holes without a significant amount of force, which sucks. And then trying to get these ball joints back on also requires a large amount of force. And the last part of the transformation is to unpeg the green part here and just fold it onto the back like that. And then we have what I'm assuming is actually a cat. Oh, yeah, we can either peg the weapons into the front of the fists like that, or we could peg the weapons daggers like this. Either way. I'm not even going to bother with posability because it exists, but it's not very good, and his backpack is so heavy and the ball joints are loose enough that he has a tendency to fall backwards all the time. So I wouldn't recommend this one. It's not a great one. Doesn't look half bad until you turn it around. Oh yeah, the butt skirt or the skirt on the back has a tendency to fall off real easily. That's because it's used in the combined mode for the front skirt. Come on, stand up, you stupid thing. Okay, there we go. And finally, what I'm assuming is the leader of the group, the lion. This is a decent version of the Thunder Tank. Yeah, we'll call it the Thunder Tank 2.0. All right, it's transformation. Just pop the rear of the vehicle mode off and then unhinge the hip or the rear or rear, the bottom legs down like that. Bring out the arms and turn them around. And then grab the head and unpeg it. Pull it up. Drop the wheels down. Turn the head around. Bring it down like so. And we are done. So, this piece, you might think that it goes back here, and normally you would be right. I was trying to figure out if there's a way that I could get him to wield it as a shield, but I haven't been able to find if he could do that. The hand, only one hand can hold his weapon in for this guy, and the peg is collapsed a little bit, so getting the sword in here requires a bit more force than I care for. I would love if we could attach this to the outside arm like that. And that does stay there, so we have a sword and shield. It's not too bad. It works. It's at least one of the better proportioned ones. I think the bear is the best proportioned, but this guy's not bad. The set on a shelf by themselves doesn't look too bad, but man, as soon as you start picking it up and fiddling with them, they just fall apart or pieces pop off, they fall over. The set is not great in terms of quality. The plastic kinda sucks, and it's 1 or 2 steps above some of the cheapest quality plastic. Now, in terms of size, these guys are roughly the same size as a current Voyager class figure. Roughly. All right, let's go ahead and get these things merged up. First, we're going to take off all of the components and just leave the figures themselves. So, take off all the weapons. And no, I don't even need to take his off. His fell off. It's somewhere over here. And his backpack. And his weapon. And we'll start off with Lion and Bear. Just get his, and then we'll want to take his rear skirt armor off. And just leave everything off to the side. Okay, so for Bear, leave the legs like they are, come to the back and open up the backpack and fold the head down, and then come inside and flip up the little brown bits like we're going to transform it into vehicle mode, and get the head in here correctly. Get that closed up, and then come to the arms, turn them, and then collapse them like that. And the directions say to turn the fists so that they're pointing forward. And that's the bear done. All right, now we'll come to the lion. Take the lion's sword and its armor off. Take the arms, turn them, and then fold them in, and they will actually peg into place into a peg hole above the shoulder and in the armpit. So do that on both sides like that, and then take his legs and fold his legs back like that. And like this. And just stick them out to the side like that. Now, these two are supposed to combine, and the legs are supposed to snap on top of these bits. So I will actually take the feet and fold them up because they are currently getting in the way. And just snap these down into place. And oh, that is so much harder than you might think. All right, I got it. The problem was the plastic on the brown is just so dang soft that it didn't actually want to connect in there. I actually had to take my pinky or my fingers and just hold it while I pushed down the top part. So, okay, we got the first part done. Now, let's move on to Green Boy here, because if we don't, the entire thing is going to fall over if I try to put the arms on. So, to start off with, fold up the fists like that, and then put the canopy over his head like that, and then take the legs, rotate them around, and then just kind of bend them down and point them kind of like this. And the directions have you bending the legs kind of down like that. So we want the whole thing to be kind of like this. And then this is going to plug into Bear's butt. Like so. And there we have this weird centaur-looking thing. And now it's just a question of transforming the deer and the falcon back into vehicle modes. So just get that deer back up into vehicle mode. And this is actually the hardest part of the transformation, is putting this thing back on, because Well, as you can see, things have a tendency to get in the way, and if I don't have everything perfectly collapsed, then I won't be able to slide this into place. There we go. Take the head, flip that around, bring it down, and snap that into place. Bring that in, bring the arms up, and whoop, turn the arms around. Oh, that sounds awful. And bring them into place. Bring that down and into place. Put his butt back on, and then flip out this combiner port, and then put, oh, and the gun. Don't forget the gun on top. Put that gun there, and then put this off to the side, and bring out our Eagle Boy. Pull his head forward like that. Bring this whole section up and forward, and no matter what I do, it just pulls off. And then bring the arms around, peg them into place, peg that into the side of the head, like that. Do the same thing on the other side, like that. And fold the legs up and peg them into the skirt in the back. And grab the combiner port, flip that forward, and then reattach this thing, which you don't even need to have it pegged in. You could just pull it forward like so, and it'll just stay there, which is good. And then we have to put both of these into this thing. Pegs, those pegs that are open on the side. Please go in and don't completely break apart on me, please. All right, we got them all combined up, but we're not done yet. So first, the skirt and the armor, skirt of green, armor of yellow, peg them in together like that. And then this will peg in to, I believe, right here. Yes, there we go. And then, well, we have weapons. We don't know what to do. I don't know what to do with these yet, but turn the whole thing around and flip up the wheels, and we can peg the bear head into the back there. And then down here on the green guy, we can take the bear component, and it's supposed to peg in right here to the back of the bear, and then it's supposed to also peg in right there. So I was pegging it into the wrong spot. There's that little opening at the crotch on green that you could peg the backpack onto, and then the hammer pegs into that, and then the sword pegs into that, and then these daggers peg into the sides. But as you can see, it's not exactly what I would call tight, because things just have a tendency to fall off. It's supposed to peg in back here, and then supposed to peg in up there. There. All right, here's the combiner. This looks absolutely terrible. This is dreadful. And it's barely posable. Barely. This sucks. I don't know what to say. This is terrible. Every time I touch the stupid thing, something falls off. Either a piece of armor falls off, the backpack falls off, the legs fall off, the entire thing comes apart. Every time I touch the darn thing, it just wants to explode. It's not good. It's not. It's not worthwhile picking up. Don't hunt this thing down. It's terrible. But I also kind of like it. It's just so incredibly stupid and so incredibly bad that it's wrapped back around to being kind of fun. Oh, it's a nightmare to get together and to get it to hold together and to get it to do well in just about anything, but I still don't hate it. It's just not good. All right, folks, that's it from me. Let me know what you think of this disaster in the comments. I've been Baltmatrix. Thanks for watching. I hope you all have a wonderful weekend. I'll catch you later. Hey everybody, Baltmatrix here, and today we're taking a look at another AliExpress thing. It is the Go-Go Dino Construction Excavator Set. It's been called a couple of different things online, but that's what we're taking a look at today. We've got these 5 little go-go dinos. They all have vehicle modes, and then, of course, they all combine. Oh, and there are light and sound gimmicks as well. We'll start off with the main dino for the set. This is the dino that forms the torso, and if it looks a little off, well, sorry, because I'm not convinced that these are legit sets. They might be, but they also feel kind of like KOs because of and what I mean by that is knockoffs, because of the way the plastic feels. The dinosaur, I don't know what dinosaur this is supposed to be. It feels like it's supposed to be a Triceratops, but I'm not sure that's correct. Also, the tail. According to the directions, you're supposed to just take the tail and fold it straight out. But as you can see, that doesn't work. This whole black piece here, according to the directions, is supposed to be inside the actual body, but it is not. It is sticking out, and there's no way for it to move or anywhere for it, any place for it to go. So it just kind of sticks out here and leaves the tail up. That's why I turn the tail like this, so that it looks more like a tail than anything else. The overall aesthetic is okay. And there are the directions right there. You can see right here that it's supposed to just fold up, but yeah, worky like that. Transformation into crane truck mode is pretty simple. Come to the back feet and fold those toes up, and then rotate the wheels forward. Come to the front feet and fold those feet up, and then rotate those back. Take the smokestack horns, point them straight up, take the tail, straighten that out, flip it around, and put it there, and pull out the boom arm, and flip out the little hook that is out here, and there is the crane truck mode. I kind of wish it, sat flat, but that works. It's not bad. It is definitely a cartoon dinosaur that transformed into a crane truck. So, that's something. Next up are the blue and green dinosaurs. We got this little, I guess, hadrosaur or maybe a parasaurolophus that is actually a pretty decent little dinosaur that turns into a construction vehicle. I quite like it. Eyes nice and big, and overall, it works. It definitely works. And then we have, I think this is supposed to be an ankylosaurus. I think. But, yeah, cute little dino. Green. Obviously turns into a bulldozer of some sort. Yeah, cute little dinosaur that is green. Blue and green, little dinosaurs. Ladies first, and both of these have essentially the same transformation, or very, very similar. Front legs, fold them up, and then rotate the treads up. Back legs, fold them up, and rotate the legs forward. And then take the head, turn it 360 degrees, and fold it up over the back. And then flip out this black piece that has no purpose whatsoever. I have no idea what it's for. And there's nothing in the instructions that says what it's for either. All right, there we have a little treaded bulldozer. For the other guy, virtually the same transformation. Take the front paws, fold them, and then fold them up. Rotate them back to form the treads. Take the legs and fold them up into the calves, flip them forward. Head turns around and flips over the back, and fold out that piece, and then push the steamroller down into place. And we have a steamroller that doesn't work so well because it doesn't reach the ground all that well. So we have a bulldozer and a steamroller. The bulldozer works, except you can't reach the ground really. And then then this works, except you can't reach the ground, really. Oh well, no biggie. And for the last two, we have the flying dino, which I had mistransformed in the beginning. I did not have the legs folded out correctly. That turns into a cement mixer. It works okay. There's a giant combining port hanging out under his head, but who cares? Just getting him standing upright is a little tricky. And then we have this nice young lady who is a stegosaurus and transforms into a dump truck. So we'll start with her for the transformation. it's exactly the same as the other two. Fold up, or the other three, fold up the legs, and then rotate them into place. Then open up the dump truck bed and fold in the tail, and that's it. Now, she does have a gimmick where you can lift the bed up and, dump it out. That does work, but getting it back lined up is a little bit tricky, but otherwise, it's a decent dump truck. And then this guy, again, fold the legs up into the calves, which, man, these are tight. Holy moly. Fold the feet down, fold that up, fold those guys up, collapse the head into the body, and then take the arms and fold them down and collapse them. And we're done. That is the cement mixer. Honestly, this makes me think he's like just curling up into a ball for the cement mixer, which does spin, which is neat. But yeah, little cement mixer, perfectly fine. Little dump truck, perfectly adequate. As construction vehicles, these Go-Go Dinos are fun. They're just fun little construction vehicles. They're nothing super. They're not the most wonderful things in the world, but they're fun. They're great. They're for kids. That's what it's meant for. And I forgot, on the blue one, you could fold that section out for his tail. Whoops, I missed that. All right, let's go ahead and combine them up. What, you didn't think they were going to combine? What kind of YouTuber do you think I am? Of course they're going to combine. We'll start with blue and green as they are going to form the legs. So grab each figure, come to the back, and fold out this black piece underneath each of them. So this black piece will fold out. Then fold the whatever the thing is they have there forward, and these will become the feet. And then reach behind and flip out the combiner port like that. And do that on both figures. And there's this little piece right here that folds out, but it doesn't do anything, so I don't know. And then fold these black pieces in and put the heads forward so you can have the knees staring at the bad guys. And we're done with the legs. Cement mixer and dump truck are next. First off, come underneath and then flip out the fists and fold them out. And then fold the combiner port so it's pointing straight down like that. This will form the figure's left arm. And then same thing for the dump truck. Fold the arm out like that. And make sure the combiner port is straight. And that's it. These are ready to go as well. And lastly, we have the crane truck, which is going to be kind of nifty. First, come to the front and fold this over the eyes. And then fold the horns up. Come to the crane hook, push it all the way down and fold up the hook. And then take the entire middle rear section and pop it off, flip it around and plug it in underneath. And then the tail will fold up and peg in underneath that. And then it's supposed to peg into this little section back here, like so. And then we come to the sides and fold out the arms. And when we do that, it automatically deploys the head. And here's the head deploying again. And now we have a torso ready for some limbs. So we'll grab green, and we've got to turn it to the side, but I like to combine it this way. It just makes it easier because, man, it requires a lot of force to peg these into place. Like way more than you think is necessary. And just be careful because if you push too hard, you are going to collapse the heel and you'll also hurt yourself. And then we get the arms, which are actually a lot harder than you might think because the ratchet or the connector ratchet in some of them, originally when I did it, were very loose and I had to manually tighten them. But here we have the construction combiner. Overall, the construction combiner is nifty, but not the most stable figure in the world. I'll get into that in a minute. I do like the look of it, and I absolutely love that head sculpt. I mean, it's just like super generic robot that works for me. Now, the figure does have light and sound gimmick, and it is located, or the switch is located underneath the head. So move it back, and there's a speaker right there. So we're going to try and get that going while I give you a 360-degree view. Oh, that. I don't think that's coming across on the camera, but that was so loud. Oh, and when it comes back around, look, it's got a clean back. It's got a very clean back, except for these pieces that hang out on the back of the thighs. They're not even in the directions, man. I don't know what they are. If anybody can translate what this thing is saying, I'd greatly appreciate it. I think it's in Chinese. I don't know. I don't speak another language. I'm sorry. I'm a dumb American. Posability for Brachiosaurus Rex here is okay. Head doesn't move at all. Shoulders move forward and back a little bit. There is a ratchet in those shoulders, but that's it. That's really the only posability to get for the arms. The legs can kick forward and back, and there is that bended... Sorry, I forgot to turn that off. Legs, as I was saying, can move forward and back, but you do have to be careful because the heels, these things, while ratcheted, are very loose. The ratchets just cannot withstand the weight of the figure. So if I put them back enough, yep, see, it just falls over. I do appreciate that they are ratcheted, though. They just need to be tighter. Overall, looks pretty cool. I actually really love the look of this thing. I think it's supposed to have come with a sword. I didn't get a sword. Because there's another version of this toy, or this character, that is a completely different toy that also merges into a giant cannon. And the sword splits in half and becomes like something that holds the handle to the rest of the set. So that's not weird or anything. In terms of size, we have Legacy, Silverbolt, and Cybertron Starscream, Siege Jetfire, this purple bot that I also got from AliExpress, Leader Megatron as I knock everything over, and everyone's favorite big purple lady in cruiser mode. Overall, this set is okay. It's not the greatest thing in the world, but it's fun. It's good enough. It's made for kids, like small kids. Though I think small kids are going to have trouble transforming it into not only the combined mode, but into the individual dino modes, because the actual joints and the ratchets, some of them are way too tight, and I really do feel like they're going to break. But there's nothing I can really do about that, so c'est la vie, I guess. All right, folks, let me know what you think of this combiner down in the comments. What do you think of the Go-Go Dino series? Now, remember, I did look at another Go-Go Dino set that I've already put in storage before I got this one, so I just can't do a size comparison. I think this set transforms better than that other set, but the other set was at least a little more interesting. Anywho, I've been Baltmatrix, asking you to like, comment, and subscribe. Share the video if you can. Thank you so much for watching. I'll catch you all next time.
This video review is made for adult collectors because even adults like dinosaurs.
Hello everybody, I am Baltmatrix, and today we are taking a look at Go-Go Dino Go-Go King. I picked this figure up, or this set of figures up, over at AliExpress. Now, I have turned my light off because, quite frankly, with the light on, it's a little bit too bright. And I've tried turning it down, and it doesn't seem to do it unless I turn it off. So we'll turn it back on here for the rest of the review. I just wanted to get a good look at the overall box that this comes with. It is 4 figures, and they all merge into a giant dino robot. And of course, they all have their own vehicles into dinosaur modes. So let's go ahead and open it up and take a look. I did want to show this off, though. This figure is in the bubble with actual legit zip ties. 4 of them. So you're going to need some scissors or a really good hefty pair of clippers to get this thing out. And here are the figures outside of their packaging. A word of warning, the directions suck. they just suck. So go off of pictures on the box and anything you could find online. Now, before I continue, I do want to give a little bit of a breakdown of the price of this. This set is going for $129 on Amazon right now. But I picked this up at AliExpress for like more than half of that. I think I got it for $50 total, shipped. So definitely a better price than what's on Amazon. We have the Tyrannosaurus Rocky, the Pterodactyl Ping, Triceratops Tomo, and Brontosaurus or Apatosaurus or Brachiosaurus Vicky. Vicky is obviously the girl of the group, and she's pink. The figure itself is fine. It could use a bit more paint, especially for the eyes. She just has a visor and then eyes underneath that are another shade of pink. I don't know how well that's coming up on camera, but it's okay. Then we have Tomo, the Triceratops. It very much feels like Power Rangers. It really does, except with feet. It has a very, very Power Rangers original MMPR feel. Ping, who I think is a bit of a bad toy, the directions are awful. I can never tell the right way to put his wings, but he has these tiny little clear plastic claws. So that's where they go in the front. So that means these bits are supposed to be facing forward, and then he has these wings that the directions say you're supposed to pop out, but I'm not showing anywhere online that says they're supposed to fold out like that. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, man. The mouths on the pterodactyl, the apatosaurus, the brontosaurus, and the triceratops do not open, but you can see that great big maw on the but you can see that great big open maw on the Tyrannosaurus. That is open. Posability on all of these is suspect. It's just suspect. There is a lot of nice ratcheting going on and some decent swivels and tightness in the joints, but they're this white nylon plastic is all the joints. So I worry for their longevity. But let's take a look at the Tyrannosaurus. And this is the biggest figure of the set because it forms the torso and the legs. And it's fine. It's got some posability, not a whole ton. And the mouth does open and close. There aren't any teeth in there. And it does have these little tiny little grabby hands. And it can bend on some very tight swivel or hinges for the feet. So, and it does ratchet in the legs, so there is that. But yeah, it's fine. Actually, you know what? I think I have it mistransformed. And I do. Yes, you should be able to. There we go. That's more of a Tyrannosaurus look that I'm going for. That's it. Okay, that's a little better. Yeah. All right. So, vehicle modes for all these. Vehicle modes. Yes, you heard that right. They all transform. To start with the pink, fold the front legs up and then flip in the front lower legs. Do the same thing for the back legs, like that. Flip them forward on, I'm sure you could hear that. Nice clicky ratchets. Then bring the head down like that. Flip up the legs, or flip up the tail, and these guns will be right here. Or you could just flip the head straight forward. Directions say to do that. That is what the directions say to do. The Triceratops is exactly the same kind of transformation, and this is where the Power Rangers feel comes into play. So fold those up, because you've got that original Triceratops down on tank treads feel, and then you flip up this cannon and extend it, and it's kind of like a drill mazer tank thing. But yeah, that works. Very Power Rangers-esque, as I said. The pterodactyl, pterodon, whatever, Pinot. Okay, close up the hands, close in the wings, push the head all the way down, straighten out the wings, then the wing ends will flip around 180 degrees, then everything will hinge down on the wings, tail goes up, head folds back and slides back and folds down. I had the head positioned wrong the whole time. And then the feet fold up underneath. And we have, it's supposed to be a plane. But, I mean, pterodactyl power. I mean, that's practically what we got here. It's a pterodactyl jet. Not very, Ow, what did I just hit? Not very not very original here on this one. Now, the Tyrannosaurus. This one is cool. This turns into a race car. So, start off by coming underneath and folding up the hands and then flipping up the front ends all the way like that. Close the mouth and slide the head in. Then take the legs and straighten them out. And take the feet and straighten them out and bring them up and around, and they will peg that peg into that slot. And it will go in. It's just a little tight. Do the same thing on the other side. Straighten out the leg, bring it up, and bring it, slide it forward, or slide it in a little bit, get it lined up, and it will go into place. Then we take the tail, then we take this top bit, flip it up and over, and it becomes the very front bumper of the vehicle. Then we take the tail, fold it up, and splay it out, and we've got a spoiler, and we have a Tyrannosaurus race car. Oh, this is so stupid. I love it. Well, I tried to give the green one a little lift using a flight stand. It didn't work, so you're just going to have to deal with that. But yeah, we got 3 little dinosaur vehicles, and they all work relatively well. We've got a Bronto tank, a Trike tank, a Tricera racer, and a Terrajet. Yeah, okay, let's go ahead and combine them. So the Terrajet is going to pretty much be the way it is, except we fold up this combiner port, and we take the wings, and we want to have them up, folded all the way around like this, like so, and then just put that up and leave that off to the side, and then come to the tanks, pull that out, flip the head up, and then slide the fist out from underneath, which, oh man, it is so hard. This is ridiculously hard to do. I actually had to loosen the screws on the Triceratops in order to be able to move the tank out, or move the fist out. And do the same thing, split it up, and fold that out. And if you're wondering, oh yes, and I forgot to fold out the connector, which I'm convinced is that pale white nylon plastic that just doesn't feel right. So this will be the figure's right arm. This will be the left arm. Now to the Tyrannosaurus. First, we unpeg the legs and flip them down like this. Do the same thing on the other side. Extend the legs as far as they will go. They will snap into place like that. Stand it up. Then bring the entire torso. Then take the backpack and just kind of fold that out and down. This is just to get it out of the way for right now. Take the front and flip that back. Grab the entire top and fold it forward like that. There's a little robot, there's a robot head up here. You fold up and turn around. Then take this bit and fold it all the way back, and it will snugly fit in the back like that. With the tail, move the tail out of the way. Then scissor the legs down until the crotch combines together, which sounds really weird when I say it out loud, but that is what we want to do. And then stand the figure up straight and push the tail down just a bit. So let's add some arms and legs. I'm just trying to get the dang thing to stand up normally. So right arm, peg in to that peg hole. Left arm, peg in like that. And just trying to get it to stand up. The ratchets in the hips aren't the best. And the directions say to point the weapons that are on the 2 arms up like that. I don't know about that. And then finally, combine the bird, the dino bird, like that. Ah, shoot. See, it's not exactly easy to get this pegged in here. And here we have Go-Go King in combined form. It looks pretty okay. I actually don't have a problem with it. The head sculpt is a little bit meh. It's not great, and it kind of looks like a pig or a or an orc of some sort, but it does work. The overall aesthetic is pretty good, but the figure itself is so insanely top-heavy. It's just way too heavy, especially for these ratchets and these legs. And there's a lot of play in those hip ratchets, more than I like. And if you look closely, you can see they're not perfectly perpendicular. I had to use an extra joint in the shin to ratchet it forward in order for it to get to stand correctly. Though there are quite a bit of bits of articulation. Head is on a swivel. There is a joint here that is slightly ratcheted in the shoulder. Then there's a swivel that is ratcheted. No bend of any sort for an elbow. The fists don't move. Then the ratchet's there and ratchets in the knees. So it does have posability, but the giant bird dino on the back makes the figure so top heavy, and it's already super wobbly that forget it. Just absolutely forget it. Okay, size comparisons. Origins Wheeljack, Legends Windcharger, Gamer Edition Optimus Prime, Tractor, Siege Jet Pants, and Oh My Primus Giant Optimus Prime. Hello, Giant Optimus Prime. Overall, this set is just okay. It's definitely not worth the asking price of around 50 to 60 bucks, and it's most certainly definitely not worth 120 or 129 that is on Amazon right now, so don't pay that. It is worth, maybe 30, maybe 40, because it is fun, and it is interesting, and it's different, but it's not anything I would go out and run out and get. Now, I do have another Go-Go Dino combiner coming that is just more vehicle modes, and it's a 5 combiner, so we'll see if that's any better than this. Alright folks, let me know what you think of this set down in the comments. Thank you so much for watching. As always, I have been Baltmatrix, and I will catch you all next time.
Hello everybody, I am Baltmatrix, and today we are taking a look at the 1/144 Law Gundam, specifically the new entry grade line. This series of figures does not require any glue, any snippers, and is color-coded, and what you end up with after about a half hour is a really nice little mobile suit. The Law Gundam comes in at about 4.5 inches, and the posability and the overall feel of the plastic is quite good. It's not perfect, but it's quite good. And 144 scale is roughly HGUG scale, or high grade scale. It's pretty nice, and it's cheap. Like this set was very cheap. And as I said, it took about a half hour to put it together without parts. I did it myself. My son was not interested, unfortunately. The colors we have, well, obviously it's based off the RX 78-2 Gundam, and what we end up with is pretty darn good. I love the color. The red, the white, the charcoal, and the black and yellow work well. Comes with the standard shield. We've got a shield up there. It's a little bit more customized. And then the everyday cannon or pulse beam rifle that every Gundam of this sort comes with. Then it comes with a couple of different weapons, or I should say a different weapon. That's these poles on the back. And it also comes with a different backpack. So you could have 2 different backpacks. This one, which holds the third weapon, and then a regular Gundam backpack that has beam sabers. This backpack is easily removed. You're just going to have to wiggle it back and forth, and it pops right off, and then we can attach the other one. And that other backpack looks like that. And both backpacks have a hole on the back for storing the shield, like so. Though that does get in the way of the thrusters, so you could turn it off to the side. And yeah, it's definitely a Gundam. Like, this could not be more Gundam-esque than anything else. But it was a joy to put together. Super easy to put together, and came off the runners with no real problems. I think I only had to break out clippers actually twice. It was only twice because the pieces were just too tiny for my big fat man fingers. But the figure we end up with is very good. Head is on a ball joint, or actually a double set of joints. So there is a ball joint in the head and a ball joint in the neck for lots of range of motion. Shoulders are on hinges and swivels, and the shoulder pads have a tendency to pop off very easily on my figure. Swivel at the upper arm, and then well over 90-degree bend at the elbow. Fists are on ball joints. Torso articulation is present. There is supposed to be a bit of an ab crunch, but It's not a huge ab crunch. Oh, no, I take that back. Yes, I was just posing it wrong. It is a big ab crunch. Look at that. Look at that ab crunch. He's going to get abs of steel unless I pop it off. And there's the ball joint. Or polycap joint, I should say. They're not ball joints. They are polycap joints. So, yeah. And then the skirts can flip up a bit. That is the biggest problem I have with the articulation of the figure, is actually the front skirts don't lift up that far, and neither do the rear skirts, and neither do the side skirts. They just pop off. So you can't get as good a posability or posing as you would want, and you can't pop these skirts off because they're connected to the crotch, which is such a shame. I wonder, can I lift it up on the polycap joint and then get some more posability out of that? So if I move the skirts like that, yeah, that gives me a little bit more movement, but it looks really weird. That just looks silly. But yeah, you can futz it a little bit by moving the polycap joint in the abs. So that does work. Legs are on swivels as well over 90-degree bend at the knee, and then the feet are very articulated forward and back, and they have some good side-to-side range as well because of the polycap joints. Overall, posability-wise, excellent. It's great. And it's a nice little Gundam. It's a nice little redo of the RX-78-2. The beam rifle is just one solid piece. It's not two pieces, but there is something unique in the fact that its scope, well, I mean, it does turn, but the scope is for this unit, and that can be replaced with this scope for a more classic look. And that does work. I do wish there was something I could plug in there, though, to make it green like it is in the show. Oh well. One thing that really stinks about this unit is that it doesn't actually come with any beam sabers. It comes with the holders, like the grips, but it doesn't come with the actual beam saber parts themselves. The only beam weapon is part of the beam naginata, which is made from these two bits. These, no beams. I have to buy the beams separately, which is really stupid. The beam naginata splits into two pieces. You've got a trident on one end, and then you've got the actual naginata on the other end, and that just has this beam component slid into it that works really well, and it looks cool. I think that looks great. I would have loved if there was actually a beam component to the trident part, but no dice. But then you could just combine these two together, which is very nice. I love this little bit. Just snap them together, and you got yourself a full beam naginata. And that, oh, I love this thing so much. Getting the figure to pose the way I want to is a bit of a challenge with the naginata, but it is possible, and it does work. And I really do like it quite a bit. I love the little beam naginata. I wish there were more weapons and more beam accessories that were in the box, but there just aren't. But this pulls a lot of weight. It really does, and it looks so nice. In terms of size, Legacy Animated Bumblebee, Legacy Rock Dude, Studio Series Scorponok, Legacy Animated Optimus Prime, and Legacy Core Class Tasmanian Kid. So as you saw, this 144 entry grade unit fits in with current deluxe class figures. I really dig this figure. I'm really looking forward to building other figures in the line. I've got two others. I've shown them off in previous videos, and I just haven't had a chance to get to them yet. But this thing's a lot of fun. This thing's just a ton of fun. It came together quickly and easily without a lot of fuss. I think the next time I build one of these, though, I am going to cut them from the parts from the runner using a God Hands clipper that I just got a hold of and some emery boards that I just got a hold of as well. But that won't be for at least another couple of weeks because I've got other things that I'm got on my mind and got to get through. So I finally have gotten a hold of all the shoe gods from King Oger, so expect that mammoth review at some point. That's going to take a lot of work. So folks, let me know what you think of the Law Gundam down in the comments. Thank you all for watching. I have been Baltmatrix, and I will catch you all next time. Oh, and follow the link down in the description so you can watch the 3 episodes that this figure comes from. As I said, thank you all for watching, and have a great day. What's going on, everybody? Baltmatrix here, and today we are taking a look at 2 very random figures that I got a hold of via sirtoys.com.
It's been a while since I opened the last box that I got from them. The first figure we have today is this thing. It is the LDX Bone Racer. And you could find this actually, or a version of this, on eBay and Amazon. It's incredibly well detailed. I love the molding. You've got the bone structure and everything. Even the wheels that it comes with have little bones on them. Now, this figure, and then you're supposed to push a button, but I can't remember. Oh, that's right. You push the button, push the little arms forward or pull them back. Sorry. All right, there we go. Oh no! Oh, come back here. After the front wheel has been shot, you can then use the back wheel. Ah! It's coming right for us. All right, now that we've shot the front and the back, this is the correct way you're supposed to do it. You're supposed to turn it to the side and then launch it. There it goes. And there it goes. Ah! And then you could do it on the back. Uh-oh. It doesn't matter which side the wheel is on, it does work-ish. And if you... It doesn't work real well like that, but it does do it. It just doesn't do it well. This is weird. This is really weird. Here is the instruction manual that it comes with. You've got, well, it's kind of like a Beyblade thing where you rev them up and then you launch the wheels into an arena. You've got multiple different vehicles. I like the bone one, and the other one I really like is this black and white one that looks like an orca. That's very cool. And you've got all these different wheels styles. It's cool. It's not Beyblade. I mean, I think Beyblade is a little bit more interesting, but still, this thing's pretty neat and it's hefty. I mean, it's heavy. And to give you guys an idea on the size of the thing, here is a Galvatron, and here it is next to Galvatron in tank mode. I mean, it's not tiny. Now, the other thing that I got in this set was this dinosaur transforming thing. Oh, those dead eyes. Those dead eyes are horrifying, actually. It's a pretty big little dinosaur. I mean, it's roughly the same size as Grimlock. No, I'm not pulling Grimlock out of my display case and transforming him. And it's also pretty big. I mean, it's the same size as a leader class transformer currently. So Dino mode is pretty tall. Transformation for this little nightmare fuel dude is insanely simple. First, reach into the back and split the tail in half, and then pull that up and out of the way like that. Then take the legs, push the front or the bottom part of the legs forward, and then swing the entire leg sections all the way down. Take the little dino arms, and flip them out. And I like to just kind of put them down as far as they will go. Then reach into the belly, unpeg the robot arms, and flip them around. And then split the head as best you can. And you can use a spudger, you can use your fingers. Oh, I forgot to mention, this thing is incredibly well textured, too. So it actually feels pretty funny in the hand. Split the head open and then move the head back. And there we go. We have transformed our little friend here. Oh, and he also comes with 2 katanas. This is such a weird toy. It's just odd. It's not bad. It's just very strange. As you can see, it is very much a knockoff. And I'm fine with that, but you've got the tail sticking out the back there. It does have some posability, which is kind of funny. Like, in terms of posability, you can... I mean, there's a ball joint in the arm, there's a ball joint in the elbow. Head does swivel side to side. And then the legs can kick forward and back, and there is knee articulation. There is a little bit of ball joint movement in the feet. So, oh, no real in and out though. So, I mean, you can give it some poses. They're not going to be the most dynamic thing in the world, but you can give him or give it poses. So that is something there. Let me see if I can move his foot in such a way that I can get him to actually, yeah, there, action pose. There we go. Give him an action pose. That does work, kinda. And just so you know, no, there is nowhere to store the katanas or the swords in Dino mode. Believe me, I have tried. The only thing you could do is give him the swords to hold when it's in the dinosaur mode. This is just a funny set of figures that I found in a box from SirToys.com. Thanks, SirToys, for sending them. They are just absolutely silly, and I kind of love them. So, folks, let me know what you think of these things down in the comments. Thanks for watching. I've been Baltmatrix. I'll catch you all next time.
Hello everybody, I am Baltmatrix, and today we're taking a look at Transformers Legacy Voyager Class Optimus Prime from Transformers Animated. We've got other animated figures here. We've got Deluxe Bumblebee, Deluxe Prowl, and then we've got Bulkhead. Needless to say, Prime is a chunky boy. The coloring on the figure works well. We've got the animated color scheme, even if the colors are a little bit more muted than they are in the show. Head sculpt is pretty good, but it's not exactly the animated character. The overall aesthetic of the figure is not bad, but it feels like Uncanny Valley, let's put it that way. It's obviously modeled after animated Optimus, but it's not actually animated Optimus, even though that's what they say it's supposed to be. It feels off. It just feels off. Posability for the figure. Head is on a ball joint and can look up a little bit. It can look down. I just had the chin in the way before. Shoulders swivel, and then a hinge joint, and then there's a swivel at the upper arm, double bend at the elbow. Fists do articulate. Fists do not open and close. Torso swivel is present, and then the figure can kick forward and can kick back very far, can almost do the splits. There is a thigh swivel, though it's really tight when compared to the actual hip swivel. Bend at the knee is well over 90 degrees, and there is an ankle rocker for the foot. Optimus comes with one accessory, and that is his big axe. It's really big. It is a very big axe. It's very well painted, and I do like the overall look of it. It does extend, as you can see, and it does collapse, and there is the little rocket nozzle on the back, so you can attach a blast effect gimmick. You can attach a blast effect to it, so that does work, and I do like that because, well, he did have a rocket-powered axe in the show. And the axe can be mounted on his back when not in use. The figure is highly posable, as you saw, but the one big problem I have with it, no heels. Virtually none. He has a tendency to fall over, which you've already seen. And I really hate trying to pose him because every time I do, he just falls over. Yeah, that sucks. There is a peg hole in the keister for a figure stand, which does allow for posing, but the figure's heavy and all my figure stands can't hold the weight of the figure up. Though he can ride a T-Rex with no problems, even if it does make the T-Rex look a little tiny. Though oddly enough, he fits in the Decepticon throne perfectly, which is going to be nice when the Motormaster repaint comes out later this year. Alright, transformation time. To start off with, come to the fists and push the fists out and flip them up into the forearms like that. So, open the fist, flip the fist in, close that up, and then take the arms and fold them up, and there are these little pegs on the forearms that will snap into that. It's not really a peg hole, it's more of a gap in the swivel for air to get out. Then turn the arms up so that they're pointing up, and then flip them out like that. Take the chest, pull the chest away from the figure like that. Come to the backpack, and pull the backpack up and away like that. Reach underneath the shoulders and push the whole tummy section back. That will then allow the little wheels to unpeg and flip out. Then we could take the shoulders and fold them up like that, and fold that up like that, and then bring the front of the truck mode in and snap it into place. And there are little slots here on the side of the shoulders that will snap that into place. Then bring the roof up and bring that up and snap that into place and get everything smushed together nice and neat. Take the entire tummy section, turn it around 180 degrees, fold it up, and these little pegs will peg in to the back of the wheels. Then we can bring the wheels down and snap them into place. And every time I do it, every time I bring the wheels down, no matter if I've got the whole thing transformed or not, it pops something off. Fold the feet down and pull them out and away. Now with the feet toned down, come to the outside of each leg and pull this entire section out and straighten it out and try not to pop things off. They go right back on. And then hinge the door up, and there's a little slot that will peg into that peg, or to that peg. And just get all of that lined up into place. So we can combine the rear of the vehicle modes together. Open that up. Flip that up. Peg that into place, and it's supposed to peg in better. Then fold the feet up, and they will peg in to those little peg holes. And that's it. And that's just the way this whole figure feels. It feels close, but just not quite right. It's not bad. It's not broken. It's mildly flawed in some respects, but it's not bad. It just doesn't feel quite right, if that makes any sense. It's so weird. All of the animated style figures are so close to being, well, except Bulkhead. Bulkhead, that definitely doesn't feel like that's supposed to be Bulkhead. But all the others feel very, very close to what they're emulating, but they're not quite there. It's just odd. And it's kind of disconcerting. It really is. Oh, one thing when we get back to the transformation, or when we transform back into robot mode, you want to line up this little peg hole with that peg. So you just want to get it lined up, bring that shoulder down, and peg it into place. It's actually kind of hard to do, but you can do it by feel. But it is a bit finicky. It is a bit finicky, not gonna lie. And bring that down. And I don't want to harp on it too much. I really don't. But again, it just doesn't feel right. This is a very weird version of animated Optimus Prime. Yes, it is animated Optimus Prime, but it's just off enough. Again, we've got that uncanny valley feel. It's close, but it's not exact. Rolls with no problem. Axe can be mounted on the back, even though it looks absolutely ridiculous. That looks terrible. So I normally just leave the axe off. It's not bad. It really isn't. And I wonder if there were going to get like a third party. Actually, I think there is a third party trailer set in development, maybe from DNA Designs. I don't remember. Overall, the alt mode, it's close. It's very, very close to animated Optimus Prime, but it's not exact. Overall, this version of animated Optimus Prime is okay. It's not perfect. It's not even great. In all honesty, this mold feels like it would work much better for Motormaster, which I'm glad we're getting. They are repainting this figure as Motormaster with a new head that is the animated Motormaster head. That is perfect. That is exactly what I want. I would love to have on my shelf the Voyager version of this character from the original show, and then that Motormaster version. Very similar, but they're not exactly the same, which is cool. Overall, would I recommend it? Only pick it up if you're an absolute fan of animated. Otherwise, wait for it to go on sale and then pick it up for cheap if you want it. All right, folks, let me know what you think of animated Optimus Prime down in the comments. Thank you all for watching. I have been Baltmatrix, and I hope you all have a wonderful day. What's going on, everybody? Baltmatrix here, and today we're taking a look at Transformers United Deluxe Class Rescue Bots Chase. This figure was purchased at the Hasbro Pulse, and the immediate reaction I got when I got this figure was one of meh. I don't like this figure. I don't like this figure at all. And honestly, I don't know why. Head sculpt is quite good and definitely looks like Chase from the show, though filtered through the Legacy toy line, not exactly the way I want him to be, but it's good enough. It'll work. The overall robot mode is unoffensive. I don't really have a problem with the look of the robot mode, except for the back. I cannot stand these wings. They get in the way and they actively prevent him from moving his arms around. And then the other thing that I really don't like is look at how much empty space there is in that torso. From the front, it's fine. As soon as you turn it to the side, though, it's not that great. And immediately, as soon as this figure came out, everyone and their uncle was saying it's going to be retooled into animated cliff jumper, and they were right. Chase comes with a couple of accessories, the first of which are these two different color floodlights, red and blue. They can be mounted on any port that is open on the body. And then this capture claw, which comes in 3 pieces. We've got these 2 claw bits and then the claw body. Unfortunately, because of the nature of the combining of the claw doesn't open and close. It's completely static, which sucks. But it can be mounted on either hand for claw grabbing action. Posability is pretty much standard for the line. Head is on a ball joint, can look up and down, swivel side to side. Shoulders are on these hinges for the transformation, and they can go almost all the way around, but they hit the backpack kibble. Swivel is present just above the elbow. Elbow bends at 90 degrees. Fists do not articulate. Torso swivel is present. Legs can get forward over 90 degrees and can kick back at about, I'd say maybe 70 degrees, because it runs into his butt flap, which isn't really so much a flap as just a hard piece of plastic. Leg can kick out at 90 degrees. Thigh swivel, bend at the knees just over 90 degrees. And then there is an ankle rocker in the foot, and it goes all the way out to the side because of the transformation, and there is no play forward and backwards. There is a peg hole in the keister for a stand, though really why? I'm glad it's there, but it's kind of unnecessary. Chase can pull off some okay poses, but it's not my favorite figure to pose. Those wings on the back just get in the way of the arms and the elbows, and the overall feel of the figure while posing it is just boredom. I am bored by this toy. The transformation for the figure starts with coming to the chest and opening up this panel in the front of the chest. Grab the entire chest, flip it up, and as you're coming up over the head, close the panel so you can fit that panel underneath the light bars. Then take the arms and bring them up like this. Come down to the legs and fold up the toes. Grab the lower leg and pull it out and away from the rest of the leg, and then open up this side of the leg like that, and then flip up the toe into this panel, and we've got the beginnings of the front of the car mode. And fold the light down. So another way to do it is come to the wheel, pull the wheel away from the side, pull the entire leg down, fold the heels up, flip the foot up until it pegs into place, and then fold that light bar down. And then we got ourselves something that looks real weird. So what we're going to do is peg these 2 in together, and then peg the front of the vehicle mode in together. And there we have no, we're not done yet. Now that we've got everything straightened out, we take the upper torso and fold it down, and then we'll tuck the front of the chest underneath the bonnet or the hood of the car mode and push the whole thing down. Then take the arms and hinge them back, and they will snap into place, and then we can close those stupid wing panels, which, even if you have everything lined up correctly, still are a royal pain in the butt to get hinged down into place. Even if everything else is perfectly fine, I really hate this part of the transformation. To get these pegged into place, what I normally do is, instead of just forcing it, I'll push the arm out a little bit to give the hook space to latch in. And there we have the muscle car mode. And as muscle cars go, this is pretty good. It's very reminiscent of the unmarked cars that I see here in Maryland as a police car transformer. Wheels are fine. They roll. I do appreciate the fact that they gave it, well, not real hubcaps, but the hubs are at least they're at least more unique than these kind of hubs. I do appreciate that. The car mode itself is fine. The transformation is a bit annoying, but it's not awful. But I don't know what it is about this figure that I just don't like it. The figure does have some ports on the sides, on the door, and on the rear wheel arch for both sides, so you could plug in weapons, or in his case, you can plug in the flood lamps. Doesn't matter where they go. I think they're real stupid. They just don't look very good, but you can plug them in. And then the claw is meant to be pegged into the back, like that. That just looks stupid. So at the end of the day, the car mode is fine. It's just fine. Even if this mold, or even though this mold is getting repainted into TF Prime Cliff Jumper, I don't really care. I think the problem with this mold for me is it's just boring. The most interesting thing about it is its transformation, but otherwise, the whole figure is just dull. It's just dull to me. Now, you may feel completely differently, and that is perfectly okay. I am not you, and I do not possess do not have the same opinions as you, and vice versa. You don't have the same opinions as me. If we were getting all of the rescue bots in this toy line, I think I would be more forgiving. But we only have Chase, and I don't believe we have any announcements that any more rescue bots are coming, which is a shame, because we've already got some helicopters that would work really well for Blades. Maybe. Overall, I'm bored. I'm just bored with it. It's not that much fun. Oh, and I didn't even talk about the weird paint matching going on with the legs. Like, what's going on there? Seriously, we got 2 different shades of blue happening there. I have been struggling for months to figure out what is wrong with this figure in my eyes. And I think it's boring. It's not a fun figure. And Rescue Bots isn't a show that I'm particularly nostalgic for or particularly care about. It was good, but I really feel like Chase and the other Rescue Bots deserve better figures than this. I don't think this mold is or was designed as Chase to begin with. I think it started life as Cliff Jumper, and then they're shoehorning Chase into it. Which, okay, fine, whatever. So folks, let me know if I'm crazy or off my rocker down in the comments. Thank you so much for watching. I have been Baltmatrix, and I will catch you next time. Hello everybody, I am Baltmatrix, and today we are taking a look at Tidal Wave. This is the Titan that I have been looking forward to for years. Tidal Wave, the original figure, is one of my all-time favorite Transformer toys. And this one definitely is an upgrade, at least in size. Functionality is a little bit better. There is a base mode as opposed to the original figure, which did not have a base mode. And, well, these things are just so much bigger. Though the transformation into Dark Fleet mode, or Giant Spaceship mode, is a little different. A quick size comparison when compared to some Leader Class and Commander Class figures, you could see that Tidal Wave's individual little robots, or individual parts, are just massive. I mean, they're bigger than the Commander Class figures. Well, at least these 2 Commander Class figures. It's definitely bigger than that Leader Class Armada Megatron. I think a better comparison is Commander Class Skylynx. Each one of the components are roughly the same length as the shuttle mode. Definitely wider, or at least bulkier, but I would say
yeah, they're wider, or some of them are wider and some of them are about the same width. This set's big in vehicle mode. It's just big. Let's take a look at each piece individually. First, we'll start off with the aircraft carrier, and it's a little bit different than the original tidal wave figure. Instead of the hands kind of forming a bow, you've got this open part, which is a blaster in the front, which I actually do like. The overall look is good, and I forgot to fold that piece out. Yeah, it's definitely an aircraft carrier. I'm not too thrilled about this giant gaping hole on the side, but who cares? It's not that big a deal. Yeah, aircraft carrier is very cool. It's also really big, and I kind of want a Commander class broadside to be about the same size as this. That would be cool. Next, we're going to take a look at the hovercraft, and this is where I really have a problem with the set, because just lifting it up, the set does not hold together that well. Or these two pieces do not hold together that well. Good amount of force is required to push them together, but as soon as if I just put it down... Oh, it's not doing it now, because of course, like when I put it down yesterday on this review table, it just kept splitting apart. These are not very strong connectors, which is a shame. I really, really wish those clips were stronger. Damn it. See what I mean? As soon as you pick up the figure, it just starts to fall apart, and that sucks. That's my only complaint of this set, is just the hovercraft will not stay together no matter what you do. And finally, my favorite part of the set is the submarine. Oh, this is so good. This is so good. I love this. It's so nice. It's so big. It's just a big chunky boat. And it's got cannons that are separate when you get the thing out of the box. All of these little missile launchers and these cannons are in little packs. And then you can lock the cannons into place by these little nubs right where my finger is. And that goes there. And they can lock into place pointing forward. All of them can. But then if you just lift them up a little bit, you can move them around 360 degrees. And then the actual turrets themselves lift up and down to I'd say that's about 80 degrees. Oh, I love it so much. I really, really like this one. Now, all of these do have little things underneath or inside, and that has to do with the combination for Megatron, which we'll talk about later. One word of warning, this thing doesn't peg in all that tight, and it does have a tendency to fall out, especially if you kind of drop the thing or put it down a little bit too tight or a little too hard. It does fall out. Not a huge deal. Just put it right back in. All right, let's go ahead and get it merged up into the battleship mode that is iconic for this character. Now, one word of warning, the figure does not transform into this mode in the same way that the original figure does, and you can't go from the combined boat mode right into the robot mode. You just can't. That is a point off in my book, but it's not the end of the world. So, to start off with, grab your little battleship or aircraft carrier and don't do anything to it, it's fine. Then grab the submarine and take the front of the submarine and open that up, split it out like that. And yes, there are some really crazy ratchets in this set. You might hear it through the transformation. Then what we're going to do is take the boat, and there's an opening right here at the back of the boat, and shove that in over top the giant robot head. Yes, that is a giant robot head. And then close these pontoons up, and there are little clips on the sides of the pontoons here and here, which will peg into right there on the battleship, or on the, I keep calling this a battleship, it's an aircraft carrier. And if you heard that sound of plastic rummaging around, that's because this thing fell out. So to do this, I'm going to just grab that, put that in, and then work on getting this pegged into place. And it is a little bit harder to do than you might think. So I normally start off with one side, peg it in there, and then just kind of work it using the ratchets and try to get it worked into place.
And sometimes it works just fine. Other times I have to curse and really use some strength in order to get it to move. So we just got to get that lined, this one lined up as well. There we go. There, got it pegged in. There we go. So we have the first part done. Now we'll just turn this whole thing around and take this guy and pop it apart. Now, to get these pegged in, first we reach inside and flip out these connectors. Do that on both sides. And then connect the pontoon hovercraft section to a couple of points. Right here, the piece we just flipped out, that piece will get pegged in there. And then the very, very tip of the pontoon on-ramp will get pegged into a slot that is on the back, right there. I don't know how well that's coming out on camera. And I found that you can either push this in first and get it lined up, or I like to line everything up first and then just kind of shove it in. It's one word of warning when getting this all hooked up together. You need to make sure these pontoons are pushed down or backwards far enough. And that was a problem I was running into just off camera. I couldn't get this thing to line up correctly. And I found out that I didn't have these transformed. I was off by one click in the ratchet. So just one click can mess everything up for you. And just gotta get that pegged in. Everything lined up. And there we go. I absolutely adore this combination. This is probably my favorite Titan in terms of alt mode, hands down. It has I am over the moon with this thing. This is exactly what I wanted from a Titan class tidal wave. It's absolutely massive. The thing is 22 inches long. 22 inches long! That's a big boat! I mean, look at the size of this thing. It's up to the top of Omega Supreme's tracks and is just about up to the antennas on Scorponok. And for those wondering, no, I have not figured out a way to put blast effects on the back of this thing. The holes are just too small. Before we move on, let's go ahead and get out the little bits that we combined with Armada Megatron. To start off with, come to the arms and take these little light sections, I guess, and pull them up and away from the figure, and then we could grab the entire front of the flight deck and unpeg it and pull it up and away from the body. Take these sections, flip them out, and then we just take the front of the boat section and put it off to the side. Come to the hovercraft, turn them upside down, and unpeg the wings, like that. And then come to the top and open up the top, and there is this section right here that we pull out on both sides. Do that on both of them, and then put the hovercraft off to the side. Then take the two hovercraft bits, combine them, and then take the flat sections, and then, probably have that backwards, put them on top. The directions, I think I have them reversed. I think the directions have the pointy bits facing the other way. But there's the hovercraft. That and that. Then finally, we come to the bottom and just whack the bottom and pull out the little ship and fold it around like this. Just got to get it snapped into place. There we go. I have not had this Leader Megatron figure long, but man, it has not held up that well. Most of the joints are all super loose, especially in the shoulders and in the knees and the hinges for the hips. Nothing is holding up well on this guy. And don't even get me started on those stupid antennae. They still fall out, even after Gorilla Gluing them into place. So to start off with, we're going to take Megatron and transform him into the combined mode. We just need to get the hips turned around and then get the torso turned around. Come on, move. Okay, that joint is very tight.
And then point the barrel forward. Point that stupid missile launcher that falls off all the time forward, like that. All right, he's ready to go. So, first off, come to the hovercraft and unpeg some shoes and put them onto the bottom of Megatron. Like that. All right. Next, grab the submarine and reach underneath and pull out this connector port and come to the battleship and do the same thing. And I did forget one thing when I pulled this apart. What you're supposed to do is pull this apart and then flip these sections around. And combine those back up. All right, so the pegs on both of these are good to go. All right, for the hovercraft, turn it upside down, reach underneath and pull out these pegs, split the unit apart, fold out these gray pieces on the inside, and flip out that central peg. There's a nice little divot here where you can get your finger in. Combine them up. Come to the back of Megatron, and these 3 pegs will peg in here, here, and here. And this is actually a little bit on the tricky side. You just have to make sure everything's lined up. You can get the shoulders in the correct places. I have found that the shoulders don't always go in the right spots, but just push them down and you should be able to get them in there. And the pegs are actually pretty hard to push in. But once you get it, that is what it's supposed to look like. And then the directions have you taking the submarine and the aircraft carrier and pegging them in to the shoulders, which is not the way the original figure was. They attached to the forearms, which you can do here. You can actually unpeg them and then just peg them into the forearms. But I have found that pegging them into the shoulders actually makes the figure hold together a little better, because the weight of the individual pieces is not on the arms, but rather on the shoulders, which are now, for the most part, locked into place. The only posability he's got is his turret, the individual pieces, and then his shoulder arms, which can move forward and back, and then the elbows, obviously. So I don't think that looks bad. It's not exactly what I wanted, but it works, and the fact that they included it at all is really nice. In fact, I was really wondering if they were going to make like these pieces actually transform into a mini tidal wave. That would have been cool. I have a feeling the third parties are going to take that idea and run with it. Just turn these into their own mini tidal waves. That would be cool. All right, we're going to put these back where they belong on the big boys. So the middle section just goes on like that. Oop, I forgot to fold that up. There we go. And then the aircraft carrier bits will drop down into place. First, we have to combine them. And then drop them down into place. And then grab these guys, and this is the part that I had a lot of trouble with the other night, is getting these back in. And nope, I don't think I have it. Am I doing this right? I think I am. There we go. There. All right. Let's go ahead and combine him into the tidal wave robot mode. All right, we're going to go ahead and get into the robot mode. First, come down to the hovercraft, split it apart, which it'll do on its own. Open up the top, and then flip out part of the leg. Close that back up, fold that up, fold the ramp up, and fold out the heel. So we have a lower leg, and just repeat the process on the other side. Yeah, can you hear the ratchet joints? Oh, so good. And then we can fold up the little wings. All right, put those off to the side. Grab the aircraft carrier. Fold that piece down, and then fold the tower down. Snap it into place. Grab the back areas and flip out the connector bars. and then split the thing in half, stand it up, and then turn it so that the actual elbow joint is bent and pointing in the direction where it can, bend normally. And then do the same thing on the other one. All right, we got the arms. And now for the torso. Come to the back of the submarine and fold out the upper legs. Grab the entire middle section and pull it away from the body and turn it around 180 degrees and then fold it back down and snap it into place. And come up to the pontoons, flip them around, and they will peg and snap into place in these two. And just getting that lined up. All right, putting on the legs, slide them from the outside. And then for the arms, just peg them into place. I'm so freaking happy. The robot mode we end up with is perfect. I have no complaints. It looks exactly what I wanted to have him look like. And for the first time in the US, we have a properly colored tidal wave. Head sculpt is amazing. I love this head sculpt. It's big, it's chunky, it's doofy, it's exactly... I mean, it's perfect. As a Titan class figure, it's appropriately large. I mean, that is leader class Armada Megatron, and it comes up to his knees. Yeah, it's a big boy, and I'm so happy. And for the most part, the back is very clean, which is great. And I mean, yeah, you've got that mini piece of him hanging out in the back. I'm fine with that. Posability on Tidal Wave is really good, especially for a figure of this size. Head is on a swivel, and it could do 360, and then it can also unpeg and look up all the way. Yeah, you have a little gap there in the neck. I'm fine with that. Shoulders are ratcheted, and they come in and out, and they're super tight. They do 360. They're so tight, I'm worried they're going to break. Elbows, super ratchety, do over 90 degrees, and then they have side-to-side swivel. And then each individual hand is posable. You've got open and close, and then the fists do, or the actual thumb has a double joint, so the whole thing spins, and then the individual thumb itself spins. And this is specifically so you could detach this section, which we'll do so you can see. And then once it's detached, you can turn it so that it acts more like a pincer than an actual hand, which is really cool. And I just love the fact that they gave him cannons in his palms. Now you might think at this size class he's got no torso articulation, but you'd be wrong. So his front skirt and his back armor skirts lift up and out of the way so you can turn the thing. And it will do 360 degrees. Legs are posable as well. We've got a forward kick and a backward kick, and I have to be very careful because I've already pinched my hands really badly already. Then it can do the splits. Then there's a thigh swivel up here. Bend at the knee is 90 degrees. And his feet also are on ratcheted ankle rocks. I dare say this is the most posable Titan figure. And I don't mean that the other ones are lacking in joints. No, they aren't. But this one is the perfect balance, and it has all of its joints being super, super tight. Every pose I put this thing in, it looks amazing. In the course of filming this review, I have discovered one issue, and that has to do with the actual hinge right here inside the armpit. Not this big one, but this little tiny one. That ratchet is not exactly the strongest ratchet in the world. So just be aware of that. Now, the one last thing that we're going to do today is show the base mode. Tidal Wave has a base mode, and that sure is a Transformers base mode. It's literally just the figure folding down or falling on his back and then kind of converting into a base. I did neglect to show that there is an extra joint here.
in the robot mode, you can utilize it, but be careful if you do. It does click into place when it's straight and when it's in this pose. This base mode is fine. It's just as good as any of the other base modes. Tidal Wave is my favorite Titan, and I feel that it's the first Titan that really delivers on what I want from this line. Now, I'm not saying that any of the other Titans are bad figures. I just don't have the same reverence for the other characters that I do as with Tidal Wave. Tidal Wave was my favorite Armada figure. No, he wasn't the best character on the show, but as a toy, he was a cut above the rest. This is the best figure of Tidal Wave we've ever gotten, and that list of figures is pretty low. At the end of the day, I have to answer the question of, is it worth it? Yes. Yes, it is worth it. Of all the Titans out there, I think this is the most appropriate Titan out there, and as I've said, it's by far my favorite. I love this figure. I am so glad I was able to get it, even though Hasbro Pulse seemed to have canceled my pre-order, which doesn't make any sense. Anywho, folks, let me know what you think of Tidal Wave down in the comments. Thank you all for watching. I have been Baltmatrix, and I will catch you all next time.
What's going on, everybody? Baltmatrix here, and today we're taking a look at Wave 1 core class of Transformers United. We have Tasmanian Kid, Boulder Crash, and Transformers Energon Megatron. We are starting out this review in alternate mode because that's where I want to start it. I've recorded this review about 6 times already, and I'm sick of transforming these things. We're going to start off with Tasmanian Kid today, and in terms of accuracy, I could not tell you if this is accurate to a Tasmanian Devil. The paint on the teeth, I really do appreciate being bright white, the eyes of having baby blues, and the overall coloring of the figure works well. It's just weird looking, and I don't know if that's actually legit to a Tasmanian Devil, and I know Tasmanian Devils are fearsome little critters. Like, they are nasty little buggers, but this guy, it looks fine. Though, I mean, it's obvious that there's something underneath. But, yeah, as a alt mode, it's fine. Except for the head. And this spot right here is what I'm talking about. This little toupee thing going on with the head. I get why it's like that. The transformation to robot mode really wouldn't work all that well if this flap was attached to the sides of the head, because then you'd have just this crease going down the front, but it doesn't work, and it looks like it's about to pop open and spew brains out, or an even tinier figure is going to pop out of his head and shoot you. I just don't like that panel lining. And if you try to futz with it and get it closed on one side, the other side, the gap gets bigger, so it's a no-win scenario. Alright, transformation time. To start off with, pull the tail off the figure. And this will become the gun. You could see that the gun is, well, gun-shaped. Yeah. Okay, transformation. I like to first come down to the back of the legs and push them forward to unpeg them from these pegs that you see right here and here. Then grab it and split it open like you're filleting a fish. And then grab the entire back and pull it away from the figure like that. And then take the rear legs, point them straight out, grab the head and split it in half, and then pull the legs of the robot mode out and bring them forward. And then the rear legs of the beast mode, flip them up and peg them into the robot mode shoulders. Turn the head around, come down to the head and point it forward, and open up the jaws all the way, and those will form the heels. Bring the legs down, and then bring the head up. Take the backpack and fold the little top of the beast head in, and then bring that whole thing, and it will snap into place. I like to fold the beast legs down along the back like that, and here we go. Just go. We will just go ahead and attach the gun to the under or to the rear of the forearm and stand the figure up. And there we go. The overall look of the figure in robot mode works incredibly well, and this definitely feels like, well, what I always imagined Tasmanian Kid looked like. For those of you who don't know, he was the Cheetor of Beast Wars 2nd. You know, the young, brash, little robot guy that constantly got himself in trouble. And let's be honest, in that original show, if it weren't for him, I think the Destrons would have been beaten quite a bit quicker. Well, except for Galvatron, because Galvatron was just a powerhouse, but all the others were complete and total morons. It was a kid's show, what can I say? Paint on this guy is absolutely great. I love the red and the white on the tummy. The head sculpt is really good, and the paint on the face and the eyes is also really good. And the overall aesthetic works well. I don't care for the fact that the legs of the robot mode and the forearms and the tail are different shades of brown than the rest of the brown on the figure. And that's honestly just because they're not glossy. Look at that, and then look at that. So you got glossy and then matte finish, which it's just irritating to my eye. That's just a personal thing. Posability-wise, ball joint in the feet, ball joint in the knees, ball joint in the hips, ball joint, ball joint, ball joint, ball joint. Damn it. Even though the figure has ball joints for days, it's very top heavy. And I mean, that's a lot of plastic, chunky shell formery-ness going on back there. You can't get around it. The physics only works in certain ways, and the physics of this figure are a little off because that's a whole lot of weight on its back. Yes, you can plug the gun barrel into his hand to act as a sword, but that just looks stupid. Overall, Tasmanian Kid is my least favorite of the three we're talking about today, but I am very glad that he's here because that means that Lio Convoy, aka Leo Prime, has a buddy. The likelihood that these are the only two Maximals from Beast Wars the Second is rather high. I'm hoping we get a Magnaboss at some point, but I'm not holding my breath. Energon Megatron's alternate mode of this toy works pretty well. It's good enough, let's put it that way. There are a couple of quibbles that I just really don't like about it, and that specifically has to do with, one, the turrets there beside the front nose cone fall off way too easily, and two, the fists. Those fists just stick straight up right there, and they look awful when you're looking at it from the front. Other than that, the alt mode is fine. It's very animation accurate, and I don't really have anything else to say about it. It's absolutely fine, if a little bit flawed. Now, if you've ever transformed the original Energon Megatron or its deluxe counterpart, this transformation is exactly the same-ish. To start off with, fold the wings up, and then you're going to want to twist them around, but you can't yet because you got to get the fists taken care of. So unpeg the thrusters and fold them down, turn them around, and then flip out the feet like that. Then we can take the arms and flip them around like so. That will, as soon as you start moving the arms, that will unpeg the shoulders from these little pegs. Then you could take the wings, turn them around 180 degrees, specifically so that the little gun ports that are pointing forward, and you can tell you've got it correct by the gun ports here being pointed downward. Flip the canopy around to the back, and then turn his hollow head around, and we've got ourselves a robot mode. I think Megatron looks pretty darn good for a core class figure. The coloring of the green is a little off. It's not as vibrant, or I should say as clear as I would have liked it, but it's fine. But it's definitely Megatron from Energon. I mean, you've got that figure, or that character right here in front of you in a core class figure. So I can forgive the color mismatch. You've got the little tank, which could be a gun or a sword, but would have loved to have seen some coloring or paint on the sword. I could do that myself. Overall, fantastic robot mode. It looks great. Just one problem I have with the figure in this mode, and that's specifically with its right hand. The hole is just a little bit too small for the peg that he can use to hold his shoulder cannon with. I can fix that. That's just a small little file that I can just file the opening up a little bit better. Other than that, I don't really have many complaints. Yes, The fists don't really go anywhere in vehicle mode, which is a shame, but at this size class I wasn't expecting them to. And it's kind of got limitations because of the size class again, but it's cool. I like it. I really hope we get a Deluxe or a Voyager class figure in Galvatron colors. That would be sweet. Boulder Crash's vehicle mode is that of a rock-themed trike. And by trike, I mean a three-wheeled motorbike. It's fine. It's absolutely fine. And the entire figure has vertebrake vibes for me. It really does, considering the size and the way the transformation works. But I think the little motorcycle mode works pretty darn well. Now, that being said, if you remove this front part and you lose it, then the bike mode is perpetually, forever, just damaged beyond repair. Without that piece, it looks like the stupidest skateboard in the world. I think this was a Kickstarter at one point, like a three-wheeled, motor skateboard. I swear that was a Kickstarter at some point. In vehicle mode, if you flip out the sword, like we do here, there is a 5mm peg on the back of the vehicle mode, so then it can be wielded like a sword. And Magnus is confused because that does not work as a sword whatsoever. In fact, it looks really stupid. But you can wield the giant pyramid head-esque knife in vehicle mode for stabby action. Just don't expect other figures to be able to ride it because they really can't. There's nowhere for the feet to go, and it's just silly. All right, the last one we're going to do is Boulder Crash the motorcycle. First, come to the front of the motorcycle and just yank it off and put it off to the side. Take the front wheel and turn that around 180 degrees. Come down to the rear of the vehicle mode and unpeg the rear wheels, these, and straighten them out. Those will form the legs. Then turn the legs so that the top part of the hip is going just underneath that bar, and then kick it forward, and that'll allow you to turn them around all the way. Grab the arms, unpeg them, and flip them around, and then take this little piece in front of the head, fold it down, take the thing behind the head, snap it down, and, well, that's it. That was the transformation. Aesthetically, this one is my favorite. I love the look of this thing. It's igneous rock look, the fact that it looks like it's on fire constantly, I love it. Now, the giant bar hanging off the back is really stupid, and I don't like the giant bucket and wheel motif it's got going on back there. You could almost fit a Power Master or a Titan Master back there. Almost. Not quite. I still love the idea of a rock lord that's a vehicle. I mean, we've got Granite Boy in the deluxe class, and just announced there is a green-colored rock helicopter. Not announced, revealed. It was a leaked figure. I'm loving these things. I absolutely love these things. Yeah, its weapon mode is so stupid. I'm sorry, that is just really stupid. But I can't argue with the robot mode. It really works well for me. The other thing I absolutely love about this one specifically is the head sculpt. It's not symmetrical. It's got that weird slanted V taken out of it. But the eyes, the visor, and the mouth plate scream goon to me. Or, disposable goon. Love it. Now, if we're talking lame dance moves that are out of style and have been for almost 10 years, I'd say Tasmanian Kid and Balderdash definitely take the cake, with Megatron being much like me, immovable, unposable, and, quite honestly, feeling really old. I like all three of these little bots. They're fun, and the core class has been knocking it out of the park ever since they first started showing up. Now, that's not to say that these figures are perfect. They aren't. Especially Tasmanian Kid, which I'm sure we're going to get a repaint as Snarl at some point. But if I had to give them a tier list, Boulder Crash is my favorite, followed by Megatron, followed by Tasmanian Kid. There you go. I would pick up the Rock guy, I would pick up the Energon guy, and then I would pick up the Questionable Origins guy. And I mean questionable origins by you can never really tell which series it's from. Either way, all of them are definitely winners, and they're all definitely worth owning, and they are sort of cheap enough to get them all. But if you can only get one, I would get Boulder Crash. But a lot of you out there might be purists and just want something that's, I don't know, more Energon-esque or more Unicron Trilogy-esque, then pick up the Megatron. Personally, I'm waiting for a Galvatron repaint, and I'm really hoping that we get a larger version of this figure as a Galvatron repaint. All right, folks, let me know what you think of these three down in the comments. Thank you all for watching. Please be sure to hit those like and subscribe buttons. I have been Baltmatrix, and I'll catch you all next time. What's going on, everybody? I am Baltmatrix, and today we are taking a look at Transformers Legacy Cybertron Universe Hotshot. I picked this figure up over at the Hasbro Pulse. Of all the figures that we were expecting or have been expecting, this is probably the one that I've been looking forward to the least. Hotshot was never my favorite character in Transformers Cybertron or Galaxy Force, where he was called Hatto Shato. Okay, that's not really what he was called. I'm just speaking the way they spoke in the show. Even though I liked the character, the toy was very much left to be desired. Wait, that didn't make any sense. I didn't like the original toy. It was a very boring, very simple transformation, and it wasn't really all that much fun, to be honest. Hasbro and Takara nailed the likeness of that original figure and toy to a T. There is nothing here in terms of looks that I can complain about at all. It looks stunning, and it feels premium, which I can't say for all the Legacy figures. This head sculpt alone is just amazing. I just can't get over how good this head sculpt is. The paint is perfect. The eyes are painted perfectly. I mean, it's perfect. Even the paint on the chest and the just molding here on the chest is perfect. They even got the insignia correct on the shoulder. Yes, it's a lot smaller than it was on the original toy, but I don't care. Like, everything paint-wise about this figure is perfect. I have no complaints. The figure's overall shape and molding is exactly the same. The proportions are the same. I'm shocked. I am genuinely shocked that they got as close to that original figure as they did here. This figure even has a Cyberplanet key. It's just red. I would have liked a little bit more paint. And it can plug into the backpack like that original figure. No spring-loaded gimmick here, but you can flip out the wings, which are just on these little pieces of plastic. Now, they did fall a little short here. The color on that, they also fall out pretty darn easily. The color of these wings isn't quite right. The original wings are supposed to be like the same clear plastic as the windshield and the windows, but here they're red. You know what? The less clear plastic on figures these days, the happier I am. Though the one weird oddity I'm having is that's why. Every time I push it the one side up, it goes way too high up. And this is one issue I have with the figure. This is actually my biggest issue with the figure. The backpack, even when it's clipped into place, does not like to stay clipped into place. I mean, even when it's clipped in there, it doesn't like to stay put. The gun that the figure comes with is almost the exact same shade of orangish yellow that original figure came with. It's same molded. It's not, unfortunately, spring-loaded, but they painted the barrel. Thank you, Hasbro. Thank you for painting the barrel. That's really nice. I like that quite a bit. And there's a little nubbin on the tip for blast effects action. Blast effects compatibility is what I meant to say. And speaking of compatibility, there are some 5mm parts on this figure. Obviously the fists, one on each shoulder pylon, one in the middle of the back, one on each, well, essentially the elbow, and then one on each bottom of the heel, and then one on each bottom of each foot. Wait, that was bad English. I'm sorry. Posability for our hot boy is pretty darn good considering how bulky he is. Head is on a ball joint, looks up and down, swivels side to side. Shoulders can swivel, and if you just move the arm out of the way a little bit, you do hit the backpack a bit, but it's not that big a deal. Then there is a butterfly for the transformation, and then there is this hinge joint on the side for the shoulder, swivel just above swivel at the bicep, bend at the elbow is over 90 degrees. Fists do swivel. I'm not going to bother doing it though, but you can see the swivel is there. And then something that I think is a nice touch, the arm armor, or the forearm armor, does swivel a little bit so that you can move the forearm armor out of the way so you can have him wield a gun easier. That's a nice touch. Torso swivel is present, though it's very tight on my figure. Legs can kick forward all the way. Well, the legs can kick forward more than 90 degrees. They can't kick back all the way because they do hit the windscreen. I wish that folded up a little bit better. The legs can kick all the way out at 90 degrees. There is a thigh swivel. Bend at the knee is 90 degrees. And then there is some foot articulation, though my copy is a little weird. So these feet are supposed to flip out and then they peg into place. And then the ankles move, but the toes don't like staying pegged in to that little peg right there at the back or the middle of the foot. So the toes do have a tendency to pop forward a little bit, though I'm sure a little bit of sanding in there will take care of that, though that is a really, really tiny little area. Overall, though, holds together well and looks damn good. Unfortunately, there is no butt plug for a flight stand or figure stand, which I think is a miss, but it's not that big a deal. Even with the slight limitations in the posability, he can pull off some really nice poses. This figure also feels great in the hand, which I was not expecting. In terms of size, it's actually one of the bigger deluxes that we've gotten in a while. The height didn't even register until I started comparing it to other deluxe class figures. Comparatively, he's very big and almost Voyager size. Transforming our hothead is actually a little bit more complex than the original figure, which, again, pleasant surprise. To start off with, come back to the backpack and unpeg it from the back of the figure, and then flip this little panel up, and then turn the entire backpack around 180 degrees. Take the head and flip that up into the body, then bring the shoulders up and snap them into place. Then come down to the feet and fold the ankles all the way out, flip up the toes, and then fold them back into place. And just do that on the other side. Now, on the original figure, you just folded those toes up and smushed the legs up into the body. Well, no. Open up the shins and then hinge the legs down and then close the shins up. I really like this. This gives the figure a lot more versatility, I guess. Then come down to the arms and fold those arms in and peg them into the feet. And yes, this is the exact same part. This is the exact same as that original figure. And then hinge this whole section back and get everything lined up and snapped into place. Whoop, I had that out in the wrong spot. So what you want to do is get that all the way back. There we go. That's what I'm doing wrong. Get these snapped into place and bring the canopy down, and that's it. I gotta give Hasbro credit. This figure feels really good. Even though you've got this big chunks of clear plastic up there for the canopy, the figure looks really good. I think it is smaller than that original figure, but that's to be expected. Cyberplanet key gimmick works here. You plug that in, and then you have to manually get your fingernails in there and flip out the wings. And let's face it, Hotshot was never the best Cyberplanet gimmicked figure of them all. That was pretty lame, actually. Weapon can be mounted on the roof, just like the original figure, and then there are 2 spots on either side for extra weapons. In terms of size, it's a decent-sized deluxe Transformer. Here is Chase next to it, and you can see that Chase is actually a lot smaller than Hotshot. So that's very interesting. Here is later class Rodimus Prime, so it is actually just a smidge smaller. There's a lot less bulk on Hotshot, obviously, but it's roughly the same scale. So here is Starscream from Cybertron, and you can see they're not that much different in size. Yes, Starscream has a lot more bulk. It's because it's a different size class, but they're not that far off. I'm shocked that I like this figure so much. I was ready to not like it because, as I said, I did not care for that original Hotshot. I thought it was just a kind of a dull figure. It wasn't that much fun. This Hotshot, on the other hand, I'm smitten. I am totally smitten with it. It's a great toy and a great figure. I don't know what else to say other than it's really good. And it does the character justice, and it somehow is better than the original figure. Yes, it lacks the Cyber Planet key gimmick. Geez, say that 10 times fast. But I don't care. The gimmick was detrimental to the figure, or that original figure. This one, without it, with all the posability and the near exact molding and paint schemes, it's a great figure. I just didn't get those toes plugged in correctly. Whoopsie. I actually can't believe I'm saying this, but if you can, pick this figure up. It's simple, but stylized and just fun. I'm dumbfounded. I really am. I was not expecting to like Hotshot of all toys in 2024, especially not after Armada Hotshot. That figure sucked. This one, total redemption. Worth every penny. So folks, let me know what you think of Hotshot down in the comments. Thank you so much for watching. As always, I have been Baltmatrix, wishing you a wonderful day, and I will catch you all next time.
Hello everyone, I'm Baltmatrix. Today we're taking a look at Transformers Legacy United Doom and Destruction Collection. This set comes with Insecticon Barrage, Insecticon Chop Shop, and Wrecker's Beef Jerky. Okay, that's not really his name. His name is Wrecker Malleus Minotaurus. Why there's an Autobot Minicon when there are two Decepticon Insecticons, I don't know. Also, what I don't know is, what's up with these new faction symbols? They look like spider thingies. They're cool. I have no idea. There's no lore on the box, and there's nothing saying why they have these new faction symbols. I suspect it has something to do with this guy. No idea who he is.
Hey gang, Future Bolt here. I'm looking at Mark Marr's Instagram page, which gives a little bit of backstory, just a little bit, into the figures. They are part of the Decepticon Doom and Destruction. They are ready to beat down the Autobot Wreckers, so they're the anti-Wreckers. The Malleus Minotaurus is a sacred ancient artifact and is the hammer of Solus Prime. And these guys are part of the Mayhem Attack Squad. They are, and I forgot to mention, they are an Amazon exclusive. There is also another set of figures that is Windsweeper and Barricade? I don't know. Is it Barricade? Yeah, I think it is Barricade. Anyway, yeah. Chop Shop Barrage. Mark designed the logo that these guys are from based off of something that was featured in the comic book. He even sketched out a Hydra-esque logo style for the packaging. That's where that comes from. But there's nothing here about the lore of it. So I have no idea, and still have no idea who that octopus dude on the box is. If you know, let me know down in the comments.
Alright, everything else aside, let's go ahead and take a look at the figures themselves. We've got Barrage, Chop Shop, Minotaurus, and Ransack? Ransack, buddy, you're not in this set.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not. You're in that Bumblebee Creatures set.
So,
why are you in this review?
because I can be, that's why.
Says who?
Says them.
Okay, guys, put the blasters down. I'll put them in the review. Okay, then, we're doing 3 Deluxe Insecticons. Barrage, Chop Shop, and Ransack. We'll start with the little Minotaur. I don't see a reason for him to be in this set. It's a little Autobot. And it's the same as the red version that was in Siege. He transforms into a hammer, and I think, based on the lore, he's supposed to be Solus Prime's hammer. I think. Please correct me if I'm wrong. That's what I got from reading Instagram and the TF Wiki. I could be wrong. He comes with the same blast effects that that original figure came with. So, hammer time! He's all gray. He has no other paint except the eyes and the little Autobot symbol on his head. Okay, enough of him. First up is Barrage, and Barrage is a heavy retool of Bombshell. And the figure, it has a new chest, a new head, and some new extra kibbles and bits. We'll talk about that in a second. I like the head sculpt. It's quite good. It's very reminiscent of the original figure. The only problem I have with the figure as a whole is the paint matching is just not there. The paint on the head is different from the plastic paint, or the paint on the plastic of the arms and the legs and the crotch. And then the green, or this whatever this yellow is different from the rest of the yellow in the figure. And that's because this yellow that forms the shins is actually just a green part painted yellow. So there is that. I do like the overall aesthetic of the figure. The green and the yellow work well. The posability is exactly the same. We'll talk about that in a minute. What isn't the same is the extra chest bits. There are 2 pieces there. Obviously the head, which is completely different. And then these arm bits. So the original Bombshell came with his gun, which is gotten a green repaint here, and then these blaster bits, which actually pegged into the forearms for the bug mode. But with this figure, we have new forearm bits for the bug mode. So these just sit off to the side or get pegged in to the blaster for the Evo Fusion mode, which is just adding guns to another gun. So here's his Evo Fusion blaster. As I said, posability is pretty okay. Head does swivel, but its shoulder pylons get hit on the horn on the back of his head. Shoulders swivel around, up and down, swivel at the upper arm, bend at the elbows over 90 degrees. No fist articulation, unfortunately. And these little leg bits can disconnect and be held for some reason, but they go in the forearms, and then they slot into these little grooves that are in the forearms, and then they don't move. Torso articulation is present. Legs can kick forward and back full 90, can kick out a full 90, swivel at the thigh, bend at the knee, and then ankle rocker is present, but it doesn't go all the way, just like the original Bombshell. Aesthetic-wise, it's a great figure. Absolutely fantastic. I love the way this figure looks. Posing him next to Bombshell, you can see how similar they are. They share the exact same arm structure, the exact same legs, the exact same feet. The big difference is you got to turn Barrage around. That's Bombshell's chest, where it is not here. Now, if you remember in my Bombshell review, I said that there was this little hinge, and that would be perfect for making a Barrage figure. I was right. I'm going to take credit for that one, and there's nothing you can do about it. Next up is Chop Shop with the orange and the burgundy and kind of pinkish red. Man, this is a gorgeous figure in hand, and that head sculpt is delightful. Utterly delightful. And it would be even more delightful if my camera would frickin' zoom in and actually focus. There we go. I love the way this thing looks. I just adore the way this thing looks. And my camera keeps zooming out. Hey, if you know of a way to fix the zoom rocker on a Canon Vixa camcorder, let me know, please, because this is a pain in the butt. Anyway, it's the same exact figure as Shrapnel. I mean, base figure is exactly the same. The only differences are the head, the pieces that fold over the face, and then the antenna for bug mode, and the extra little legs, which I'll show you here in just a second. Chop Shop comes with the same exact accessories, but plus those 2 arm bits. We've got the gun, which is silver on Shrapnel. In this case, it's paint or cast in orange and then painted the brown. And then these little ones that are black on Shrapnel, but painted or actually cast in brown on these figures. In robot mode and in bug mode, these don't go anywhere. In fact, on bug mode, it doesn't even show what to do with these. Now, for his Evo Fusion, you plug one of the guns into the back of the main gun, and you plug one of the others at the bottom, and there you go. That's his Evo Fusion cannon. And he cannot hold this that well in this configuration. You can give it to him like this, and he can, point to the sky, but as much as I try, other than, maybe that, I can't really get it for him to hold it because, the fist and the extra legs get in the way, and that just looks stupid. So I unpeg and split them apart and use one in one hand and then put the other 2 on top and bottom of his fist In the other hand, that's the way I do it. I think that looks better. And here's Chop Shop and Shrapnel together. As you can see, they are very, very close. In fact, you might say they're identical. Now, I did goof the pieces that fold over the faces. Those are actually the same. They're not different. So the only difference are the head and the antennae. Legs are exactly the same. There's nothing else different. I mean, obviously the paint is different. But they do feel like completely different figures until we get to the transformations. These work. I mean, these work really well, these new figures, Chop Shop and Barrage. They're different enough that I love them. I wish they were their own molds, but oh well. Now let's look at Ransack. The yellow and the black just work so incredibly well. The orange wings on the back are very cool. Of the three, he's probably the least impressive in terms of paint and head sculpt, but I do love that head sculpt. But overall, it's not bad at all. And let's face it, he's kind of a dollar store knockoff Kickback, which is unfair, but he is. He just is. The yellow and the black, though, very striking. Though it's not, doesn't scream Locust to me, but that's the way the original figure was, so it's fine. I do have to admit, I wasn't sure I was going to like the orange wings, but in person, they work very well. Overall, robot mode, it's solid, but again, it does feel like a knockoff Kickback. Now, this figure comes with the exact same accessories as that original Kickback. He's got a black Tommy gun. He's got, instead of clear plastic wing thingies, he's got yellow painted clear plastic wing thingies, and then he comes with his own Kickback style head. I'm going to leave the head he's got on because I like that one better. This one just doesn't work for me because I want some differentiation between Kickback and this guy, other than paint. Ransack's posability is okay. It's the same as Kickback's head, swivels, and his head is on a ball joint so it can be popped off. Shoulders do articulate 360 in and out. Bend at the upper, or swivel at the upper arm, bend at the elbow is over 90 degrees. There is a torso articulation, can kick forward and can kick back and can kick out. Very loose thigh swivels, bend at the knee, and then, of course, the ankle rocker, though on mine, rather tight because of the way the thing transforms. But, oh well, not a big deal. Just got to loosen that up a bit. One thing on Ransack that you should be aware of is that there is a weird bit of paint matching going on, specifically in the hips. You can see right there that the paint is not the same color as the rest of the plastic injections. Like there's kind of almost a clear-ish plastic for the rest of the yellow on the figure, where this is obviously a darker color, probably a dark gray or a smoky gray, that was painted over yellow. It's not that big a deal. What is a bigger deal, though, is the fact that the plastic on his arms and his legs and his feet are that weird nylon plastic. It's got that same level of transparency that Apeface does, for Apeface from a couple of lines ago, so it's not great. And here are Kickback and Ransack together. As you can see, they're mold brothers. What can I say? They're mold brothers. They look fine. I prefer Kickback, and I definitely prefer the clear purple of the bits that we've still yet to figure out what the hell they're for. Transformation time for Barrage. First off, start with the chest and pull the chest down until it snaps into place, and then flip it up over the face. Take the arms, fold the fists in, and rotate them in to the body, and then put the arms kind of up like that. Come to the legs and smush the legs together. Open up the shins, fold down the toes, and then accordion the legs up, and they will kind of peg into place loosely, and then bring the arms down, and the tabs that are inside the forearms will peg into the hips. And this is actually not that easy because I always screw this up, even though it looks easy. I screw it up because I push on it and it moves the hip just enough to push the other one out of place. So just be careful. And yep, and they pop out of place way too easily. And here we have his rhinoceros beetle mode. And yeah, rhinoceros beetle mode is fine. The thing that I absolutely hate is the fact that it doesn't cover the face fully. You're supposed to have that come up and go over the face, but you could still see the robot eyes in there. I mean, come on. They couldn't have just added some like extra little flaps or something that you could fold out and push over the face. Oh, Hasbro and your cost cutting. It's so annoying. And here are the two rhinoceros beetles next to each other. The issue I have with Barrage is kind of moot because you could see Bombshell's eyes as well, just a little bit differently. Both of them pull off exactly what I wanted. Bombshell looks as close to his original Generation 1 character in the show as I think we're going to get. And Barrage looks like the Deluxe Insecticon. Oh, this is the part that I was talking about where the blasters on Bombshell form the back legs. So you can see those here, where here Barrage has his own extra back legs, and there's nowhere for the other blaster bits to go unless you combine them and put them on the top, or you take them apart and put these guys up here, but they're too short, so that doesn't work. There's really nowhere else for these to go. These holes are too small, and yeah, there's nothing really to do with the accessories as opposed to Bombshell, who comes with one gun, which, as I said, is the exact same for Barrage. All right, yeah, these two are fine. Let's move on to Chop Shop. To start Chop Shop's transformation, first push the fists into the forearms, come up to the head and fold the first sections over the face, and then bring the pincers to a close, put the arms out, turn the hips around 180 degrees, combine the legs, fold down the toes, open up the shins, and then accordion the legs down into the shins, and they will then come and snap into place in the crotch. Fold the arms in and peg them into place, and we are donesies. Yeah. So this version of Chop Shop works incredibly well, I think, because it really does make me think of the Deluxe Insecticon version of the toy, which I never had, but I have played with. It works very well. And then you could place the extra bits on either of the holes up here, or you could figure out something else out. I forgot to flip those out. Now, here is Shrapnel. And this is what I was talking about earlier, where the guns, the purple guns, form like little claws or little feet on the back, where we have that already thanks to the new components that are with Chop Shop. Yeah. Of the two Insecticons that come in this set, I like Chop Shop the most. That's just my favorite of the two. For Ransack's transformation, turn the head around 180 degrees, come to the backpack, and flip up this little panel that is in here, and that will cover the face. Take the wings and point them up towards the front of the robot mode. Fold the fists into the forearms, and then take the fists and point them about 90 degrees out, and then pose the insect legs like so. Come to the feet, fold the feet up into the shins, reach behind the legs, and fold out the grasshopper legs, and fold up the knees, and we're done. That's it. That's the locust mode, where kickback is supposed to be a grasshopper, ransack is supposed to be a locust. There is a biological difference, but not a toy difference. So this is the way the figure looks in this mode. It works well, but I really like the coloring on the original kickback, and that's just me being a G1 fan, because I think the kickback toy looks better to my eye, but I do like Ransack's alt mode toy thing. Now the wing, I forgot there is a way we can attach the wing. You know what? Screw it. We don't need it. The one thing we can attach is to the bottom. The Tommy gun does attach to the bottom, and these will attach to either the back of the legs, or I thought there was a way to attach it to the wings. I don't remember. Seriously, let me know in the comments, what was the point of these? Hey gang, Future Bald here. Got an answer on what these are for. You sandwich them together like this, and then you peg them in between the rear legs into this peg hole. And there is a homage to Ransac's original G1 figure and the Locust mode where it had the big abdomen coming out the back. That's what that is supposed to be in reference to. And that is also available and doable on Kickback. Mark Mar, I really do appreciate the little touches you put into these things. This set of figures is cool. I am very, very happy that Hasbro has made them. I'm very happy we have Barrage, Chop Shop, and Ransack. I do wish they were in their own, 3-pack as opposed to having to buy the stupid Bumblebee Critter Creature set to get Ransack. Oh well, I'm a sucker. What can I say? Barrage and Chop Shop are very good new additions to the line. They are very, I don't want to say adequate, but they are adequate. They are good retools of Shrapnel and Bombshell. I like all of these figures, all 6 of them. Now Hasbro, please make a Venom figure. I'm really hoping we get a deluxe Venom figure so we can actually have the deluxe Insecticons completed, because this will be the first time since Fans Project that we will have some of the deluxe Insecticons. I mean, these were the 3 that the Fans Project set released. I don't believe they ever released Venom. Venom really doesn't get much love. No, not that Venom. That's Marvel's Venom. I'm talking about Transformers. All right, folks, let me know what you think of these figures down in the comments. Thank you all so much for watching. I have been Baltmatrix, and I will catch you all next time.
Hello everybody, I am Baltmatrix, and today we are taking a look at Galvatron from Transformers Legacy Evolution, Legacy United, or Legacy whatever. I picked this figure up over at the Hasbro Pulse, and let me tell you, Galvatron in tank mode is real pretty. I love the way this tank mode looks. Now, that's not to say that the original figure was any bad. It was not. But man, do the colors pop on this thing. The cream, the gold, the maroon, and just, the charcoal. It works better for me in tank mode than his original color scheme, which isn't bad. I want to reiterate, this figure, this whole mold, is not bad, but I'm really digging the color scheme on this one, on the Galvatron figure. Like the original figure before it, the only gimmick it has in this mode is the missile thingy popping up, kind of like that. And the barrel being able to point straight up and move around 360 degrees, even though mine is getting stuck for some reason. What are you getting stuck on, huh? What are you getting stuck on? Oh, no, that's right. It doesn't do 360 degrees. I forgot about that. That's because my original one is a little on the broken side. Now, transformation into robot mode is exactly the same. Turn the figure upside down and unpeg these white panels, and then extend the legs out like that, and then close the panels up, flip out the heels, and then flip up the toes, and then take the entire torso section and turn it around 180 degrees, and stand Mr. Tron up. Come to the front and flip up these mud flaps, pop down the chest, fold up the faceplate, close the chest, then grab the underarms, or grab these gray pieces underneath, unpeg them, and they will form the bottom part of the, arm sections. Shoulders down, and then open up the treads, and flip out the hands and the arms, like so. Yo, this thing looks sick! Oh, I love the detailing. It really pops in these brighter colors. And the face looks really cool. The maroon with the gold and the silver and the red eyes work incredibly well. And just the overall color scheme, I think, works better here than the original green. It's not to say the original green was bad. I just like this one better. The figure retains the same ability to detach the cannon barrel and then attach it to either of the arms. I have it here on the figure's left forearm. Again, the maroon and the charcoal and the lilac really pop. Is it a little garish? Maybe, but I really do think it works better on this mold. And here are our bad boys together. Obviously, they are the same. Something that I did think was weird that Hasbro did not need to do is they painted or made the wheels under the treads in the front that same maroon color, and the wheels on the bottom maroon, which is weird, but whatever. Now, I will say there is something that this original figure does paint-wise that I think that can be improved upon with this guy. The silver in the chest and the silver on the shoulder pads, I think, should be transferred over to this guy as well. I would really like to see the silver here, here, and across here, but that's something I can do myself. The faces are, I think they're exactly the same. Hold on here. Oh, you know what? I didn't notice this before, but the faces are different. Armada Megatron has a closed mouth, and Armada Galvatron has a growly mouth. So that is something that is different. Other than that, they are exactly the same. And here's a little battle scene with Galvatron and Optimus Prime in Super Mode. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing if Hasbro bothers to repaint Prime in his Power Links color scheme. That would be interesting. But, that being said, I really do like Galvatron. I think Galvatron is definitely worth having. Now, the only issue I have is I think the pins in the hips on mine are a little bit too loose. Otherwise, the figure is fine. And thankfully, it looks like they glued in the horns onto Galvatron, as opposed to having the horns constantly falling out in Megatron. And we can't end the video review without some love from everyone's favorite Titan, well, mine anyway, Tidal Wave. And boy, does this work well. I think this works well, actually better than the original Armada Megatron. The color schemes just, I think, work better. Yeah, I mean, this Megatron has a darker purple, but this just sings. Overall, Galvatron is super cool. I like him a lot. Really glad I picked him up, even though he is just a repaint with a snarly mouth. Yeah, totally worth picking up, especially if you're a fan of Energon. I want more Energon figures. Please, Hasbro. Thank you. All right, folks, let me know what you think of Galvatron down in the comments. I have been Baltmatrix. I thank you for watching, and I will catch you all next time.
This video review is made for adult collectors, because I'm eternally grumpy and require vast amounts of coffee to stay away.
Hello, everybody. I am Baltmatrix, and today we are taking a look at Gears from Transformers Legacy United. This figure was purchased over at Amazon.com. He is a small lad, and I am perfectly fine with that. The only issue I have with the figure in robot mode, that backpack is huge, though I do kind of like it because it makes me think of someone like Lifeline from G.I. Joe, or he's carrying like all of his gear in a backpack. I do kind of dig it. The only issue I have with it, other than the fact that it's huge, is it doesn't peg in so well. There are two tiny little pegs on the figure's back. You can see them right there, and they peg into the wheels of the vehicle mode. It doesn't work all that well. The only accessory the figure comes with is this gun, which has obviously, that part, the handle, and then this little side part that you saw that I used to stick on the back. Overall, in terms of looks, he's fine. I don't have any complaints, except for the backpack. Yeah, he's really good. He's even grumpy. I mean, see, look at that face. He is so grumpy. Our little Minibot friend has a decent range of posability. Head is on a ball joint, And you can see actually the connector right there at the back of his head. He can look down, he can look up, only that much. He's got probably the widest head of any Transformer I've reviewed lately, so that is pretty silly. Shoulder is on a series of hinges and swivels. There is a upper bicep swivel, bend at the elbow is well over 90 degrees, and there is a fist swivel as well. There is torso swivel. There is forward and back kicking on the legs. Beautiful spread is present. Thigh swivel, bend at the knee is well over 90 degrees thanks to the transformation. And then you've got the nice ankle rockers going that are extremely tight. Like super tight. Like, wow, that's tight. Like, he could do a Johnny Cage. Whoop-ah! The only bummer of the figure is that there is no figure stand port on his keister or on his lower back. I get it, there's a lot of screws back there, but it would have been really nice. So you've got to use one of those little grippy bits that you can get with flight stands and figure stands. Thanks to the posability, you can pull off a really bad rider kick. In terms of ports for the figure, there are 2 ports on the back at the backpack, one on each side. There aren't any other ports on the figure except down by the feet. There's one at the top of the foot, and there's one on the bottom of the foot for each leg. So you can give him a pair of skis, and he's supposed to be able to be compatible with Shard, but I really don't feel like ripping Shard apart right now. Size comparison time. Huffer, Brawn, Chase, a wee monkey lad, animated Bumblebee, Beachcomber, and finally Legends Windcharger and Sea Spray, and multiple flavors of Prime. Before we get into the transformation, we have to talk about the figure's chest. The figure, boxed, comes with this panel missing. It's actually in the, stored as an accessory. So when you flip up the panel, there are some innards there. This is a hark back to the G1 episode where he opens up his chest to plug into a Decepticon device. That's a really nice nod. I'm very glad that that's molded in there. To start with the transformation, first take the arms, point them forward, and make sure that the fists are returned back to their default location, and then fold the forearms up until the fists are touching the shoulders like that. Come to the chest and open up the chest all the way down, and then point the shoulders straight down and turn them in and tuck the hands and the shoulders under the robot's head. Then come to the backpack, fold the backpack all the way out like that, fold out the wheels, and then bring the entire backpack up and over the head, and it will snap into place in these little peg holes on the tops of the shoulders. Tops of the shoulders, like that. And if you don't do that, things have a tendency to sit real weird if you don't do that. Just try and do it. All right, for the feet. Then we take the feet and come to the bottom of the feet and flip out these blue parts, and then fold the legs up and over, and they will peg into these slots on the backpack. So fold those up and over. Next is the chest plate. Flip up the chest as far as it'll go without popping off. Fold out the wheels. Bring the chest all the way around, and these bits on the chest, these peg holes will peg into these pegs coming off the legs. Peg those in, fold the chest up, and we're done. That's it. We have transformed Gears into his pickup truck mode. While the transformation is fun and very simple, I'm not thrilled with the pickup truck, and that has to do with the wheels. I just think they're too small, and they're too far away from the rest of the body of the truck mode. Other than the wheels, the truck mode is fine. It works. It's definitely G1 Gears, and I am sure, we are going to get a swerve at some point. And overall, it does work. It's got peg holes on 2 on the side, on each side, and then 2 at the very top. I do like it, but those wheels are just too darn tiny for the truck. It just looks weird, man. Alright, size comparison time with the truck. Huffer, Brawn, Origins Wheeljack, Origins Jazz, Origin Bumblebee, Beachcomber, Legends Windcharger, and Legends Sea Spray. Yes, the alt mode is a little bit on the weak side. There's no getting around that. Just in the looks department, in the functionality department, it's absolutely fine. Man, this transformation is so satisfying. It's simple, it's elegant, it's easy, it's a joy. It really is. There's not a mass amount to it. There's not a bunch of crazy stuff happening. It's just a fun damn transformation for once. Overall, Hasbro is doing a very good job with these mini-bots. The only mini-bot that I have any problems with is Huffer, and that is the weird oddity with the vehicle mode. I'm still just miffed about that. I think it might be something bad planning or something went wrong at the factory. Gears, though. Gears is great. Robot mode, fantastic. Vehicle mode, it's okay. Transformation, one of my favorites recently. It's just so much fun. Totally worth owning. Totally worth picking up. He doesn't have any weird gimmicks. He doesn't have anything stupid going on. He's just a solid, fun toy and an excellent representation of the figure or character. And an excellent representation of the classic Generation 1 character. Definitely add this guy to your short list and pick him up if you can. Now, that being said, who do we have left? Really, I think Cliffjumper and Bumblebee are due for new figures. I don't think they were done correctly in the previous lines because, quite frankly, you do parts forming with them. No, just no. They cannot do parts forming. I think we're due for new figures of those. And we haven't gotten a Wind Charger yet. So hopefully that one is coming soon or maybe in 2025. So folks, let me know what you think of Gears down in the comments. What do you think of the other mini-bots as well? Also, we need Powerglide. I keep forgetting about Powerglide, but we could use one of him as well. Thank you so much for watching. As always, I have been Baltmatrix, and I will catch you all next time.
Well, hello, Internet. I am Baltmatrix, and today we are taking a look at Transformers United Leader Class Tigerhawk. He's a tiger and a hawk, don't you know? I picked this figure up over at the Hasbro Pulse, and I have to say that I am very pleasantly surprised with this figure. I was all ready to kind of write this off because, quite frankly, I don't trust Hasbro to redo some of these characters that we've had over the years, especially the animated ones. I mean, Prowl wasn't that great, and Bumblebee and Prime, well, they'll get their own review. Even though I've been excited about, Tigerhawk, and I mean, let's face it, Transmetal 2 Megatron is absolutely fantastic, nearly perfect even. But for some reason in my head, I had it that they're going to screw up Tigerhawk. Well, I'm happy to report that they sure as heck didn't. In fact, I would go so far as to say that this is a better figure than the original. Even though the original was good, it did have some serious flaws, and all of those flaws have disappeared with this one. This Tigerhawk is a pretty big figure, coming in at 7 3/4 inches at the top of the head, and the top of the head does line in with the top of the tiger mouth. As you can see, there is a little bit of a styling redo here compared to the original one, but the overall spirit of that original Tigerhawk design is present in this figure. The figure comes with a couple of accessories, two of which are the end feather units that just peg into the bottom of the feathers, the two giant guns that are housed in the backpack, and then this double blaster which can mount on either forearm or can be hand carried in use. Aesthetic-wise, it's exactly what I expected Tigerhawk to be. Here's one of those feathers that I was talking about. Getting them pegged in, no problem whatsoever. Getting them off is a little bit harder because if you pull too hard, I'm afraid I'm going to snap the poor feathers in half. And then the cannons themselves do flip around for being deployed in beast mode, but then when they're to be used in robot mode, you simply just kind of wiggle them off and they pull right off. Head sculpt is okay. It's a little bit more edgelordy than I'd like, and I realize that is the way the original toy was, because that's the way the head sculpt is. It makes me think of a weird combination between Galvatron and Skeletor for some reason, and I really do not like the asymmetry. And maybe that was part of the original figure, honestly can't remember, but I'm not a huge fan of it. The figure has a ton of posability, but all the joints are expected. Ball joint in the head, series of hinges and swivels in the shoulders. However, on my copy, whenever I go to move the shoulders, things just have a tendency to come apart and move around in ways that I'm not really thrilled with. Swivel at the upper arm, bend at the elbow is just a little over 90 degrees. Fists do not articulate because they are pegged in. There's actually no swivel at the wrists, which is a shame. There is torso articulation, but you do have to get the front skirt out of the way. Legs are on. Ratchets for forward and back. No ratchets for in and out, that's just a hinge. Then there's a swivel at the thigh, bend at the knee is a little bit over 90 degrees, and there is an ankle rocker, but these feet are so tiny. They just feel so much smaller considering how beefy the rest of the figure is. And there is heels. They're not the strongest, though, in the world. They kind of ratchet forward and back in 1 or 2 or 3 spots. So if you're going to be posing this in a really interesting pose, just beware that you have to futz with it just a little bit more than you might think. Going back to the shoulders, I do want to warn you, if you pick up this figure, when things start coming apart, like especially with these bird arms, and this stupid thing behind the head doesn't peg in anywhere, but when you start moving things around and things start moving, the chest does have a tendency to unpeg itself. Just be wary of that and be a little bit careful. The wings are multifaceted. We have a multi-ratchet hinge here that can go a couple of different ways. Then we've got a ratcheting joint here, just behind the wing, and then the wing itself can point all the way down and can swivel all the way forward. It feels like there are a couple of spots where it's supposed to click into place. So there's one here, then one there, one there, one there, and one all the way forward. I get what they're going for because the original figure had a launching mechanism for the wings or for the feathers, but that is not present here. In fact, I can't remember the last time a Transformer came with a spring-loaded mechanism of any sort. If you can think of one, let me know down in the comments because I legit cannot remember. In terms of size, Leader Megatron, Leader Studio Series Grimlock, Leader Armada Megatron, Commander Class Ultra Magnus, Marnie, the evil purple dinosaur. While Tigerhawk is a good-sized figure, he is a little bit big to be riding a dinosaur. It doesn't really work all that well. And the figure is just a little bit poorly proportioned for fitting on the throne. Oh man, I really wish this fit a little bit better because you know Hasbro's going to make a Razor Claw repaint from the Transformers Universe line of this guy, and it would be perfect for the throne. Razor Claw's transformation is complex, but it makes sense once you do it once or twice. To start off with, just go ahead and remove the forearm gun and take the wings and fold them back, straight back as far as they will go, just to get them out of the way. Then come down to the fists and the wrists or forearms or whatever the hell you want to call them, and open up the panels underneath the fists and fold them in and just close them up. It helps if you have nails. Then take the shoulders and point them straight down and come in and grab the bird claws and fold them up as far as they will go. Come to the back and then just unpeg the bird claws from the backpack. And then we could take the backpack and fold the backpack down and just get it down like that and just kind of leave it there. Then come to the chest and get your finger inside the chest, the white parts of the chest, and split the chest open on both sides. And then fold those bits down, fold the shoulders up, and then flip them back behind the figure to the backpack section. Take the skirt, front skirt, fold it up, grab the entire front section of the body and fold it down a little bit. Don't pull it down all the way, because what we want to do is take those bird claws and fold them out so that they're kind of T-posing out to the side. Then we can fold the whole section down. Turn the head around and fold it up into the chest cavity, like that. Now, come up to the shoulder section. We've got the ball up here. For those of you that don't know, the original Transmetal 2 figures were supposed to have little characters that sat in the seats that were in those original figures. Never made it past, well, I guess you would call it prototype stage. Then turn that whole thing 90 degrees such that the lion head is pointing towards the back of the of the robot mode, and the arm with the ball is pointing towards where the chest was. And look, I realize this looks messy right now. It's going to get worse. Take the legs and pull the hips apart. Once you have the legs pulled apart, and make sure that they are kind of perpendicular and pull them out to the sides all the way, then we can fold the bird legs in and flip that entire chest section around, and it will peg into place in this cavity that is where the arse used to be. Just peg that into place and leave that there. Then take the arm that was, or the shoulder and the arm where the green crystal ball is, and fold it down, and it will just kind of snap into place. And take this little guard section that was behind the head and turn it and put it down next or over the ball. Then take the white chest pieces and fold them forward, and they will then cover the whole ball section. And you will hide that whole crystal ball inside the chest. There are these little tiny tabs right where my thumb is, and I'm trying to get that to focus in. They will peg into these little tab holes that are inside the chest. This is the hardest part of the transformation, is getting these tabs into these slots, because the chest pieces are made of that stupid, light, soft, white nylon plastic. It's a royal pain in the butt, and I'm going to do it off camera because I end up swearing so much, but that is the hardest part of the transformation. Once you've got those halves together, it's supposed to look like this. The only tip I have for you is to actually push this one piece of plastic, this double hinge section, push this all the way up, or the little arm all the way up against, and then fold it in and snap it into place. That's the only real, I guess, the only tip I could give you. Then once you've got that in place, you could fold this little white piece of plastic down. You can bring the backpack down, and it will snap into place on this peg. And just snap that into place. Fold the arm back, and it should slot into the area behind the head. And then we can finally finish up the transformation. We can straighten out the beast legs, bring them forward, and that tab and that peg will go into that slot where my finger is and that peg hole. And getting that lined up, it's not hard. It's just a little finicky, but you can get them in there pretty easily. So do that on both sides, and then bring the robot legs, flip them forward. Ooh, I forgot something. Turn the forearm so that the little brown piece and peg hole is right there, and that will peg into that peg hole right there. And that will then allow you to then push the head down and get the head full forward, close the canopy on his head closed. Oops, and that's slotted out of place, which happens a lot. And finally, we could come down to the legs. Fold the talons up, and then flip those, then come to the purple bits and flip them back up along the legs, and fold the feet up. We could flip out the correct tiger paw, like that. And then these purple bits go up, and we are pretty much done. All we need to do is get the bird legs situated correctly so it looks like he's got a pair of bird legs in the back, and then just get him stood up on a stand so you could get a better look at him. I think the beast mode we end up with works rather well. The coloring is all pretty darn good, and I think I need to fix that head, but I'll do that in a minute. But overall, it's solid. The transformation is a bit annoying, but there is a fun factor to it that I think is really cool, and everything flows really well. The first time you do it, it is a bit on the frustrating side, but once you do it that first time, it makes sense. It's not unintuitive, which I really do appreciate. And the tiger bird mode we end up with is quite good. Yeah, this looks pretty darn good. It's not perfect. It's definitely not the most show accurate thing in the world, but I think it works. The thing that I really don't like has to do with the rear of the beast mode, and I really think that this tail feather section should come back a little bit farther. I really think there should have been an extra set of hinges here that allowed you to fold that back farther, and the fist just sticking out the back like this, it kind of sucks. There's really no ifs, ands, or buts about that for me specifically. I don't particularly like that, but there's not much I could do about that. The other thing that sucks is these ball joints that the bird legs are on. They are much too loose for my taste. That's something that I can fix with a little bit of super glue or some other fluid to put in there. Get your mind out of the gutter. I'm talking about like joint gunk. And if you're wondering where that wrist-mounted gun is stored, it's stored back here. He literally has a tail gun. I'm sorry for the poor joke. Wings can fold down and cover up the entirety of the figure pretty darn well. And from this angle that my camera is at, he looks like Polar Claw for some reason. Not Tiger Hawk. Weird. Anywho, weapon deployment in this mode, pretty darn easy. Fold the wing up and just flip the gun around and snap it into place. Or flip the cannon around and snap it into place. And then you can also point the feathers forward. Really wish there was some spring-loaded gimmickry happening here, but you could just use your imagination. Or, I mean, if you're talented in video editing, you could just add your own shots. That would work. In terms of posability in beast mode, we've got the hinges and the swivel going on for the wings. The legs retain their exact same posability in this mode, except there's a, well, I mean, it looks a little weird when you're posing it. And then the legs in the bird mode have ball joint, hinge, and then another hinge. So you do get, posability there. But again, those ball joints, much too loose for my taste. So yeah, you can pull off some poses, and the figure is slightly strong enough, or those joints are slightly strong enough for the head, or for the figure to stand up on its own. Thankfully, though, when I do this, the ball joints aren't really being used, so you can just do this, or let's get a little bit more epic here. There we go. Double bird mode. Darn it. Overall, I think Legacy Tiger Hawk is an excellent figure. It's a ton of fun. It's got a cool transformation, great posability, and technically, it's our first Fusor. Is it a departure from that original Beast Wars figure? Yes, it is, and I am perfectly okay with that, because there's a lot of cool stuff going on here, and it is definitely worth the asking price, in my opinion. He's just the right size to be a little bird-cat friend to a Titan. Quite frankly, all the Titans could use a cute little pet friend. So folks, let me know what you think of Tiger Hawk down in the comments. Thank you so much for watching. I have been Baltmatrix. Please be sure to hit those like and subscribe buttons, and as always, I hope you all have a wonderful day. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you all next time. Hello everyone, I'm Baltmatrix. Today we're taking a look at Transformers Legacy United, Magnius, and Shard. Both of these figures were purchased at the Hasbro Pulse. We have Rockalords in robotic vehicle forms. Magnius is modeled after the color of granite, the Rocklord, and then the two-headed bot. He's a very, very nice looking little bot, and he is on a figure stand right now. I do love just the chunkiness and heaviness of him. That head sculpt is also kind of Batman-esque. Shard, on the other hand, is the only lady of the group so far, and I think she's modeled after the Pteranodon, or at least the color of the Pteranodon that is in Rocklords. But both of these together are very cool. I just wish granite was a different color. I wish it was more of a bolder color, that bluish green, or even a Magmar color. That would work. Or actually, this guy is the Magmar color. We've got a bright green, we've got a nice deep red, and then we've got the gray one who just kind of disappears on my backdrop. I love the overall chunk that this guy gives off. It's really nice, very goon-ish, if you're asking me. And both of these figures are armorizers. You can rip them apart and they can become armor. We'll talk about that later after we do the transformation for both of them. But I really do appreciate this guy. Head is on a swivel, though on my figure, very tight. Arms, swivel, and then a hinge, and then a swivel above the elbow. Bend at the elbows 90 degrees, ball joint at the fist. Yay! Torso articulation, leg can kick forward and back. Bend at the knee is over 90 degrees for the transformation. Foot does articulate forward, not so much back for the transformation. And there is an ankle rocker, so you can pull off some decent poses. And it also comes with a pickaxe. A giant rock pickaxe, and that thumped on my table real loud. Yeah. It's a pickaxe. Yay! Axe, axe, axe. I wanted to give a better look at that head sculpt. I love the head sculpt. I think it works very well. It's just the problem that it's hollow. I don't like the fact that it's hollow. Oh well. Magnius also has this backpack that pops off and becomes a shield that it can hold. And then the forearms pop off as well. We'll cover that in a little bit. But I just wanted to show you. It does come with a pickaxe and a shield, even if that shield leaves the back looking rather naked. Shard is lovely. I love the way this thing looks, and just the pointiness and bits, and yeah, it's really nice. It comes with a couple of accessories. We'll talk about that in just a second. Posability. Head is on a swivel, and the head for this figure has light piping, which you can see right there. Arms swivel, hinge, swivel again. At the upper arm, bend at the elbow is 90 degrees. Fists do articulate. They are not on ball joints. They are on swivel joints. There is a torso swivel that's incredibly tight. Legs can kick forward and can kick back, and they are incredibly tight as well, and can kick out like that. And I forgot to show that Magnius can also kick out and do an incredible spread. Hell, both of them can. Then on Shard, you have not a thigh swivel, but a knee swivel. And then the feet can move forward and back, and mainly for the transformation. And then it's got a rocker side to side, which well, that didn't work. I rocked the entire figure side to side. That's not helping. In terms of accessories, Shard comes with these cannons that can mount on the forearms or can be hand carried in use. And then the blades of the helicopter mode. Yes, because it turns into a giant rock helicopter. And the blades can be held dual-wield style in either hand like this. And it actually does a, Weapon 23-esque blade attack mode. This is actually in the directions like that. Or you can sword carry one of the blades, and the other blade can fit in the gun. The cannon, like that. One thing, though, they don't fit in the hands. So you see these little bits right here, these little protrusions? You can cut them off, but that prevents them from being held like actual swords, which is a shame. So I will put them on the legs because I'm crazy like that. Now, both of these figures do pull apart into armorizer modes, but unlike the fossilizers and the Junkions before them, you're left with torsos, essentially. So for Magnius, pull off the arms, pull off the feet, or the sides of the legs. So Magnius just kind of falls apart like that. And then Shard, you pull off the arms, you pull off the legs. And you're left with a torso. Okay. That's just creepy. But each one of these can then be used as... Oh, I also forgot to pull off the little panels on Shard and Magnius's forearms. And each one of these bits can be used on other figures, and then you're left with these poor saps. All right, let's get into the transformations. Starting with Magnius, come to the arms and pull the shoulders away to free the chest and the torso, and just kind of grab that whole section, pull it up and over where it was. Take the wheels, chests, bits, and split them open, and then take the head and fold that up into the body. Then the arms will rotate in, and I have these upside down. Whoops-a-doodle. Take the fists and point them inwards, like this, and then this whole section will peg inside. Will go like that. So we want to make sure that the actual bit is there. Put the fist up and drop the shoulder in place like so. Then come to the legs and combine them, and combine the toes and flip the toes up onto the shins, flip the legs around, and just work with things, and we're done. The only thing we have to do is add the weapon to the top of the rear of the vehicle mode, like so. Next up is Shard. Come to the chest, and next up is Shard. Come to the arms and unpeg the shoulders and flip them out. Then grab the chest and flip it up. Flip the entire chest all the way up like that. Then take the arms and turn them so that the little bit or the little peg is pointing forward, and then fold this whole section up behind the head. Do the same thing on the other side, and these will actually peg into place on the sides. And then come down to the legs, fold the feet up, bring them around, and then bring them together, and then fold them up and unpeg the hips, bring them all the way out, push the panel there back, and then fold the legs up and peg them into place. Get them pegged up in there like this. And there are peg holes underneath that the outside of the shin or inside of the legs will peg into. And that's actually the hardest part of the transformation, is getting these things pegged in correctly. Then take the tail and drop that down, and then attach the rotors and attach the cannons. Now the cannons are a little weird because they want to go in a certain way. So you want to have the opening pointing down and push them in place into the forearms. They will slot into place. You want to remove the cannons before you try to transform it. It just makes everything easier. Then we take these guys and put them on. And we're done. The vehicle modes we end up with are neat. I mean, they're just neat. Magnus ends up with this kind of Mad Max Fury Road meets the Flintstones car that I actually really like quite a bit. I love this thing, and it looks cool. And you can even put the little thingy in the front there, in the screw hole, and act as a battering ram. Or a pancake flipper, aka a spatula. So yeah, there is that. That's neat. I like that. But it is kind of boring. It's a car. I mean, it's just a car. Now the helicopter. This is a thing of beauty. This is an absolute thing of beauty. It's so stupid. I love it so much. And it's a tandem. You've got the pilot and you've got the gunner. Oh, and guess what? They spin. It kind of has an evac vibe to it, aka live convoy. But it works really well. I mean, it works really well. It does. Now, I was trying to find a way to combine these two, but I haven't been able to figure that out, except for there's that back there, and I was trying to see, could I get that to fit? And this is all I could come up with. At the time of this video, these are the only 3 Infernax that have been released and announced. There's nothing else on the horizon so far, and nothing that we know about in 2025, at least that I can remember. And that's kind of a shame, because it would have been really cool if we could get a giant rock lord monster like we got with Junkosaurus and whatever the hell the fossilizer one was called. I legit don't remember what its name was. I'm interested in seeing what Hasbro does, because I would love to see, like, forget Beast Wars. Give us Rock Lords. Did I say Beast Lords? Beast Wars. We've kind of tapped that well a little bit. Give us more Rock Lords. Give us more Infernac Rock Lords. That would just be cool and something different. Alright folks, that's it for my video review today. Let me know what you think of Magnius and Shard down in the comments. Thank you so much for watching. As always, I have been Baltmatrix, asking you to like, comment, and subscribe, and I'll catch you all next time. When the first Beast Wars figures started showing up in the Transformers toy lines, the number of people that came out of the woodwork and demanded a Silverbolt was not small. This figure is probably the most requested figure of that Transformers Legacy line, from the Beast Wars side at least. I don't know who would be second. Maybe an actually good Rat Trap? But here we have everyone's favorite goodest boy, that is Silverbolt, and he has graced us with his majestic presence. Wolf mode is pretty okay. I'm perfectly happy with the wolf mode. I don't like the fact that you see the robot fists sticking out of the back legs, but guess what? The original figure did that too. Interesting. And in terms of beast mode, it's pretty darn good. Now, if we only had a quick strike to go with it, then I would be very happy, but we haven't been getting many Predacons in this toy line. We've got the original set, and that's about it. But we're not talking about Predacons, we're talking about this Maximal. Takara and Hasbro managed to get the textures on this figure just perfect. You've got the bird texture along the entire top, and then you've got the wolf texture along the entire body, and then the robotic texture of the lower legs. I would have liked it if there was a way to hide those robot silver or goldish bits, but who cares? I'm sorry, not gold, copper. And then the underside it's a little bit kibbly. I'm okay with that though. The one thing that I am not okay with is the lack of pupils in the eyes. That tells me that there's going to be a Takara release that has pupils, and I think that's already been announced. I honestly don't remember. I really do hate the main line being, kind of sidelined when it comes to accuracy for the show, and the Takara ones, you get the accuracy. I'm really getting tired of that. The other thing I don't like about paint-wise is I would have liked all of these feathers painted as well. Oh well. The wolf mode is actually pretty big in hand, and with Black Arachnia right here, it doesn't look that big, but when you consider that the entirety of the wolf figure could pretty much just cover her up when standing in front of her, yeah, it's not a small figure. And then here's a Commander class Rodimus in vehicle mode. Those two look oddly similar size-wise, or either that or I need to get my eyes checked again. I love that they included a flight stand plug at the bottom or the middle of the beast mode. Oh, that's so nice. Having him on a flight stand and being able to fly with other flying Transformers is just so nice. Hey folks, down in the comments, can you recommend some better flight stands? I got these off of Amazon, and they're like the Tamashii Figma stands, but the screws are just way too loose. Even after tightening them to the point where I thought the plastic was going to break, they still just loosen up like crazy. So just let me know what you think down in the comments, or if you have any suggestions. In beast mode, the figure is actually pretty darn posable. There are the joints up here at the front that move on a hinge forward and back, and then can move in and out. Then there's a thigh swivel, or a swivel there. Then there are elbow joints here that actually lock into place in different positions. So there's position 1, position 2, position 3, and position 4, which is really nice. I like that. Then there is a hinge down here at the bird foot. I would have liked there to have been an extra joint so you can open or close the foot, but oh well, not that big a deal. The mouth opens and closes, which I really like. Would have liked some paint in there, but that's something I could do myself. Rear legs have posability that is similar to the front, swivel, a hinge all the way out, and then there's one hinge on the back for the back paw in position 1, position 2, position 3, and that's it. And then we come to the wings. The wings are hinged very similar to Air Razor. We've got this, which is on a ratchet on its own, so it's position 1, or then floppy. And then this piece has its own ratchet, position 1, position 2, position 3 is a lot more floppy. And then these spin all the way out and can whack him in the face, which I think that's pretty funny. Because he could do the cat thing of, oh no, I'm covering my face to regain dignity. Silverbolt's transformation is pretty darn nifty, and I was not expecting this. It's very different from the original figure. So to start off with, straighten out the front legs, straighten out the feet, point them forward, and then turn them around 180 degrees like that. Come to the top of the figure and unpeg the wing, the rear tail wing, and then come to the back and split the back open, and there's Silverbolt's head, but these back leg pieces will fold down and up, and then we could flip out the robot arms like this, and then flip up the head all the way like that. Grab the beast head and flip it and unpeg it, and then fold that whole section up, spin it around 180, fold the doggy head in and close it up, close the robot head up, and then come to the belly of the doggy and flip down the little crotch skirt, and we're done. The robot mode we end up with is pretty darn good, and it's close to that original figure or that original design. The Takara version, I think, is going to be a lot closer, but one thing we got is a really good head sculpt. That is Silverbolt's head. No denying that. No ifs, ands, or buts. That's pretty much perfect. And if you remember in the show, they were just solid yellow. They were not, or did not, have pupils. On the whole, figure looks very good. Now, I went and collapsed the wings. That's my preference. Yours may vary. And you could fold the wings up pretty tightly. I really like the look of this in robot mode. It works well. Now, posability it's not bad. Head appears to be on a ball joint, but there's not much movement up or down, but there is plenty side to side. It's very tight on my figure. Shoulders are on hinges and a swivel. So swivel for 360 degree, hinge for in and out. Then there is another swivel at the upper arm or the bicep. Bend at the elbow is only 90 degrees. You'd think because of the transformation there'd be another bend there, but that's what's holding the doggy paw in place. There is torso articulation, though you do have to get things out of the way. You have to remove or lift up the rear tail feather and then make sure that the skirt armor is correct. And then you have the exact same posability that the wolf mode had in the legs. It's exact, though the bend at the knee is just about 90 degrees, and there is an ankle pivot, though it's not much, unfortunately, but it does pivot outward, which is nice. The figure comes with two feathers that turn into swords, and they both easily fit in his hands, so you can have some nice sword-wielding action poses, which is good, because you should action pose this guy. And here are the two lovebirds together. I'm so happy. I'm so happy I have an original transforming Black Arachnia figure and a Silverbolt figure. Now the question is, do I hunt down the Takara versions simply to have them even more show accurate? Or maybe go full chaos and get the original Beast Wars repaint of her, and I'm sure they're going to repaint him as Tiger Hawk evil version. Yeah, that's a lot of purple there. The bridal carry, totally possible with this figure set. Thankfully, this figure also has a keister port, so pulling off some fun flying poses is no problem whatsoever. Overall, Silverbolt is a fine figure. I have no real complaints about it. It just did not tickle my fancy when it originally came out and I got a hold of it. I don't know what it was. And I think it has to do with the slight inaccuracies to the design of the character in the show. And that's just me being old and crotchety, I think. There's nothing wrong with this figure that a little paint wouldn't fix, or Takara releasing a animation accurate version. At the end of the day, it's a good figure, totally worth having, and if you're a fan of Beast Wars, this one is a must. So folks, let me know what you think of Silverbolt down in the comments. Thank you all for watching. I have been Baltmatrix, and I hope you all have a wonderful day. Alright folks, I know you already saw a Just Transform these figures, but I'm going to give these guys their own full review because I think they deserve it. We've got Legacy Slipstream, Legacy Quake, and Legacy G1 Optimus Prime. All of these figures are deluxe class. Starting with Slipstream, this is my least favorite of the three. I love the paint. I absolutely love the paint scheme of this figure. The pictures do not do this thing justice. It looks so much better in hand. The thing that I really dislike, though, is this head sculpt. I absolutely cannot stand this head sculpt, and I don't know why. It just irritates the ever-living bejesus out of me. It's like they took Starscream's head, put a lady face in there, and then called it a day. It feels very lazy. But that just could be me. It could be, I don't know. The overall aesthetic of the figure, though, does work. It is the Windblade mold again, and I'm fine with that. I just wish she had a better head sculpt. The figure comes with these two guns that are painted in black, though molded in clear plastic, and they do work with blast effects, though I don't have any handy at this time. They're fine. I wish they mounted on the back of the shoulders, but they don't. Or the top of the shoulders, but they don't. My friends over at Non-Nef Productions do have a set coming, and may have already released it by the time you see this, where this peg hole on the back is going to be used to attach a new shoulder-mounted weapon of some sort. So yeah, otherwise they fit and peg into the bottom of the arms with no issue. Now, transformation is pretty okay. It's not bad. So start off by combining the legs together, turn the legs around 180 degrees, fold the feet down, and flip up the tail fin, or tail wing like that, and flip out these little wings here. Then come to the backpack and split the backpack open, fold out the side of the nose cone, fold out the full nose cone, fold down the wings, flippy the backpack all the way around, and close everything up over her head. Then take the wings, flip them forward, grab the knees, and first come to the back of the legs and flip these purple, dark purple panels up. Fold the legs all the way up until they peg in up here towards the back of the figure, and get them fully collapsed like that. And then fold the purple pieces there. Bring the wings in, and they will peg into place. And then the arms will peg in or grab these little pegs down underneath. And there we have the jet mode. It works pretty well. I like it. I do like it. It feels like you can open the cockpit, but you really can't. And nope, there's actually no little humans in there. I do like the jet mode. I think it does work. I like it. What I like less is the guns when you peg them in. And you can't peg them closer to the fuselage than this because there's just not enough room. There's just not enough room. So you peg them in and you get the weird look for the guns sticking out so far away from the fuselage. Oh well. She can do VTOL just like Windblade, so the engines do rotate 180, so that's fine. No problems there. Overall, it's an okay figure. If it had better accessories and a better head sculpt, I'd be much more high on it. But as it is, it's just okay. Next up, we're taking a look at Quake, and boy, is this a better figure than that Skullgrin we got earlier. I don't remember if that was this year or 2024 or 2023. Man, this thing is so much better. My copy, though, has some very loose legs, but other than that, the figure is way better. The sculpt on it, the treads, the head sculpt, everything is really nice on this figure. Also comes with his two Target Masters, who are just like the original Generation 1 figures, little bricks of plastic. Oh well. Put them off to the side. Posability of the guy, pretty darn good. No complaints there. You can pull off some really great poses with this thing. and it's just really good. Then the backpack does disconnect. You can pull that off and flip around the cannon, though I don't know what good that's going to do for you because you need yet something else that has a peg coming off of it to peg into, which is dumb. The Legacy Fusion mode works by just slapping one or two of the, just popping them on top of each other. That's really dumb. That's just so dumb. Anyway, just move them off to the side. This is a solid figure. Robot mode, super solid. Like 9 out of 10. Really good. Just super solid, fun figure. Transformation. Transformation's weird. So to start off with, take the fists, fold them up, and then kind of point them up to the sky. Come to the chest, open up the chest, push the head or the backpack up and flip it around, and then take the shoulders and slide them up on this slider and snap them into place. Close that panel up. Come down to the legs. Bend the knees like that. Split the legs open, and then you could flip out these treads from the inside of the legs like that. And, oh yeah, and then we can take the arms and fold them up. I forgot to do that. Like that. Okay, now we come back to the legs. So take the leg. I like to pull the foot away from the figure, and then that'll allow you to flip this panel up with the back tread, fold the foot down, and then take the entire rear section like this, and you want to collapse it all the way down like that. So you have it folded up against itself like this. Then you bring this black piece down, and you bring the gray piece around to cover up the toe like that. And just do that on the other side. So you've got the figure split in half. What you bring the legs back together, and they will snap together once you have everything lined up, which is easier said than done sometimes. And then you bring the entire crotch forward and flip it around at the hips. And everything will snap down and peg into place. And then there are these little tabs that will fit right in there. And now we have a brick with some treads. So then we take the cannon top and plop it on top. And there we have Quake's alt mode, which is a nice, succinct little tank. I mean, yeah, it's a tank. Turret doesn't really move all that much. It's kind of the ugliest, stupidest tank I've ever seen. But it is a tank. I can't argue with that. And the guns can either be placed up top, like that, which, sure, or they could be placed on the sides, like that. Whatever you feel like doing. This tank mode is weird. It's just weird. It's worlds better than Skullgrin, and really makes me think that they screwed up with Skullgrin unintentionally, and that this was the original figure and Skullgrin was an afterthought. So I don't know, but this works really well, even if the tank is a little bit doofy. Now we come to the star of the show, G1 Optimus Prime. This thing is great. This is flat out great. It is a phenomenal toy. Yes, it is the G1 styling. Yes, I know some people are sick of it. Yes, it does have some minor quibbles, but it's really good otherwise. So it comes with two guns. One, we have the original G1 toy gun, and then we have a G1 animation accurate gun. And then, of course, it comes with his axe, which just slots over either fist. Posability for this thing is amazing. Head is on a ball joint and can swivel around. Got some light piping. We'll show that off in a minute. Shoulders are on swivels and hinges, and the smokestacks can move. Then there's a swivel at the elbow and the elbow joint, obviously. Fists don't articulate, unfortunately. The wheels at the hips can get out of the way, and the front skirt can get out of the way. 90-degree kick forward and back. Torso articulation, 90 degrees out. Swivel at the thigh. Bend is at 90 degrees. And then, look at that. Look at that. He could do the splitsies. He can Van Damme with the best of them. The The reason I love this toy so much is because it feels durable. Oh, I forgot there's also a foot side to side. It doesn't feel like it's going to break. I've dropped this down the stairs and it was fine. Unlike the Missing Link figure, which I have and I will review, I don't think this thing's going to break. I don't feel like it's going to break. If it does, I will be sad, but it feels really good in the hand and it feels solid in a way that some figures we've gotten lately don't. Oh, I forgot to mention, there is a clear matrix in his chest. Yippity-doo. I love this thing. I love this thing so much. And as promised, here is his light piping. It's excellent. Prime's transformation is very simple, exactly the way you think it is. Fold down his feet, snap his legs together, and just get all that situated. Oh, come on, get in there. There we go. Then come to the arms, and the arms will actually open up and fold down, and then you flip the fist around and close them up. A very elegant solution. And then, well, the rest of it is exactly how you think it's going to go. Head folds down in the back, arms fold back and around, and I will put them and peg them into place here in a second because you have to fold the legs back and then fold these wheels in and they will snap into place with the front bumper. Then the arms fold in and then the arms, elbows, actually peg into the thighs. And here we have the alt mode. It's super squat, it's super tight, and it feels so good. It just feels great. It's so good. Yes, you could put both of the guns on the back, and you can put the axe on the back as well. So, weapon storage. That's excellent. This thing also, rubber wheels, real rubber wheels. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Now, size-wise, it is a little on the small side. I mean, here's Quake. It does scale to Quake, but, just so much fun. Overall, this is a pretty good wave of figures. Even though I'm not the hugest fan of Slipstream, I can't argue with the paint. The paint sculpt is excellent, and the third parties are going to be creating fixes for all my little quibbles. Quake is a good figure. I hate the Target Masters because they're just slabs of plastic. But otherwise, it's a pretty fun figure in and of itself, even if the tank mode is very doofy. And then this Prime it's just excellent. It's just excellent. Don't care what anybody says. It is one of my favorite figures of the year. So, we have a very strong deluxe class wave here. So folks, let me know what you think of these figures down in the comments. Thank you all for watching so much. I hope you all have a wonderful day, and I will catch you all next time. Oh yeah, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe too. Thanks! Hello everybody, I am Baltmatrix, and today we're taking a look at Transformers Legacy Voyager class Thundertron. He's a pirate, don't you know? Thundertron came to me from the Hasbro Pulse, and by came to me means I purchased it and it got shipped to me. I gotta admit, robot mode, it looks frickin' fantastic. Yes, he does have a peg leg in the box, or on the box. I will show you that in a minute, but I prefer him sans peg leg. The overall aesthetic of the figure is absolutely fantastic, and he feels good in the hand. And, you know, I hate to admit this, I was ready to hate this thing, and I've turned around on it quite a bit because it's really cool. Now here's Thundertron with the only other kitty bot that we've had in the Legacy line, and that is Leo Prime, or Leo Prime, or Leo Convoy for all you Japanese fans out there. You can see the aesthetic difference between the two figures is quite striking, though, let's face it, I mean, the lower legs are just going to form the back parts of the cat mode. I mean, that's just cats. Transformers in general. I mean, how many Cheetor figures have we had over the years? And yes, there is a turn the legs into cat legs and then futz with the torso to turn it into the front of a cat. Yeah, that's present here, but I don't care. It's still a cool figure. I tried to get him to be able to sit in the nice big purple throne because this would be perfect for him, but he's got too much junk in the trunk and backpack kibble for that to actually work, unfortunately. Head sculpt is fantastic. I mean, look at this thing. This is some real Cybertron Blackbeard the Pirate stuff going on here. He's even got the crest from the top of a pirate hat, and that beard. It's amazing. The only accessory the figure comes with is this really giant-ass sword, which I'm all for. I mean, look at the molding and the detail on this thing. It's real nice. It's big. I just wish it was less than, one color, but that's something I can fix myself. Now, Peg Leg. He is a pirate. How do you get him into a peg leg? Well, you take his right foot and you rip it off. And there's the peg leg. Nyar. Down to Robo Davy Jones's locker with ya. And, well, where does said foot go? Well, that becomes part of the sword guard. So there is this stub at the front of the sword that pegs into this opening on the bottom of the back of the heel, and that pegs in right there, and then he gets a foot sword. Okay. That's really stupid, but okay. All right, well, maybe we can, maybe we can have some fun with it. Well, can we turn that around? And nope. Well, is there anything else you could do with it? No, not really. But there is a 5mm port right there. Maybe I can attach a gun to it. Yes, you can attach a gun to it, though it's very loose. Whee! Don't let the peg leg fool you. It can pose just fine with the peg leg. You just have to get a little bit creative. The overall aesthetic of the figure, absolutely fantastic. And I do appreciate the peg leg. It works well for the character. It's very, very cool. And there we have his faction symbol right on his keister. Personally, I am a fan of having both feet being, normal robot feet. I do appreciate the peg leg, but I just like the foot option better. That's just a personal preference. Your mileage may vary. Posability-wise, starting with the head, it is on a ball joint and does have a good range of motion. However, due to the size of the shoulder pads, or I guess you would call these collar pads? I don't know. And the beard, it does limit the head's movement a little bit. That is unfortunate. Shoulder pads are on hinges and move up and down, and then the arms themselves move forward and back, in and out, on hinges and swivels and all that jazz. Unfortunately, there are some very large gaps in the forearms, and I wouldn't have a problem with them if it weren't for the fact that the fists don't actually rotate into them. They're just opened and hold. So, Non-Neff, could you get to making some filler panels for these? I'd really like a set. Fists do articulate, but they are a little bit tough to deal with. These swivels are very tight, and you also have the added plastic of the claw coming off the top of the hand. The fists just hit them. It just hits them. But you can get about 90 degrees worth of movement in the fists before you can't turn them anymore. And unfortunately, well, no, that's not true. I just have to push it and it will go back. But you see, once you get the fist to be perpendicular to the rest of the forearm, it won't move anymore, but then you can swivel it around. I don't know if you heard that popping. That was just the plastic of the fist moving past the plastic, or the goldish plastic of the claw on top, which is funny because these are not actually the cat claws that are in beast mode. Is limited torso articulation, just it's limited because of the amount of robot and beast kibble. The actual side skirts are on ball joints. Legs can get forward and back, in and out. They do the 90 degrees. Thigh swivel, knee swivel is, wow, that is pretty posable. And then the feet do articulate forward and back a little bit. And then there is an ankle rocker, but it is very limited. That posability is only for the left foot. The right foot doesn't really have much in terms of posability. It's got forward and back movement, but no ankle rocker. But if you loosen it a little bit, it can spin. Yeah, that's because of the peg leg. The only storage space for the weapon is on its butt flap, or the backpack kibble, and it works okay. I would have loved if there was a way to peg it into the side of the hip, but you can't. It works just sitting back there. It's not bad at all. It does get it out of the way, though it does get in the way of some poses, but it's not that big a deal, really. Now, on this figure, there are a bunch of different ports to peg things into. There's a port on either side of the lower leg. There is a port on either side skirt, on right there on the hips. There is a port on each forearm to peg in a weapon. Obviously, his fists can hold a weapon. And then the top of the shoulder pads, there is a port on one shoulder pad, and then these slots on the other. No idea what the slots are for, though. Thunder Kitty's transformation is pretty darn nifty. I actually like this transformation quite a bit. It starts off by first making sure that the sword isn't pegged anywhere. Just leave it off to the side. Lift the tail up and out of the way, and make sure that the foot has been reattached to the right leg. Come down to the toes and take the outer bits of the foot and flip them around so that they are back on the heels. Then come to the actual hips, flip up the skirts, and then take the thighs and turn them around 180 degrees so that they're pointing out like that. Then take the legs, or the lower legs, and turn them around so that they're pointing back forward, and then collapse them like you would a cat leg, like so. And do that on both sides. And then that's it for the legs. And we have now ended up with Cheetor legs. Beast Machine's Cheetor legs. That looks ridiculous. Anywho, moving on to the torso. Grab the lion head and this little white bit in his belly and pull the whole thing forward and up over the robot head, like so. Take the arms and give him a T-pose, like that. Turn the arm around so that the armpit is pointing up towards where the head is. Now, grab the upper arm and then turn the forearm so that the inside of the forearm is pointing forward, like that. And then close those up onto each other, and they will peg together, like so. And now we come to the kitty head. Bring it down a little bit just so it's touching the top of the arms, and then grab the head and pull it away from the rest of the body, because there's this double hinge that's very important. And then come to the backpack and pull the backpack up and hinge it up and over and pull it down, or pull it all the way up and over the back like this, so it's pointing kind of up and curved over. And then that little blue piece, there's a peg right there where my finger is. That will peg into that slot behind the head, like that, and then lift the head up, and it will snap into the peg that is shown right there at the tip of that blue piece. Now, take the arms and fold them up and push them up until they rest behind the lion head. And one very cool thing is in these upper arms, there are these little slots that are cut out on the inside of the arms, or the upper arms, right there where my finger is, that will slide into these big white pieces. And they just slot right into place, and then bend the elbows up. And remember that piece that was attached to the figure's belly, or what was the figure's belly? Well, there are two little pegs coming off right there and right there, and those will peg into the underside of the fists. This is the most annoying part of the transformation, because getting all of this lined up and getting these bits pegged into place is just really annoying. You just kind of have to futz with it until you get everything lined up correctly. The one bit of the arm transformation that you have to be aware of is there are these slots that are just behind the wrists. They're right there and right there. Those will slot into these little protrusions coming off the white pieces. And they just kind of rest there, but they do slot into place. And once you get them in and you get all the angles correct, you could simply bring this down and peg them into place. Though doing it causes the fists to move, and you just have to be patient. Just get all the angles right and just futz with it until you could get these little pegs pegged into these holes on the bottom of the fists. And once you do, it looks like this. Then take these side areas that are on the sides of the head and just fold them back as far as they will go. Then come to what were the shoulder pads, flip them up, and fold out the cat claws, bring the hinge down, and then hinge them to the side, and that peg will peg into the hole that was in the forearm. And we do the same thing on the other side. And then slot that into place. And then close up those shoulder pads, and then bring the legs down and get them all positioned correctly into place so it looks like, a kitty. And then take the hip skirts and point them straight back, and then peg the sword into the holder above, stand it up, and we're done. The kitty mode we end up with looks great. Like, legitimately, it looks fantastic. And it looks like a Zoid. And that is intentional, because according to the designer of the toy, Thundertron landed on the Zoid's planet and scanned a Liger. And that's how we ended up with this alt mode. So we literally have Thunder Liger. I am okay with that. I am definitely okay with that headcanon. I like that a lot. Oops, as you can see, I've got the hips a little bit wonky, but that's okay. We'll just fix it. Yeah, it's a really good lion mode. Not the most posable thing in the world, but overall pretty darn good. And a hell of a lot better than what we ended up with Lio Convoy. I'm not transforming Lio Convoy. I don't want to. I love this thing. And that blows my mind. I know that sounds really weird, but it does. Because this figure, I was ready to hate. I was all ready to dismiss it. Because let's face it, Thundertron, who cares? Like, seriously, who cares? This is a nobody character. He's not that interesting. He's just kind of there. But this toy's fantastic. And honestly, I could easily see this thing being heavily remolded into Beast Machine's Cheetor, or repainted as Alpha Trion. Like, seriously, I mean, it's that good. I would buy multiple retools and repaints of this thing. It's really cool. And Cam, aka Grimlockamus, if you're watching, I could see you making a repaint of this somehow. Please do, because I think it would be really cool. Yeah, overall, as a toy, as a figure, it's freaking awesome. I mean, look at that head. It's so well detailed. It's so well painted. The mouth opens and closes. Hell, they even bothered to paint the teeth, which I appreciate. It's really cool. And it works. It works incredibly well. And I don't hate it, which is the thing I'm surprised at more than anything. And if you're really feeling your inner Voltron, you can actually stick the sword in his mouth, and it works. I mean, look at this! And the cat mode is posable. I mean, it's actually posable. In the legs, that is. The rest of the body doesn't really move all that much. You have to get a little bit creative, but it does work. And it's fun. And you all who have been watching me for years know that I'm kind of picky when it comes to figures sometimes. I'm as surprised as anyone that I like this thing so much. It's legitimately a good figure, and it came out of left field. The other thing I'm really impressed with this figure is just how good it feels in the hand. It feels solid. Nothing's loose. Everything feels well put together. It just is a quality figure, and it's one that honestly wasn't even on my radar, to be honest. I just blindly pre-ordered it on Hasbro Pulse because that's the kind of person I am. Or I could say kind of sicko I am. But I'm real glad I got a hold of it. I really am worried that this guy is going to be a shelf warmer. And that would be a shame if it ends up being a shelf warmer, because it deserves to be in your collection. It really, really does. It's that good. It's that much fun. It's just a pleasant surprise and definitely worth your hard-earned cash. And boy, in this day and age where everything is so much more expensive, just being able to get a figure and just be super happy with it, have no problems whatsoever, and being able to wholeheartedly recommend a figure like Thundertron gives me double thumbs up. So folks, pick this one up if you can find it. I think it's still available over at the Hasbro Pulse. It's probably available at your favorite online e-retailer as well. Folks, it's really a ton of fun and totally worth having in your collection. So everyone, that's been my video review of Thundertron. Let me know what you think of the figure down in the comments. Thank you all so much for watching. As always, I have been Baltmatrix, asking you to like, comment, and subscribe. And yeah, I got a couple of figures I need to review and work through. So let's get on that gravy train. Thanks for watching. I'll see you all next time. This video review was shot entirely on an iPhone Pro 15 Max. My usual camera decided that it didn't want to work today because reasons. Oh, and Transformers Cybertron will be 20 years old in 2025. That's next year. This show is nearly 20 years old. Oh my god. One of the weirdest figures we've gotten in the past couple of years is Generation 2 G-Axis. If this was on your bingo card for figures that would show up in the Transformers Legacy series, well, I think this might have been a free space for you. This figure is really interesting. And quite honestly, I didn't think that we'd ever see anything repainted from this mold. Well, I was wrong. From the G-Axis mold, we have been gifted with Transformers Cybertron Vector Prime. I gotta say, I did not see this coming. The main similarities between the two figures are the upper arm and the forearm and the fists, and then the hips, upper legs, lower legs, and feet, all exactly the same. But this video isn't about G-Axis, so he's out of here. This video is about our boy Vector Prime. Something that I'm less keen on is the backpack. There's a lot left to be desired back here, but it's fine. It does the job. It gets the little cape solar panels out of the way. Vector Prime comes with two accessories, the first of which is this big sword, which that original figure came with a nice big sword. The hilt does bend, so you can do some stuff with it posing-wise, but overall, it sticks to being a sword very well. And then it comes with its own little Cyberplanet key, which can plug into his belly. Like that. And then you get some wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey stuff is supposed to happen. It doesn't. This is just a toy. I absolutely love the overall look of the figure. It's so nice. It really is. And it feels a little bit better, or I should say the proportions work better for me with this figure than compared to the original figure, which, while not bad, it lacked a little something. For a size comparison, here is Cybertron Starscream from the same Transformers United line. Man, Cybertron fans are eating well right now. The figure's posability, his head is on a ball joint. However, his head keeps coming unpegged there at the collarbone. Shoulders are on hinges that move up and down, and then you could do a 360, and then you've got a swivel just below the shoulder, elbow bend well above 90 degrees. Fists do rotate, and they open and close with those weird little grabby fingers. Torso articulation is present, and then he's got the feet, the Rodimus Prime legs, or the Hot Rod legs, where he can get forward and back, though the backpack gets in the way, and so does the actual skirt armor. That gets in the way as well for kicking back. Can kick out at just about 90 degrees. There is a thigh rotation, and then, or thigh swivel, bend at the knee is well over 90 degrees, and then an ankle rocker. But like G-Axis, it is limited because of the way it's designed. With all the different joint options you have on this thing, while standard, you can pull off some decent poses, and I quite like this figure a lot. Now, even though I love the look of this figure, it is not without its problems, and my copy has some real QC issues that are more really big annoyances than actual problems. So the first one I've already shown you, and that's his head doesn't want to stay tabbed in. The other issue I have is that his chest just lifts up. It doesn't actually peg into place. It's supposed to peg in underneath, but it just doesn't want to stay. The legs themselves are fine
ish, but the hip swivels are a little loose and the pegs holding the shins on aren't the best. There's some mold degradation going on there. Now for the back. These arms I think are too loose. I just don't think those pins have been pushed in enough. And specifically the left, I guess, pylon for this, or for whatever this accessory bit is, the solar sail. This pylon is very loose on mine, but that appears to be a problem across the board. So there might just be a manufacturer defect going on there. Vector Prime's transformation is very similar to G-Axis to start off with. Fold the fists up into the forearms and just obviously do that on both sides. And then take the arms and take the shoulder pads and push them down, and they will snap back into place. Come to the backpack and open up the back of the figure like that, and then fold the head all the way in and close that up. That will then push the chest up, bring it up, snap it into place, and turn it around 180 degrees like so. Then we can just kind of T-pose the arms, flip the legs around, and then combine them, but we'll do that in a second. First, take these inside panels and flip them around. Then come to the legs and unpeg the shins. They will rotate up. We can fold the feet in, and then we can just sort of half transform them for now, because first we'll need to flip these up, grab the other piece of the backpack and fold it down over the hips. And then once that's done, then we can bring up the shins and they will snap into place. Bring that tail fin all the way up, snap that into place, turn those to the side, bring these down and peg them into the pegs that are coming off the bottom of the shins. Then come to the front and fold the arms up, take the arm shoulder section and accordion them down and peg them into place. And we're done. The alt mode we end up with looks pretty good, but it's not exact to the original figure, which is a shame because that original figure was really cool. The thing that I absolutely hate is right there at the very tip of the space thingy mode is that right there. See? There's a screw sticking up, and then those are where the figure is supposed to peg in. I absolutely hate the way that that looks. The Cyberplanet key can be pegged into the top of the vehicle mode. Though getting that lined up is a little tricky sometimes. And then the sword can be pegged in on the bottom on either side. I just end up putting it over here. The original figure, you know what? I don't remember how the original figure stored that stuff. Yeah, it's not a bad alt mode, but I don't think it succeeds 100%. I would love for there to have been more paint back here. Maybe some of the maroon going in for the cabling, or the gold, maybe some gold in there. That would have been very nice. Or, ooh, no, the blue. The blue would have been perfect. That would have really tied it together. It's fine. Overall, it's fine. It's not my favorite alt mode for Transformers Cybertron figure. It's good enough. For a size comparison, here is Cybertron Starscream next to Vector Prime. Very different spaceship jetty modes, but you can see there is a little bit of size difference. And a little bit of a better view with them in a kind of a space shuttle launch mode. Please forgive the wind charger there. I needed something to balance that Starscream with. It's weird. Lately, I have found that the bot modes have been really good with a bunch of figures, but then the alt modes have been severely lacking, or I've been unenthused by the bolt modes? Yes, alt modes. I am my own mode. Oh dear God. The bolt mode. It's not that this is a bad figure by any stretch of the imagination. It just, I really wish it got its own figure, not a retool of a pre-existing figure, which isn't a bad figure. G-Axis is not a bad figure at all. It's quite good, actually. But I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being too picky. That's entirely possible. It feels weird to say that a lot of Legacy is taking other designs and then putting them through a homogenization layer, if that makes any sense. I mean, look at the Transformers animated figures that we've gotten in Legacy. But here, it's like they had a really unique figure, stripped out all the gimmicks, and then set it to a price point. That's what it feels like. And I don't know if that's true. I'm hoping not. But it's what it feels like. But we ended up with a good figure. It's a good toy. It's not bad. I love the robot mode. Transformation is okay. And the vehicle mode is, well, it's a vehicle mode. So folks, let me know what you think of Vector Prime down in the comments. I'm torn because I love the robot mode, but everything else about the figure just leaves me meh. I don't know. Maybe there's something wrong with me. Let me know what you think down in the comments. Thank you all for watching. As always, I have been Baltmatrix. I hope you have a wonderful day, and I hope you have a wonderful day, and I will catch you all next time. Hello YouTube, I am Baltmatrix, and today we are taking a look at Transformers Legacy Deluxe Class Windblade. I picked this figure up over at Amazon, and I had to get it on Amazon because I missed the pre-order for the Hasbro Pulse. Boy, let me tell you, I was not expecting to like this figure, and I kind of love it. They nailed the coloring and the overall feel of Windblade. She looks absolutely fantastic in red, that light blue, black, and silver. And then the chest is just really well done and really well detailed and realized and not super sexualized, which I greatly appreciate. And just overall, the figure looks great, except for the wings. I really wish they weren't hollow, but nothing I can do about that. That face sculpt is absolutely amazing, and Hasbro did an impeccable job painting it, except one little thing. You see at on that little bit that's at the top of, I guess, this line on her head, there is some paint chipping there. That, I dropped the figure. I dropped the figure flat on its face, and it chipped off. That was my fault, not the figure's fault. Windblade comes with two accessories, the first of which is this big purple sword, which mounts nicely on either thigh. I appreciate that. It works really well. And overall, the sword's fine. It's fine. I would have preferred less flame action, but there's a reason for that in vehicle mode, and I'll show that to you later. The other accessory is her comb, and that is stored on the back of her head. And you just gotta, getting it in there is real easy. Getting it out, not so much, but it is painted in all gold, and it works well, and she can hold it. I have no, well, she's supposed to be able to hold it. I have no idea why. I don't know what this is for. Or maybe it's a fan, but it's supposed to be a comb, and damn it, why can't I get her to hold it? There, she's kind of holding it. I got it. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with it. Her head without the comb, though, it looks naked. It doesn't look good. Posability-wise, the figure's head is on a ball joint and can look up that far, can look down that far, and, do the swivel thing. Arms are on swivels and hinges. Then there is an upper arm swivel, bend at the elbow is over 90 degrees. Fists or hands do have the ability to move around. The torso articulation is present, that's for the transformation. Legs can kick forward and back and out at 90 degrees. There is a thigh swivel, bend at the knees 90 degrees, and then there is an ankle rocker. It's not as extreme as other figures, but it's there and it works just fine. Even the wings are slightly posable. This is their default location. They can go all the way up, and they actually could go anywhere in between, and they actually do stay in position. And then they have a little bit of backwards movement, just a little bit. It does hit the backpack, though. And the backpack itself is rather big. It just looks like she's carrying her lunch, however. And let's not forget about the VTOL engines that do spin around They don't attack or anything, but they do spin, and you can flip them forward. And to be honest, for the robot mode, I prefer to have them flipped forward. The wings don't have any tilt forward and back, unfortunately. Would have been nice if they did, but that's okay. Now, there is one little thing. There is the tiniest of little pegs right here on the back, and there's a tiny little peg hole right in there, and it's supposed to, peg into place there. It does, but it's not very tight. The height of figures in the Legacy line is all over the frickin' place, especially for the deluxe class. But she scales to pretty much everything that's coming out in this wave. Chase and Granite. I know that's not his name. It's like Magnanimous or something like that. But I'm calling him Granite. Yeah, you can see she's just about the same height as everybody else. Except for, Bumblebee, who's too short, and Needlenose, who's just a little too tall. Windblade's transformation is pretty darn easy and, dare I say, kind of fun. First, disconnect the sword, and I forgot that there is a peg hole on her keister as well, where you can peg the sword in. Oh, and you know what else I forgot to mention are the different peg holes. So we've got two 5mm ports on the bottom of her feet, one on each side of the lower leg, her hands, one on the back of each forearm, and then two under each wing. So, yeah, you can armor her up. Anyway, transformation time. To start off with, take the feet and push them down, and then grab the tail wing and fold it all the way up, and then snap the foot all the way down, and just get those lined up. And then come to the back of the shins and unpeg these panels, flip them up, and then you can peg the sword into the feet. And to just get that pegged in, and then bring the feet together. Now, the directions have you do this later, but you have to untransform it in order to get the sword in there if you want to do this. Take the legs, turn them around 180 degrees like that. Now, the shoulder pads are supposed to be lifted up like that, but then you snap them down for the transformation. It doesn't really matter if you have them out or not. Come to the backpack, fold the nose cone down, split the backpack in half, and then fold out the nose cone sections. Bring the wings down, fold the backpack up over the head, and close that up to hide her head and snap it into place. And then I like to move the wings up out of the way. Now, what we're going to do, first take these panels and pull them on their hinges all the way up to the back of the knees. And then we could take the shins and fold them up and bring them up into place just in the small of her back. Bring the wings in, and they will snap into place inside or on slots just behind the kneecaps. Take the hands and bring them down, and they will grab onto these pegs. Then take the panels, fold them down under the thrusters, fold them up, and peg them into place to form the lower landing gears. Come up to the nose cone and pull out the front landing gear, and we're done. The jet mode we end up with is very cool, and unfortunately, some of the pictures that we've gotten of the figure really don't do the jet mode justice. I like the way it looks. I think it looks neat, and I think it works. The only thing that's annoying is you look at the figure and, oh, hey, there's a robot under there. I really wish there was a way that it could have hidden the arms better, but you know what? Who cares? I mean, really, who cares? This is the best Windblade figure I think we've ever gotten, and it's definitely my favorite from the past few years. Overall, this new Windblade figure is a solid entry into your Transformers collection. The colors really pop. The figure is just very posable. Yeah, it's a little top heavy thanks to the backpack and the lack of heels, but you could still pull off some fun poses. In fact, that's my only issue with the figure is I think the heels could be done a little bit better. But other than that, this is a solid figure and kind of came out of left field for me. I wasn't expecting to like this at all. In fact, I was kind of expecting to hate it because I don't particularly like the Windblade character. She's not bad, but she's definitely not my favorite. Yeah, this is a good toy. This is a good figure and definitely worth having in your collection. I can't really say anything more than that because I genuinely like it. So, folks, let me know what you think of Windblade down in the comments. Thank you so much for watching. I'll be sure to put the link to the Amazon page that I got it from down in the description if you want to pick it up for yourself. As always, I have been Baltmatrix, and I'll catch you all next time. Hopefully, with some more reviews. I mean, we've got Bumblebee, Tasmanian Kid, the reactive figures. Yeah, we got a lot of figures to review. Catch you later.
Hey everybody, I'm Baltmatrix, and today we're taking a look at Transformers Animated Bumblebee. This is from the Transformers Legacy United line. We already have a couple of the Autobots that are from Transformers Animated that have made their debut into the Legacy line. Bulkhead, Prowl, I've already reviewed. Today we're taking a look at Bumblebee, and we will be looking at Optimus Prime in the near future. I think they've nailed the overall look in robot mode of the character. The black and the yellow, very minimal, but it looks good. That head sculpt, it's perfect. I have no complaints. Okay, I do have one complaint. My camera won't focus, but otherwise, very good head sculpt. What I don't like is the size of the figure for the price. This is a deluxe class figure, and it's tiny. It's very tiny. But that being said, so are a lot of the other Legacy class figures that are of deluxe class size, like the Minibots. But as you can see here, he is roughly the same height as Bumblebee from the Transformers 86 line. And he is a little bit shorter than all the Minibots. Still bigger than Spike, though. In terms of posability, head is on a ball joint and can look pretty far up, and it swivels side to side. There is a ball joint in there. I mean, there's the neck right there. Shoulders are on hinge joints, and then you could swivel. Cannot do 360 degree because of that hinge, but that's because of the transformation. Then there's another hinge just underneath it. Swivel just above the elbow. Elbow bends a little over 90 degrees. Fists do not articulate. Again, that is because of the transformation and the nature of the transformation. And I think I might be making a liar out of myself. Hold on here. Yes, there is a swivel. I'm a doofus. It's very tiny and very tight, but it does have wrist swivels. Torso swivel. Legs can kick forward and can kick back and can kick way out. Thigh swivel. Bend at the knee is well over 90 degrees. And there is an ankle rock, but very, very, very minimal. Look at that. That's it. That's as far as it goes. It doesn't go any farther. And if you're wondering, no, there is no hole in the keister for a mount on a figure stand. You're going to have to use one of the grabby claws. While we're back here, let's take a look at the accessories. The figure comes with 2 clear rockets and then 2 little silver and clear blue pieces. These silver blue pieces can come off the rockets, and then they can be used as Bumblebee's stingers. To get Bumblebee to use the stingers, we have to open up the forearms, flip the fists around, and actually turn them the right way. So do that on both sides. And then there are little holes there on the forearms for the stingers to peg into. And they do peg in at an angle, which is a little weird, but then it allows you to combine the hands to do, well, the thing he does in the show. I kind of like that. I kind of like that effect. Yeah, it works. One thing to be aware of with this figure is the clear plastic. The entire chest is clear plastic that is very nicely painted, and then the backpack has a big chunk of clear plastic as well. This all forms the roof of the car in vehicle mode. I have seen some folks online showing breakages of this piece, so just be wary. All right, transformation time. Let's go ahead and get into it. First, open up the forearms and flip the fists up into the forearms. Then come underneath the armpit, grab the chest, and pull it away and down from the body. Flip it up, and then flip it all the way up, flipping the head underneath the back of the roof. Then take the arms and split them apart and pull them out like this. Come down to the forearms, turn them 90 degrees, and then fold them up to the fronts of the shoulders. So we'll actually have the part of the car mode. And then point them straight up to the sky. Come down to the legs, come under the feet, and fold up these little black pieces that are forming the heels. Open up the shins, and then flip in these little black pieces, and fold up the toes into the shins. Now, keeping the panel open, grab the outside of the panel, rotate it around 180 degrees, and then close up the panel. So do the same thing on the other side and close that up. This will form the front of the car mode. And then smush those two together. Take the hips and turn them around 180 and unpeg the hips and flip them forward like this. And the very, very front of the windscreen will peg into halfway into the roof, or into the hood, like that, or bonnet, depending on where you're from. All right, so now we need to fold the arms back, the shoulders back up, and just get everything lined up into place. And just before we complete the transformation, fold the backpack down so you could peg that into the rear wheel wells. And we just got to get the things in place. And there we go. And we have our stylized little Transformers animated Bumblebee, which it looks great. It legit looks great. Proportions aren't exactly the same as the show, but I'm fine with that. The little hot hatchback we have here, I think works incredibly well. And I love the fact that they painted the rims. Yes, thank you, Hasbro and Takara. Now, there are a couple of mount points. There's a mount point just behind the front wheel. There's a mount point at the back of the roof of the vehicle. And there are 2 mount points on the very back of the vehicle. So we can mount the rockets up here. And then you can unpeg. And I've seen folks actually mount the little wasp bits on the back there, but I prefer to put them back like this and just have them coming off the rockets. So it looks like it goes. It's a small vehicle mode for sure. Here's Prowl next to it. It's a tiny vehicle mode, but it's the same size as the 86 Bumblebee, and it's also kind of the same length as a core class wheelie. I mean, roughly. They are close. The Deluxe is bigger, though. Of the Transformers animated figures we've gotten so far, I think Bumblebee is my favorite at the time of this review. I haven't reviewed Prime yet. It's the closest to the style of the show. And that is the big sticking point for me with these legacy figures and animated. Animated had style. Like an amazing sense of style that you can't replicate today. I mean, Derek J. Wyatt, rest in peace, was a genius when it came to the styling of these characters. Say what you will about animated. It looked amazing in motion. And that's probably its biggest legacy, was just how good it looked. The original reveal wasn't that great, but then once we saw it in motion, there's a reason that this series is as big a fan favorite as it is. It looks really good. And sadly, so far, Hasbro hasn't been able to translate that to the Legacy line. Bulkhead is fine, but we still haven't gotten... Oh, wait, we did have a repaint in Breakdown, and I think the mold works incredibly well for Breakdown. Prowl was a disaster. I'm sorry. I do not like that mold for that character. But as Chromia, it works, or the mold works incredibly well. I finally got to see that figure in person, and that paint scheme is gorgeous. Bumblebee's pretty good. Bumblebee is pretty good. I'm just worried about the longevity of the figure because it's the nylon plastic. So just be aware of that. And then Prime, Prime, we'll talk about you shortly. All right, folks, let me know what you think of this little Bumblebee figure down in the comments. Thank you all for watching. I have been Baltmatrix, and I will catch you all next time. Hello, everybody. I am Baltmatrix, and today we are taking a look at Transformers Legacy United Core Class C.F.R, who I am all but certain the good buddy Sixo has somehow willed this figure into creation, or into being. I gotta admit, this thing's pretty good for a little core class figure, and honestly, if a couple of things were tweaked, this thing would make a really neat deluxe class figure, or, if you're a Chinese figure oversizer watching this, you should make an oversized version of this. That'd be pretty cool. Now, I thought that this thing was going to be a bit bigger than some of the other core class figures, but I'm not completely right in that, but we'll talk about that in a second. The thing I find very funny is this figure somehow works better at this size class than the original Mega class figure did, and definitely better than that Supreme class figure. That thing was god-awful. I never did review that. I should probably find it. It's the size of one of my cats. Paint is pretty darn good. Legs actually do have paint on them. The feet do, and then you've got the spots there on the side. Torso is well painted, and I can't get much closer, otherwise my camera won't focus in. The only thing I don't particularly care for are the eyes, but that's really hard at this size class. In robot mode, posability, his head is on a swivel. There is a ball joint in the upper shoulder, a ball joint at the elbow, no fist articulation, no torso articulation due to the transformation, but I'm okay with that. Ball joint in the hip, there is a thigh swivel, and then hinge joint in the knees, and then no foot articulation. So you do have to futz with it a little bit, but it will stand with no problem. The feet are nice and wide, but just make sure you've got the center of gravity correct, otherwise he just falls over. The swords can combine for this scissor action or for flight action, though I haven't been able to get them to combine quite well enough to actually work as a flying wing. The other thing I was trying to figure out is it supposed to go this way or is it supposed to go the other way? You know what? I should probably look at the directions. According to the directions, it's meant to go like this. How very mum-ra of you. Up at the shoulders, there are tiny little slots that you're supposed to peg the swords into. And I, in theory, got no problem with that, except the left shoulder has a tendency on my figure to pop off very easily, and then the little nubs just stick out on the side. I don't particularly care for that, but overall, it's not bad. And I realized I didn't have the cheetah head folded down all the way along the back, which I have to admit, like, this thing's a looker. It really is. If you're not a fan of Beast Machines, perfectly okay. That's absolutely fine, but I rather dig the way this thing looks. And again, I swear that 6.0 willed this into existence all by himself. And in terms of scale, here are some other core class figures. We got Boulder Crash, Energon Megatron, Tasmanian Kid, and Mohawk here for you. As you can see, he's a little bit taller than all of them. Now his legs aren't completely extended perfectly straight, but close enough. And because I thought it would be funny, here he is in the chair. So in terms of robot mode, I gotta give him 2 thumbs up. He's a lot of fun, and I actually quite like him. Transformation into beast mode is more complex than I originally thought it was going to be. To start off with, turn the head around 180 degrees, reach around the back, and flip up the cheetah head onto the robot head like that. That's probably the worst part of the transformation for me. I just don't like the way that looks. There are these little tabs coming out of the underarms, and they will actually snap in to the chest. This is actually the hardest part of the transformation because I can never get these damn things lined up correctly. And then we take this little bit of the foot and flip it over and peg it into the fist. And do the same thing on the other side. Get in there. And of course, I popped off the swords because of course I did. And then come to the hips and actually pull the hips down away from the figure. Fold out the tail. And then take the legs and fold up the thighs. And then push the leg forward. And one thing I haven't mentioned is all the joints on this guy are nice and tight. Not so much so that you think you're going to break it, but they're just all pleasantly tight. And then we end up with Cheetor. Oh my god, it's so cute. It's so cute. Oh, you're such a little kitty. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You want chin scratches? You want chin scratches? Yes, you do. Yes, you do. The beast mode we end up with works pretty darn well. There is one flaw with it, and I'll mention that in a second. But overall, I like it. I do. I think it works. Its posability is okay, and overall, yeah, that's Beast Machines Cheetor. That actually makes me think more of Night / Beast Machines Cheetor, but it's still Cheetor. Now, the only thing I don't like about the figure is the fact that his head is looking down. There's really no way other than moving his head manually to make him look forward. And that's a bummer, but it's not the biggest deal in the world. You just have to realize that there's a robot head sticking out under there. It's not a huge deal. It's perfectly fine. Overall, though, this works. And it works really well for the size class. I do want to show you the figure without the swords, and I think the figure looks even better without the swords. The swords adds just a bit too much bulk for my taste, but then you've got nowhere to put the swords. And I did try to, combine these two up and give him like the Voltron-esque mouth blades, but there's no way to do that. There's nothing to plug into. I was thinking, oh, well, maybe there's a way to plug it into his back, but no, there really isn't. I futzed with it a little bit, and just no. Just no. But still, we've ended up with a really nice little figure here. I have to admit, I was ready to hate this thing. I was ready to not like it one bit. But it's really good. It's fun. It's cool. It's not perfect, and I just popped a ball joint because of course I did. But it's neat. It's tiny. It's fun. It's relatively inexpensive at $10. But I do like it, and I think it is neat. And it's the only Beast Machines figure that we've gotten in the line so far, and I don't know if we're going to get any other Beast Machines figures. If we do, I would expect us to get a repaint of Rise of the Beasts Optimus Primal as Optimus Primal from, Beast Machines. Overall, it's a winner. And if you're a fan of Beast Wars or Beast Machines, definitely pick this one up. It's definitely worth having, and I'm putting him on my shelf. I'm not throwing him in a baggie. He's going on one of my display shelves because he's just cool. All right, folks, let me know what you think of Cheetor down in the comments. Thank you all for watching. I have been Baltmatrix, and I hope you all have a wonderful day. Hello, everybody. I am Baltmatrix, and today we are taking a look at Hopper. Get out of the way. Come on. Down. Hello everybody, I am Baltmatrix, and today we are taking a look at Cybertron Starscream from the Transformers Legacy toy line. I've had this figure for a while, and it is definitely that character. This is by far one of the most tune-accurate Starscreams from that line, or from that toy line, that we've ever gotten. Well, considering we've only gotten 2 other figures, one was a Voyager class figure and one was a Supreme class, this is the only other figure we've ever gotten of him. From Hasbro, that is. We did get a figure from Make Toys, that's Strike Meteor, and I swear it's been over at least 10 to 15 years since we got this figure. And this figure's still in my display case. It is that good of a figure. Unfortunately, Make Toys kind of disappeared. They made this one, and I think they made a couple of repaints, but I don't think we ever... No, we did. I have seen the full Seeker set at TFCon, but I just love this one. Hasbro and Takara really did nail it with the molding. The overall aesthetic and look of the figure is phenomenal. I have no complaints. I do wish there was a little bit of paint on the legs, but otherwise, the looks of the figure are top-notch. It is a very, very good-looking figure. Even from the back, they managed to get the silhouette just about perfect. They even closed up what I thought were going to be super empty lower legs. Nope, those are nice and closed. Head sculpt is good. I wouldn't say perfect, but it is pretty much show accurate. I love the Decepticon purple eyes, and it works well. I also love the fact that they bothered to paint the missiles on the side of his head. Or are they headlights? I don't know. The figure's posability is pretty good. Head is on a ball joint and can't look up at all, can look down. Shoulders are on hinges and swivels, though they are limited in and out movement because of the giant haunches on his arms. There is an upper arm swivel. Bend at the elbow is over 90 degrees. It's actually double jointed, and fists do articulate, though they're tight enough every time I do try to move them, I end up popping the arm or forearm open. And then the actual pylon here on the outside for the wing is articulated, but every time I move the dang thing, it pops off on both sides. It just pops off. There is a torso swivel, which is really weird because you're moving the nose cone. Legs can kick forward and can kick back and kick way, way up. Two swivels in the thighs. One is at the swivel at the hip. Then there is a thigh swivel. Bend at the knee is over 90 degrees. And then we got a good old ankle rock from side to side. And there is a little bit of posability forward and back for the transformation. You can lift it up like that, but that's for the transformation. The figure comes with two accessories. The first is a Decepticon Cyber Planet key, and the other is his blaster. I really, really, really hate the fact that they're using clear plastic for these. Just paint the damn thing or cast it in black. Come on. I really hate these stupid Energon guns. Cyber Planet key can peg into the back of the figure and also into the stock of the gun. The original toy, well, that would release the flip-out blades, which he can do, and they just easily flip out on this figure, which I like. I do like the fact that they easily flip out. But my main complaint is they're too dang short. I mean, look at them. They're almost the same length as his arms, and I think that was a problem in the original show as well. I really wish they were a little longer, but I mean, they only have so much room to work with here. Now, my figure has a couple of minor issues that are just more annoying than anything else. The first of which is the pylons or the shoulders do pop off very easily. As soon as they move, they will start popping off. Then the hips on mine, while not the loosest hips in the world, they could be a bit tighter. They're fine forward and back, but it's the in and out movement where that pin, or not, I don't even say the pin, maybe it is the pin, it's just a little bit too loose. Same with the knees. They're just a smidge too loose. Though he can pull off some decent posing, it isn't without aggravation. Transformation for everyone's favorite backstabber starts with coming to the back of the figure and folding up the rear wings and then smishing them together. Come to the back and open that up. That will allow you to flip the head up into the body like so. And then do that, and then we'll close the backpack up. Then come to the forearms, open up the forearms, and flip the fists up into said forearms. And then obviously close them up. And if you flip the fist in the wrong way, it won't actually close. So just make sure you're following the directions of putting the fist in the right way. You know, not like me, who can't seem to remember how this goes. There we go. Then take the forearm, turn it around 180 degrees, fold it up, and fold it down from disconnecting from the shoulders, and then it will peg into into this peg that's off the back or the lower back. And we've got to make sure the shoulder is in flush. Push the forearm in, and there we go. And just do it on the other side. While I transformed the other shoulder, both pylons fell off. Yay! Okay, come down to the feet and reach underneath and flip out the nose cone under both feet, or each foot. Then come to the inside part and flip this around until it snaps into place. Then take the legs and turn them outward like this. Take the entire crotch section, straighten it out, and then flip it up until it stops. And then you're going to come to the back of the legs, or lower legs, and open up these big old panels on both sides. And then both legs will accordion and collapse up into the body of the figure. Now for the foot, actually extend the foot down like that,
And do the same thing on the other side, but we're going to just flip the foot around first. And then collapse the leg up into the body, get everything lined up, and smish it all together. And finally, close up these doors like Bombay doors and smish them together, and then just put the wings back on. Once fully transformed, I think the alt mode looks pretty darn good. It's definitely reminiscent of that original character in the show, and the transformation is very similar. I personally have a couple of issues with it, and I don't know if that's universal to the mold or if it's just me that's having a problem. And that has to do with the way the arms peg into the rest of the body. But I can't argue with the way it looks. It looks great. And it actually has a couple of options for plugging the gun into it, which I really think is cool. Option 1 is to turn the gun upside down and peg it into these two little pegs that are off the back of the wings. The look you end up with is pretty good, except we've got the gun sticking out of the back, and I choose to keep the Cyber Planet key on the gun, but you could just peg it into the back of the jet mode so you don't lose the bloody thing. It is really tiny, and yes, it does make for a rather disturbing cat toy. The other option for gun placement is to open up the bottom, and then there are these two little tabs on the bottom of the jet mode. You could just plug the gun into that and then close those tabs up and smush them into place, and then you've got what looks to be a very clean Cybertronian jet mode, and then you've got the gun underneath. This is my preferred manner. I wish there was another way to hold the Cyber Planet key, but it's fine. I do actually like this. I do wish these turrets rotated that are on the chest. That would have been like creme de la creme, but it's fine. Otherwise, it's a very solid jet mode for a figure that is okay. Oh, you know what? I didn't even talk about the problem I have. Other than, the pylons on the side, the arms, they do not want to stay pegged in, specifically the forearms. They just pop off these pegs so easily. I've not figured out a way to get them to peg and stay in place. They just pop off. But once you've got the jet mode fully transformed, there's really not much problems with it's not an issue. It's a non-issue. It's just annoying. In terms of size for the jet mode, the best comparison I've been able to come up with is actually Commander Class Rodimus Prime. They are very similar in length and width and just overall girth, with Starscream being a jet and, Rodimus being a space Winnebago, or in this case, I think it would be a space crossover. Yeah, it is weird to compare them like this, but size-wise, I think it works. At the end of the day, I do like this figure, but it didn't start out that way. When I first got a hold of this toy, I did not like it at all. I could only see its flaws, and it's taken me several months to get over that initial reaction. There is a lot to like with this guy, but there are issues that really were hard to look past. I'll be honest, they were really hard to get my mind past those issues. Once I did, I've started to enjoy the figure a lot more. I'm still aggravated by the fact that the shoulders keep falling off, or the shoulder pylons keep falling off, but it's a fun toy. And that's ultimately what it is, and it looks good on the shelf. I'm curious if Hasbro is going to give repaints of Thundercracker and Skywarp to this guy. Maybe that'll happen, maybe it won't. Honestly, I don't really care because it's Starscream, Cybertron Starscream, and this figure is as good as we're gonna get. So folks, let me know what you think of this figure down in the comments. Thank you all for watching. As always, I am Baltmatrix, and I'm hoping you have a wonderful day. What's going on, everybody? Baltmatrix here, and today we are taking a look at X-Transbots Fioravante. Why yes, I am very good at bad Italian accents. The figure is packaged in its vehicle mode, and that's where we're going to start. The figure is a Ferrari 512, and this is an absolutely gorgeous vehicle mode. X-Transbots has managed to nail that Ferrari structure and the Ferrari look in a way that I honestly did not think they would be able to pull off, but it's perfect. They even managed to get the little Ferrari badge at the very front of the hood. It's absolutely fantastic.
The vehicle mode's not small either. Here it is next to Rodimus in Commander class alt mode. So it's just a smidge shorter than that figure in alt mode. They're so good with the details, they even got the spiked hubcaps correct. It's wonderful. Robot kibble underneath is kept to a minimum. There's obviously a robot head right there, but otherwise, you really can't see any robot kibbly bits. Two of the accessories, I should say, are stored underneath, and then it comes with a third gun that's used in its assault mode. And the assault mode is exactly the same as the original Generation 1 assault mode. To transform into the assault mode, come to the very front and pop open the very, very front of the hood or bonnet and flip this piece around, being the guns, and push them in. Now, one thing, this isn't part of the assault mode, but there are these slots here. If you push them up, that is how you get the headlights to deploy. And the first time I did it, both of these headlights were covered in white powder. You could still see some on this headlamp or headlight. It's just the release agent from the mold. It had them stuck. I needed to use a flathead screwdriver and a lot of force to get them to initially pop up. And I also needed a lot of force in order to get this little bit of the hood to pop up as well. I ended up using a spudger for that. Otherwise, the rest of the figure's fine. Those were the two main problems I had. Come to the underside and unpeg the wings and then just fold them out. They don't really lock into place. They just kind of fold out there, and then we can reach up to the top of the hood the top of the vehicle mode. But first we have to kind of open the doors, and this is a lot harder than you might think it is. I end up pulling on the door mirror a little bit to pull it up, and then lift up the roof and flip the air intakes around like that. And then bring it back down. And look, you can even fit a very tiny figure in there. I don't have a very tiny figure. A word of warning, these flaps right here and here do have a tendency to flop about. On my copy, at least. It's annoying, but not the end of the world. Combat, and here we have the attack mode. I've just got it sitting on like a boom arm because it doesn't come with a stand. There is a stand sold separately that you can fit right there. Unfortunately, there's nowhere else for a stand. Yeah, that's the original G1 attack mode. It works well. It's goofy as all get out, but it does work. In the attack mode, you can take one of the guns that the figure comes with and slot it in to the back of the vehicle mode. Now, with that gun comes with a blast effect that you can then use up top, and there is a blast effect for the front guns as well. So you've got this cool little shooty Autobot flying car thing. Yeah, I like that. I do. Only issue I have is the gun on the back is super wiggly on my copy. I have seen folks that have this figure where it's not wiggly, but mine is very, very wiggly. And no, there is nowhere I can peg it in. I've tried. Transformation into robot mode is not hard, thankfully. It is rather enjoyable, and there is a bit of moving pieces around and some panels, but it's nowhere near as bad as other third-party figures that I've gotten a hold of over the last few years. Heck, it's easier than a current Masterpiece figure, which is saying something. The transformation is kind of enjoyable. I adore the way that Fioravanti looks in robot mode. This is definitely a third-party override. It's really good. I mean, it's really good. Head sculpt, perfect. Tummy, perfect. Toes, I mean, they even got the toes right. As I said, the figure looks great. Absolutely fantastic. Except for the giant gaping hole in his back. I like it. I really do. Now, that's not to say that this figure isn't problem-free, because oh boy does it have some weird issues. And some of those weird issues have to do with the posability. Head is on a swivel, and then it can look up all the way. I mean, look at that. It looks all the way up. And then look down. There is no lock for locking the head in place, which stinks, but oh well. Shoulders are on swivels and hinges for inside and out. Arms are double jointed. And then there is a bicep swivel. Fists are on kind of a hinge and swivel system. However, they do not lock into place. They constantly get pushed back up to the forearms. And the fingers flip out like that. And the thumb is independently movable as well. Though the hands look very weird when they're not grabbing onto anything. You can't even really pull off a decent fist. I mean, that just looks plain odd. Torso swivel is present, though it doesn't feel great, and you constantly rub up against the top of the roof when trying to move it. Now, I don't know if I've actually got this thing transformed correctly, because I've seen some other reviewers get a hold of this, and these little bits are supposed to slot into these gray bits here, but every time I try to get things lined up to do that, it doesn't work out. And it's supposed to, there's a little hinge or a little pin right here where my finger is that's supposed to slot in up there. But when I do get it up there, you see, you run into the problem where you're scraping against it with the metal butt. Legs can kick forward and can kick back with no problems. They can kick out as well with, oh, that does not sound good. Thigh swivel, bend at the knee, about 90 degrees. And then the feet move forward and back and side to side. Again, we have the issue with things not pegging in. There's nothing pegging this bar into place. And the screws. I have transformed this thing a couple of times. All the screws in the legs are now loose. And I have to, every time I transform it, grab a screwdriver and tighten up 1, 2, 3 screws. If I don't, the figure won't stand up. Another bit of annoyance is that these tummy sections don't lock into place. Every time I pick up the figure by the middle, the tummy collapses partially. And then it's a real pain in the butt to get them back out. The other issue I have is the figure feels weird. And I think that's just because of the casting process for the plastic and the metal. When I first got the figure, it had this weird film all over it, and I had to use a thing of canned air to spray it off, and it was weird. I wish I took a picture of it. Even with the joint issues that I have with this figure, it's very posable. The weapons that our Italian friend comes with, that are stored under the bonnet, or should say hood in vehicle mode, are these blasters. We got the double blaster and then a single blaster. Shooty poses. Bang, 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 bang. Pew, 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 pew. The figure's hands are really annoying with these accessories. Yes, the guns do go in, but they require so much force to get them pegged into place. And on the right hand, it falls out of the peg very easily. The left hand is better. You can see, well, no, you can't see because I'm not zoomed in. You can see the slot that you peg the guns into. And it just, it's yet another black mark on the figure. It's not that it doesn't work, it's just a pain. Now, this figure being a masterpiece-sized figure, it's only fair that we compare this guy to some other masterpiece-sized figures. But comparing it to some more recently released figures, it more scales with a leader class figure, or even some big Voyagers. I do like this figure, honestly, I do, but it's making it really difficult. And I mean, the figure is making my enjoyment of it difficult. Every time I pick the figure up, the legs go wonky, the feet connectors get weird, the belly moves out of place, and these stupid wings on the sides of the arms fall out of place. And, oh, I forgot to push that back up. Also, during the course of this review, I have had to break out the screwdriver multiple times to fix the joint issues or tighten the screws in the different parts of the legs. And it's developed a new issue during the course of shooting this review. The hips are much too loose now. They squeak a lot louder also. So there is that. Oh, and these pins have become much more loose as well. And that's just in the hour or so I've been shooting this review. Man, X-Transbots, you are making... You're making it real hard to want the rest of the Omnibots. I'm going to say that. And I pre-ordered all 3 Omnibots what feels like 2.5 years ago. And we only just got this one at the end of 2023, and here it is the middle, or almost, oh geez, it's way into 2024. So I've had this for a while. But then again, I've heard nothing from X-Transbots about Camshaft and the other guy. I can never remember who the other guy is. Anyway, I'm going to pick them up. I am going to pick them up because I want to have all the Omnibots. Now, if you're not a fan of the Omnibots, this guy has like 4 different repaints. So pick one of those. I'm sure you'll like them. They're all the same, car mold, but it's different versions of that car. It's an okay figure, but it's got problems. And I think I'm just going to keep it in vehicle mode because I really, really, really love this thing's vehicle mode. The robot mode, it's not bad. It looks okay, except when you start messing with it, the magic disappears. All right, folks, let me know what you think of Fioravanti down in the comments. Thank you all for watching. I have been Baltmatrix, and I will catch you all next time. What's going on, everybody? Baltmatrix here, and today we are taking a look at some third-party goodness. We are taking a look at the brand new Giant Legion GLA-01 loader and GLA-02 mixer. That's right, it's another third-party Devastator. And not just any third-party Devastator set. This third-party set, these 2 figures are less money than a single Fans Toys scrapper. Straight out of the box, these things look absolutely fantastic. I love these alt modes. They work so well. I mean, it's obviously a cement mixer and a front-end loader. There's not much uniqueness that you can have there, but it's stylized in a way that it feels modern. And that's something that is going to come up a bit as I review these 2 figures. They just feel modern. They are obviously homages to the original Generation 1 Constructicons of Mixmaster and Scrapper, but they are unique and feel their own. There is some die-cast on these figures, not a whole heck of a lot, but there is some, specifically on Loader here. These right here feel cold, so that's die-cast, and then there's a pin right here that is cold. The actual movement of the figure... Oh, listen to those nice ratchets. That is way more movement than even the Fans Toys Geary has, which I have that figure. That'll be a review coming up shortly. Now, there is one minor issue that I have with this guy, and that is that there's nothing pegging it into place, so it does spin, which is funny, but that has to do with its limb mode. So, believe it or not, both of these are the arms, not the legs. So there's kind of a reverse role or a reversal of roles going on here where Scrapper and Mixmaster are the arms and Scavenger and Bonecrusher are the feet. Now you might be wondering, well, what about, parts and stuff? Everything's built in. You have built-in components in both of these sets. So there's a fist right there. And then the other fist for the mixer is in the mixer. And it does require just a little bit of wedging it apart. But, come on. There it is. See? There's the fist right there. I'm not going to show you the actual limb modes for these guys, simply because Hook and Long Haul are going to be out in like another month or so. And then I'll have the entire upper torso of the giant robot. It's crazy to think that this whole set could be completed before we get the next Fans Toys figure. That's insane. In terms of size, these things are a good chunky size. Here is Rodimus Prime without the trailer, and you can see that it's scaling kind of to a Commander class alt mode. I was going to use like Armada Prime or Ultra Magnus, but both of those are going to be just way too big. The material that both of these figures are using is mostly plastic. There's no getting around that, but it's a good quality plastic that it feels chunky. It feels pretty good. It's not as premium as, say, a top-of-the-line Hasbro figure, but for a third-party set that's going to combine, it's pretty good. And, oh no, Sandstorm fell down. You okay there, buddy?
I'm fine.
Both figures also have full rubber wheels, which I greatly appreciate, and the figures can roll without any issue. Yeah, lots of fun, nice. And my son absolutely loves these things, so I'm looking forward to getting the rest of the set when they come out, because I think they're going to be a lot of fun. Okay, let's move on to the transformation. Now, transformation for these guys is so enjoyable. It's not hard. It makes sense. The first time you do it, could be a little tricky, but everything makes sense. Okay, we're going to start off with loader. First, come up to the front wheels and unpeg them from the scoop. Then grab the scoop in the front and split it apart. That way you could come up to the connector bit here and unpeg the thighs from this nice metal connector. And this whole thing will fold down and peg into place. And then straighten out the bucket and point them down on these deliciously loud ratchets. And then take the buckets and turn them around. And there's this little flap on the bottom. Flip that around and peg it into place. And congratulations, you've made some feet. Stand the figure up, and unfortunately there's no funny Gerwalk mode to be had here. I've tried, it doesn't work. What you want to do is grab the canopy or the cab, pull it all the way forward like that, then grab the entire back of the vehicle mode and flip it up, and come to the back and split the back open to form shoulders and arms. Then take the fist, flip it out so you can reach inside and unpeg the engine, which turns into his gun. Flip the fist back, and then flip the whole thing in like that. Come to the cab and flip out the head, which is actually the hardest part of the transformation because it's a slippery little devil, and you got to kind of get your nails in there and pull it out. And then the cab, the cab will collapse up over where the engine was. And then we flip the head down and peg it into place. And before we move forward, we got to turn the hips around like that. To finish up the transformation, push down the shoulder bits a little bit and then flip them in and push them all the way down. And then bring the arms down. Flip down the fists. Turn the arms around. And flip the fists back up and put the fists actually where they're supposed to be. And we are done. And the last thing we're going to do is flip out the engine bits for the gun. Now for the transformation for the cement mixer, it's very simple, and it kind of goes the way you think it's going to go. Legs are the cab, upper torso, backpack, and arms are the rear. To start the transformation, I already kind of started it. Pull the gas can or gas tank away from the body, and it will slide out on this pin. Flip it around and peg it into the wheel. And it doesn't matter where the wheel is positioned. It will just peg. There's a little peg on the inside right there, and that will peg into the inside of the wheel hubcap. Yes, hubcap. That's what it's called. Now we can take the entire front of the vehicle mode and ratchet it up ratchet it down, and split it in half and pull out the gun from underneath his toes. Now, for the feet, you might think, oh, well, this is how it's going to transform, right? No, it's actually a little bit more complex. Look at the thighs. You have to slide the thighs out and they will peg into place. Then come inside what will be the feet. There is this little black piece that you need to flip up. There we go. And then there's a toe in there. Flip the toe out, then collapse the front of the vehicle mode inside and peg it into place. Then that little black piece, slide it down and it'll peg and hold the whole front of the shin together. And then you flip out the heel. And this getting this little black piece off is the hardest part of the transformation. It's not that hard though. If you have some nails or even a spudger or, I don't know, just do it. You can do it. I believe in you. Grab the mixing drum and pull it away from the figure like that. Turn the entire torso around like so. Then come to the wheels and split them apart like that. Fold this silver piece down and it'll snap into place. Fold up the shoulders and flip up the fists. And then bring the arms down. And then grab that barrel or drum and push it back up into place. And we're done. Just give him a gun. I love the robot modes on these. They just work for me so well. When I first saw them, I wasn't really sure I was going to pick them up, but now that I have them in hand, they're really good. And actually, a big shout out to Sam Makes Toys over on Twitter / here on YouTube. He actually said I should pick these up because they're a ton of fun. And boy, he was right. These are great. Robot mode looks fantastic for both figures. And, well, they're also superposable. And they have a fun little thing that I'll talk about here in just a second with their heads. Yeah, so let's do some size comparisons real quick. Ultra Magnus. Astro Train. Armada Prime. Armada Galvatron. Me swoop see green guys. And Studio Series The Fallen. It's about the same size as The Fallen. So the posability on these figures is great. We'll start with Mixer. Head is on a ball joint. He does have a tendency to hit the barrel or drum in the back. Not a big deal. Swivel at the upper arm. Hinge for in and out movement. There is a bend at the elbow that's over 90 degrees. Swivel just up at the upper arm. No fist articulation, unfortunately. But it's not that big a deal. There is that torso articulation you saw as part of the transformation. And then... oh, ratchety. And then nice bend or articulation there at the ankle rocker. No forward. Oh, yes, there is forward and back. Duh. Forward and back articulation is there as well. So pulling off decent poses as this dude, pretty easy. And the thing that I love is these ratchets are nice and tight. Once you get him in a pose, he's not going anywhere. Now let's look at Loader. Loader is a lot of the same. Head, ball joint, moves around, shoulder, swivel, hinge, in and out, bend at the knee, bend at the elbow over 90 degrees, swivel, no fist articulation, swivel at the torso. He has an ab crunch. And then, I mean, look at that. Look at that. And then nice, lot of movement and articulation there in the ankle. And there is actually a lot of articulation in that ankle. You could pull full 90 degrees inward. Of the two, Loader has definitely the better articulation. I mean, I've gotten some poses out of this guy that, quite frankly, are amazing. These guys just feel so good. They're so much fun to play with, and they ooze character. They are Constructicons for 2024, and I didn't realize I needed these that badly. They're just so much damn fun. Now, both figures' guns, I'm using Mixmasters here. I'm sorry, Mixer, not Mixmaster. They activate a light gimmick that is in the heads of each figure. When you get these figures, or when you get the set, it comes with its own LED unit and then a small, I think it's an LR44 battery that you slide in, and then you have to open up the heads in order to get the LED unit in there. And that is done via this little peg that is on the back of each head. I will freely admit it is super annoying to get this in there. If you have a nail or spudger, it'll work, but the first time getting it open was a monumental pain in the butt. But I persevered and got them in there. Just be careful, because once I got the panel off, it feels very loose going back on. So just be aware of that. All right, let's go ahead and turn off the lights and activate some eyeballs. The glowing eyes. I love it so much. It just works. And in this lighting, it's really hard to get a good view unless it's casting a shadow. That's why I have the floodlights turned off. But it's so nice. I just can't stop gushing over these figures. They are so much fun. They just feel good in the hand. They pose amazingly. The transformations are enjoyable. I have no negative things to say about this set, except maybe, just maybe, the plastic could be a slightly higher quality. That's it. That's it. This plastic feels exactly like the Trans Arts Beast Wars figures that we've gotten over the past few years. That's the same quality of plastic. That's my only complaint. Just maybe the plastic could be a little bit higher quality, or I could just be crazy in that fact. So folks, I really, really do recommend picking this set up. I got this set up over at showzstore.com. Oh man, I don't know why it's so hard for me to say Showzy Store. What can I say? It's Friday and I'm tired. Anyway, so folks, let me know what you think of this set down in the comments. Please be sure to hit those like and subscribe buttons. It really helps out when you hit the like button and comment down below, because that's feeding the algorithm gods, I guess. All right, have a wonderful weekend. I've been Baltmatrix. You should pick up these figures. They're totally awesome. Thanks. Bye-bye.
What's going on, everybody? Baltmatrix here, and today we're taking a look at a new series of figures from China. This is Mega Meow. There are 4 figures in this set, and overall they are definitely all different sizes, and I've found virtually nothing online about this series so far. We're starting this review out in robot mode because the plastic on these guys isn't the best, so I'm a little bit worried about transforming them. Plus, things have a tendency to fall off. They're not the best figures in the world. In terms of scale, they're all roughly the same size as a leader class figure, with green being a little bit bigger. As I said, I have no idea what any of the characters in this show are named. In fact, the colors of the characters are a little bit interesting. We have pink, blue, green, and then the cat that is this one is actually orange, not red. Red's figure is okay and is actually my least favorite of the set. It is the oddest in terms of proportion, and the plastic on this is, I think, the worst, and also the thinnest. It also came broken. There is this little latch here in the inside of the leg, and that was, posability-wise, it's all right. Head is on a swivel, ball joint in the shoulder. There is a swivel joint underneath that, but every time you move it, you move the shoulder. Bend at the elbow exists, though it barely even does 90 degrees without some force. And fists don't really move, but they move for the transformation. Legs can kick forward and back. There is supposed to be a knee bend here, but that does not sound good at all. And there is no foot articulation. So posing is limited with this one. Green is the beefy bot, and overall it looks pretty good, except from the back. It doesn't look all that great, and it constantly wants to fall backwards on itself. Head doesn't move at all. Shoulders only can move in and out and then forward and back, because for the transformation you actually take off the arms. Legs can kick forward and can kick back limitedly. There is bend at the knee, but it's for the other direction for the transformation and for the combine mode. Oh yes, did I forget to mention that these all combine? Blue looks okay. It is your typical plain robot. I do like the fact that it has a VTOL. I expected these to spin, but they don't. But they do lean forward and back like a wind blade, which is cool. Posability is really limited. Head doesn't move at all. Shoulders are on exceptionally tight ball joints. Elbows are ratcheted. Legs can kick forward and back, can kick a little bit out. There is a bend at the knee. Forget the toe articulation. And then there are these giant things on the side of its hands. These are actually half of a head that combine and then form the giant robot combined head. It looks absolutely ridiculous. For a plane, it's okay. It doesn't hold together all that well, and it does kind of flop about a bit on the backpack. Pink is far and away my favorite of the robot modes. Head is on a ball joint. Shoulders move independently. Then there's a swivel, and it does the crunch. Unfortunately, the fists do not move, or they can't move. Well, they can move just a tiny little bit for the transformation. Legs don't have any forward and back movement, but they do have in and out movement. And there are supposed to be knees here, but they don't work at all. And then their toes. But in just a static pose, it is the coolest of the set. I mean, especially with giant fists sticking out of its shoulders. I really like the way this thing looks. All right, let's go ahead and transform these things into their vehicle modes. Blue's transformation is the easiest, so we're going to begin there. Fold up the toes, come to the underside, and flip out these little bits. Then take the entire chest and unpeg it and kind of push the entire chest down. Just pull those off. Those are going to fall off anyway. So push that chest down, and then the entire backpack will snap up into place. Grab the backpack and fold it up and snap that into place. Getting this part right here back into place is a massive pain in the butt. There are tiny little tabs right where my finger is, and they're supposed to slide in, and they don't ever want to, and I'm afraid I'm going to break the damn thing eventually, but with some good old-fashioned elbow grease, they will go in. And then get these into place, take the entire bottom part of the robot mode and flip them back, peg them in, take the arms and fold them back. And then peg them into the legs. Oh, come on. No, we don't need those out. And then take these sections that are on the side of the cockpit, fold them up, and then put these back on. The plane mode we end up with is fine. It's absolutely fine. You're supposed to be able to move the VTOL engines a little bit, though I don't understand why, because there's so much crap underneath the vehicle mode that you lose the ability of VTOL completely, so I don't quite get it. But as a plane mode, it's absolutely fine. Next up, we'll transform Green. To start off with, come to the back of the shoulders and pull the arms out of the shoulder sockets, which is so hard to do. It's really, once these things are in there, they are really hard to get out. The best way to do it is to point the arms straight up and then just kind of twist them off. And I really don't like doing that, but that's the only way that's going to work. Then take the fists and fold them up underneath the arms like this. All right, come to the vehicle mode. Bring these hip sections forward. Take the head, and the head is supposed to be able to be pushed down back into the body like that. This orange piece will come up over it. Fold these pieces back. Take the legs and smush them together. Fold up the heels. Flip the entire truck mode forward. Push the legs in until they won't go anymore. And then take the sections that are with the arms and snap them into place on the back of the legs to form the rear wheels. And here is its truck mode. I really like this truck mode. It's short, it's squat, it's beefy, and it looks like it can ram into you and cause lots of damage, but not to itself. Oh, and here is the Mega Meow logo. We'll move on to red next, and first we got to come to the back and pull off this motorcycle front from the back, then turn the shoulders around like this, point the arms straight back, fold the shoulders up and over, and the wheels will smush together and snap together, and then take that, and then take the piece we had, and that will slide over the robot's head like that. The arms will then smush together, and the fists will collapse in, and then these will fold up and peg into this peg hole, or this clasp right there. We won't do that yet, though, because what you're supposed to do is take the legs, unpeg them, and swing them forward, and then bring the vehicle legs up like this. And everything is supposed to smush into place. You're supposed to be able to bring the leg all the way up into this empty cavity. And the way it came shipped to me was like this. But that is not the correct way. So I am going to attempt to do that. It's not all that easy, actually. And this is why I think this piece broke. Not this one, but the one on the other side. Because it was transformed wrong, and there was just too much stress put on the very soft plastic in shipping. Those combine, get smushed up in there, fold this in, and these get smushed up like that. Put the fists out like that. And there we go. That is the vehicle mode, this cute little motorcycle, or tri-wheel, if you will. I like the vehicle mode. I really like this compact little vehicle mode. Robot mode is not so great, but the vehicle mode is pretty good. And finally, my favorite, pink. So, first off, fold up the feet and the heels. Then come to the shoulders and point them forward like that. And then take the backs of the shoulders and point them out. Take the head and the backpack and fold them up. Push the arms and shoulders back, and there's this open area right there where this peg is going to smush into. Then take the legs and fold them out all the way like it's doing the splits. Turn the hip and then collapse the leg in and slide that up. So we can turn that, slide it up, and collapse the leg all the way. Those fronts will combine, and then reach underneath and fold up the arms of the robot into this really wicked little race car. I think the race car is my favorite because it can also double as a boat. It looks like it's going to be a race car, but it also is a boat, and I absolutely love that. These vehicle modes are really pretty cool. Pink is my favorite. Blue's okay. I like green, and then red is really cool. As a set, all of these are very neat. Now, as I said earlier, they do combine, so let's go ahead and get into that. We'll start off with green, grab the entire vehicle mode and extend it, come down to the feet of the robot mode, turn them around 180 degrees, like that, and then fold out the feet and stand it up. Then take these front bits and fold them down, and we're done. That's it. That's all we're going to do for the combine mode. So put that off to the side. For the plane, we reach underneath and flip out these silver bits, and then grab these red bits, and that's all it for the plane. Then for the red gauntlet bits, we actually combine them to form a giant robot head, like that. Next, we're going to grab pink, take these shoulders and turn them out like this. Grab the entire vehicle and split it in half. And then there are these little tabs that we will fold out like this. Oh, come on, fingers. Finally, for red, we have to come to the sides and fold these wings out like that. Then disconnect the rear of the vehicle mode, and it's supposed to split apart and swing out. So you see there are little hinges right there, but I end up having to grab a spudger and just dig it in there in order to get that connection to come apart. And then down and fold everything out. And oh yeah, disconnect those hands like that. And then try to get the damn thing to turn. It looks like it's getting stuck. So get those out. Fold those hands out. And this is where the directions really suck, because I cannot tell how this is supposed to really go unless I'm just guessing. And they didn't, I can't even use the actual pictures, because every picture I've seen, it looks like it's wrong. So there is that. And this is where you're supposed to be able to clip it in, but as I showed you earlier, the one is completely broken. So let me see if I can't just get it kind of like that. And then we put the head on like that. For the final combination, green goes to red. These two do smush in. And we've got red sticking up here. And it really does feel like there's supposed to be some kind of way to connect this piece to this red piece. I haven't found it yet, because otherwise it kind of flops about, unfortunately. And then on the back of the wheels is where we plug in pink. You see, that just looks weird. So I'm all but certain that this is somehow supposed to go up like this. Now attaching both pieces of pink onto those wheels, and then you just plug the plane onto the back, which is really stupid. You end up with an okay-ish looking robot combine mode that absolutely sucks in terms of play value. Like, it doesn't want to stand, it can't pose, the fists won't come out of the wheels. It's not good. I will give the designers of the set credit. They tried, but ultimately I don't think they succeeded. The overall look is okay, but functionality-wise, it's terrible. Plus, it is a thick combiner. It's just thick and unwieldy. And don't even try to pose it. Just don't. It's gonna fall apart. Every time I try to move this blasted thing, it just wants to fall backwards like that. The connections for the hips or the ratchets in the hips just aren't strong enough to hold the figure up, even when I'm leaning it, got the legs fully extended and leaning it forward as much as possible. Posability in the arms is virtually non-existent because of this mess that we have going on up here. Even if we have everything connected correctly, it just does not want to hold together, and the arms themselves and the shoulders are a mess. The bends and the joints it's too heavy. It's just too heavy. The overall aesthetic is not bad, but it just won't stay upright most of the time, or together. For a size comparison, here is Ultra Magnus and that one Prime I recently reviewed that was actually kind of a lot of fun. It tried, but yeah, this whole set, I mean, it's trying. It really is trying. It's not succeeding, but it's trying. They tried. They really did. And I gotta give them credit for it. Whoever made this set, they tried. I don't think they succeeded. The plastic is just too shoddy, and the connectors that they used to hold the shoulders together with red were just way too thin and fragile. Had they had better quality plastic, maybe had the set be a little bit bigger, and just used a different combining method that for this guy, I think the set could have been better. I still like them individually. It's just the combined mode is a mess. So folks, let me know what you think of Mega Meow down in the comments. Thank you all for watching. As always, I have been Baltmatrix. And poof if you got 'em.
Hello everybody, I'm Baltmatrix. Digging through my backlog, I found this figure that I had picked up from Sir Toys a long time ago. It is Dinosaur Robot, aka a tiny Grimlock. I picked this figure up and I completely forgot about it. Oh, I also found a box that I had ordered a bunch of stuff from Sir Toys, and it just got buried, so I found it when I was cleaning. And so, yeah, let's go ahead and open them up and take a look. Straight out of the box, it is a little bit different than what I was expecting to be in the box. It's more of a Generation 1 toy deco than the Generation 1 show deco. I'm not complaining. I think it looks quite good. It even has the transparent chest going on. The overall coloring works well, and how did I get cat hair on it? Anyway, Hopper's been around here. I know he has. It looks good. It's a good-looking Grimlock. The gray is much darker than what I was expecting to be. And I'm pleasantly surprised at being a toy deco as opposed to a show deco. And actually, looking at the box, yeah, this was definitely a show deco, which is on the box, and I did not get that. Oh well. What I did get, however, is this super tiny little wheelie. I did not expect that. He was just in the box, taped to the very bottom, actually taped to Grimlock's butt. But yeah, ended up with a tiny little wheelie. I'm actually really surprised that this was in there. I was not expecting this at all. Along with the little wheelie, there are a couple of other accessories. We've got his classic dual-handed cannon. We've got flames for his dinosaur mode, which is much darker than what's on the back of the box. We've got a red sword, 2 open hands, and then whatever the hell this is. No idea. Looks like a muddler for a blender. Muddle. And yeah, there's the whole wheelie thing, which, man, that's so weird. How small is the wheelie, you may ask? Well, on the left we have Core Class wheelie, or Core Class 86 wheelie, and on the right we have the DNA Designs wheelie. Yeah, this thing's real tiny. It's bigger than a Titan Master, though. Now, one thing about this little guy is that he does transform, but there's nothing in the directions on how to transform him. Though, it looks like a very scaled-down version of the Core Class figure. So, I'm going to go ahead and transform it based on that. Open up the backpack, flip down the toes. Let's see. Oh, unpeg the chest. Flip the body around. Oh, maybe I have to flip the head around to get go in. Yes, you do. Excellent. And then get the hips to swing forward and fold those toes up, and they will peg into the area underneath. Yeah, right there. Like that. And, oop, that's an arm. That's not a leg. And do the same thing on the other side. Let's see if I can get that in there. Yep. Close the feet together. Fold the butt. Flap down. And bring the arms back and peg them into place. There's one, and then there's the other. Yeah, that is exactly the same as the Core Class figure. I mean, they even look the same. Oh, wow, I was not expecting that. Wow, the proportions are exact. Oh, that is so weird. It's a carbon copy of the core class figure, just like half the size. That's so weird. All right, let's talk about the big boy Grimlock here. Head sculpt is fantastic. I love the way this looks. Yeah, there's a little bit of bleeding from the red paint at the bottom of the visor. That's okay. Head is on a ball joint, so it's got plenty of movement. Shoulders move forward and back, up and down. There is a swivel at the upper arm. It's very tight, though. Bend at the elbows over 90 degrees. Ball joint in the fist. And I'm assuming, I don't know, that might be cat hair that's all over the figure. Torso articulation is present. Legs can kick forward. There is a little bit of front skirt to get out of the way. And then there is a back skirt to get out of the way. And then the figure can kick out all the way. There is a thigh swivel. Bend at the knee is, well, almost non-existent. Jeez. Oh, no, there, it was just stuck. Bend at the knee is about 90 degrees. And then there is some toe articulation side to side for an ankle rocker. Though if you go too far, you end up kicking out a bunch of dino kibble, which is weird. The figure is cool, and it can pose pretty well, but mine doesn't want to stay upright. It keeps wanting to fall forward, and I swear I've got something mistransformed, maybe, but that just might be me. It's a very heavy figure for its size, and it's about the same size as the original Grimlock. It actually might be just a smidge bigger. To give you an idea, here's a current deluxe class figure. It's about a head taller than that. Yeah, it's a mighty chunky little guy. Though the big issue I have are the white hands. That just is weird. They're the same color as the dinosaur claws, but the hands are being white is just odd. It's throwing me. It's just weird for me. The hips on my figure are just a little bit too loose. I can get them to hold poses, but there's not enough friction in the hips, and there is, I forgot to show you, one hell of an ab crunch. So these are that's pretty loose, and the hips are pretty loose. I could probably fix it, but it does make things flop about a bit, unfortunately. I still like the figure, though. Not Grimlock's transformation starts with the fists. First, straighten out the arm, and then open the top and the bottom of the forearm. Grab the inside forearm and turn it around 180 degrees, and then take the fist and push it up into that section, and then close the forearm or the dinosaur leg around the arm like that. And then just repeat the process on the other side. Open up the forearms. Whoa, wait, where did his hand go? Oh no, I pulled the hand off. I didn't even realize I pulled the hand off. Okay, the hands are on just pegs. I was like, wait, where'd the hand go? Oh boy, that scared me for a second. With the arms pointing straight out, grab the entire backpack and pull it away from the figure and pull it all the way up like that. Then take the shoulders and bring them down, and then unpeg them from the body and bring them all the way down like this. And then you're supposed to take the hips and take the entire torso section and push it back against the body and push down at the same time to lower the chest. Now that we have the chest pushed down, come to the arms, and there is a hinge inside. So we're going to want to hinge this up into place. And this is actually kind of hard to do, because essentially what you want to do is pull that hinge up, and then the rest of the hinge will drop into place and snap into place inside this torso. And this is proving to be much more difficult than I thought it was going to be. You see, there's like a little hinge in there that we want to get up and out of the way. Unless I'm not pushing this down far enough, which I might not be. Ah, that's what it was. I had the hips pushed back too far, and so then I couldn't actually hinge this down, or I couldn't slide the chest all the way and get that in place. There we go. That's what it's supposed to look like. And now that the head is pointing out up at an angle, we can then bring the dino backpack up and get everything closed up around the head, and then drop the dino. Whoop, didn't drop the dino head into place in the right time. There we go. Yes. We have... Whoop, I popped a ball joint. Tiny little ball joint. We have... Well, if I'm honest, this is a Mazinger Z monster of the week, most likely. Yeah, totally. All right, for the legs. And this is the part of transformation I really hate. You actually have to remove an entire panel on the inside of the legs, which sucks. But, oh well. So then come to the underneath the foot and pull out this piece, and then flip it out like that. Take the tail and flip that out and fold it out and straighten it out like that. Now that we're at this point, there is a hinge that you can bend the leg in, and this then puts the lower leg on a swivel. So then we can swivel this whole section around, and just getting this lined up is a little bit difficult. There we go. And then we can fold out the tail like that. So we're going to do the same thing on the other side. Turn the whole leg, pop off the panel, take the bottom of the heel, flip it out, and fold that little section out. Grab the tail, fold it up, and unfold the tail. So unfold it like that, and unfold it like that. And then turn it so it's 90 degrees to the thigh, and take the entire bit and turn it around. Oh, this is aggravating because things just get in the way. There we go. It's moving. Oh, no. Gotta go the other way. There we go. And get this like that. And then we can bring these sections together along the back of the figure, and they will peg into that slot right there. And do that on the other side. Smoosh it together. Smoosh it together. Bring that down. Get the tail smushed together like that. And we're done. It looks like he's bowing. This feels like the Generation 1 toy looked, or at least the way my memory is of it. And I've got to give the makers of this figure credit. It works well, and I like this a lot. I really was hoping for the Generation 1 animated version, but what I've ended up with is, I think it's better, especially with the stickers. With the stickers, it just works so much better, and I'm sorry I kicked the camera. The thing I don't like is the panels. I really hate the idea of having to have the panels off to the side. That's just a personal thing. Now, one thing that is cool that I'll show you is you can change the eyes. There is an eye change gimmick. And I don't know if you can see right now, but we've got blue eyes right now. Well, we can make them a little angrier. And the way to do that is to get your nail in here, flip up this entire panel, and then turn this screw, or turn this piece of plastic around. So I actually needed to get a very tiny little screwdriver and unscrew that just a smidge so I could actually turn that piece of plastic around. And now we have Angry Red Eyes. Angry Red Eyes Grimlock. Roar! Dino Mode's posability is okay. Head moves up and down, and he definitely can open his mouth. There is a peg in there for the patented Dinobot flamethrower, which that actually looks really good. So we'll just take that off and move that away. Then we've got a swivel for the arms, hinge joint, ball joint, so he can scratch himself. Legs can, well, do what legs do. The bend is a little weird because they bend forward, not backwards, but we could turn that around and then give him bend, but that kind of breaks up the aesthetic, and the toes are pointing the wrong way, but oh well. And then the tail can wag, which I like that a lot. That's really cool. I like that. And for those wondering, yes, you can mount the gun on his back like a monster. Kind of feels like a Zoid. So remember that accessory that I thought was like I had no idea what it was. It plugs into Grimlock's back and is supposed to allow you to have Wheelie sit on his back. However, it doesn't work so well. It just... I don't know what else I'm supposed to do here, because it looks like it's supposed to plug into his keister. It doesn't. It can't. It's too big. But I guess I can give him a look. I mean, that does kind of work. It looks incredibly stupid, and it will fall off as soon as I touch it, but it does technically work. And that little wheelie comes with a tiny little gun and a tiny little slingshot. I've not even going to try to put them on in this video, because when I did the last time, his ball joint in his arms weren't strong enough for him to actually hold them up. So there is that. Man, this wheelie sucks. Overall, as a third-party Grimlock that's roughly a deluxe class size, it's fun. Transformation is a little bit on the difficult side, especially with the legs, but it's not that hard. I do really hate having to remove these giant panels, but I really don't know how else you could get the clean aesthetic. It's just something I'm going to have to deal with. It's not a very big figure, and I'm okay with that. It looks cool. That's the long and short of it. It looks cool. So folks, let me know what you think of this figure down in the comments. Also, let me know if you know what the heck this is, what company this is from. I originally thought it was going to be from like New Age or something, or maybe not even, what is it, Young Toys, but it's MH Toys. I have no idea who that is. All right, folks, that's it for my look at this figure for today. Thank you so much for watching. I have been Baltmatrix, and I will catch you all next time. Hello everybody, I am Baltmatrix, and today we are taking a look at yet another Mini-Force figure. This is Captain Commander. This character, or robot, shows up in something like episode 12 of the show Super Cops, or Mini-Force Super Cops. This thing is absolutely enormous, and it's very long. I'll do a comparison with something else here in a minute. It's just huge. In fact, you could fit 86 Optimus Prime with the trailer inside this trailer. And this trailer is meant to actually house some of the Justice Titan figures. Yes, you could fit some of those figures in here. When you unhitch the trailer, you are supposed to flip these pieces down to get it to stand up. And then there are these badges on the side that flip out and peg into place. Turn the set around and drop the thingy, or the tailgate. And then there are keys that you're supposed to use to open up the top. So you're supposed to put a key in there and turn it to open. And that key is located on the top of the vehicle mode. So pull off the smokestacks and then pull off the top of the vehicle mode and then push the button and the key will flip out. And then we can plop it on top and, I said plop it on top and unlock the trailer like that. And then the trailer opens, to a very loud plastic squeaky sound. Now, you will see inside the trailer are these little arms that can fold out and act as repair units, very similar to Optimus Prime. There are 4 of them. There are 2 wrenches, and there are 2, I'm assuming, welders. Now, there are also all these 9 spots. They are for the figures that you could get from this set that are all helmets that transform into robots, and each helmet is a different operation. You got your firefighter helmet, your cop helmet, your dive helmet, that sort of thing, and that's what the Mini-Force used to fight the bad guys. So they can all fit in and be displayed in this trailer. They can't all fit in the trailer for transportation, but they can be displayed. What can fit in the trailer, and I'm sorry, it's very creaky plastic, are the ambulance and the armored car. So the ambulance and armored car fit inside the trailer like this, and then you close the trailer up. Really, you do close it up. I swear, this thing does close. I'm just failing miserably. Oh, it's because it's hitting these stupid things, which are supposed to be pegged in to the sides to hold up the figures. Okay, now we could just close it up and then lock everything in place, close the tailgate, close that section, and then plug it back into the tractor trailer. Oh, we're not done yet. So what else we can do is we could take the cop car and put it there, and then we could take the helicopter and put it up here, and then the giant ladder truck has a little hook that's supposed to flip out of the bottom. Or is that... Oh, I'm sorry. It's back here that we flip it out. Oh, God, that is so hard to move. Oh. There's this little red piece back here that is supposed to... Oh, Jesus. Oh, there we go. Okay. It's supposed to come out, and then it pegs into the little hole that's on the bottom of the bumper. Like that. And there we go. We've got ourselves a convoy. They do this in the show. I'm serious. This is literally the convoy in the show. I like the fact that they have the play value, or they're all able to, be used at the same time. That is a nice touch. To transform this, first we pull off the smokestacks and fold them up. This will form the figure's big arse gun. Then come to the top here and pull this section off and just put it off to the side. Then we will come to the sides here. Then come to the front of the vehicle mode and split the entire front open and kind of reach up to the sides and flip these panels around. So do that on both sides. Come to the very back of the vehicle mode and flip out the heels. Then flip down the toes. Then flip down the shins. Then come to the side skirts and unpeg them and flip them out for right now. Then that whole thing will stand up and split the legs apart like that. Then the front of the vehicle mode will split apart and fold around. Then come to the front and turn the arms around and flip out the fists. Then grab the chest, open it up, flip up the head, and close up the chest. The robot mode we end up with is absolutely phenomenal. I have zero complaints. This thing looks amazing. It's big, it's sturdy, it holds every pose I've been able to get it into. It's just peachy. It is just really, really nice. Now, there is one thing that really weirds me out. These thighs armor unpeg, and I'm guessing that there's some kind of weapon that's going to go here, but I've not seen anything on the show that shows that. I've not seen anything in the instructions that show that. So if you know what that does, let me know down in the comments. But man, this thing is it's huge too. Like, here's Optimus, here's Ultra Magnus. And this thing is posing too. It's not even at its full height. Now, you might have noticed there that the back was a little bit plain and it looks like something could peg into it. That's because the roof of the vehicle mode pegs in back there. This is the key that unlocks the trailer. Yeah, the trailer. But you pop that. It does get in the way if you want to get some decent, really crazy poses in, but you just pop it off and leave it off to the side. So even though it's got this thing hanging in the back, it still looks cool. Posability wise, head is on a ball joint. It's super tight. Then shoulder joints. I mean, every joint is a ratchet joint. And look at that knee bend. And even, well, that's not a ratchet joint, but the toes are ratchet jointed. I mean, look at this. I could get a running pose going. It can't stand up, but I can at least get the pose started. And I mean, that's just a pose that looks like he's getting ready to start something. I mean, that just looks so dang good. This figure's great. Just flat out great. It looks amazing. It transforms beautifully. It's got play value with Justice Titan. Totally worth owning. I picked this up over at AliExpress for about $70, and I think it was maybe 85 shipped. Totally worth it. I mean, this thing is just absolutely gigantic. You get so much more posability than anything from the Transformers lines, and it's just fun. It's just a fun figure. And I'm so happy I picked it up because I was really debating whether I wanted to spend the cash to pick it up, but I'm really glad I did. There's a lot of thought that went into this thing, and it just pairs with Justice Titan so well. It's a phenomenal toy. Absolutely. And it feels really good too. I haven't picked up any of the helmets though. And I've been debating whether I want to do that or not, but I think I'm just going to pass. I don't need any of the helmets. But I think the Mini-Force Super Cops show is done. So maybe we'll get a new series starting early 2025. I don't know. We'll find out. But yeah, I mean, it feels good to transform. It feels good to play with. It feels good in all of its modes. It's just an excellent, excellent figure. And yeah, totally worth the money. Like 100% worth it. Like zero regrets. Whoops. Now, if I break it, that's on me. And then finally, the only negative I have about the figure is the gun. Getting the gun into his hand is a pain, and then getting it out again is even worse. So that's my only complaint. Maybe I just need to sand down the grip a little bit so it slides in smoother. At the end of the day, Captain Commander is excellent and totally worth the money. I'm so happy I picked it up. I'm happy I picked it up, and I'm happy I picked up Justice Titan. They just complement each other wonderfully. I absolutely love this set. Totally worth getting. Folks, follow the link down in the description to head over to AliExpress, pick one up for yourself. It's just a ton of fun. All right, folks, let me know what you think of this set down in the comments. Thank you all so much for watching. I'm going to ask you to like, comment, and subscribe. I've been Baltmatrix, and I will catch you all next time. All right, everyone, we've looked at Justice Titan. We've looked at Captain Commander. Today we are taking a look at Storm Chaser from Mini-Force Super Cops. Now, this thing is a big car. I mean, it's a big car on its own. It's a large lad. And I picked this up over at AliExpress. It's a very nice vehicle mode. No lights and sounds or anything. It does transform into a giant robot, which unfortunately is where the toy kind of falls apart. It does roll easily. It's a big, heavy thing. All right, transformation. Pull off the insignia at the hood, and then reach underneath and flip down these feet. Then, once the feet are folded down, grab the wheel wells and pull them up and away from the rest of the body. It's supposed to pull away nice and easily. It doesn't always, because you see the legs are supposed to disengage from the backpack, which is this entire chunk of the car. All right, so then we can take the hood and flip it around to form some heels. Like that. And then we stand the figure up. Then come to the back and unpeg the shoulders from the back of the vehicle mode. Then this whole rear of the vehicle mode can flip down and fold up. And then we just pose out the shoulders like so and fold them out. And then pose the figure. Because that's it. That's the transformation. And here we have Storm Chaser with an entire, quarter of a car hanging off his butt. So when you collapse the double hinge there's this little peg right where my finger is that's supposed to fold up into the light bar. And sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. But either way, it always requires a lot of force, like a disturbing amount of force. And that's the way it's actually supposed to look. Then finally, we take the hood ornament and plug it into the chest like that. And that is the final robot mode. And honestly, it's a little underwhelming. I don't hate it. I like the colors, the gold, the red, the blue, the white. It all works well. And the overall aesthetic of the robot mode works, but he's still got a giant chunk of car hanging off his butt. And then the head sculpt is really good. I actually like that quite a bit. And the posability of the figure is pretty darn good. We've got ratchets in the shoulders, ratchets in there, ratcheted elbows, no fist articulation. The hips are ratcheted, but you got to get the front skirts out of the way. And then, yeah, there's tons of articulation and ratcheting. You can pull off poses, but because of the stupid backpack, he's back heavy. He just is. Now, you might have seen inside, there are these guns that actually peg into the inside, and then the guns peg into the figure's hands. So you can pull off some decent poses with the guns. But the problem I have with the shoulders are they are lacking some posability for him to actually be able to move outward and point out like that. You end up having to do something like this, which just looks weird. As I think I've demonstrated, you can pull off some decent poses. Another thing that irritates me are these little front skirts. They constantly get caught up in the hips, so I just leave them pointing out about like a 30 or 45 degree angle. So just to not, well, there, I just pushed it in, just to get them out of the way. Of all the robots, Justice Titan and City Commander, this one's my least favorite. It's not bad per se, but it is slightly flawed because of the lack of certain posability in the shoulders. And I mean, come on, Transformers suffers from this. The green Corvette from the movies, Crosshairs, suffers from this syndrome of just chunk o' car hanging off the back. I really hate that. Again, I don't hate this figure. I just think it's flawed. And more trouble than it's worth. It wasn't very expensive. I got this off AliExpress, and oh god, I cannot get that gun out of his hand. There, got it out. And, you know, it's a lot cheaper than it is on... It's a lot cheaper there than it is on eBay, because I've been noticing eBay's prices have been going bonkers with these Korean figures. So I don't bother buying anything from eBay anymore, unless I can only find it on eBay. But, yeah, transforming it to and from... Oh, shoot, I messed that up. I was trying to do this while I was talking, and I messed that up. Because you need to transform the back first before you transform the front. Because if you don't, things have a tendency to get online, or just not work. Especially if you don't get those arms in. Yeah, it's a very loud transformation, too, if you haven't guessed. It's not, as I said, it's not a bad figure. It's just not my favorite. So if you feel like picking it up, follow the link I have down in the description. But if you really want to pick any of these figures up, get Justice Titan or Captain Commander first. Honestly, only get it if you absolutely have to have it. What's going on, everybody? I am Baltmatrix, and today we are taking a look at Mini-Force Super Cops Justice Titan. I picked this entire box set up over at AliExpress. Turning off my key light gives you a better look at the box. The box is absolutely gigantic, but really, really pretty. I love the boxes that they do, and the new logo is really nice. So, yeah, how big is this box exactly? The box itself is almost as big as Titan's class Predaking. All right, now, we don't care about the box. We care about what's inside the box. 5 vehicles make up the Justice Titan, and we'll go over each one of them and take a look at each one of them in detail. But it really does feel like a new version of the Protectobots minus the motorcycle. The first of the set is this Machine Patrol Car. It's a tiny little patrol car, a little smaller than a current deluxe class figure, very well detailed. And I think there is a toy, an individual toy of this. I'm not entirely sure. I've been looking through the show, and the gimmick for this season is, yes, the Mini-Force are cops, but the robots all start off as heads that then transform, and they could call the heads individually. The only other robot that is introduced before Justice Titan is a fully transformable version of this part, or it's not exactly this one, it's a tractor trailer, and this is like a fire truck. At the back of the instructions, this is the carrier or car carrier that I was talking about earlier. It is a separate figure, and it appears in, I believe, episode 11. So you've got the actual tractor trailer, you've got armored car and ambulance inside the trailer, then you've got the other 3, 2 of them sitting on top and 1 hitched to the back. So yeah, I'm gonna have to see if I can get a hold of this figure. But there is a toy of this. I swear I've seen it on eBay. Anyway, this is the first one, patrol car. Then we have Machine Helicopter, and its blades do spin. It's a very nice looking helicopter, and it has ratcheted landing gears, which I really like. And it is, as you can see, a 02. Number 3 is Machine Fire Truck. Very, very cool. It's also really heavy. This forms the entire torso of the combined mode. This part forms the torso. We have a shield here, and then this forms the left arm, and his hat is stored back there. But it can ratchet up. It can't really turn at all, unfortunately, but it can move up and down. So that is very cool. Machine Ambulance is number 4. Nothing really happening here. It looks fine. This entire part comes off and forms a gun. And then we have Machine Armored Car, which, again, nothing happening here. It's very, very bare bones. All of these things are pretty big. I mean, the smallest one here is the police car. All of them, though, are a good Voyager class size. This is definitely Commander or Leader class. That's Voyager. These are Voyager. That's around Deluxe. They're big. They are very big. This whole set is very expensive, too. But I just had to have it. It's just so cool. The plastic on the figures is solid. Like, nothing in the Transformers line that I've gotten a hold of lately feels as solid as any of these. All right, let's start the combination sequence. To start off with, we'll go with Ambulance and pull off the top of Ambulance, then come to the front of Ambulance and take the foot or front of the grill, flip it up, grab that section and flip that up, take the entire front, flip it around, and then this whole section will flip around to form a foot. Flip that up, flip this up, come to the back and undo the doors and flip them around, peg them in, and we're done. We have one leg ready to go. And then the transformation for the armored car is exactly the same. Come to the front, flip up the heel, flip that up, grab the entire front section, flip it up, flip this up and around, flip the heel all the way down, flip that section up, flip these out, and we have feet. Grab the fire truck and slide the rail off, pull off the hat, pull off the club, take this whole section and pull it out and away, fold up the front of it, and close that up. Oh, I forgot to mention, that whole water spout, spring-loaded. And there we go. We have an arm ready to go. Open up the hand. We got one arm ready to go. And you know what? Before we get to this guy, why don't we come to the helicopter, pull off the blades, fold up the blade section, fold up the rear component, grab the front and back, fold up the landing gear, pull those out, come to the very front, flip up this little piece, and then that whole thing will flip back, and you can close that up. And then we have another arm, and fold out the hand. There we go. For the fire truck, come to the top, pull off this entire section. It's a little bit harder to do than you might think, and just kind of put this off to the side. Now, come to this whole big thing. Come to the sides and unpeg them and fold them out and around. Once you've got these panels turned around, take the entire back section, turn around 180 degrees, come to the bottom of the wheels and flip up these green pieces. Grab the rear wheels and fold them out like that. Take the rear wheels, fold them up, and snap them into place. And then those green sections will flip up. Push this gold piece in, and then slide the hips back like that. Then we can put these guys down. And there we have the bottom part of the torso. We could go ahead and add the legs just to get everything pegged up and get everything nice and stable. For the upper torso, grab the front of the cab, unpeg it, and fold it back all the way like this, and then fold those bits out. Come to the wheels and unfold them and snap them into place. And then we can add some arms. Helicopter goes on the right side of the figure, or our left side. The other arm goes on that side, on the opposite side, obviously. Grab your police car, pull it forward and down. These are supposed to be spring-loaded and pop out, and the head is supposed to pop up, but I found that it doesn't want to do it, so I just pop it off myself, and then we put it down onto the top, and that pops up the head, and then we grab the hat and plug the hat in. And here we have Justice Titan in full glory. This thing's huge. I mean, it is massive. Here is Armada Prime. I mean, it's big. But it's also smaller than a Titan. I mean, here's Tidal Wave. Tidal Wave is at least, a quarter more bigger. More bigger? Yeah, that works. It's still really big, though. Now, the last thing we could do for the combination is take those little gray bits, point them out, then grab the blades from the helicopter and individually fold them up, and then they will peg into these little gray bits to form like wings, which, I don't know, it's okay. You don't have to do this. You could just put the blades somewhere else or have the figure hand carry them. It does, make it look like it could go faster or fly. It's not a bad addition, but it's okay. It's fine. Now, the other thing he has is this big old shield, which flip out this piece, and then it will peg into this arm, which is actually harder to do than you might think. Keeps wanting to collapse. And then we have the top of the ambulance, which fold it together and then flip out the handle, which is a lot harder to do than you might think. The other way you could do it is just flip out the handle before you close it up. And we got himself a nice big old gun, which he can then easily hold. So 2 peg holes, 2 pegs in the palm. The last accessory the figure comes with is this club, which you can put it in one of his hands. It's fine. It unfortunately doesn't really hold together all that well unless you pull it all the way out and twist it. So you can peg it into either of the hands. So we'll put it on, say, this hand. And I don't know, do police officers in Japan have clubs? Because in the U.S., they have nightsticks. But they don't have straight clubs like that I know of. I love the robot mode. I absolutely love it. It's just so big that I don't have anywhere to put it or display it that I can find easily. That's not to say it's bad or anything. It's not. The one complaint I have that is a legitimate complaint is I don't think the ratchets in the hips are strong enough, because the figure on this very slick table keeps wanting to do the splits. There's a lot of weight in this figure. This figure is not light. It is heavier than a Titan. In fact, I think it's actually a little bit heavier than any of the Titans that I have. It's very cool, mind you, but on a slick surface, you are going to have problems with it doing the splits. Justice Titan's posability is okay. Head does move side to side just a little bit. There are ratchets in the shoulders on both arms. There is a swivel at the top of both biceps, that are ratcheted. Ratcheted elbows. Unfortunately, the fists don't articulate, but the hands, each individual finger does open and close at the base, and then there is a ball-jointed knuckle at the bottom of the thumbs. Torso articulation is present, though it's more of a torso swivel. There is a skirt armor movement. Leg can kick forward almost 90 degrees, I'd say maybe 80, and then can kick back a bit, can kick out just a little bit. Thigh swivel, bend at the knees 90, no foot articulation really to speak of other than the transformation. But again, on this slick surface, it does have a tendency to want to do the splits. And also, my figure has a tendency to just want to lean forward. I've been trying to figure out if there's a way to get it to stop doing that. I can barely get it to do that, but every time I pick it up and move it, it does slump forward a little bit. This is the best pose that I've been able to get out of the guy. Unfortunately, if I move it too much, the ratchets are just going to slide out of place. It's not the most dynamic pose, but it does work, and it's the only pose I can get him to fit on one of my shelves. The figure does possess a super gun mode. First, fold up the connector for the shield, then attach the shield to the front of the regular gun, and fold it up, snap it into place, get everything lined up, and there's the super gun. One big problem with the super gun is that the weight of the super gun makes it almost impossible to point straight. The ratchet in the shoulder just can't really handle it. You can't get it to go straight, and as soon as you do, yep, there it goes. Justice Titan does have some lights and sounds, but the figure has a power switch here on the back that you've got to enable, and it already does come with 3 LR44 batteries, thankfully, so I don't have to go digging for some to find on my own. All right, let's turn off some lights here so we can see what we're dealing with. You just push the button in here. I do wish the other bits that look like they could light up did. We've got some bits here, right on the thighs, and then down here. I wish everything lit up. That would have been so cool. It would have probably made the figure like twice as expensive, but it would have been cool. Before we end the video, I do want to show you how to disassemble it, because there are a couple of little tricks. The arms easily slide off. You don't have to release any buttons or anything. They just pop off. The head, just pop the hat off. To pull the top of the part or chest apart, first come to the back and unpeg it, then come to the front, unpeg the front, and then just pull up on the whole section. Then the legs, they do require you to push these buttons before they will release. So, I mean, that is a good thing, but you just got to be careful about that. The figure is packaged in giant robot mode, so that is a good thing. The directions show you transforming from the giant robot mode to the individual bits. For the fire truck, put the legs together, turn the whole thing around, grab the green bits, fold up the lower legs like that, push the button and pull the hips up, bring the doors in, underneath. Come on, you. Bring the green parts up, flip those out, grab the front, wheels in, bring that all the way down, snap it in, and then the gray bits go straight back, and then the shield, fold up the connector bit, and plop the shield onto the connectors, like so. Grab the arm. I like to fold up the hand and the thumb to start. Fold that, flip that, snap that together, flip out this little peg hole or holder. That will put and then you put the head on, and then just slide the ladder into place. There we go. For a patrol machine, push the head down, flip the bows back, close the doors, flip that up, and push it into place, and we're done. For the helicopter, do the same thing with the hand, fold that up, flip down the landing gears, come to that little section and flip that up first. It's a little bit harder to do. Fold it in, push it into place, bring that down, bring those around, recombine the blades, flip up the blade holder, and there we go. For this, the nightstick, that will actually peg in to the side of the fire truck. For the gun, fold the handle up and then just split it apart. And then for the ambulance, fold this front gray section up, fold the doors closed, take the foot, push it all the way down, fold that whole section around, flip that around, that, and plop that on top, like that. And then the same thing for the armored car. Flip that section around, flip that section around, gray piece down, that goes around, and close the doors. Overall, I love this thing. I absolutely love it. It is insane, it's huge, and it's just good. It really is. It's very expensive. This thing cost me $200, and that was the cheap one that I found on AliExpress. The set is going for around $250 to $300 on eBay, at least from the listings that I've seen so far. It's a great set. It's tons of fun. It's totally worth the money, in my opinion, but you might want to wait for it to go on sale, because that is a lot of money right now. So folks, let me know what you think of Justice Titan down in the comments. Thank you all for watching. As always, I have been Baltmatrix, and I'll catch you all next time. What's good, Internet? Baltmatrix here, and today we are taking a look at some new Mini-Force figures. Now, these 4 figures are from the Mini-Force live-action Chinese series. They are not from the animated series, which, big thank you to KR Brickbot on Twitter for pointing that out to me. We have the original 4, blue, pink, yellow, and red. Red helicopter, yellow dump truck, and a pink and a blue sports car. Each one of these figures has a robot mode that it transforms into, and then pink and blue combine in kind of a shirts pants mode type configuration, and then red and yellow combine similarly, and then all 4 combine into a giant robot. All right, enough of introductions, let's get into it. The first of the figures we're taking a look at is Blue's race car or sports car or whatever. It's actually a really nice little sports car with a gun on top. Just pop the gun off and put that off to the side. Now, size-wise, how big is this? Here is Commander Class Rodimus Prime in vehicle mode. It is roughly the same size, very similar in size. I'm going to compare all of their vehicle modes to Rodimus Prime going forward. The actual heft of the figure, it's kind of light, but it does look really good in person, and it feels good, which is nice. Though there is a little bit of metallic fleck in the paint, which is cool. if not a little weird. It is just weird. All right, transformation into robot mode, super simple. First, come to the back and remove the spoiler, put that off to the side. Then take the entire vehicle mode and split it in half and fold the bottom of the vehicle mode down. And, well, we're going to be pulling a bumblebee here, sort of. Take the rear of the vehicle mode and push it up away from the rest of the legs. And then these black pieces will turn around, and these will fold out to form some feet. So split them open, and then stand the figure up. Next, come to the wheels and just kind of pull them away from the vehicle. And, I popped a ball joint. Whoops-a-doodle. Then come to the backpack and push this section down. And it's supposed to push the head up, but you could just push the head up from underneath and then fold that down. And then bring the arms down like that. And we're done. The figure is in blue, black, white, and gold with this weird green, I guess, hues everywhere. There's clear plastic green, and then there's colored green. Overall, it's pretty cool looking. I actually like the way this figure looks, and it's pretty nice, except there's a lot of kibble back there, but oh well. Overall, robot mode, good. Head does swivel, though it's super tight and very limited. Head sculpt, quite good. Definitely Transformers-esque. Gun fits neatly in the hand, and then you can actually unpeg the gun and fold it out to be a sword. It's supposed to use the sword in its combined mode, but that's a decently proportioned sword. I do like that. I'm going to put that off to the side. Posability, ball joint and butterfly joint up and down, and then ball joint in the shoulder. There is an upper arm swivel, and then bend at the elbow is almost 90 degrees, and there is no fist articulation, no torso articulation, but legs can kick forward and back, and can kick all the way out and down. There is a thigh swivel that is lightly ratcheted, and there's a forward bend at the knee, but not a backward bend at the knee. So posability is rather limited on this guy. Unfortunately, I've not been able to get him in any really good poses. And with that forward bend at the knee, which is part of the transformation for the combined mode, it does make the figure very, very prone to falling over. Size-wise, here is Siege Optimus Prime and Leader Class Armada Megatron. It's somewhere between a Voyager and a Leader. This was the first figure that I transformed in the set, and overall, it's a solid, good figure. Not as posable as most Transformers, but that's okay, because it does a lot of other stuff. Alright, let's move on to Pink. Pink's vehicle mode is kind of like this weird crossover between a car and a station wagon. It's just really weird, and it actually gives me more Space Winnebago vibes than Rodimus Prime. And speaking of Rodimus Prime, here's the comparison. Pink is actually demonstrably bigger in both length and width, not so much in height. But yeah, I really like the look of this alt mode. It's probably one of my favorite from the set. All right, transformation starts off with coming to the canopy and pulling that off, and then splitting the front of the vehicle mode and pulling the front off. And then we're left with, well, what are obviously going to be turning into legs. So then push the rear of the vehicle mode, flip them around. The legs, once you get them to about this point, then pull down and snap into place, and that'll allow you to straighten out the legs. And then we'll move up to the upper torso, where we're going to first fold this entire section forward, like that, and then reach inside and pull up the head until it snaps into place. Coming back down to the legs, we're actually going to go into the inside of the legs and flip down these panels. That will give the figure a little bit more stability. And then we're going to come to the feet, and these feet are supposed to slide forward. You really do need some nails in here, but thankfully my nails aren't that long, but these slide really easily. Next, come to the front of the vehicle mode and flip out these little connector bits, and then pull the arm out and turn it so we have some fists. And then we can just kind of get that up a little bit and peg that into place. Okay, that is going to be a little bit more challenging because there's no, dang it, clear way to peg this in because, of course, there isn't. There we go. And then finally, take the chest piece and come inside and flip these sections out. And then we can peg it into the chest. And then the canopy will peg into the back of the vehicle, or the robot mode. And that's it. Pink's color scheme is the same as Blue's, except with pink instead of blue. And overall, I think the robot mode works. Head sculpt is quite nice. I do like it, and it's definitely it's similar to Blue's. I do like it. The overall chunkiness of the robot mode is pretty cool. I do like that quite a bit. And the overall aesthetic does work. Yeah, there's a lot of emptiness in the back there, but that's a result of the transformation. So here it is next to Blue. The pink robot is definitely bigger than the blue robot. There's a definite size difference here. And here's the comparison between Siege Prime and Leader Armada Megatron. The figure is about the same size as Leader Armada Megatron, up to the head at least. Posability for pink is as follows. Head is on a swivel and can do 360. There is light piping, unlike blue. Then the shoulders are ratcheted for 360-degree movement. And then it does do up and down, bend at the elbow, and then an upper arm swivel. No fist articulation, no torso articulation. Legs can kick forward and back a bit, but do get hampered by the skirt armor. And then the legs can kick all the way out. And there is a bend at the knee and no foot articulation, unfortunately. So again, two figures, both equally cool, but both limited in their posability. But that makes sense because they both combine, and we've got what will be the pants and what will be the shirt. So we're going to go ahead and get these two returned or transformed into their readiness for shirt and pants modes. So let's pull that off. We essentially just rip pink apart like that and just leave it. Oh, sorry. Oh, gotta turn that up. And then for blue, we have to return blue to the car mode. That's the easiest way to do this. And pop that off, push that down, and get this. Well, getting blue back to car mode isn't hard. You just have to be wary that getting the shoulders down and pegged into place is a little tricky. Okay, so this is where we're going to start from. Fold it down and then split the legs apart like that. And that's where we're going to begin. With the legs split, grab the arms, unpeg them from the black piece like that, and then fold them back on both sides. And just make sure that's done. Then grab the head and flip up the middle of it, and then fold that entire section down, and we've got the head unit. And then this whole section will bend forward, and we're almost done. What we want to do is turn the figure around, and you see this part right here. I want to push this down while moving these blue pieces up so that we can create a shoulder, and then come in here and pull the giant robot arms out. So then peg that, pull the robot arm out, and just try and get everything lined up. There is a way. Yeah, I missed this part. Those two will peg in there. And then what we're going to do is drop this guy down onto pink. But first, come over to pink and grab what were pink's arms, and they will peg in to the sides here, and they will become extra feet, or extra stability pieces on the outside. All right, so fold that piece forward where the head is. Then there are connector points here and here that will drop straight down, and then there are connector bits here and here which will peg into the front. And I found that it's a bit of a pain in the butt to get everything lined up so that it connects correctly. And it's also really hard to see what you're doing. So get those in, and then get those in. All right, there we go. Got it. Got it connected. And then we'll take the front of pink and peg it in. First, got to pull this little piece up, which is really hard to do. This little piece is supposed to flip up. You have to get your nails inside this little grabby part here and then flip it up like that. And then this whole section is going to peg into the crotch. Like so. And then we peg the roof of pink onto the back to fill in the back, because if we don't do that, it's real empty back there. And here we have the first of the two combined modes. And boy, howdy, does that look weird. It just looks so bulked out and funny. I do like the color scheme, though. The black running through it and the green running through the whole thing works well. It's real weird, and I can't seem to get it to stand up straight. Head sculpt, pretty good. Definitely an evolution of Blue's head sculpt, but overall, I do like it. It's just really weird looking. In terms of scale, here's Leader Class Dragon Megatron, Siege Prime, and Commander Class Ultra Magnus. So this thing is scaling to the Commander Class Ultra Magnus size. In terms of posability, there isn't much. Head does not move at all. It can look down, that's about it. Shoulders are not really movable, but there is a bend at the elbow, and you do combine the spoiler from Blue with the sword. So there is that. There is actually fist articulation here. Legs can kick forward and can kick back, and there is a knee joint, but you're not going to be getting much posability out of this thing. That's not the point of it. The point is just to look big and chunky. That's what it's here for. I feel like I've got it transformed wrong. Hold on. Because I really do feel like the arms and shoulders are supposed to be pointing up higher than they are. And it doesn't look like there's anything pegging into, or not pegged into place. Though just moving the shoulders up one ratchet, that does look a bit better. That does look better. So it's cool. Just be wary of what you're doing. We're going to move on to red and yellow next. And we've got this. This is supposed to be a dump truck. It does not feel or look like a dump truck. It looks like just a giant military vehicle. Size-wise, it dwarfs Rodimus Prime's alt mode. So, I mean, it's a chunky bugger. So, transformation for this thing starts with popping off the back, taking these big chunkin' beasts, folding these down, and then folding the feet down, and just getting them out of the way. You can fold them up, just fold them out like that. Take these bits that are obviously arms and unpeg them, and then the entire bottom rear section is supposed to flip forward like that, where we can fold these little bits out, and then flip out the toes. And they're supposed to peg in underneath, like that, and stand this bugger up. Next, we want to take the legs and pull them out all the way, like that. Stand it up. Grab the arms at the very top. Again, it feels like I'm not keeping the figure standing straight. Grab them up. Swing them down. Pull out the fists. And then there is a head in there. But you have to split the figure in half in order to flip that head up. And then just combine it back together. And there we go. Here is yellow. The coloring on this figure works really well. I love the molding. Overall, it just looks beefy and chunky. My one complaint, that head is so tiny compared to the rest of the figure. I mean, look at that. His head is so small. It's like you took a Titan Master and plugged it onto a leader class figure from like 10 years ago. It's so tiny. It's so silly. And then you take and then that piece that was on the back, you just flip out a one handle bit and it becomes a giant axe. I like the giant axe. Head does have light piping and it is on a swivel. Shoulders are on ratchets. Then there is a ratchet in and out, butterfly joint for the transformation. Bend at the elbow is 90 degrees, and there is a swivel. No torso swivel again on this guy because none of these have torso swivels. And then forward and back, in and out. There's supposedly a bend at the knee. I'm not going to try and force it. And there is some minor foot articulation. But overall, he's a big chunky boy. So here is... He alone is almost as big as Ultra Magnus. And obviously dwarfs Prime. Just absolutely dwarfs him. Next up is the giant red helicopter. And this, I mean, the blade wingspan is over a foot. It does spin, but you have to do it manually. So for the transformation, I pull this off and just put it off to the side, because that just makes things easier. Of the four, this is my least favorite of the alt modes, because there's no way this thing could fly, and there are giant robot fists sticking out of its sides. That's so silly. All right, come to the back and just pull the entire back of the figure off. This piece we'll put off to the side. Then come to what are obviously going to be the robot legs, flip them and fold them out, and then take those wings and turn them around. That's going to be the robot mode's feet. And then come to the top, and you could see some fists right there. Just split that whole section out, and then fold the arms down like that. And then, once again, we have to split the figure in half in order to flip out the little robot head. And yes, you do have to split the figure in half. I have not been able to do it with the figure, being all combined or connected together. We're actually not done. Come to the back and split this open. It's supposed to be according to the directions, so that would allow you to flip the robot head over and into place. And I got to split in half because I didn't flip out this panel, which actually closes up the gap in his neck. So whoops doodles on my part. But yeah, robot mode. I like it. Of all the robot modes, I think this one looks the coolest in terms of coloring. There's a whole lot of coloring going on, and I absolutely love the head sculpt that it comes with. That feels like generic Bot 101, but I love it, and it just works really well. It does come with the accessories, which is the giant freaking blades that, hey, they turn into a sword. This can then be mounted on the back via these pegs and peg holes. I'm not going to do that because it just makes the figure want to fall over. And then this piece is supposed to be first got to pull this part off and put that off to the side. This piece is supposed to be his weapon, which I'm guessing is supposed to be a bow and arrow. But I do find it funny that it's kind of hard to get him to hold it whatsoever, because when you try to peg this in, the rest of the kibble from the vehicle mode gets in the way. But okay, there, got it. Okay. Man, the proportions on this thing are just weird. Now, as you can see, this one is much closer to a Voyager or Leader class figure. Let me actually get a Leader class figure in here. Hi, I'm Megatron. Yeah, it's not small. Before we get yellow combined, I goofed and I re-looked at the directions. I was looking at the wrong directions. So what you're supposed to do for his regular robot mode is first turn the wheels around, fold up the giant feet, and then flip out these little feet. So the directions are in another language, and they're kind of hard to read. All right, so that is why things were looking so wrong. Here we go. That is a little bit better. So transformation and combination. We're actually going to return the feet to the way I just had them. So flip them around, get them connected up, and then that's all we're going to do with yellow, because really, red is going to do most of the combination. So there, yellow's good to go. We just had to give him some shoes. First off, remember this little bit that looks like a jet? Well, we're going to turn that like that, and then just have it plunk right onto yellow's head, like so. Then we'll detach that and split him apart to, well, actually, no, we'll just return his head to where it was, and then transform the arms back to the way they were. Like that. Get them snapped into place. Okay. So essentially what we're going to do is make it so that this guy is going to turn up like this and then get plugged into the back of Yellow and then look like he's going to, whoop, nope, that's not what I wanted to do, but this will have to do. So combine these up again and fold those out. And then these clips right here and right here will peg in to those spots. Oops, I popped his helmet off. So get those clipped in and then turn the giant robot fists around and turn them so that they are shooting, so that they are giant shoulder cannons. And then the combined mode looks like this. It's definitely less dynamic than the other combined mode. I do like it. I get what they're going for, but it's literally just red kind of slapdashed onto Yellow. And you know what? This really does feel like the one mode for the original Power Rangers where the Dragonzord comes on top of the Megazord. But that's just me reading into things a bit much. Something I did forget is 1, the giant cannons do peg into the shoulders. 2, the giant bow and arrow pegs into the one arm. But now the figure lacks all posability. Like, forget posing these arms. It's just not going to happen. You cannot move the shoulders because those are pegged in. I do like the look. It is definitely a look. In terms of size, Siege Optimus, Commander Class, that guy. And together, they are roughly the same size. They are both exceptionally silly, and I love it. I am here for it. I think the individual robot modes look better than the combined modes, though. I really do like these figures individually. I think their alt modes are pretty good. I'm not a fan of the helicopter, though. And the robot modes are fun, chunky. The combined modes are iffy. We'll just leave it at iffy. But they're still fun, and they're pretty easy to transform. I just wish I could see the directions better, because the directions are in black and white and rather small for my old man eyes. Yes, you could see them, but there's a lot of detail lost on these things. And here are all 4 of them together. We've got blue being the absolute smallest, then pink and red are roughly the same size, with yellow just being a chunky boy. So they all do combine into one giant robot, so let's go ahead and get into it. So I've returned yellow, red, and blue to vehicle modes almost all the way, except for pink. Pink is just going to get ripped apart again and then reassembled in a different configuration, and it's actually easier to go from robot mode to that mode. So we'll start with yellow. The first thing we're going to do is flip out those big feet like I showed you earlier, and then just flip them out and get them pegged in underneath, and then split the entire robot mode or vehicle mode apart, and flip up these front bumpers, and then flip up the combiner port, and then put the legs off to the side. And that's it for yellow. We are good to go. We got some big old stumpy feet. Next, for pink, pull off the arms, the chest, the backpack, push the head in, flip that section up, combine the legs back up, push the toesies back in, flip the panel back up, and then flip the legs back up into its vehicle mode. Maybe gotta, oh right, pulled it up, so we want to push it in, and then we can turn it. There we go. Like that. Good. And then leave it like this, kind of turned out to the side. And then come to these panels and pull them up and flip them all the way around until they peg into place. So do the same thing on the other side, like that. Then take this piece again and reach inside and pull this section out and attach it down here, peg it into place. So for both arms, just return them to the way they are for vehicle mode, and then come to the sides and fold out these giant chunking combining posts. And then there are these little tiny clip and peg
will go right here on the side, like that. So then get that one, and get that one, and peg that into place. And then take the backpack, and you see how there are clips down here? Those will get clipped into place by this guy. We just got to get everything lined up and snap it into place, and then nothing's going nowhere. And there we have a middle torso. Next, for blue, take the entire middle section, fold it down like that, then come up to the front and grab the head and flip that up like that, and then fold, while it's still connected like this, take the arms and fold them down. We want to get that back up. And we're going to do the same thing we did on the other combined mode. Fold it down and then get these situated so that they peg into place on the side of the head. And remember, this piece, that will fold over like that, and then this is going to plug in on the head like so. And then for these legs, these bottom parts are just going to lean forward like that while these pieces stick up, because we are going to actually combine everything using these two pegs right here. And finally, the helicopter, well, we're going to start by moving that up and then pseudo transforming it into its robot mode. So get those sections out like that. This is where we were. We turn this around, and then we come to the back, split it open, and fold it open like that. All right, final assembly time. I'm going to start off with pink, and then take blue and drop blue down onto pink, and it will snap in those two spots. And believe it or not, this is actually kind of hard, because not only do we want to get it snapped in here, we also want the edge of the doors to snap into these parts on the pylons. And this is far and away the hardest part, because I can't see what I'm doing. Oh yes, and it can also peg in up here. So there are a lot of points where it can snap into place, but actually seeing what you're doing, that's another thing. So let's start with trying to get the front pegged in. Okay, that's pegged in. And there's an opening for the wheels, and then push the hips in, that's pegged in, and then push these in, and those are pegged in. Good. And then this will just lean off to the back like that. Then let's get yellow and get him combined up, and there's a hole on the bottom now where we can slide that into place. And this takes more force than you might think. Just make sure your fingies are out of the way. And yes, I said fingies. And then finally, the arms. Ah, darn it. And we still run into the same problem with these connectors. And that's just an annoyance, but it is easily overcome. Now, we have a couple of accessories we need to add. First off is this guy. This is going to form the chest up here, like that. There we go. And then we're going to take this flying thing, pull the head off, and this will peg into up here, or it should, like that, and then we can fold the handle down. And then remember the sword that we mentioned earlier? Well, the set comes with this giant green thing that you slide over top to give it a big energy sword, and we'll get him armored up here. And there we have the full combined mode. I gotta admit, I really do like it. One complaint is these two accessories don't go anywhere, or at least I haven't found where they can go. The overall aesthetic works really well, and of all the Mini-Force figures that I've gotten, this is easily the biggest. I mean, it is impressively large, and it looks really cool. The big issue I have with this thing, though, is, well, lack of posability, but I could forgive that. That stupid little piece that forms the faceplate falls off way too easily, like way too easily. To give you an idea of the size of this thing, Siege Jetfire and Commander Class Predaking, it is somewhere between Siege Jetfire and Predaking in terms of size and height. It's not a small toy. Now forgive me if I sound a little bit distant. I'm actually standing up away from the microphone in order to actually get close to this thing to pick it up and try and pose it for you. Posability is a bit limited. The fists do articulate if you move the little elevators in a certain direction. The arms do articulate. They are on ratchets, and there are fists and upper or lower forearm swivels. I am really trepidatious about moving it around because the ratchet joint that these things are plugged into, when there's no weight on them, it's fine-ish. But as soon as you put weight on it, the whole shoulder starts to dip. The legs, kind of forget it. You're not going to want to move these legs at all. There is no room for a knee bend or a hip bend. It's not meant to. It's just meant to stand there, and it does lean forward a little bit more than I would like it to. The backpack is a bit of a mess. I haven't really figured out the best way to actually set up this backpack. I don't want to mess with it too much because that is supposed to be pegged in, and I don't want to have it pegged in such a way that it looks like it's just got a giant car hanging off the back of it. I don't want that, but at the same time, I don't like the fists just sticking out there either. But, I mean, how often are you going to look at the back of the vehicle? I mean, there is that. I wish there was a way to have this up here or something. That would look kind of cool. The head sculpt is just a little bit boring for my taste, or this mask, which, as you just saw, I just put a little pressure on and it popped right off. That is so annoying. Why don't you actually stay in place and peg in well? Oh, come on, you. So as soon as it falls off, it then doesn't want to go back into place. And honestly, with that tiny little head, this whole thing looks silly. I do love the color scheme, though. I think the colors work incredibly well. The blue, the red, the pink, the yellow. I just love the way it looks. And the shapes that are all over the figures, like those kind of shapes, just all over the figure. It looks fantastic. Overall, the set as a whole is very cool. I'm really glad they made it, and I like it quite a bit. It is a ton of fun. It's neat to transform, and it's just cool. And it holds together, and it's just a lot more stable than any of the other mini Force figures and sets that I've gotten a hold of over the years. I picked this up over at AliExpress. Link is down in the description. Let me know what you think of the set down in the comments. What did I miss? Did I get anything wrong? Or would you like me to see it combined or compared to other sets? The other mini Force set that I reviewed, the Penta X, I don't know where that is. I think it's in storage. And there was another set that legit was the other set that was the KO completely fell apart, and I had to get rid of it. It would not. There's no way I can compare it to this. It just did not last. Anyway, folks, let me know what you think down in the comments. I hope you have a wonderful day, and I will catch you next time. Hello everybody, I am Baltmatrix, and today we are taking a look at Missing Link C01 Convoy, aka Optimus Prime. I don't remember where I purchased this set. I think I got it from Hobby Link Japan, but I might have also gotten it somewhere else. I honestly don't remember. I'm going to give you a quick 360-degree look at the packaging that the figure comes with. It's the stylized or newly refreshed G1 packaging, and I like it quite a bit. It really does remind me of the original toy, and the figure does have a couple of modes. We'll go through them, and a couple of different accessories. Oh, and we will also compare it to this guy. And this is everything that the set comes with. We have our roller body, the figure's gun, roller's wheels, the figure's axe, the freaking gold matrix of leadership, and then the figure itself and its trailer. And then the figure also comes with some paperwork. First off is the little code decipherer that you put on the back of the box, like this, and it tells you the figure's stats. This was something that the G1 toys all had. Then the figure comes with this little card that says Convoy on it. Let me zoom in and give you a better look at that. It's actually really nice artwork. The movie shooting pose there is also very nice. It comes with the instruction manual in Japanese, a sticker sheet, and then this little booklet.
which has all these cute, really nice pictures of Convoy. And then a big fold out of everything else. Now, at the time of this video, there have only been 2 other Missing Link sets announced. The first of which being Cliffjumper and Bumblebee. And then the next one being Sunstreaker and the White Sunstreaker. And here we have Optimus Prime, or aka Convoy, in vehicle mode. The figure itself is very nice. It definitely reminds me of the original toy. However, I don't know what it is, but the trailer and the cab seem to be way out of proportion to me. That just might be me. That could actually be, this is an original size trailer where the figure is a little smaller. I don't know for sure. Though the figure does have the telltale holes on top and in front, and I keep wanting to put the Gen 2 voice box right here. That just makes me want to do that. The cab itself is very heavy. It is a chunky boy. There's a lot of die cast in here. Die cast in the back where the toes are, die cast legs, die cast front here, and the opening opens up to show the Matrix. It is a very nice piece of kit. And look, there's even a Rub sign. Rub, what are you? Are you an Autobot? Are you a Decepticon? Are you? I don't know what you are. And the Rub sign isn't working because it's too dang cold in this house. Now, a quick size comparison between the Missing Link and the Legacy G1 figure. You can see the Missing Link figure is much larger, substantially larger in all aspects. I mean, look at that. Now, that is a difference between a nearly $100 figure and a $20 figure. Oh, wait, no, they're up to $25, $30 now, aren't they? Dang nabbit, Hasbro. Missing Link's transformation is exactly the same as the Generation 1 figure. To start off with, come to the sides and push out the arms and then flip out the fists. And like that. And then grab the shoulders and pull them around like that. Come to the back and flip up the head. Come to the sides and move the tires out of the way. This is just me wanting to do this. And then grab the legs and then flip them down like that. And flip up the toes. Not gonna lie, this is exactly the figure my 4-year-old self always wanted. A very posable, very good version of that original Optimus Prime figure. Now, it is not animation accurate. That I can forgive. But boy, does this figure feel good. It's hefty. None of the joints feel like it's going to shatter, unlike the previous Missing Link figure that I've felt or played with at TFCon Baltimore 2024. That figure felt like it was going to explode in my hand. This one that I own does not, which is nice. In terms of posability, head is on a swivel. Shoulders, butterfly in and out for the transformation. Swivel all the way around, and then can move in and out like this. And I swear I heard a ratchet on both one of these. And then elbow bends, 90 degrees, and oh, there's the ratchet. And then swivel, very tight swivel. Fists do rotate, and the fists open and close, which is really cool. There is torso articulation, though you do have to kind of be careful with the wheels. So what I do is I move the wheels up and out of the way. That gives it a little bit more rotation. And there is no crunch or ab crunch, unfortunately. Though it feels like this piece should move forward, but it does not. Legs kick it forward. Legs can kick forward quite a bit, can kick back all the way because of the transformation, and then can kick out almost all the way. And then there's a knee bend. Oh my goodness, there's a knee bend, and it's ratcheted. And oh, toe articulation for days. I mean, heck, you can spin it at infinitum, and it moves forward and back. And there are heels, but, well, they just hold the figure up. And there's also a plug hole in his keister for a flight stand. But just be wary, the figure is so heavy that none of the flight stands I own can actually hold him up in the air all that well. Now for the axe. Very easy. Open up this panel here, and we'll do it on the arm that he actually uses in that first few episodes. Put that on, close it up, and there we go. He's Aximus Prime. He'd like to axe you a question. Now, Optimus Jr., next to Missing Link Optimus, okay, it's not really Optimus Jr., Legacy Optimus. I mean, the size difference is just extreme. I mean, we've got what is current Deluxe versus what is current Voyager-esque height, almost. So, yeah, Voyager and Earthrise Prime. Yeah, there are definitely different sizes, but you're not really missing out if you get a hold of the little one. Yeah, it doesn't have ratchets in the joints, but it actually has a bit more posability because the ankles on this one pivot and can swivel. This one, the toes move. That's it. And honestly, for the price, this one's a ton of fun. This one is also good for the price, but you could buy like 5 of these, 4 of these, 3 of these for the price of 1 of these. I mean, heck, you could paint this guy up. You could have Ultra Magnus, Optimus, and Evil Optimus. All of them for the price of 1 of these. Now, I will say that the Matrix on this guy is way better. Like, way better. Like, look at that. That is gold Matrix goodness right there. I mean, this thing is pretty. And he can kind of hold it. Yeah, you can actually hold the Matrix with this one. Really, you can. Hold on, give me a sec. There we go. Got him to hold it. Now, let's talk about the trailer. Trailer does the thing that the trailer does, where you fold out the supports, and great, it's good to go. Drop the tailgate down, just on there really tight, and split her open. And hey, it's the trailer. Yeah, it's the trailer. I'm not sure what else I could say. The one thing I do appreciate, though, are the little Diaclone little spots. We got a weapons pod there that doesn't really do anything. We got a service pod there that doesn't really do anything. And then we've got Roller in gray. And unfortunately, he does not peg in and cannot launch out of this thing. That would have been nice. But but then the little arm drone repair console thing does fold up, and then it spins with a little wheel in the back right there, like that original figure. Shoot. And, oh yeah, shoot. It does shoot. And then there's the repair arm, and it's got missiles. And great, I've already lost one of the missiles. Thankfully, there are 4 of them. The missiles don't fire very hard. Yeah, that was it. But they are on hair triggers. Now, according to the directions, this set was supposed to have come with a gas with like a filling gas handle with rope. Guess what? Mine didn't. Darn it. Oh well. Now, Roller does have his ability to flip this back panel up. And normally, it's supposed to be this little bloopity-bleepity light, but then you flip it around and he can hold the gun, which, yep, totally doable. And like other figures before it, you push down on this tab right here and pull forward, and the entire drone section comes off. And it's got 6 little wheels. Oh, it's so cute. It's so murdery. So it can, drive around like that, doing stuff. And I thought, based on the directions, that you were supposed to be able to plop it on top of Roller, but that doesn't come apart, and it doesn't look like it can actually sit on top of Roller, which is a shame. Now, just like the original figure, you can put the repair drone straight up and close the trailer around it, so it could be like a repair drone weapon platform while it's driving. It can do that. Or, if you really want to be silly, you could put it going like this and have it go like that, and then you're supposed to be able to have Roller here on the bottom, so then it could do that. But Roller, for some reason, can't fit the piece over top of it. It's just too big. So, well, I mean, that'll work. Sure, we'll go with that. And yes, I know that this is also another mode, but it's not actually in the directions, though I have seen it in other Optimus Prime / Convoy directions. And lastly, there is a spot back here in the corner for Convoy's gun. However, there's no storage for the axe. which is really a shame because it would be really nice if you could store the axe in here somewhere. And before you comment, no, you can't plug it into roller. That's not possible. And no, you can't plug it into either of these because it just won't sit flush against it. So, yeah, there's really no place to store the axe, which stinks. I mean, can I even... Nope, can't even stand it up. Darn it! I'll just throw it all in there. But one thing I do find very funny is if you put the gun in there, you can't actually close it. That's real smart, Takara, real smart. One last thing you could do with Convoy is you can open up the chest and actually pull out the whole Matrix unit. It does pull out. It's just a little bit on the tough side. So, yeah, you can just pull the whole thing out like that. And then you've got the original seats for his fists. I'm just going to put that back. I like it better with the Matrix in there. Overall, C01 Convoy is really good. It's just perfect. It's exactly what my 4-year-old brain wanted. I absolutely love this thing. I really, really do. I'm so happy with it. The only complaint I have, well, I have 2 complaints. One, right here on the arms where the headlights are, the plastic is marred on both sides. And that's probably just from cutting it out of the sprues when getting it out of the plastic injection molds. And the other thing I don't like is the fact that you can't store the weapons easily in the trailer. I just find that really, really stupid. But that's just a me thing. It might not be a you thing. I don't know. I don't particularly care for that. It would be nice if you could put it in the trailer and not have a problem. Overall, is it worth it? Totally. Is it expensive? Yes. Should you buy it? Only if you absolutely have to have a G1 Prime that's got die cast and is exactly what you wanted as a kid. Otherwise, just pick this guy up. Like, seriously, this is 85% of the way to this, and it's just about perfect, and it's way cheaper, and so much fun. And honestly, I'm going to keep this in box, and I'm just going to display this because I love this thing so much. Plus, it can actually move it, swivel its hips, where this one really can't. All right, folks, let me know what you think of Missing Link C01 Convoy down in the comments. Thank you all for watching. I have been Baltmatrix, and I hope you all have a wonderful day. Hello, everybody. I am Baltmatrix, and today we are taking a look at Moo Boo Cops 5-in-1 Change Celestial Warrior. This set is from Amazon.com and released by these folks. I'm not going to try to pronounce it because I know I'll get it wrong. All right, so they're kind of lying here. There really aren't 5 vehicles, so it looks like there might be 5, but they're actually just 4. And the first of which, and my favorite, is this giant tank thing. I love the way this thing looks. It's big, it's chunky, it's tanky, and it can shoot guns and missiles and stuff. And yeah, it's a tank. I like tanks. Tanks for the memories. And then we've got a pink motorcycle that is absolutely just fine, that doesn't like to keep its front wheel up for some reason. And then its mold brother, the red motorcycle, who also doesn't like to keep the front wheel up. It's not a bad looking motorcycle. I don't know how you would pilot it with the giant gun in the way. And then we have the car that has wings on it for some reason. And the car is actually pretty well stylized. No problem there. And then this thing. This is supposed to be a vehicle. It's not. It's just a backpack. The guns here can unpeg for no reason whatsoever, because the figure can't use them, or the combined mode can't use them in any way. But this is supposed to be a vehicle. It's not, because this is based off of a Korean cartoon for kids. And let me show you the back of the box. So, the back of the box shows that this plane, and then there's the car. Those are supposed to combine, aren't they? Either that, or the car transforms into the plane somehow. You can't do that with the toys. It just does not freaking work. And that is certainly not the toy. Yeah, they're lying. All right, let's go ahead and get into the combination. First off, we'll take the pink car, fold the canopy back, flip the combiner port down, raise the gun, and flip out the fist, which sometimes is a little harder to do. And then we'll do the same thing for the red car. Fold the canopy up, fold the combiner port down, and flip up the gun, and flip out the fists, and they're done. Come to the car. Fold the head up from the back of the vehicle mode. Take the front, unpeg it, fold it up, and snap it into place. And there we go. And then the tank. The tank will become the lower torso and the legs. Take the turrets, flip them around, grab the front of the tank, and slide it forward. And at first, I thought that this bit was going to be able to peg into this somehow. No, it can't. It just can't. So put this off to the side. Take the turret and fold them up, or fold it back to form the upper legs. Take these little white pieces and fold them up. Take these little gray pieces and flip them out and peg them and snap them together, which is actually the hardest part of the transformation because they never want to line up. And then split the treads apart to form the legs. Take the whole torso section and spin it around because that is going to form the front of the robot crotch. Okay, not crotch, but belly. Take the car, and then the pet combiner port flips down, and it will snap into place using just a little bit more force than I'm comfortable with. Red car goes on the right side of the figure, and pink motorcycle goes on the left side. Backpack just pegs in to the back of the figure, but first we turn the wings around and turn these sections like that. And this whole bit will peg in right there. And then there is a spot, one peg spot right there, and that's where this guy will go. I can't remember which direction, so we'll just put it on like that. And then here we have the final robot mode. But first, we have to give him his sword and let go of him very gently because he doesn't have any heels and he has a tendency to fall over. In its complete combined mode, I will freely admit this is doing all the good things for me. It's got all the chunkiness and the bright colors that I love from giant combining robots. It's got built-in weaponry, it's combined by vehicles, it's pretty darn cool. And I have to admit that head sculpt works. It works really well. Now, the figure on a whole isn't that great. It's very, very light for its size, and the plastic is that weird, cheap plastic that's overly glossy, and I really don't know if this is going to last that long in terms of playtime with a child, but I don't know if my son would want to play with this. I seriously doubt it. He does have some posability. Head swivels back and forth. There is torso articulation. Elbows are ratcheted. There is a ratcheted shoulder and ratcheted in and out. Legs can kick forward. There are knees. There are thigh swivels. But given the fact that it's so back heavy with all that junk back there, you're not going to be able to pull off any decent poses. And it's too chunky to pull off poses. I mean, these legs aren't exactly made for posability. See what I mean? The figure comes with this sword, which is dope. It is such a nice looking sword. It's painted incredibly well. You've got the white and the red lining running through it, and then the silver edge all works incredibly well. The guard is gorgeous, if impractical, and then the handle and the hilt work well. The only thing I would do different is maybe actually taking like a Gundam marker and adding some Gundam or adding some coloring here on the blue and at the very bottom of the guard. The guard is hollow on this side. It works. Like the sword itself works, and it's almost, I'd say, 3/4 as tall as the giant robot. So that is a proper giant robot sword. The big problem with it, though, is because the guard is so pointy, he can't actually hold it all the way. So he can't slide his hand down the grip all the way. It just kind of rests there, which it's not that big a deal. Size comparison time. Voyager Animated Prime. Studio Series Commander Class Ultra Magnus. And Siege Jetfire. As you can see, he's practically the same size as Siege Jetfire. And let me go get some Combiner Wars combiners, because that's where this thing is better compared to. So here is Combiner Wars Bruticus and Ultimus Prime. I'm using the red Optimus instead of the white one because I think it works better. But yeah, it's about the same size as Combiner Wars combiners. The set was only about $40, and I'm not totally sure it's worth it. It's not awful by any stretch, but it's definitely not good, and it doesn't hold a candle to Transformers. The thing that I'm really irritated with is I feel like this is a bit of a bait and switch because the Amazon listing said specifically 6-in-1, and there's no 6th here. It's obviously a 5-in-1, and even then that's being generous because this backpack cannot count as a 5th. It's not even that. The other thing that's irritating is these guns. The back of the box shows, oh, the guns are detachable. Great. Where else can you put them? They don't go anywhere else on the figure. There's nowhere for these to peg into. And no, the directions don't have them pegging in anywhere else either. So, yeah, definitely feels bait and switchy. So, folks, I'm going to put a link to this thing down in the comments. I don't recommend picking it up. It's not awful, but it's definitely not good. Thank you so much for watching. I have been Baltmatrix. Please be sure to hit those like and subscribe buttons, and I'll catch you all next time. What's going on, everybody? Baltmatrix here, and today we're taking a look at New Age's Umibozu, aka legendary hero Savage Roar. Umibozu is a heavy retool of New Age's Cyclonus figure. Normally, I would put a figure like this on a figure stand. However, the little figure stand bits, there's no way. I just can't get it. It's not working. But I like the little trans-metal depth charge we have going. Now, the only real difference between this guy and the original Cyclonus release, other than the obvious manta ray motif, are the wings. These pieces, which are removable, here, I'll just take them off real quick. They are really hard to get on and off, though. So these do come off, and getting them off you end up unpegging a whole lot of stuff. And then the paint, obviously the paint. But you turn it around and, oh, hey, that's Cyclonus. They didn't even bother to, close this up in any way. So you could just say that this is, I guess, depth charges spaceship mode. Yeah, that works. I do have to show off the directions. They are pretty good, but the thing I love is they didn't even bother to give a new picture. That's New Age Cyclonus right there. I mean, come on. To start the transformation, come to the back of the figure and grab the thruster jets and just fold them down like that. Then turn the figure over, reach underneath, and grab the legs and fold them out. And just fold them all the way out straight and snap them into place like that. Come to the back of the jet mode and kind of push down, and this whole backpack section will disconnect from the rest of the body and flip up like this. Come to the back, fold up these blue components down, and then fold them down to create the legs, and everything will peg into place as long as you have everything lined up, which sometimes I don't do that all that well. Flip up the toe. And when we flip up the toe, there's a little slider in there. I actually need to push that forward, and then we can flip the toe up. I need to make sure we do that on both sides. So we have the legs, and now we have... Now, the original figure would have fists pegged into these sections, so you would just flip them around like that into the forearm section, and then pull these whole sections up or out and flip them up like that. Come to the back and fold out the entire canopy, then fold the little nose cone up. Oh, and I forgot to mention, there is a landing gear in there. And then flip this whole section up, like accordion it up like that, spin it around, and then fold this whole section up into the backpack, like so. And then we can peg the shoulders into place, and fold those arms down, and then fold the wings in on the shoulders, on the back of the shoulders. Very similar, well, somewhat similar to the Kingdom Cyclonus. And then we need to just futz with the figure a little bit and get everything turned in the correct manner for the forearms. There we go. And there we go. And you know what he could use? Some hands. While it's not in the directions, it is on every sales page. You can attach the manta ray front bits into the hand or forearms to make them kind of weapon-like. And I actually kind of like the way this looks. It's very silly. Last thing I forgot to do for the transformation is actually push the hips up into place. They don't lock in there, but it looks a little bit better. Umibozu comes with 2 different hands. We've got a set of open hands and a set of closed hands. So we'll go with 1 closed hand and 1 open hand. I love the way this thing looks. The colors just pop so nicely, and it's so well articulated. I can't get over it. It's so good. And that head sculpt is killer. Seriously, the head sculpt alone is worth the price of admission of this figure. I absolutely love it. It is such a beautiful evolution of Depth Charge's head sculpt. The slanting on the crest at the top of the head, and then the flailing out, and then those red eyes are something it's something special. I did miss something with the transformation, and in my zeal to get the legs transformed, I forgot to flip out this panel, and this fixes the only issue I have with the figure, and that was the fact that the legs are kind of hollow. And then I was looking more closely, and I'm like, wait a minute, I missed something. And yes, I did miss something when reading the directions. And the reason I keep missing stuff in directions is because I can't see them. Yes, I do have bifocals, but these directions are getting too small for my old man eyes. Something that I greatly do appreciate is the plug hole in the keister so you can put the figure on a figure stand. That allows you to pull off some really cool poses. And speaking of posability, let's talk about that next. Head is on a ball joint and can look up a little bit and can look down pretty far. Shoulders are on swivels, and then there are hinges for in and out. There is a double hinge system going on in just underneath the shoulder for the arm, so it can go out a little bit, and then there is a swivel there, double hinges at the elbow, and then the arm rotation or forearm rotation for the transformation, and the hands are just on pegs, but the wrists do move in and out, and you can spin the hand around. Hands go in way easier than these little bits. I need to shave just maybe like a couple of nanometers off of the little pegs here to make them fit better. Torso swivel is present, ab crunch is present, and that ab crunch is so nice. I didn't think it would be so good. The figure has skirt armor that can move forward on the front, cannot move forward in the back. Hips move up and down for the transformation. Legs are on ball joints, can get forward. Bend at the knee is 90 degrees. There is a thigh swivel at the thigh, and then the feet do articulate at a little over 90 degrees, and then the toes move up and down for the transformation. So yeah, this little guy is super posable. I've got a little bit of an odd take with this thing. It doesn't feel like a Legends class figure. It feels way better. And it's that perfect size of a toy that is Legends size, but has the appropriate complexity in the transformation. The transformation isn't hard. It's just complex enough, which I can't even say for a lot of other figures this size. I have a Megatron, a TFCon exclusive Megatron at this size class, and that thing is a pain in the butt to transform. But this thing's just fun. In the course of filming this review, the hand got stuck on the handle for the gun. I don't know how I'm going to get that off, because it does not want to come off. It's on there tough. A big problem is the gun stock gets in the way, so I can't get the hand back on. Transformation back into Manta mode is just as easy as the transformation into robot mode. Start off with fold out the wings all the way, like this. And you would think they peg into place. They don't. They just kind of rest there. Then point the arms all the way up just to get them up and out of the way. Fold out the backpack on that double hinge. Flip the whole nose cone section around. Flip that out. And then fold out the little tip of the nose cone until everything is straight. and then just fold this whole section up and make sure the head is straight so that it gets covered up nicely, like that. And then we can come down to the legs. Pull the legs down from where they were in the hips, and then unpeg the toes, or the heels, I should say, and unpeg the back of the legs and fold those sections, silver sections, back in. So unpeg the heels. Come on, unpeg, please. There we go. Flip that out, peg that in, fold those blue sections out, and smush these together. Oh, before we do that, come down to the heels and slide them on the slide all the way out like that. Make sure that the toes are pointing down. And combine these sections right here. There we go. There we go. And get that lined up. And then there are some peg holes or slots there. There we go. Then we can bring the arms back down and snap them into place like that. Then the bottom of the feet will fold up, or the legs will fold up, and these will come up and snap into place. And then the last part is the arms, and this is actually the hardest part. So turn them like that, and then you actually do need to grab something to peg in here in order to flip the little arm bits out. And then there are these little tiny tabs underneath the wings that these bits will peg into. But before we do that, we got to make sure that the arm is positioned correctly. So bend that in place, and then the thruster will peg into the bottom there, and then just get that pegged into place like that. What an absolutely adorable little figure. I love this thing. It is so much fun. It's just so silly. I love the colors. The silver with the blue and the lavender, and then the little bits of the manta ray. Such a great use of this mold. I'm very tempted to just pick up the Cyclonus, the original figure, because I like this mold that much. It's so much fun. Big problem I have, though, in this mode, there's no way to get it on a figure stand or a flight stand. Yeah, it's got a couple of small little problems, but I don't care. I still love it. So, folks, let me know what you think of Umebozu down in the comments. As always, I have been Baltmatrix, asking you to like, comment, and subscribe, and I will catch you all next time. Hello everybody, I am Baltmatrix, and welcome to the new video review. Today we are taking a look at the Mosa Storm from Quantum Heroes Dino-Stir. I picked this figure up over at AliExpress. This figure has a robot mode, a kitted out robot mode, which is what we have here, a vehicle mode, and a dinosaur mode, very much like the other Quantum Heroes figures that I have already reviewed. Now, let's go ahead and take a look at this in the 360-degree view. But before we do that, here is a size comparison with the other Dino Mecha from Quantum Heroes Dino-Stir. As you can see, Mosa Storm is a hell of a lot smaller than the other two. Cheaper also. Now for the promised 360-degree view. I do have to complain, finding any information about this accursed series has been very difficult. Even trolling Korean websites, I can't find anything other than a wiki from fandom. This is piloted by the character. The character that pilots this unit is named Trina Yang, I believe, and she looks like a tween version of Jury from Street Fighter 5 and 6. I'm not even making that up. Look for yourself. So I've gone ahead and removed all of the extra accessories from the figure, and I have to admit, it looks really good. The silver, the red, the purple, the black, all work incredibly well, and I love, love, love that head sculpt. And my camera keeps zooming out for some dang reason. But man, that head sculpt is just so nice. That could easily be a Decepticon commander. Like, easily. Just hands down easily. Now, posability. Head does swivel about, can't look up or down. Shoulders are deliciously ratcheted, can move in and out. Then there's no upper arm swivel, unfortunately, but there is ratcheting right there. Torso articulation is also ratcheted, and then the figure can kick forward, can kick back, and can kick all the way, almost all the way out, bend at the knees, and then ankle pivots. So, wow, super posable. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, way more posable than the other Dino Star figures. Just really nice. And I forgot there is toe articulation for the transformation. In terms of accessories, it has a tail unit with these red pieces that do disconnect like that are then these fin sword units. A dinosaur head, because it can't store the dino head anywhere else in the robot mode, that can be wielded in its hand, which, if I'm honest, that's really dumb. Why do you have to carry your own alt mode's head around? 2 spinning drill units to be used in any of the modes. And then these 2 fin units, which are extra just kibbles and bits. So we've got this purple bit, this gray bit, and then this clear plastic red-ish bit. Now, I do want to mention the clear plastic on these feel amazing. Like, Hasbro, you really need to take note of this. These are thick. They are not going anywhere. These are not breaking anytime soon, which, thank you. All right, let's get this thing transformed into its ground tank mode. Take the arms and fold the fists up into the forearms, then collapse the forearm into the upper shoulder so that the gap inside the top of the forearm slots over this peg in the actual forearm, or in the actual shoulder. Come to the chest, open it up, fold up the crest on the head, turn the head around 180 degrees, and then unpeg it and fold it up into the chest, and close that up. Then take the backpack and fold it all the way up like that. Take the legs and spread them out just a little bit so we can then snap the leg apart and then fold it up into the thigh. And there is a peg on the inside of the lower leg and a peg hole inside the thigh. So do that on both sides. And just make sure getting out of the way like that. And what we're going to do is take the entire torso and fold the rear of the vehicle back, and the backpack will then come in and snap into place into that peg. And there are pegs on the back of the backpack, right where my finger is, and the back of the thighs will peg into those sections. Now, just be wary, those come unpeg all the time. Nothing I can do about that. Take the arms and bring them down, and they will peg into place. There is a peg hole at the front of the chest and a peg on the inside of the forearm. So what you do is you just push the arm in like so, and then take these bits and fold them down and back, and then all the way down into the middle of the tank mode. And sometimes it wants to go, but you got to get those flaps out of the way. And lastly, take the toes, fold them up, and then flip the feet inside, and they will peg into place. And then once you're done, it looks like that, and the entire transformation is complete, and we have a really neat little tank mode. I love this tank mode with the treads up in the front and then the full wheels in the back. Overall, it just works really well, and it feels like a Transformer. It really does. Like, it feels more like a Transformer than some Transformers I have. The only complaint I have is there's a big old gap back here, but you know what? It's not that big a deal. I mean, how often are you going to look behind it? How often are you going to look in the trunk of a car or of a tank in this case? Yeah, this tank mode really works. The only thing color-wise, these pieces of plastic feel off for some reason. They don't look like the same shade as the other similar pieces, but that just could be my old man eyes not working right. Now, in terms of attack modes, there's really only one that we're going to do, and that is to take the drills and peg them into these pegs on the sides of the front of the tank mode, and then you've got drill tank mode. Yes, that's something that is done in the show that I've seen online with what clips there are, but I don't know how practical that is. Unless they're laser drill bits. That might work, but yeah. It rolls with no problem. There are nice thick wheels on the bottom of the treads, nice thick wheels on the back. Would have loved to have seen them painted, but I don't think they're painted in the show. In fact, the only time that I can remember seeing it in the show was very briefly, but we never have seen, or I have not seen, the actual robot mode yet. I've seen the tank mode, and I've seen the dinosaur mode, which we'll get into now. Now, before we get to the dinosaur mode, I goofed. I missed one thing. There's this little thing you need to flip out and over, and it will peg into the top. That gives it a little bit more color and makes it look a little bit cleaner. And I'm sorry, that was me. I completely forgot about that piece. Now, for the transformation into Dino mode, all we're going to do is take the tank and attach all the accessories to the tank. That's it. So we'll start with these little knife thingies. They will form the rear flippers of the mosasaur, like that. Then we'll take the gigantic tail unit, and that whole thing will get pegged into this set of peg clips in the back. This is the hardest part of getting this transformed, because you have to be very careful, and oh, I'm so thankful I was able to do that without having to struggle with it. But you do have to be careful, because if you push it unevenly into the clips, the entire feet assembly comes apart. The head will then peg into these two peg holes up front, and just getting that pegged in. Oh, and there is a little slot right here, which this black piece will peg into. So we actually want to get that lined up and pushed into place like that. And then we take the two flipper sections, and they will peg in to the front like this. And that is the mosasaur mode. It looks a lot better on the show. It really does. This isn't bad, but it's literally just the tank mode with a bunch of kibble attached. That's it. And the drills also do still work in this mode, so you can add the drills in this mode, like that. That looks real stupid. But I gotta say, I really think the mosasaur mode is the weakness, or the weakest part of the figure. You can open the mouth and close the mouth, which is nice. I kind of wish it transformed a little bit better or was more complex, but oh well. Returning the figure to robot mode is very easy. Oh, before we continue, I do want to show this. Toy Guy, if you are watching, you will be happy to know that it does the thing in both tank and mosasaur mode. So, yeah, it does the thing. Yay! Okay. To transform it back into tank mode is literally just remove all the kibbles and bits. That's it. And we're back at tank mode. Now, back into robot mode, a little more complicated. So we'll push up these little bits, split the rear of the vehicle mode, flip the feet around and flip out the toes, unhinge or hinge the legs down and snap them into place. Like that. Take the entire torso, first unpeg the backpack, then fold the torso down and stand the figure up. Hinge the backpack down, pull out the shoulders, fold down the arms, and flip out the fists. And there we go. We are back to giant robot mode. Now, you saw at the beginning of this video review that there were, or that was the primary super attack mode. Well, there are other options that we have here. So we can flip out this handle on the bottom of the tail and then attach these bits. And this becomes a giant, like, scythe type weapon that can be held. And I put these on backwards because of course I did. Like that. So it can hold the tail as a weapon. And it, as you saw earlier, it can also hold the dino head as a weapon. Or you could take the dino head and just peg the drills into the side of the dino head like that. So you have a drill gun weapon thing along with your scythe. So there is that. You can also attach the drills to the outsides of the forearms like that, and then take the tail and it will peg into the figure's keister right there. So just make sure that the tab is pointing forward and lift up the backpack and peg that in and then fold the backpack down. So you give him a kind of you give him a tail in robot mode. So that is another option. Or you could just start plugging things in everywhere and go ham with it. I really haven't found a thing that makes it look bad, so there is something to be said about that. Unfortunately, the figure does not combine with anything else in the Dino Stir toy line so far, which is a shame because I was sure that this thing was going to combine with the others at some point. We'll see. This is the 5th figure in the set, and it's purple, and in classic Japanese toy kids shows, that purple figure starts off as a villain and turns into an ally by the end. So I'm looking at you, Machine Robo Rescue. So I don't know if that's going to happen here. I'm thinking it will, just from the nature of the way the show is. So folks, let me know what you think of Mozo Storm down in the comments. Thank you all for watching. I have been Baltmatrix, and I hope you have a wonderful day.
Hello everybody, I am Baltmatrix, and today we are taking a look at a giant battleship. I dug this out of my basement after going through and trying to figure out what to review for you all, and I just found this guy. I completely forgot that I owned him. Now, I purchased this over at, I want to say it was eBay. It might have been AliExpress. This exact figure is available on AliExpress at the time of this recording. You can find it. Just look for, well, whatever the heck that is saying there. Ride Ocean Combat Ships. Domain Guard Series. This isn't Marine Morphers. Completely different toy line. It is an aircraft carrier, as you can plainly see, a Chinese aircraft carrier. It's a large lad measuring nearly 2 feet in length. Yeah, it's big. It's got a very nice tower. The tower is molded. Now, the original figure came with a plethora of little planes and helicopters that were destroyed by my cat. Hopper utterly ruined them. He actually ate 2 of them and pooped them out. I'm not even joking. Now, one thing to keep in mind about this figure is it is a shell former. I'm not even... And it is a large shell former, as the other figures had the flight decks integrated into their transformation. This one doesn't. This part of the flight deck becomes a shield. This tower becomes a gun. And then this entire flight deck becomes a display base. The robot itself is all along here, all up in here. And I have a slight mistransformation here in the back. So let's go ahead and get transformed. We're going to start by removing the tower. And you can see the tower, it's not pegged in very tightly. To transform the tower, we have to unpeg the bottom, which is a little bit difficult. Fold that out, flip that around, and then there's the front of the cannon. Fold the tower down and reach underneath and pull out the handle. And it becomes a giant tower cannon. I mean, heck, the radar array becomes a sight. I mean, that's crazy. Next we'll come to the front of the flight deck, and this whole section can just be pried off like so. And then we take the front of the bow and flip it around, and then flip out the peg like that. And the one thing I really don't like is this is supposed to peg into place down here. There's nothing for it to peg into. So this will become the shield for the giant robot. It'll be held kind of like that at an angle. And then the rear of the flight deck actually pegs into a couple different spots. So it pegs in back here at the back of the ship, and then it pegs in here and here. So we'll just pop them off, and there we go. And this is literally just going to be used as a display base. Oh, I dropped something. And here we have the rest of the robot in his little boat. As you can see, we've got the arms up here, the main torso and head are here, and the legs are right here. So, transformation, to start off with, come to the front of the ship and flip out these panels, and then we can flip these sections up like that. Turn the ship around underneath, and then unpeg the front of the boat and fold these sections down. Next, come to the sides, these side panels, and unpeg them. And hard to do, and then just fold them down like this, and then grab them and fold them in like that. And just do that on both sides. And then you can see that it's already unpegged a little bit. So come to the back and disconnect the back and just disconnect this middle section from all the other bits. And then once you do that, the legs will be freed. So then we've got the legs, and this whole thing will fold up and away. We'll just leave it there for right now. Come down to the legs and fold things around. Grab these bits and fold them up. Do the same thing on the other side. And then straighten out those feet and slide out the heels. So fold out the toes and slide out the heels. Open up the back of the feet. We can stand the whole stinking thing up. There are these little panels here that I'm not entirely sure if they're supposed to be flipped over like this in robot mode or another way, but once they're flipped over, you can then move the entire lower panel above the knee or just outside the knee like that. And then you can flip out these little black or charcoal bits. Ah, shoot, I got it mixed up. And they will go over the toes to cover the toe as foot armor, like that. Next, we'll come down to this piece in the middle, unpeg it, and then kind of split it in half. You can see the different panel connectors. This is actually, once this thing is merged up, getting these panels disconnected is so much more difficult than you might think. Because, I'm not kidding, you can see how thin this plastic is. I really do feel like I'm going to break it at some point. Okay, we got them apart. Then we take the side skirts and fold them down onto the sides and fold these panels out of the way under where the armpits are. Now we could take the chest piece, fold that down, peg it into place, and then we can take the arms and split them and fold the shoulders down and peg them into place, and then come to the underside of the forearms and flip out the hands. This is actually a little bit harder to do than you might think because the arms or the fists in here are a little bit tighter than I like. And if you've got, of course, I just trimmed my nails the other day, so I don't have the biggest nails to push these around. All right, there we go. Got them down. And then we could come to the back and flip up the head. And now the backpack. This whole backpack section, as you see, folds down like that. And then this whole section folds up and like this. And then this whole thing is supposed to swing around and down. And it ain't pretty, but it does work. Now, through the course of this transformation, I thought I had the back correct, but no, I had it actually backwards. The flap that I had on the outside of the figure is meant to be on the inside of the backpack. So then what you can do is you can then combine the backpack up to make a more cohesive unit, and then fold this section up along the back like this. So the whole thing is supposed to sit on the back and be a lot cleaner, sort of like this, sort of like a giant boat cape of some sort. It doesn't work all that well. Even with everything situated perfectly, it's still really fidgety and floppy and does not hold together well at all. So that is what it's supposed to look like. Now, for these big chunky things hanging off the shoulders, they are supposed to fold up and over and then become these giant missile pod pylons on the shoulders, like that. So that's what they're supposed to look like. And then finally, we fold up the crotch plate, which is die-cast metal. And literally seconds later, his crotch fell off. And here we have its final robot mode all ready to go. And it looks great. It really does look very, very cool. I love the overall aesthetic. That blue there on his chest, die-cast metal. The silver of his crotch, die-cast metal. And yes, the crotch keeps falling off. Then the blue kneecaps, die-cast metal. And I thought these were die-cast, but no, they're just painted plastic. Overall, the thing looks pretty cool. The shield peg does turn, and then there is this peg hole on the underside of the red part that pegs right into the figure's forearm. And I can't really argue with the results. It does look pretty good. Standing alone on the little stand that you have, it does look very impressive. I love the coloring. I think the overall look is good, but the plastic quality kind of sucks. It's just very thin plastic all around, and the shoulders are not strong enough to hold up the gun, which is a shame. And it can't really hold the shield up either. Oh, and the figure is so top heavy with everything, the joints in the hips can't hold it up either. Unfortunately, that's one thing I absolutely hate about this thing is all of the joints are just too loose for it to really be held up by its own power. Head is on a ball or swivel, and then it's got up and down movement for the transformation. Shoulders act like they're supposed to be ratcheted, but it just feels like a swivel. The shoulder pads, I really wish pegged into place because every time I move the shoulder, they flop about. Then there is in and out movement. There is a swivel at the upper arm. Elbows are ratcheted, but it doesn't go 90 degrees, and the fists do articulate. The hands open and close, but I really don't see a need for them to open and close. The crotch continues to fall off. In the time that you saw it fall off earlier in this video, it has fallen off about 4 or 5 more times. The legs are sort of ratcheted, like one, and that's just a friction joint there for the hip. But this side is very slightly ratcheted. Once you get to here, there's a ratchet in there. And there is a ratchet there, but it's like one, and that's it. Then the knees are ratcheted, and they're double hinged, so here and here. Oh, that is so weird. Oh, those ratchets don't sound good at all. And then you've got some ankle rocker and foot articulation. And then the heels, well, these are just friction joints, and they don't hold up all that well. From an aesthetic standpoint, it kind of looks like a Superman boat. But from a practicality standpoint, it's not great. This is the best pose I've been able to pull off for this guy. It's not great. It just isn't. It's very large. And so it's about a foot tall. And then with the gun pointing up, it's about, I'd say, 16 to 18 inches tall. It's a big figure, but it's so floppy and it's so just not great. The transformation isn't fun. It's a panely mess. And most of the ship mode isn't even part of the robot. It's just literally a display stand, which is stupid. Overall, I can't really recommend this thing. I do like it. I just wish it was better. So folks, let me know what you think of Rage Ocean Combat Ships Domain Guard series. I have no idea what else this thing is called because that was the only English on here. So we'll call him Jimmy. Let me know what you think of Jimmy down in the comments. Thank you all for watching. I have been Baltmatrix, asking you to please like, comment, and subscribe. Be sure to hit that bell for notifications when I put up a new video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you all next time.
Hello everyone, I am Baltmatrix and this is RT01 Caesar from Robot Toys. I picked this set up over at ShowZStore.com. This is a Legends class Optimus Primal. In terms of looks, it's absolutely fantastic. The coloring on this little guy is amazing and it just works. I mean, it works really well. 360-degree look real quick. There's not much going on the back, and he does have a tendency to fall over, but if you extend the little ape feet, you can give him some decent heels. Color-wise, it's perfect. Aesthetic-wise, it's just about perfect. I would have loved there had been something on the arms, but that's just me. And when they say Legends class, they're not kidding. Posability for the legendary monkey is pretty darn good. Head is on a ball joint. Shoulders are on hinges or I should say butterfly joints for in and out movement, then ball joint in the shoulder, swivel at the upper arm, bend at the elbow. He is just about over 90, or is 90 degrees. I can never remember if I've got it turned around correctly or not. Oh, there we go. I had it backwards. And then the fists you articulate. And the fists open and close. I mean, look at that. That's crazy on a Legends class figure. Torso swivel is present. Ball joint in the leg. Then there is a swivel joint right underneath that ball joint. Bend at the knee is over 90 degrees. And then we have a little bit of ankle rocking forward and back, or I should say side to side and forward and back. It's a ball joint in there, but due to the nature of the lower leg or molding of the lower leg, it is limited in movement. The figure comes with a couple of accessories, the first of which is this mace weapon with the head folding out like that, and then you can also fold it in to be more traditional mace, or if he ever wants to be a ventriloquist, he's already got the equipment. The figure also comes with the iconic swords that Optimus Primal has, and these are my favorite of the accessories. I really like these swords. They're well painted and they just look great with the figure. Swords can be stored on the back of each shoulder, which is nice, and they're not going anywhere because the holes they're pegging into are the pinholes for the actual pins. They're nice and tight, so they're not going anywhere. My set came with 3 different faceplates, but these 3 look all exactly the same. I think they're just extra. So you can pull off just the standard battle mask faceplate, which is what I usually use, and then the faceplate with lips. In order to get the faceplates to change, you have to kind of untransform the figure and then flip the faceplate off, and then we can add one of the new faceplates on. And it's just so tiny. Like, that's my biggest complaint with these faceplates is my big old fingers really have a hard time dealing with these little tiny faceplates. There we go. That doesn't look too bad at all. And then my figure comes with a mutant mask. However, it doesn't like to stay on the figure. It's supposed to plug into Primal's head, or specifically his forehead, but it just doesn't stay there and falls off way too easily. A very cool addition to this figure is it's got blasters, and they are hidden in each forearm. You have to flip up the panel and then flip out the blasters. And he's even got blasters in the backpack, which you unpeg the backpack and then flip out these blasters on these ball joints. That looks very cool. I love the bright red blasters on the forearms. I'm less enthused about the blasters on the back or coming out of the backpack. I'm going to paint them silver and then give the barrels red tips to match these blasters on the forearms. It would have been nice if these guys were painted in the back. actually issue I have with the figure is that it didn't come with any directions. None whatsoever. The box has QR codes for the deformation video. I get it. I understand why they do that, but it would have been nice if I had paper directions. I mean, what if you get a hold of this figure and you're in an area with very limited internet service? What do you do then? Just guess? To start off the transformation, take the legs and spin them around 180 degrees and fold up the robot toes. Then take the legs and actually collapse them into the upper legs like that. There is an extra joint that you can disconnect there at the knee, so we also want to do that. So push that knee in and just kind of leave them kind of leave it like that. Oh god, that looks awful. All right, come up to the shoulders and fold the shoulders down and put the arms out. Come to the chest and pull the chest away from the body and flip it around 180. Grab the backpack and open up that backpack, and then pull the head forward and the gorilla head forward. Turn them around 180, and then put the gorilla head up, pointing up. Close that up, close the chest up, and then take the back and unpeg it, turn it around and fold it down, and it will peg into the blue crotch. And then the last thing is fold up this little flap behind the gorilla head. And if you're not careful, you will pop the ball joint off, which is what I just did. And that's it, we're done. One thing about the transformation that is not completely clear, and I just had to go through all the different pictures over on showzstore.com in order to confirm, there are pegs right here where my thumbs are on the back of this butt panel that fold down, or that when you fold the back panel down, they're supposed to peg into these slots that are on the upper thighs. So that means you have to collapse the entire leg in such a way that it looks all cohesive like this. And then we have the gorilla mode. And the gorilla mode's mouth does open and close, which is very cool. But the gorilla mode itself is very bland. It's just bland. I don't really have a problem with it. It's just very dull. I'll just say dull. It's got a cool face, though, and wonderful texturing. I mean, the molding and the texturing is very good. But overall, I feel kind of burned out on Optimus Primal at this point. We had an amazing, amazing Voyager-class figure in Kingdom. And then we had a meh couple of figures from Rise of the Beasts, even if the larger ones were pretty okay, which I have not reviewed any of those. I should really do that. But all the figures are exactly the same. Even the third-party one, even this third-party one feels exactly the same in terms of transformation, features, and accessories. It's not a bad thing, mind you, but everything just feels so samey. Third-party makers, give me a third-party version of Beast Machine's Optimus Primal. That'd be interesting. In terms of size, the alt mode is very tiny, like very tiny, but then so are both of these guys in their alt modes. Though it does scale better to Kingdom Megatron, because that I really do feel like a T-Rex would be able to take one chomp out of a gorilla like this. I like this little gorilla mode, but once it's in gorilla mode, there's not much to do, unfortunately. I will freely admit it's due to my own lack of imagination that I'm having trouble coming up with posing this thing. So here are a bunch of pictures from showzstore.com's page. They managed to come up with at least some decent pictures of it. Were this figure maybe twice the size, would I like it more? That's not fair. I do like this figure quite a bit. I think it's very cool. It's a nice little Legends class gorilla. But at the same time, it really feels like we've seen this figure multiple times at this point. And I don't mean just like once or twice. I mean like 7 or 8 times. It's the same transformation as Kingdom. And it's the same transformation as some of the other Primal figures we've gotten over the years. It's a shame because this little guy really should be able to stand on its own. It's very cool. Now, Robot Toys is releasing a Megatron of this figure, and I believe it's out already. I have not gotten my pre-order notice from ShowZStore.com yet, but Mang Motion does have the figure, and they've got a little video of it up, and it looks cool, but it also looks exactly the same as the original Megatron transformation, which is weird. But I'm not complaining. That figure is also significantly bigger than this little guy right here, which is just, okay, fine, whatever. But actually, that does make sense because Megatron was a lot bigger than Primal in the show, so I'm okay with that. Overall, RTO1 is pretty cool. I like it. But we've just had so many Optimus Primals at this point. I would just say don't bother. Get the Kingdom version of Optimus Primal. And I think there's actually an oversized version of Kingdom Optimus Primal as well. If you can find that, get that one. All right, folks, let me know what you think of RTO1. Thank you so much for watching. I have been Baltmatrix, and I will catch you all next time. What's going on, everybody? Baltmatrix here, and today we're taking a look at Transformers Legacy 86 Steeljaw. I picked this figure up over at Amazon.com. Steeljaw comes packaged in his tape mode, or in its tape mode, and it comes with a giant speaker and 2 backpack bits. This backpack bit plugs into the speaker so it can be mounted on the figure's back in Lion mode, and then this is the Lion component, the wings and stuff. In terms of size, it is exactly the same size as other tapes, but it does have a weird issue with Blaster. Because of the way the tape is molded, it only will fit in Blaster's chest one way, and that is having the lion heads pointing inside of the chest and on the left-hand side as you're looking on it. And this is the only way it fits in the figure. The other ways, I don't know why, but because of the way the figure is molded, it doesn't fit the other ways, which is just weird. And for those wondering, the speaker can be fit on either one of Blaster's hands. Each hand on Blaster has this little nub that's coming off the top of the knuckles, and that will slide in to that piece right there. So, and it goes over both hands, so you could give him his speaker attachment just like he had in the original show in that one episode. I do want to call out the backdrop that Steeljaw comes with. It's that scene where he twists out and shout, and yeah, I do like that. Cracking some eggs and shells and all that fun stuff. Steeljaw's transformation is very easy. Turn the figure over, grab the kitty heads and flip them out, and then take the kitty heads and sandwich them together. Grab the entire back section and fold it backwards. Take the parts with the guns and fold them down. Take the front legs, fold them forward. Unpeg the guns and flip them forward. And then drop either of the backpack components on. We'll drop the one he is supposed to use in robot mode on, and you have this tiny little tape kitty. Super tiny little tape kitty. It's fine. It feels weird. The very soft gold-colored plastic makes me worried, but other than that, it's fine. It's tiny. It doesn't do anything, and it's very, very tiny. And here's the Cassettabot that comes with Blaster, with his foot transformed wrong. They do work. I really wish this wasn't clear plastic. Now, Steeljaw, you can remove that backpack component and attach the speaker to his backpack using this little adapter piece, which all of these backpack components, they don't do anything. They don't store anywhere. So you can just put this back here, and he can broadcast some radio waves from his back. That's cute. Using the included adapter, you can attach it to Blaster as well. When Ramhorn comes out, he'll have 2 speakers. Steeljaw does have a very weird gimmick in his rear legs. The entire section can twist like that, so he could pee on a Decepticon. That's not the way cats pee, but who cares? I don't know, man. I just don't know. I don't hate Steeljaw by any means. I think it's a cute little toy. But did it have to be a core class figure packaged by itself? Couldn't have been in like a collection of cassettes? Like collection for Blaster, collection for Soundwave. I mean, they did in the Transformers Generations line a collection for Soundwave. But can't they do the same thing here? Give Ramhorn, Steeljaw, and then give us Eject and Rewind in the proper colors? That would be nice. I just don't know. I don't know. I'm nonplussed. Let's put it that way. It's not bad by any stretch of the imagination. It's just definitely not thrilling. All right, folks. That was my review of Steeljaw. Let me know what you think of the figure down in the comments. Thank you all for watching. I have been Baltmatrix, and I hope you all have a wonderful day. What's going on, everybody? Baltmatrix here, and today we're taking a look at Transformers Studio Series 86 Bumblebee, specifically Transformers the Movie Generation 1 Bumblebee. Man, this thing's been a long time coming. We've had several Bumblebee figures over the past few years. None of them have quite nailed Bumblebee, though. This one, however, I think nails it quite well. Now, you may remember Cliff Jumper from the Transformers Earthrise line, Deluxe Class. Well, that got repainted and remolded multiple times, and the only one that I've been able to get a hold of is Goldbug. There was a Bumblebee version of that mold that was a Netflix War for Cybertron exclusive. I think it might have been exclusive to Walmart. I'm probably wrong on that because I swear I saw it on Amazon at some point for a ridiculous markup. But that other one is out there, but it's rather rare and is a collector's item now, along with that War for Cybertron Netflix exclusive Soundwave of all things, which is just weird. This figure, Goldbug, is part of the Creatures Collide 4-pack from the Buzzworthy Bumblebee line. And this figure is fine, except, God, I hate the parts forming. This new Bumblebee has no parts forming whatsoever. The overall aesthetic of the robot mode is perfect. I cannot come up with anything to even remotely complain about except the paint, but we'll talk about that in a second. That head sculpt is choice. It's so good. It is exactly what I wanted Bumblebee's G1 movie head sculpt to be. Now, taking a look at the figure all the way around in 360, I have to admit Hasbro did a really good, and Takara did a really good job with getting all of the kibble taken care of. I mean, there's really nowhere else for it to go but in the torso. But this is a lot neater than I think the Masterpiece figure was, which I've never actually gotten the new Masterpiece figure. I have the old Masterpiece figure. At least I think it was Masterpiece. I don't even remember at this point. All of these bots are starting to blur together in my mind. For this little guy, posability is pretty darn good. Head is on a ball joint and swivels and looks up and down a little bit. Shoulders are on ball joints. Then there is a 90-degree bend at the elbow, swivel at the upper arm, fists do swivel as well. Torso swivel is present and doesn't get hit by the backpack at all. Legs can kick forward plenty and can kick back plenty, and it can do a beautiful spread-ish. Bend at the knee is 90 degrees, but you do have to be careful because there is the bend for the transformation at the foot, then there is a thigh swivel, and then you can make him crab walk. The only accessory that the figure comes with is this very accurate gun, and accurate to the show. And then it can be back-mounted when not in use. Unfortunately, Bumblebee is quite a bit shorter than all the other mini-bots that have been released so far, though that is slightly canonical. In the show, Bumblebee was smaller than most of the mini-bots, especially Brawn. Brawn was definitely the tallest of all the mini-bots. I'm okay with this because it kinda actually does make sense. And just for good measure, here he is next to Origins Bumblebee. He's just a smidge shorter. I have two minor gripes about this figure. The first of which is the paint matching, specifically on the chest. The paint matching here, and here, specifically the pillars of the car mode, it's not the same yellow. It just isn't. That's because they're cast in black and then painted over one, maybe two coats of yellow paint. As you can see right here, that paint isn't even close To go along with the paint matching, not matching here on the chest versus the body, look at the arms versus the back. And I'm not sure if that's coming up on camera. The shell that forms the actual vehicle mode is a different yellow than other parts of the robot mode. The forearms, the crotch, and these internal bits specifically. They're off just enough to be noticeable. So that's an issue, not a deal breaker. The other issue, which I find just really weird, there's no hole for any kind of stand on his keister, where this one definitely has a keister hole for a flight stand, or, figure stand of any sort. These are the only two problems I have with the figure, neither of which are that important. None of these flaws are deal breakers. This figure is excellent and is probably the best version of G1 Bumblebee we're going to get for a while. Bumblebee's transformation is complex but not hard, and it's actually pretty cool. Start off with, come to the backpack and just kind of wiggle the backpack away from the figure so you can lift the head up. Come to the chest and pop that open. Unpeg the head from the rest of the armature and flip it up and around and just get that so that you could close the chest up and stick the back of the vehicle mode straight off like that. And then I just like to bend the rear of the vehicle mode up a little bit. Come down to the fists and arms and fold them up at a 90-degree angle. Once you've got the arms bent to 90 degrees, turn them backwards an additional 90 degrees, and then come to the back and butterfly the back open. Once you have the wheels rotated up like that, they will fold back into place, and then you just peg the wrists together like so. And then you can take the entire back of the car mode and just kind of smush it down and peg it into place. And just make sure everything's closed up. And then we have our nice little Gerwalk bug mode. No, not at all. Come down to the bottom of the feet and flip open / unpeg these panels. And then these little black toesies, push them up into the front of the vehicle mode. And then come to the back of the legs and flip out these doors on both legs. And then that little black piece, fold that up inside those doors. Then smushy the feet together. Turn the ankle rockers all the way around. And this always happens. Every time I go to transform it, those bits pop off. And then we want to bend the legs down, bend the knees forward, and, I always screw this up. There we go. Smushy those two again, and then bring the whole thing forward and snap it into place. And there we have the Beetle mode, or little car mode. Now, it's obvious that this is not a Volkswagen Bug. It is a very, very bad Volkswagen Bug, but you know what it is? It's a perfect realization and modern take on the original penny racers that the original G1 Bumblebee hubcap and cliff jumper were. Actually, I don't think hubcap was a penny racer. I don't think he was. Maybe he was. I don't remember. But yeah, I'm very happy with this. Don't care at all that he's not a Volkswagen Bug. He's a tiny little penny racer. I mean, look at these wheels. They're not even they're not even the same size. Rear wheel, gigantic. Front wheel, not so big. He's so cute. Now, the gun does peg into the back of the vehicle mode like it did in the robot mode. No problems there. But there is room underneath the arms, or I should say in the back here, to actually get the gun up in there. It's not clean, but it can be done like that. Just set it like that, fold the fists up, and you have plenty of room. No problems whatsoever. Doesn't scrape on the ground at all. You just kind of smush it up in there. Now, comparing this alt mode with the Bumblebee mold from the Netflix series, or in this case, Goldbug, the Goldbug mode is a little bit longer in lengthwise, but not as wide, and they're roughly the same size. Roughly. But then when comparing it to some of the other mini-bots, it feels small. I'm not going to transform all the mini-bots, but this mode is definitely a little bit smaller than all the other mini-bots. Just take my word on that. Now, one thing I haven't compared it to yet is Transformers Animated Bumblebee, which is another small boy Bumblebee. And you can see that the Transformers Animated Bumblebee and this one are almost the same size. They are just about equal. Obviously, proportionality is a little bit different, and good lord, is the plastic on this one a lot worse off looking than this one. I don't know what they cast this thing in. I think it's that weird nylon plastic that almost is translucent to some respect. But this Bumblebee, this is nice. I like this. I really do like this figure a lot. Transformation back into robot mode, pretty easy. Straighten out the arms if you got that gun up there. Pop the back off and then just fold it up out of the way. Grab the front of the vehicle mode and pull it forward, and then straighten out the legs. Come to the inside of the legs and flip out these guys. Come under the feet and flip out these guys. Close up those panels and fold these forward. I find that this is actually the hardest part of the transformation, is getting these two connected. Just put your thumb on this part of the toe and it'll slot right on. It's not that hard, it's just annoying. Split the arms apart, turn them around, and then fold them back in, and reach into the chest, open it up, fold the head down, or fold the head back into place, close up the chest. Now, this part right here is a little annoying. What I end up doing is just folding the backpack down. There are these little tiny pieces of plastic sticking off, and they're supposed to rest. There are these little tiny pieces of plastic coming off the backpack, and they are supposed to peg in to these little slots. And I found putting it all the way up and pulling it over and then pushing it around and down is a lot easier than just trying to force it down into place. I think it might break. I think there might be a less chance it would break. I don't know for sure. That's the only part of the transformation that I'm worried about, is the backpack coming broken like back here because of trying to get it into those little notches, which you could see. I'll try and zoom in. You see how it's just resting in there. This little guy is far and away my favorite Bumblebee that we have gotten in years. It is so much fun. It's got a great transformation, got a good range of posability. It looks good. It's just a winner. Now, what isn't a winner is when you try to pair him up with your little spiky friend here. Not exactly my favorite thing headcanon-wise, but overall, it works. So, yeah, Spike, we'll just move you out of the way. So, folks, what do you think of this Bumblebee? Let me know down in the comments. Thank you all for watching. As always, I have been Baltmatrix, asking you to like, comment, and subscribe. Have a wonderful day, and I will catch you next time. Hello everybody, I am Baltmatrix, and it's prime time. This is Transformers 1 Studio Series Optimus Prime / Orion Pax from the new Transformers 1 movie. I have to give Hasbro credit and Paramount as well. I love this design. I think this new Prime look is absolutely fantastic. And that head sculpt is really good, except the weird line down the center of the faceplate. Don't care for that. The figure comes with a couple of accessories, the first of which is a Matrix. It's the same stinking Matrix we've been getting for years. And then he has 2 guns on the outside of the shoulders. These do come off, though I'm not going to... Okay, I'll try and pull them off. They do come off and can be hand-carried in use. Seriously. They can be hand-carried. Prime, stop making a liar out of me. Fine, they can be hand-carried on the bottom. The next accessory is this blue Energon Axe, which can be mounted on the back and then hand-carried in either hand during use. Now, there is another Optimus Prime figure coming that has the figure's hand opening up, and it's like he's grabbing a ball, or this ball, and then the axe appears out of it. Now, the axe itself, it's got a 3.5 mil jack, or port on it. So you can go ahead and, well, put anything in there, like a gun or another axe if you want. The last accessory is this stupid thing. This is supposed to be plugged into the back of Prime's, well, backpack, and it plugs in and just sits there. Falls off all the time. It's meant for being mounted on the grill in vehicle mode, but this is the only place you could store it, and it sucks. It falls off every time I pick up the damn figure. And while not technically an accessory, I'm counting the crotch armor as an accessory simply because mine just pops off. Like, you could just get your finger in there and it just falls right off. Now, yes, that makes the figure look really weird, but why did they make this like an armor that goes up and down? It's so strange. Yes, it goes up for the transformation, but I don't get it. It definitely looks better with the armor on, though. This figure is pretty darn posable. Head is on a ball joint. There is a shoulder butterfly joint. Then the figure's shoulder goes all the way around. And as soon as you move the shoulder upwards, the figure detaches from its midsection. But that shoulder can go all the way around like that. Then it has in and out movement. There is a thigh swivel, a bend at the elbow, and then swivel above that. And then the fists swivel. There is torso swivel, though it's more like upper abdomen swivel. Legs can kick forward and can kick back, and the knees bend over 90 degrees, and there is toe articulation and an ankle rocker at 90 degrees. Now, in that little posability jaunt that I just did, you could see some of the problems that I have with this figure in robot mode. One, his upper torso does not stay pegged in. I don't know what it is about the plastic. These pegs should probably be a little bit longer. This is that nylon plastic, I think, and that's trying to go into these holes here, and, well, it just doesn't line up well. Also, my figure is real floppy. These shoulders are pretty loose. The chest doesn't stay pegged in all that well, and it flops about. The head flops around way too easily. The hips are okay-ish. I went in and kind of just really gave them what for. But then the thigh swivels are ridiculously loose. I mean, they can't even hold the figure up in most cases. Knees, perfectly fine. Feet, fine. But all the floppity bits make it a real pain in the keister to pose. But you can get some great poses out of this thing. This being a deluxe class figure, it's going to be shorter than all the other primes that have been released recently. Though, funnily enough, it does scale a little bit bigger than recent deluxe class releases. Now, one thing it can do as part of the transformation is it can do the, hey, I can't see my head. That is pretty funny, and I do like that little joke from the trailer. But as you saw, all I did was turn the head around, flatten it out, and then push it back. Come to the backpack, and then flip that up and turn it around. Come to the shoulders and kind of pull them out like that, and then turn them. Take the entire upper torso, unpeg it, and reach inside and flip down the grill of the vehicle mode. Take the hips, turn them around 180 degrees. Now, for the arms, this is where things get a little bit fiddly. You butterfly them out, then fold them in and down. So, again, butterfly the shoulder out, fold the entire piece in, and then flip the shoulders down like that, and straighten out the arms. Now down to the legs. Take the toes, fold them in. Come inside the legs and push these panels out and around to the other side. These will form the wheels. So just do that. And then before we combine the legs together, grab the axe and slide it into the slot that's just above the knee guard. And then peg all of that together. So that stores the axe for you. Come to the top of the figure and fold the top down and snap it into place. Then, and this is the part that I absolutely hate, bring the hips back underneath like that. Push the crotch armor up as far as it'll go. Then swing the legs up and back. And this is where things really start to get stupid, because the crotch guard gets in the way and you have to tuck it in behind the ball of the axe. Finally, come down and just get everything straightened out. And the axe will sometimes pop out, so I'm just going to leave it off to the side for now. And the shoulders, there are little peg holes on the shoulders that will peg into the front of the grill. And then bring the fists and have them grab onto these gray pieces that are on the legs. And this is where the fiddliness really starts, because the hips don't peg into place when you flip them up underneath the cab. And I have so much trouble with this because the legs, being so loose, have a tendency to flop about. He's supposed to just grab onto these things like he's sledding, and then the forearms peg into these little red pegs that are coming off the hips. And that's pretty much it, except for this piece, which gets pegged in right here. And I got that pegged in wrong. I had it upside down again. It gets pegged in there, and that gets pegged in there. And then we peg it in from the part that it popped out of, and pray to Primus that this thing holds together. I don't hate the look of this alt mode, but I think the execution of the transformation is bad. You end up with a super fiddly alt mode that just wants to fall apart. I absolutely despise the fact that the arms don't transform at all, and they just grab onto the legs like some kind of weird toboggan or sled. The alt mode itself, the truck mode, it's not a bad design. It's just really poorly executed with this figure. There is a simpler version of Optimus Prime coming out later in the year where the arms actually, the fists fold up into the forearms, and then the forearms fold up into the back of the cabin, or the cab. I think that is going to work much better, and from the aesthetic standpoint. Getting the figure transformed back into robot mode isn't hard, but getting him to let go of these pegs is... I really am worried I am just going to snap these pegs off at some point, because look at how much that's flexing. No small child is going to be able to do that. I don't hate this figure. I hate to be so negative on the first toy that I'm getting a hold of from Transformers 1. I'm looking forward to the movie. I would like to see the movie. But this toy is problematic, and it really feels like it was built to a very low budgetary point. There's some engineering decisions, and the lack of plastic here and there make me wonder if the budget for this guy wasn't nearly as high as it should be. But that's just conspiracy theory on my part. I don't know for sure. I have no real evidence for that. That's just the way it feels. There's some good here. There really is. I love the robot mode. I love the way it looks. I love the fact that it is posable as it is. But the lack of a decent transformation with a really kind of weird alt mode is a bummer. But this is definitely a Transformer that's better in robot mode than anything else. Also, I don't care for these accessories, and I hate this, but there's nothing I can do about it. And why didn't he come with a gun? Like, seriously, why didn't Optimus Prime come with his ion blaster? I don't know. Megatron's going to have a gun, that's for sure. All right, folks, what did you think of TF1 Optimus Prime / Orion Pax? Let me know down in the comments. Thank you all for watching. I have been Baltmatrix, and I hope you all have a wonderful day.
This video review is made for adult collectors because Shockwave is the one-eyed monster.
I think we, as Transformers fans, can all agree that this Shockwave, this Core Class Shockwave, is a great figure, but it just needs a little something, like a Mario Super Mushroom. Today we're taking a look at Transformers Studio Series Bumblebee movie Voyager Class Shockwave. Is it a good enough upgrade of this excellent little core class figure? Let's find out. I picked this figure up over at the Hasbro Pulse, and I gotta say, I really like the purple on this thing. The purple on this guy, I think, is much more a tone, or much more like his original G1 counterpart. And the overall aesthetic that we end up with is quite good, and it's kind of like an evolution of this little guy. While this little guy's purple and grays do work, don't get me wrong, they do, I kind of like it better or darker at this size class. The metal, or not the metal, the gearing and the molding on the legs is, I mean, look at this. Look at all the molding that they've managed to get on these legs, especially at the knees and at the upper hips. It's so good. It's so detailed. And then we have this beautiful chest that's obviously got machine inlays and machine molding in the upper arms and in the tummy. And that chest is evocative of the original figure. The only thing that I think, or the only place where I think the figure falls down a little bit in robot mode in terms of the looks, is that central eye. I'll talk about that in a second. The one thing, though, I really do like is all of the little battle damage and battle scuffing works on this figure where it hasn't in a bunch of others. We've got some battle scuffing, like siege battle schmutz here, and we've got some battle schmutz up on the shoulders. It's done here in a tasteful manner. It's not just thrown willy-nilly all over the place. It makes sense where it is, especially when you consider the figure's vehicle mode, which we'll get into a little later. Now, about that eye. It's got light piping, but it's not very good. It's not very good at all. Let's see if I can even get it. Yeah, once you get light coming in from the top, it does illuminate, but not that well. Unless you've got the light directly over the head, even then, it's not great. When you do get it, it works, but it's not perfect. It really could use something like an LED plugged into the head or something like that. Doing a quick 360, you can see the giant cable coming off. I'll pull that off and show you that in a minute. And you see all of the, well, let's just say that there are a lot of screw holes on this guy. There are also a lot of ports for other things, and some of that is for the transformation, but it's well stylized and well molded. I do wish the legs weren't hollow there at the top of the shins, but oh well. Now, the giant cable coming off of its back plugs into his big arse gun. And it's a very, very big gun, and it's probably my least favorite thing of this design. I really hate this gun. I like Shockwave's gun to be a single thing mounted on the wrist, or mounted on the forearm. It's not gigantic, but it is usable. But in this, it's just too big. It's just too big. But that is the design, and unfortunately that's what we've been going with Shockwaves for the past couple of years. Now, the core class figure, obviously, it just looks like he's holding a gun with the core class figure, and it does look pretty big. This guy, however, it's mounted on the forearm, and it does unpeg, and you have a completely usable hand inside, which means you can mount it on either arm, which is something I greatly appreciate. Now that cable, totally removable, 100% removable. You do not need it at all. And in fact, in the vehicle mode, I think it's a bit of a detriment, but we'll get there. And so here we have the gun. Now, eagle-eyed viewers might note that I have had this thing collapsed, and I kind of like it looking better that way. You can extend it, and this is specifically for the transformation into tank mode, and it becomes a... Honestly, it looks like somebody attached a machine gun to a big Cybertronian chunk. But yeah, it does that. And then it does have this port, or this peg, flip down. This is for plugging in to the tank mode. Now you might think, oh, I could just, I don't know, have him hold that. Well, there's actually a little bit of plastic on the handle that prevents you from pushing it all the way into his hand. But you can push it enough that he can hold it, but it doesn't work because it constantly flips about, and the actual hand does not hold the gun all that well. You can kind of get it jammed in there, but I don't like the way that looks at all. The other thing I don't like is once you've unpegged it, there's nowhere on the figure you can mount it. You can't put it on his butt. You can't put it on his keister. All the holes that are back here are too small. You can't put it on his shoulder because there's too much in the way. There's nowhere to store this thing in robot mode, which is a shame. Now what isn't a shame is this nice cable. It's soft plastic, very malleable, very, very bendable. That's great. Perfect. It's not too hard. It pegs in to both spots on both shoulders very easily and pegs into the side of the gun with no issues whatsoever. Pegs are nice and soft. Will they stand the test of time? I don't know. We will find out. We will all find out together, I assume. And just getting it lined up. There we go. Oh, and you can, if you extend the barrel, attach the gun on his forearm with his hand extended. You don't have to fold up his hand. So, yeah. Overall, I think the robot mode is pretty solid. Some minor flaws here and there, but overall, solid. Posability time. Head is not on a ball joint, but it is on a swivel and can go 360. Shoulders are on swivels for 360. Hinges that go almost T-pose quality. There is no bicep swivel, unfortunately. Bend at the elbow is about 90 degrees, and then each fist is on a ball joint, though it can just kind of swivel around. Something I don't like is the pin that holds the tread for the transformation. It's very loose on both arms on my copy. There is torso articulation just above the crotch. Legs can kick forward plenty at about almost 90 degrees. Can kick back just over 90 degrees. And the figure can do the beautiful spread. There is a thigh swivel. There is a swivel just above the knee. Knee bends at 90 degrees. And then the feet, well, they can move forward and back a little bit. Well, mostly forward for the transformation. And there is just a tiny bit of side to side for the ankle rocker. Size comparison time. Gamer Prime, Leo Prime, Dragon Megatron, 86 Ultra Magnus, Sandstorm, who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? You're a good boy. Starscream, and Soundwave. I don't yet have Megatron. I am trying to get a hold of him, just haven't found him for a decent price yet. The figure has a figure stand peg in his keister, so you know what that means. He's meant to be posed on a figure stand. Shockwave's transformation is eerily similar to his core class counterpart figure. So first I'm going to unplug the cable and unpeg the gun just to get them out of the way. Extend the gun barrel. Great, done. Move it off to the side. All right, come down to the feet. Come back to the shins and flip these little treads around 180 degrees. You pull them away, flip them around, and then push them in. Take the feet and just fold the feet up until they click into place. And then we can spread the arms out a little bit, take the legs, and ratchet them up like that. For the arms, come down to the arms and just straighten them out and fold the fists up into the forearms and close them up. I already did that on this side. And then point them back, and they will actually snap into place. There are little pegs on the tops or backs of the elbows that will snap into place behind the forearm guards like that. And just kind of get them up and moved to the back. And then there are little tabs and tab holes. And I think this is why there's no bicep swivel, is because this connection wouldn't really have been possible without re-engineering the shoulder. So, I don't know. I'm not missing the bicep swivel, though. I'm really not. I know there's a lot of fervor for the missing bicep swivel. It doesn't really hurt the figure. Grab the chest. And this is actually pretty hard. I actually had to get a spudger to first unpeg them because they were pushed in so hard at the factory. Or it was pushed in so hard. Then unpeg it from the belly. fold the entire section over, and then there's this little bar that will actually peg into the tops of the hips. And just get those lined up like that, and then bring the legs up and get them in line with these pegs. There are peg holes on the inside of the knees, and they will peg into the sides of the chest. And I did that off camera. I'm sorry. See? Peg right off the top of the chest, peg hole at the knee. Just peg those in place. Come underneath, and then fold up the belly, and that will peg into that slot right there. Like that. Okay, we are almost done. Take the entire head assembly and chest and rotate it forward. You can actually see the pin that connects everything. Bring that forward until it snaps into place. Grab yourself your giant cannon, fold the handle down, and that handle will peg into that hole right there. And then we can take the power cable and bring it on to the back, but it doesn't. It kind of reaches, but it will impede movement. So we'll talk about that in a sec. And we're done. That's the vehicle mode. Now, I'll say of all the Decepticons so far, Starscream's vehicle mode is probably the most successful, followed by this guy, and then a very, 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 very distant last place is Soundwave's. The only thing I don't like about this is the head is still visible. I wish there was another joint in here that you could fold the head up into the body. Oh my god, did I just miss that? Holy crap, yes I did. Well, yeah, okay, never mind. That fixed my only issue with the tank mode, is that the head was visible. I missed that in the directions, whoops-a-doodle. But yeah, it's got this alt mode has a lot of... This alt mode harkens back to the Transformers Prime Shockwave figure. Is that weird quadro tank that Shockwave has been for the past couple of years, and it works. I kind of like this better than whatever the hell the submarine mode is supposed to be. But Siege, the figure came with all those components that turned him into a flying starship, so that works. But yeah, this works really well. The tank turret has a lot of range of motion and can even go up all the way, but this stupid power cable does get in the way, especially if it's going that way. It does stretch, but it's not very elegant. And when you do that, you do have the problem where this just kind of moves up and down. There is a screw right there. You can tighten it a little bit, but just be careful. But overall, it's a very solid vehicle mode, and I like it a lot. It holds together really well. It's super solid. Things don't unpeg. It's just good. You know, it's funny. I'm still bummed about Soundwave. Soundwave really got a raw deal with this whole toy line because, man, that alt mode, it's like a flying Cybertronian cheeseburger. That's not an alt mode. That's a mistake. I know what they were going for. They did the best they could. I would have accepted a street lamp or something over that, but what are you gonna do? I don't know if there are any third-party tweaks that, or third-party bits that you can buy that give him an actual vehicle mode as opposed to what is essentially a space crab. That's the only thing that comes to my mind is like a space crab or a space pizza. Oh, no, don't want to fold that one out. Oh, boy. Unpeg that, turn it around. Okay. And transforming this guy back and forth is just fun. He's got a fun transformation. He's good in all the modes. And it's just so solid. He's so solid in both vehicle and robot mode. I mean, look at that. That just oozes Shockwave in a new way. Originally, I was not going to pick Shockwave up. I just wasn't. I wasn't interested in it. And then I saw a couple of reviews, chiefly That Toy Guy and Emgo and a couple of others. And it clicked with me. The figure really clicked with me because what we've got here is a really good figure that's an evolution of the core class figure in the best ways possible, and it looks great, especially when you've got him with Starscream and Soundwave, and hopefully I'll be able to get a Megatron soon. So folks, this is definitely worth picking up. I got this over at the Hasbro Pulse. I believe it is still available, so head on over there to pick one up for yourself. Thanks for watching. Let me know what you think of the figure down in the comments. As always, I have been Baltmatrix, and I will catch you all next time. What's going on, everybody? I am Baltmatrix, and today we are taking a look at this bad mamma jamma. This is Transformers Studio Series Bumblebee movie Concept Megatron. I picked this figure up over at the Hasbro Pulse. Now, I will be the first to admit that this is a very odd figure. I love the way this thing looks in robot mode. There are a couple of things that I would like to see, or, little paint specks here and there, but overall, I love the way it looks in robot mode, and in hand, this thing looks way better than any of the pictures. I really think Hasbro and Takara have done a disservice to this figure with their method of picture taking. All of his images always look blown out, but having him in hand, he looks so much better than I thought he was going to look. The sheer amount of detail that this figure has molded into it is absolutely fantastic. I love the way that all of these rivets and just little machine bits are in there. And the rivets are what really make it for me. I mean, he's got rivets all over the place, including his chest, his crotch, his legs, his arms. I mean, it's just absolutely great. Now, the head sculpt is, well, to be honest, it's terrifying. It is utterly terrifying. It's like what you get if you cross Skeletor with Megatron from the original Generation 1 show. And that's what we've ended up with here. God, this thing gives me nightmares. Before we get into the rest of the video review, let's do a quick size comparison. Studio Series Leader Class Grimlock. Studio Series Commander Class Ultra Magnus. Legacy Leader Class Armada Megatron. Studio Series Bumblebee Movie Optimus Prime. Studio Series Bumblebee Movie Shockwave. Siege Megatron, Earthrise Megatron, Legacy Dragon Megatron, Kingdom Evil Barney, another Studio Series Shockwave, Megatron, 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 and Megatron. It's a little weird to get this concept figure 6 years after the movie came out. I mean, it came out in 2018, and it's currently 2024. Yeah, it's a little weird, but I don't hate this figure at all. I actually do quite like it. It is just weird. Now, one of the things that I actually don't like is the lack of paint in this mode. I just think he needs more. I just think he needs some more paint, maybe some brighter reds. The maroon red that we've got works well for the overall figure. I just would like to see a little more of it, maybe a little more here in the abdomen, and definitely in the legs. And I would like to see something resembling a face, because the bright silver paint on this figure makes the... Yeah, even though the face is terrifying, it kind of loses it a little bit because it's all one bright color and there aren't any shadows unless you've got it lit just perfect. The other thing I would like to see different is a little bit more balance in the fusion cannon. You've got this big honking chunk of a rear of the fusion cannon, and then you've got this tiny little thin barrel up front. Now, the actual cannon itself is quite a good chunky piece of plastic. It does have a folded up gimmick where you can fold the barrel up, but where you do it, you have to be a little bit careful. So you got to unpeg the bottom bit, and then spin it around, and then you could fold it up into this little slot on the side of the rear of the cannon, and then you could flip this back up and peg it into place. So then this is supposed to be able to be pegged onto his back and carried in robot mode. That's what that is for. Though, okay, that doesn't work. I think what they're trying for is the classic, like, Megatron has the gun barrel hanging over him, but that doesn't work in this mode unless you use this peg. Like that. And even then, that looks silly. That looks absolutely ridiculous. Let's try the other side, see if that makes it look any better. Like that. Nope. Still looks stupid. Now, what you can do is take the barrel and using the arm here that's used for the other modes and actually peg it into the back, and then you you can mimic that original kind of pose that original character had, where you can get the barrel coming off the side, which he used all of once in the original show, the original Generation 1 Megatron. But you can replicate it here, and this has definite an Armada Megatron feel to it more than that original figure did. But I actually kind of like the way this works. Posability for our shiny lad here is pretty okay. Head is on a ball joint and can swivel and look up and then a little bit down. Shoulders are on butterfly joints for in and out, up and down, 360 degree. There is a swivel at the upper arm just below the shoulders. There is a swivel at the lower forearm just below the elbow. Elbow bend is over 90 degrees. Fists do spin and swivel, and then the fingers are on little knuckles. So the pointer finger has 2, and then the other 3 fingers have 2 as well. So you can get a nice balled up fist going, though it's supposed to kind of look like that for the transformation. There is a torso swivel. Legs can kick forward and back, but there are things in the way. So we'll start with back. It can kick back almost all the way, but if you move it just out of the way, it'll do that. Then the side skirt can flip up and you can kick all the way out. And if you move the side skirt back, like you're going to transform it, you could kick all the way up as well into his own armpit. Figure's forward kick is limited, but the front skirt can fold open and then you could kick all the way up. He kicks real high. There is a swivel at the upper thigh. Knees bend over 90 degrees. Then there is this, I guess, thigh guard that has its own bit of posability. And then the feet themselves can kick forward, can kick back just a little bit. And there is an ankle pivot, but not that far, so it can't do the full splits. As we have seen throughout this review so far, the cannon can be pegged in on the right forearm. It can also be pegged in on the left forearm. It could be pegged in on either spots on the back, which I swear is the same piece as the Optimus Prime figure every time I look at it, but they are a bit different. The molding is slightly similar, though. And those are the only peg holes on Megatron, those 4 peg holes. There's nothing on the bottom of the feet, nothing on the back of the legs, or the side of the legs, unfortunately. You can pull off some decent poses, but I actually like doing this where you've got Megatron and Optimus squaring off against each other. I think it works better this way. You've definitely got a difference in coloring, though, going on between these two boys. Megatron's transformation into one of his 2 modes, that being a tank or a jet, is much more complex than any of the other Studio Series figures that I've reviewed over the years, except for maybe this guy. This guy has a pretty darn complex transformation. I would say it's on level with that. To start, first we have to come down to the fists, and we have to rotate the fists into the forearms. Open up the door on the forearms, but don't open the door up all the way. Leave it open and just leave it kind of ajar. That will then give you enough clearance to fold in the fists. And the fist I already have mistransformed. So the index finger rolls up into the fist, or into the actual thumb, and then the other fingers fold out onto the palm of the hand. And I'm really sorry my camera is not zooming in or focusing correctly on that spot. Essentially what you want to have is that. And then with the door open almost all the way, we fold the hand up and there we go. We can close it up. And we do the same thing on the other side. Now the reason you don't lift the door open all the way is because if you do that, there's just enough plastic in here that the fist will actually hit it, and it won't go into the forearm correctly. But if you do it the way I just showed you, where you open it up a little bit, then it will. And I'm having a heck of a time trying to get this fist done. There is like these little plastic shavings on this hand that keeps things from going correctly. My big fat hands just will not manage this stuff correctly. All right, there we go. And now we have what I effectively call pew-pew wrists. Pew-pew, pew-pew-pew. Next, come to the back of the figure and pull the shoulders and the back away from the body like that, and just kind of point the arms and fold them into the back section like so. and then kind of leave them off to the sides like that. Just leave this up here with the back like that, pull it out again, and then come to the chest and flip it up. Well, first, got to turn the head around, and then flip the chest up. These little flaps on the inside of the chest, flip them out. Now, come down to the torso and take the side skirts and fold them onto the back. Then come down to the legs. Now, split the legs apart. Reach into the inside of the leg and fold out a wing. Unpeg it and just fold it out a little bit like that. And then come down to the rest of the leg. Fold the foot up. And we want to pull the tread away from the shin. And then that will allow us to fold the foot in and then fold the bottom part of the foot up to the thigh and then bring the tread up into place, and it will peg into the bottom of the toe. So there's this little piece hanging off here that'll peg into the bottom of the toe. Now take that wing piece, fold it down until it snaps into place, and flip it the tip up like that. And then we will take the inside of the crotch, fold that piece, grab the leg, and pull it away from the rest of the body. Flip the entire thigh around like that, and bring it up. And this little peg will peg into that slot right there. Whoop, wrong slot. I pointed to the wrong slot. It's the slot up to the top. So we'll do the same thing on the other side. Come down to the foot, unpeg the wing, take the entire shin and pull it away from the tread, fold it up, fold the foot up, get that lined up and pegged into place. Grab the hip, unpeg it, take the wing, fold the wing up, fold that down, flip the whole thing around, and peg it into that one, not that one. The other one doesn't work. So get that lined up into place. Easier said than done. There we go. Oh, silly me. I keep forgetting steps on this. So you're supposed to fold the side skirt back down and then fold the tread in and peg it into place and then close this section up. Because if you don't, then those side skirts will prevent the entire thing from folding, the turret from folding back like this. And this, according to the directions, is supposed to snap into place. It doesn't. It really doesn't. Now, for the shoulders, this is a little odd. So what we're going to do is turn it so that the bend of the elbows is pointing in like this, and the forearms are pointing in like that. So we want to do that on both sides. And the reason is because we'll take the cannon, unpeg it, and flip this whole section back, and it will peg into place. And then the barrel will turn, and these pegs will peg into the forearms. We just got to get those pegged into place and get them down into place. And there's a little tiny peg in here that is supposed to peg the shoulders into place. And yeah, it does technically peg into place, but it doesn't stay pegged in. But who cares? There is the tank mode. Oh, and the last thing is these little treads in the back will slide out. They're supposed to snap into place. Mine do not. No matter how hard I pull, and even if they do make like a snapping sound like they're pegged into place, they don't. Well, there's the tank. This is a very weird little tank. I am not going to lie about that. This is just an odd, very hole-filled tank. It really, honestly feels like a fan mode. It really does. Now, what about another tank? Shockwave's a bit bigger, but they are both technically tanks, though I think Shockwave's works a bit better. I'm not even going to show you. Oh, well, here's Little Shockwave. And even Little Shockwave's tank mode works better than the Megatron tank mode. It's just the weirdest tank mode. I mean, yeah, it's obviously a tank, but it's also obviously Megatron with his arms folded up on top and his feet sticking off the bottom. That's just so weird. I mean, it's not awful, but it doesn't hold together all that well because the actual turret doesn't really peg into place all that well. So you can just do that. As a tank, it's not the best, we'll say. All right? It's just not the best. It's not the worst, but it's certainly not the best. Now let's go ahead and get this transformed into the jet mode. Now, if you follow me on Twitter, @Baltmatrix, you will know that I really had some trouble with this thing in the jet mode. And I've got that squared away now, so thank you all for who helped me out there. All right, to start with, we are first going to disconnect the legs like that, and then come to the sides of the legs and unpeg them. Or unpeg these bits and fold them out, because these will be wings, because, I mean, they'll be the wings of the jet mode. And then what we want to do is unpeg the feet and kind of push the foot up a little bit, take the tread and fold it up and away, and that will make a thruster. And we'll do that on both sides, like that. Now, come to the front of the vehicle mode, or the tank mode, and push the head up a little bit so that can get you inside, and flip out the jet's nose cone, and then push the head back into place. Come to the bottom of the figure and push the treads up like we did earlier, and pull out the legs all the way. Open up the chest, or open up the turret, and then take the turret and then bring it all the way up, and we'll want to accordion fold it up so that it pegs back into the back here, or the top here by the head. And that's a little bit easier said than done because my fingers are getting in the way. There we go. And then the arms will swing underneath the vehicle mode like this. We want to make sure that the head is turned around and tucked away so that nobody has to look at his beautiful visage, we'll say. This is technically the top of the jet mode right here. Here's the cockpit, and here's the top part of the fuselage. Flip up the little bits here. And then these will fold up and out. And then these will turn around. But first, we have to fold the feet in. And the thrusters will fold in and peg into the back part of these treads. This is a very annoying and rather confusing transformation. I'll fold those down, fold that down until they peg into place. So the other thing we want to do is make sure that the black part of the joint is pointing towards the bottom of the jet mode, because that black part, or that gray part, has a slot in it that the arms are going to peg into. And just getting everything pegged into place is a royal pain in the keister. Essentially what it's going to look like is this, except with the arms pegged in. So that's essentially what it's going to look like. So this is where I have a massive problem with the jet mode. So what you're supposed to do is bring the leg up. The gray piece pegs into the front skirt with that little peg. And then you fold everything up, everything pegs in, and then you're supposed to be able to bring the shoulder down. There's a little peg right there that goes into the shoulder. That's not a problem. This is the problem. This peg is supposed to go into that slot. It doesn't. And if you do get it in, it pulls everything else out of whack. And I've never been able to get this to line up perfectly well, which is a problem. So what I end up doing is just kind of leaving it there loosely, not really actually pegging it into place, which is a shame because it feels like it should, but things just don't really line up all that well. So while you do end up with an okay vehicle mode, it doesn't hold together well at all. Like, at all. And that is a universal problem with this figure in the jet mode. It just doesn't hold together well. And I just feel like there's another joint missing, or the shoulders are supposed to slide up somewhere, but there's no slider or anything. And even if you do get the leg pegged into place, as soon as you do, this piece comes unpegged. You move this back into place and get it pegged in, and this has already popped out of place again. So it's frustrating. And if you get one lined up correctly, then the other side is impossible to get pegged in without things popping apart. And, the crotch is already popped off. Yep, I'm feeling things popping off and back into place. And then it's what you end up with just isn't that good looking. I don't know. I just don't know. I mean, yes, obviously they're going for a Cybertronian flight mode. I get that. That's not the issue here. It doesn't hold together well. And honestly, it makes Megatron look like he's just taking a poop. It really does. He's transformed into a poop-making machine. And does that remind anybody else of the Mountain Unicron Transformer from Transformers Prime toy line? No? Just me? Okay. To add a little bit of insult to injury, the cannon is supposed to be pegged in underneath the vehicle mode in this mode. And yeah, that does technically peg in, but it looks awful. And no, I'm not putting it up top where the directions also say to put it. It looks even worse up there. Now, I don't hate this mode. It's stupid, that's for sure, but it sits somewhere between, okay, that is definitely a flight mode, to why is Soundwave transform into a flying crab thing? It's supposed to be a flying tank or a hover tank. I don't care what anybody says. This is stupid. And this is stupid. That's less stupid, but still, they all look really ridiculous. Getting the figure transformed back into robot mode is a lot easier than getting him transformed into either of the alt modes. It really does feel like the robot mode is where the figure wants to be. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. The robot mode is quite good and definitely unique. I just wish the figure's alt modes were as fun as the robot mode is. And I wish the blasted hips would actually stay pegged into place. I mean, Megatron isn't a bad figure, it's just a really weird one. At the end of the day, I can't really recommend this figure. It's definitely not bad, but two of the three modes are just stupid. Great robot mode does not excuse an annoying transformation and two very bad vehicle modes. So this one is a trepidatiously recommended figure. Look, if you want to have more Studio Series Bumblebee movie figures, go ham. I'm not going to stop. But I wouldn't say go out of your way to get this one. If you can find it for cheap somewhere, sure, pick it up. Otherwise, just wait for it to go on sale. So folks, let me know what you think of Megatron down in the comments. Thank you all for watching. I have been Baltmatrix, and this is a crab tank!
This video review is made for adult collectors because the game came out in 2010. If you were born then, you'd be able to drive, and you're almost able to rent a car.
Hello everybody, Baltmatrix here, and today we're taking a look at Transformers Studio Series Gamer Edition Sideswipe. I picked this figure up over at the Hasbro Pulse. In robot mode, the figure is kind of grayish charcoal. I don't want to say gray, silverish charcoal, and obviously red. And yeah, I'm not going to lie, he actually looks pretty good in robot mode. The pictures that Hasbro has put out on the web really don't do the figure justice in hand. It just looks so much better. And oddly enough, his forearms are glossy. I don't know why. That's just weird. The overall aesthetic of the figure is pretty darn good, except for one thing. He has hollow chest syndrome. So if we move or unpeg the back a little bit, yeah, they're he doesn't have much in the guts department. Otherwise, look-wise, it's fantastic. And that head sculpt, that head sculpt is very nice. Just plain and simple, very nice. Definitely looks like a Cybertronian version of Sideswipe. It's just really, really good. Or at least I think it is. Now, I need to talk about something, and that's the QC on this figure. It sucks, at least for my figure. His arms are fine. In fact, his arm that pulls off, it's on there real tight. And I think that's because the arm is painted in the dark charcoal color and then spray painted red. So that's fine. And he comes with a gun, and that pegs into the bottom of, or the back of the gun. And he is able to go pew 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 pew, shooty 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 shooty. In fact, he looks like the one character from the Bad Batch. Arm, it's perfectly fine. Getting it back on, oh man, that's a lot tighter than you think it's going to be. Also, it might help if I put it on in the right direction. No, the QC issues that I have with this figure have to do with the legs. I got noodles. They're noodles in the hips, and they are noodly in the knees. The figure's left knee is much better than the right knee. So that one, and then that falls down a little bit. And I honestly don't know how to fix this. The pins, I can't really fix. Maybe if I put a little bit of super glue in them and then start moving them around, that might work. The hips, they're just ball joints. I could fix that. But otherwise, oh man, it's a pain in the butt. And it really does ruin the figure, because I had him standing on not a surface like this where it's carpeted, yes, where it's fabric, but on just a nice smooth wooden surface, and he did that. Yeah, it's bad. It's real bad. Weapon storage. There is a slot right on his back that you could just peg the gun into, and it sticks up like that. Or if you're feeling silly, you could just do that and have it stick out between the legs. Now, size-wise, Optimus Prime, Gamer Megatron, Chase, Legacy Prowl, Magnanimous, Starscream, Shard, and his brother. I got these boys on the same day, and both of them being a Cybertronian mode really breaks my brain, because we've got the gamer version from the 10-year-old video game, and then we've got the Bumblebee movie version from the movie that's, 5, 6, 7 years old, maybe? It breaks my brain, because they're two completely different figures, completely different designs, but they feel similar, which is funny. In terms of posability, head is on a ball joint with limited amounts of up and down movement. Shoulders are on ball joints. There is a swivel at the upper arm, and then a elbow bend, no fist articulation. There is limited torso articulation for the transformation, but if you move the torso too much, it pops apart not only the backpack, but the chest as well. Legs can kick forward and can kick back. Bend at the knee is about 90 degrees, and there's no foot articulation whatsoever, unless you count the forward bend for the transformation. But I don't. And that's a shame, because even with the posability issues, or the looseness in the legs, his posability is pretty darn limited thanks to those feet. And the fact that the feet have no movement whatsoever sucks. But it's kind of part of the design, and given the way the transformation goes, I kind of understand it. When the figure comes to you, it has the gun, the figure, and then this piece is actually separated. It is very easy to put back on or remove. It just slides onto that peg in the front. Now, the directions and the box say to do this, to have the backpack sticking up like that. I prefer to do it this way. That's just, or the way I've shown it to you in this video. That's just a personal preference. I like that way. I think that looks cooler. All right, transformation time. First, take the fists and fold them up into the forearms. And then kind of come into the front and unpeg the chest a little bit, and then fold that away from the body. Come to the shoulders and pull them away from the body like that. And these little bits, or these little gray bits, flip them up as far as they will go. One word of warning, if you don't, when you transform it back, if you don't push these all the way in, they will pop out very easily. Once you have the shoulders disconnected, grab the chest and push the head back, and that will free up the chest and this section, and that will free the head up. You could fold the head into the back like that, and then we'll want to grab the legs and just turn them around 360 degrees, 180. Then take the shoulders and bring them up like this, but not all the way. What we're going to want to do is fold the chest section up and then unpeg the chest and flip it around like this, and then bring the shoulder sections up and sandwich them together like that. So we want the actual chest piece that's holding the figure together to be underneath the wheels, and then the actual chest to flip over, and you can see right where my finger is, right there. We want that bar to get sandwiched in between the shoulders and these gray pieces. So then we can then move on to the rest of the transformation. Come down to the legs, fold the feet forward, grab these panels on the outside of the legs and unpeg them, and then flip them around. Do that on both sides. And then grab these panels and open them up. And then these little sections that are inside the legs, I had them pointing in the wrong direction, they'll be pointing down. We want to flip them around and have them point upwards along the legs. And they will combine. And then the legs will close up and become the underside of the car mode. Before we do that, bring the arms in like that. So flip the legs up, and the doors will cover the legs. And do the same thing on the other side. And bring this spoiler around and down. And when we do that, we'll peg them into these little pegs. But first we got to get the legs. And this is where the floppiness of the legs really is detrimental to the figure. They just flop about and cause a bunch of issues. Oh, and I had the arms turned wrong. So let's pull the legs down and turn the arms correctly. So the fists are pointing down and these little tabs are pointing towards the outside, because that is going to peg into the inside of these door panels right there. So fold that up and get that over the arm, and that will peg into place. And then once the leg is completely collapsed, and then close that panel and do the same thing on the other side. And then it is a game of, can we get all the panels to close correctly? So we got to get that pegged in first, which oddly enough is kind of hard to do unless you have everything lined up perfectly. There we go. Then we can drop this down and snap it over those little pegs, which again, not as easy to do as you might think, because I end up doing that more often than not. Then we close that top, and, well, let me futz with this a little bit, and we'll get that back in place. There. That works, doesn't it? No, it doesn't. Once you've got the rear of the vehicle mode in place, come to the back and unpeg these little red bits and flip them around like that, so we now can freely spin the wheels. And we're done. I have to admit, that is a very nice little vehicle mode. It's really nice. That's all I can say. It's just really nice. This looks fantastic. I mean, it looks freaking fantastic. It's rolls with no problem, and it's only scraping because my backdrop here isn't wholly flat. And yeah, it just works really well as a side swipe. I could easily see this redone as somebody else, possibly Jazz. But this works, and you can attach the gun in two different spots. There's a spot right up here on the very top. Oh, and if you apply any pressure at all to this hinge, the front just comes unpegged. So you've got the gun right there. Or, if you're really stupid, you could just put it right up front, so he could shoot as he drives. Or you could turn it around, and he could shoot some seekers as they come after him. That does work too. But overall, I've got to admit, the alt mode, it's good. Let's do some vehicle comparisons. Origins Bumblebee, Origins Wheeljack, Gamer Edition Barricade, Gamer Edition Bumblebee, and Studio Series Bumblebee Movie Sideswipe. The two of these together look fantastic. They just look fantastic. I love the way these two look with one another. They just ooze charm and character. Overall, Sideswipe is not a bad toy. It isn't, or Gamer Sideswipe, I should say, but it is very much let down by the terrible QC issues in the legs. That's inexcusable in this day and age, but unfortunately, it's kind of par for the course for the Gamer Edition figures. It's really weird. Like, some of the Gamer Edition figures are just good. Like, they're solid, no QC issues. Then others just are a mess. It's very odd. And there's no real consistency. I'm wondering if there's just problems at the factories, maybe? I don't know. I have absolutely no idea and no insight into that. But it is a bummer because these Gamer Edition figures are neat. I like them. I think they're just flawed. That's the only word I can come up with without being a jerk. I think they're just flawed, and that's in the execution. And maybe that's because the Legacy line is getting top billing, and the Gamer Edition and some of the Studio Series game line is not. I don't know. I don't know the economics of the situation. And I mean, let's face it, Hasbro is not exactly doing well financially right now. They're not awful. They're not in the weeds, but they could be doing better. And that is starting to become evident with a lot of the quality control issues we're seeing out of figures lately. I mean, that's not to say that they haven't always had quality control issues, because boy, howdy have they. So folks, let me know what you think of Gamer Sideswipe down in the comments. Thank you so much for watching. As always, I have been Baltmatrix. Ask you to like, comment, and subscribe, and I will catch you all next time. Hello everyone, I am Baltmatrix, and today we are taking a look at Transformers Studio Series Gamer Edition Starscream. I picked this figure up over at Amazon.com. It is available currently at the Hasbro Pulse, and where all other fine giant plastic robots are sold. Starscream is a Voyager class figure and is a very good rendition of that design from the games. Head sculpt is quite good, body sculpt is quite good as well. I honestly couldn't be happier with the face sculpt and the head sculpt. It's perfect. There's nothing I would change about it. In terms of posability, head is on a ball joint and can look way up there but can't look down at all. There is a swivel in the shoulder and then a hinge, and then there's a swivel at the upper arm, double bend at the elbow for the transformation, and the fists do rotate. There is torso articulation, but it is hampered due to the giant canopy chest thing. There is a series of hinges and swivels in the hips. There is a thigh swivel with a giant open gap there in the thigh. Bend of the knee is over 90 degrees. And then the feet have articulation in and out, not 90 degrees, which I would have loved. And the toes do collapse for the transformation. Overall, the aesthetic we end up with is quite good. I think this Starscream looks great, and I love the coloring, and it's got a really good hand feel, which a couple of the other Gamer Edition figures did not. I would say it's got the same good hand feel that Barricade does. Even though I don't like Barricade, it's a chunker. It feels good in the hands, and so does Starscream. The plastic feels very similar, which makes me wonder if they used the same, dye and plastic for the two figures. It's interesting. And Starscream, as I said, feels really good in the hands. Like, really, really good. Like, oddly good in the hands. Size comparison with Gamer Edition Prime and Gamer Edition Megatron is roughly the same size. Now, Starscream comes with two weapons. The first is the sniper rifle, which I used a lot in the games. It works, it looks good. Could use a little bit more touch-up paint, though. I might just do that myself. And then it comes with a giant freaking hammer that splits apart. So what's really weird is the hammer is apparently cast in a different color and then painted. It's like cast in a gold color. And I'm going to try and get a light up in there so you can see. That's not coming across. It's like this goldish yellow plastic that then is painted in this lovely Decepticon purple. And then the stick that you plug it into, like that. Now, Mace sizes. Megatron's is a little bit longer, but Starscream's is definitely heftier, we'll say. Surprisingly, Starscream does not have a peg hole in his keister for a flight stand, which is odd. You're going to have to, well, if you want to use a flight stand, you're going to have to use one of the ones with the little grippy claws. And this is an example of what I mean, and I actually really, really like this pose. And the blast effects are the ones that came with Commander Class Ultra Magnus, so those work really well. I just love the way that this looks on a flight stand. Now, if it could stop wobbling back and forth, that'd be great. The figure has 2 5mm ports on the bottom of his feet, and then 2 5mm ports on his backpack. And the camera keeps zooming out. I'm sorry, I can't stop it from doing that. And those 5mm ports are specifically to hold the weapons, like that. And you can't tell me that that does not look even the least bit cool, because it does. Something else that I really appreciate about this figure is all of the joints are super tight. Not so tight that you can't move them or that they're going to break if you move them too hard, but tight enough that they can hold really heavy items with no problem. Specifically these maces. I mean, look at this. He's holding both of these maces at weird angles, and it's not moving at all. Really do appreciate that. Like all the other Gamer Edition figures, his arm, or specifically his right arm, does pull off. Thankfully, this arm is on much, 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 much tighter than the others are. Unfortunately, none of the figures or none of the weapons he comes with can really work with that arm, except the mace. You can actually plug the mace in, but it just falls right off. Darn it, I know I've got another gun around here somewhere. Hold on for a second. Here we go. Here's Prime's. We'll just get Prime's gun up on there. Yep, there we go. That works. He go pew, 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 just like in the game. All right, let's go ahead and get into the transformation. Start off with, come to the backpack, grab the backpack, and just pull it away from the figure like that. And then come to the little collar sections beside the head and fold them in like that. On the backpack, come inside, and you see these pegs, pull them out, and then you could fold the wing down on this hinge and then grab that whole section and flip it around like that. So do the same thing on this side, like so. Grab the rear wings and fold them all the way out, reach in and flip up these little red pieces and close them back up like that. Now, come to the chest and push the chest forward a little bit until it unpegs. And then you can rotate the whole thing up and snap it into place like so. Reach inside and flip out the nose cone. Oddly enough, getting this nose cone out is a lot harder than you might think. You're going to need some nails or a spudger. And then we've got Starscream Gerwalk mode. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Let me fold that down. There we go. That's the closest Gerwalk mode we've gotten yet. Yes, nailed it. So, dummy me, once you have the chest pushed away from the body, open up the canopy and flip out the nose cone under there, then turn the head around 180 degrees, grab it and flip it up, and it will fit into, I gotta straighten that head out, it'll fit into the cockpit like that. Then we flip the nose cone out and flip it all the way up and flip it all the way back like that. Yay! Next thing we're going to do is take the arms and point them straight up, then unpeg them and hinge them all the way down into the belly, like that. Turn the lower arms and elbows so that the pins are pointing towards the bottom, and then hinge them like this. So you want the elbows to be hinged in a Tetris piece fashion. And then turn them so that they come underneath the body, and they will fit right up into that area and peg in together. And it does require a little bit of, not trickery, but a little bit of futzing. Now, one thing I have found is if the hands are like right up against each other with the thumbs right up against each other, they will not be able to peg in together. And we just kind of leave that way that is. Coming down to the legs, split the legs apart and come inside the inner leg and unpeg this panel. That will then allow you to unpeg the leg. I don't know if you could see that, but there is a hinge bar in there. You hinge that down and hinge the leg down and peg them into place, and then close the panel up on the bottom like that. And I forgot to mention, toe. Just fold up the toe. Do the same thing on the other side. Hinge that out, rotate that up, and get that all the way up in there. And sometimes this doesn't do what you want it to. There we go. And just point that straight down like that. And then we could take the backpack and fold it down. And if you did everything right, there should be plenty of clearance for the backpack to fit just in front or behind the shoulders, and the wing section will drop between the leg and the shoulders. And then come to the back, and there are these little peg slots, these little slots on the back of the feet, or the back of the lower legs, that will then peg into the backpack, like that. And we're done. That's it. Overall, the alt mode it's okay. It's just okay. It feels a little bit longer than it should be, but I don't have that original Generations figure with me at this point. I honestly have no idea where that thing is. I could not tell you. Oh, and last thing I forgot. Turn the wings around. Whoops. Derp. Yeah, it's okay. I hate the fact that the robot hands are just hanging out down here. And I really dislike the fact that there's this opening up top. I don't know what they could have done here. Maybe if they had more plastic to fold out and then cover up the hands. The thing that's really weird is the way this is configured. There are peg holes here and pegs here. It feels like there was a piece, or there is a piece missing. It feels like there is a piece that was supposed to go over top here, covering the hands, and then filling in this whole section underneath. Other than that, I think the jet mode's fine. It's obviously there's a robot sticking out underneath, but I really do appreciate the Decepticon emblems pointing the right direction. But then when you transform the figure, the Decepticon emblem on the wings is pointing in that direction. So that is very smart. Now let's put it on a flight stand and see what it looks like. Before we move on though, here's what the weapons look like attached to the alt mode. The gun makes sense. The mace, not so much. Maybe it just needs to be spikier. Let's see. Does the spiky mace won't even go on here. Hold on, let me see. Can I turn this a little bit? No, I can't. Shoot. Okay, well then. Nope, that doesn't even work. Darn it. Now, the flight stand that I have works really well with this mold because it could just get in there and just grab onto the middle of the jet section. And you could have a really nice little display piece of the jet coming in for an attack. And, since it's a Starscream, you could always turn it so that he's running away. Overall, I do like this figure. I think it's fun. It is flawed in the alt mode, though. But it's not the end of the world. I'm really thinking that maybe there were pieces that were left out of the final design to cut cost, which, given the way Hasbro's been lately, does not or would not surprise me in the least bit. Oh, and it could totally, I forgot to mention, it could totally do the pooth. It could totally pooth. Yeah, it can. Anywho, is this worth adding to your collection? Yeah, I think so. And I would really actually like to see a Skywarp and a Thundercracker. The build of the figure is nice, and the plastic feels good, and the paint apps are done pretty darn well. So I would like to see this whole mold done with those color schemes. I I think that would be very cool. Will it happen? I'm going to guess no, but it would be cool if they did. I know that Gamer Edition, Sideswipe, and Sunstreaker have been revealed via leaks, and that's fine. I like Sunstreaker. I think Sunstreaker looks cool. Sideswipe looks like... Sideswipe just looks bad. I'm sorry. If you like it, that's great. It's not for me. But I want more Decepticons. Can we please have some more Decepticons? Because there's got to be more than just Megatron, Barricade, Starscream, and, well, we haven't gotten Soundwave yet. And he was that weird buggy that could then turn into a boombox in the second game. So, yeah, we've got at least one more figure coming. We'll have to see what the rest of the Gamer Edition line brings for us. But otherwise, yeah, this is worth picking up. At least, I think so. So, folks, let me know what you think of the figure down in the comments. Be sure to hit those like and subscribe buttons.
I'm Mini Ball. Have a good day.
This review is made for adult collectors. I'm an AI voice generator, and this is my favorite review on the Citadel.
Hello, everybody. I am Baltmatrix, and today we are taking a look at Transformers Studio Series Autobot Bumblebee movie Sunstreaker. But I think that's not the correct name. The correct name will show up here on screen. I'm starting off this review in vehicle mode because, wow, is this figure cool. And I love this thing in vehicle mode. It ain't perfect, and I will point out the flaws in a little bit once we get into robot mode. But the vehicle mode is very cool. Incredibly well stylized. Just absolutely loving rendition of this figure, or this character, who never showed up in the movie. I love it. I love it, love it, love it. The guns on the back are very reminiscent of his Generation 1 air intakes for the Lamborghini Countach mode, but when you remove them, hey, it still looks really awesome. In fact, it kind of reminds me of a Cybertronian version of that original Kingdom figure. Was that Sunstreaker in Kingdom? Or was it in Earthrise? Who could keep track anymore? Transformation into robot mode is very funny because I say that because it really does kind of remind me of his original Generation 1 transformation a bit. It's not exact. So first come to the back bumpers and unpeg them from one another and move these off to the side like so. Once those shoulders are out of the way, come to this section back here, unpeg it and flip it around, reach inside and flip up the head all the way up like that. Come to the front of the canopy and unpeg it. Then these side windows, push them underneath like that. And then this whole roof section will come up and fold in to the back, or into the chest cavity. And then this whole canopy will fold up over top of it, and then push the head down and snap it into place. Come to the sides of the wheel, or sides of the, well, what are the arms? Fold the panel out, and then flip it in. So pull the panel out to the outer forearm, and flip that in. Come down to the feet, unpeg them, turn the leg 90 degrees towards you, and then come to the roof, or to the hood, and pop the side up like that, fold it back, and then fold down the foot. So come to the side underneath the light, the headlight, kind of push it up and away like that, and fold that down. And then we've got the robot mode all ready to go. The robot mode is absolutely fantastic. The silver, the yellows, the brown all work really well with the charcoal, the light blue chest, and man, that head sculpt is something else. That head sculpt is phenomenal. It's so nice. It's so detailed. It's Sunstreaker. A little bit more detailed than we're used to, but it's definitely Sunstreaker. For weapon storage, the guns combine and they fit right on his back, which is really nice. And again, reminds me of the air intakes for the Generation 1 figure or character. So unpeg those guns and then drop them into his fists. For weapon action. Pew pew, pew pew, pew pew pew, die Decepticons, haha, pew 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 pew. Sunstreaker has okay posability. And I say okay because the arms, or specifically the shoulders, are horribly limited because of the way the figure was engineered. So head sculpt, or head swivels side to side, looks up and down a little bit, it's on a ball joint. Shoulders have this hinge, and the hinge only goes up that much. That's it. And the shoulders are just so darn bulky that they hit and get in the way. There is rotation around, but I end up always popping the chest off. That's just a me thing. There is a swivel just above the elbow. Elbow bends just over 90 degrees. No fist articulation, unfortunately. There is torso articulation. Legs can kick forward. Legs can kick back. Legs can do an amazing spread. The knees bend at 90 degrees, and there is foot articulation forward and back. And there is some side to side, though it's very, very tight. Now, that tightness is something I want to talk about, because this figure has no QC issues like his sibling counterpart, Floppy McFloppy Legs, who I have already reviewed. Not a bad figure, but horribly let down by the floppity. So, what are the bits that I said were a problem? Well, the first one is the lack of posability in the shoulders. That's the first issue. The other issue, and this is kind of a weird one, it's the color matching on the figure. We have 3 different flavors of yellow happening. The 3 different colors or flavors of yellow are evident when you actually really look at the figure. So the first bit is the yellow that is used for painting on top of the clear plastic that is the chest, and the clear plastic that makes up this little bit right here. That is one color of yellow. Then the other color of yellow is noticeable in the legs. We've got the leg bits here on the lower leg, and the thigh and the shoulder pads, oddly enough, are a different color of yellow. And then finally, the final color of yellow is in the arms, the upper arms, the lower arms, and the feet. That is the third kind of yellow, or colored yellow. And I have no idea how they managed to do that. The only thing I can figure is that the parts were all used or made in different factories who are just using a slightly different yellow than the rest of the other factories. And that's a shame because, man, I love this figure. I really do, but that lack of color matching is so annoying. It's just really annoying to me specifically. Size-wise, here's Legacy, Prowl, and Chase, Windblade and Scorponok, Magnanimous and Shard. Yes, this Sunstreaker has some minor flaws. There's no getting around that. I mean, there's just no getting around that. But I can't help but loving this thing, and I'm really, really hoping that we get a significant retool as Sideswipe. As much as I actually do like that Gamer Edition Sideswipe figure, it is flawed, it's got problems, and it really doesn't match with the aesthetic that the Bumblebee movie figures have. And man, what I wouldn't give for some more Bumblebee movie figures versus Gamer Edition figures. I'm not saying I don't like the Gamer Edition figures. I think they're okay. I kind of prefer these Bumblebee movie figures with the concept ideas. And quite frankly, we need more Decepticons in that line, so there is that. Oop, I screwed that up. Get those windows out and get that pegged in. I'm really, really glad that this figure is out, and it is as good as it is. Again, the paint matching is a bummer. I mean, you could see, well, I don't know if it's coming up on camera, especially in my viewfinder. We got one color here, we got another color here, we got a third color here, and then this top color matches these, and then we got a different color back here. It's just weird. Oh, and there are, like, spinning wheels. This thing does have spinning wheels. They do spin. They're these clear blue plastic pieces that are molded, or I don't want to say molded. They're inside, they're sandwiched in to look like internal wheels, but they do spin, and you get these cool little effects going. So I might actually paint that a little bit to give that a better effect. But otherwise, I think this figure is really cool, and it continues just a really, really good idea that Hasbro had to put in the Studio Series, these concept Bumblebee movie figures. I wonder who else we're going to get. Hopefully Sideswipe, maybe Jazz. I don't know who we would get from the Decepticon line anymore, because we got Megatron, who I've yet to actually get a hold of. We got Starscream. We're getting Shockwave, who's going to be out soon. And we got Soundwave. I don't know of anybody else. Anywho, let me know who you would like to see down in the comments. Let me know what you think of this figure down in the comments. Thanks for watching. As always, I am Baltmatrix, asking you to like, comment, and subscribe, and I will catch you all next time. What's going on, everybody? Baltmatrix here, and today we're taking a look at 2 different Studio Series figures from Transformers Rise of the Beasts. On the left, we've got Scorponok, and on the right, we have Mohawk. Scorponok is a deluxe class figure. Mohawk is a core class figure. Both of these figures are rather nifty in their own way. Just giving a 360-degree view, I'm not posing them really well right now because I just want you to see the base look of the figures. Mohawk is mostly gray with the black wheels and some paint, and Scorponok is mostly shades of purple, lavender, silver, and gold. And then he's got red beady eyes, which I really like. On the whole, both of these figures look pretty good for movie-styled figures. Mohawk is my least favorite of the 2. He is very small, very spindly, does come with a little knife that is so freaking easy to lose. I've lost it twice and only to find it again. But overall, the figure looks pretty good, and his head sculpt is definitely unique. I'll have to get the shoulder pads out of the way first. I do appreciate the head sculpt, and his Mohawk is present. But the thing I love is his mouth opens so wide, he could eat like an entire Maximal in there. I'm hungry. The Bowie knife he comes with is very small, and if you don't just leave it in his hands, it's going to get lost. Just trust me on that. Pops in either hand, either his green hand or his non-green hand, and plugs into his keister. There is a little slot there, a little peg there that it pegs into, but it doesn't peg in very tightly, and it has a tendency to fall out. Also, with my ham hands, it is really hard to get that stupid thing pegged in. There, we got it pegged in. Yeah, it falls off real easy. Mohawk's posability is pretty good. Head is on a swivel, not on a ball joint. Ball joint in the shoulder, ball joint in the elbow. No hip articulation, but there is a ball joint in the hip. No torso articulation. Ball joint in the hip, hinge joint in the knee, and then a hinge/ball joint in the ankle. The reason I say slash is because it is limited in its movement, though if you sand the area just above the ankle joint off a little bit, it will make it a lot easier to pose and give you more range. Though I do have a major issue, kind of noodly in the hips, and he doesn't have any or adequate heels, so he falls over all the time because the wheels make him so insanely top heavy. The only thing that prevents him from falling over is leaning him forward quite a bit. That's the only way I've gotten him to, stay upright. Transformation for the little psychopath is pretty interesting. To start off with, take the wheels and fold them all the way out to the sides, and then that'll allow you to take the head and push it back until the Mohawk pegs into place just in his back. And then we could take the right shoulder and swing that over the wheel, that is, and then point the legs straight down and point the arms straight down, and then take the right shoulder wheel and move that over and peg that loosely onto the back of his head. Then take the arms, and the arms will fold up like this, and then flip them up, and then fold them up, and they will peg into the back wheel. There's a peg on the outside of the elbow that'll peg in above the wheel, and there's a peg hole on the inside of the elbow that will, on the upper arm, that will peg into the wheel as well. So then that is the arms taken care of. Then the legs, you have to put them straight out, turn them around, and then fold them up, and there are these tabs coming off the bottom of the back of the handlebars that will tab into the thighs. And then once you've got those tabbed in, peg the legs or peg the feet together and fold them all the way down. And the bottom of the feet, there's a slot that will slot into that area just on the back of the wheel, and that gives you the seat. And there we have its little vehicle mode, and then the weapon pegs in right there. And getting this pegged in is a royal pain. Again, this thing will fall off. Just be ready for the knife to fall off. And there is the little bike mode. And if you're wondering, no, you can't put another core class figure on it. It doesn't fit. They're too big. The little bike mode it ends up with is actually not bad. It's not bad at all. I just wish the figure had more paint. And it would have been really cool if this was a deluxe class. If this was a deluxe class figure with this same transformation, I think this would be really, really cool. Unfortunately, there's no kickstand to hold it up. But it's perfectly fine and perfectly serviceable as a very strange motorcycle. All right, let's move on to Scorponok. I don't think we've ever had a Transformer that makes me think of a kaiju like we have with this guy. This thing is just monstrous. That is the only way to describe it. It's got giant, pointy shoulder pads. Its hands are absolutely massive. It's got posability for days, and it's got a wicked tail. And that head sculpt is amazing. I love that head sculpt. It's so vicious and nasty. And he uses the same head in beast mode. I absolutely adore this figure. I would love to see it painted in different styles. I would love to see a G1 coloring for it. I would love to see a Black Zarak coloring for it. I would love to see a Double Punch coloring for it. I would like to see the original 2007 movie colorings of Scorponok for this figure. I would buy them all. They would be my new Seekers, the land-based Seekers. Giant tail acts as a third leg, which is great, and it can disconnect, and then it can peg into any hand, either of the hands, and you got to do that by flipping this little tab up, and then there is a tab hole in the forearms, and then the hand goes right on it, and then that is his whip weapon. I'm calling it a whip weapon. It's not actually called that. I don't know what it's actually called. Maybe just a tail weapon. But the figure is top heavy, so you do have to be wary of that, but you can pull off some really neat poses. I'm just terrible at posing figures. The one thing I don't like about the robot mode are the beast legs. These middle legs are just one solid molded piece, and then these have a ball joint, which are nice and strong, and actually they're not going to droop because of the way they're molded. They're molded in such a way that the actual joint pushes flush up against the ball joint. So there's no real movement there for posing or for looseness to get into play. Even if those joints are loose, it's still going to hold up the Scorpion mode. Posability is pretty darn good. Head is on a ball joint and then can lift up to the transformation. Ball joint inside the shoulder, swivel connected to that ball joint, swivel at the upper arm, double bend at the elbow, ball joint for the wrist. No torso articulation due to the transformation, but ball joint in the hips, swivel at the thigh, bend at the knee, and then ball joint at the ankle. And the ankles are just a smidge loose for my taste, but nothing that can't be fixed. Scorponok's transformation is neat. Take the arms and turn them around, and then bend the hands and fold the elbows up so that they look like they're grabbing onto the shoulders. I mean, that's actually what they're doing. That's not what they look like they are doing. That is actually what they are doing. And then come to the head and push it up until it snaps into place. Come down to the hips and unpeg the hip, and then flip open the chest. And then you can unhinge the arm and shoulders, and they will fold up. Take the hips and push them up and in until they snap into place. And then the inside of the legs are going to peg into these little peg spots. That's these bits right here. But before that, fold the shin out and then turn the leg in. And we want to get that in place, pegged into place. It's a little bit hard to get lined up, but it's not impossible. I'm just failing at it right now. There we go. And do the same thing on the other side. Fold the shin out, turn the leg, bend it in, and get that pegged into place. And then close the chest bit over those, and It won't close all the way. It just kind of rests at this angle, and that's fine. That's all we want it to do. We just want to make sure that it's not flopping about. Then take the legs on the back and fold them in, and they will snap into place. And bring the legs in around like that. And, oh, this is not snapping in the way I want it to. Why aren't you doing that? And then take the shin bits, turn them around, and peg them into place. And we have completed the Scorpion mode. And, yeah, that's actually mildly terrifying. The Scorpion mode we end up with is really scary. Doesn't look anything like they do in the movies, but it is very scary. And leaning forward a bit, but that's perfectly fine. It's okay. There's no issues there. It looks absolutely horrifying. And if I saw one of these, I'd grab the nearest boot to squish it, even though they're apparently, gigantic. I love the little turbines that are in the claws. That's very much a nod to the original 2007 figure. At least I think it is. It works incredibly well for me. I really, really love this figure. And then with the little bike guy, the little bike guy in either mode can surf on top of him. Now, the Scorpion isn't the best part of this figure because I've come up with its own little monster mode. So yes, I do realize that it's just turning the figure upside down and folding out some bits to give it a monster mode, but do you remember that original Scorponok figure had its own what I called kaiju mode, and I've replicated a kaiju mode here. No, it's not as well done as that original Scorponok, but I think it works well enough. You've got the eyes and the head up here. There are eyes molded onto that tip of the tail. And then, so you've got the legs coming out, and they can act as like little weapons. And then we've got grabbing hands here, and then we've got the feet to stomp around here. If you turn it around, it kind of loses its luster. But hey, we've got ourselves a little monster mode that works. So hey, if I still had access to that original Scorponok figure, I could have 2 Scorponok kaiju figures. Before we end, just a quick warning, getting the hips out of the robot hips out of the Scorpion mode is a pain in the arse. The thing that I found works best is to get your fingers in by the hips and push them in to unpeg the hips to fold them up, and then just grab the whole thing and pull. This is the part that's really hard because that's in there pretty good. I just find that just pulling it as hard as you can straight down at an angle will get the hips to come out. That's the only advice I could give you, unfortunately. There's no easier way to do it. And if you've got this figure, you probably have realized that is really hard to pull those hips, out. Of the 2 figures, Scorponok is by far my favorite. I think Scorponok is definitely worth owning. In fact, multiple, I think, are worth owning to build out a little Scorpion family. Mohawk is fine. He's absolutely fine, but he's not going to win any awards in my book. Scorponok, however, definitely worth having. So, folks, let me know what you think of these 2 figures down in the comments. Thank you so much for watching. I have been Baltmatrix, and I will catch you all next time. Hello everyone, I am Baltmatrix, and today we are taking a look at Transformers 1 Alpha Trion. This figure was purchased on Amazon, and it transforms into a lion thingy, a unicorn lion, and it is part of the Prime Changers subline. Alpha Trion is very neat looking. I love the different shades of purple on black, and then you've got this grayish white on the chest, and that head sculpt is something else. I don't think we've ever gotten an Alpha Trion that looks both regal and constipated at the same time. The overall bot mode is pretty good, but there's a split lion head coming off the back there, though I do appreciate the split that because it makes it look like he's got a cape. I do like that. Now, the figure comes with 2 accessories, one tiny little horn dagger and one big sword thing, both of which are hand-carried in robot mode. See, what did I tell you? That actually looks really good. Both weapons are able to be stored in the cape section when not in use. Though from specific angles you could tell he's just got big old Energon kibbles and bits hanging off of his cape. He should really wash that. Head is on a ball joint, so you got a lot of room there, but that chin gets in the way of looking side to side. Shoulder is a ball joint that has a good range of motion. There is an upper arm swivel. Bend at the elbow is 90 degrees. No fist articulation, but there is a forearm swivel. There is a torso swivel present. Ball joint in the leg can kick forward and can kick back at 90 degrees or more. Can kick out at 90 degrees. Thigh swivel is present. Bend at the knee is over 90 degrees, and then, as you saw, I popped a ball joint. The foot doesn't have any forward and back movement, but it's got a lot of side-to-side movement. The range of motion for his joints isn't as good as Optimus's, but they're still pretty darn good, so you can pull off a couple of really nice poses. The one that I showed earlier with him with the two weapons, that's my favorite. So something I did neglect to show you is the figure has these movable heels that are quite tight on my figure, which is great, because that means you could pull off some decent poses. And then the cape actually unpegs and can swing up over the figure's head like, I don't know, like some kind of weird cape thing, or what is it? The paraglider from Zelda. Yeah, that works. Whee! Transformation starts with the arms. Fold the arms up, and there is this tiny little tab in the armpit that will peg into the shoulders and hold them in place. Point the arms forward, and then turn them, and pull out these, I guess, claws? Yeah, claws from the upper forearms, or outer forearms, like that. Come to the cape, grab the cape, and pull it all the way out, and flip it all the way around. While here, grab the smaller of the two Energon thingies, and there is this tiny little peg right there. We're going to peg that right there. So that'll become the horn. And then we sandwich the two cape halves together and snap them up. And then bring the entire cape beast section all the way around. And there are these little gaps on the outside of, well, I guess where the inside of the shoulder / collarbone that will snap into place on these pegs. Doesn't really snap, they just kind of rest there. Come down to the leg and push the armor that is on the shin forward like that. And then it will slide all the way up to the upper thigh, like that. So just unpeg it, fold it up, and get it snapped into place. And then flip the legs forward and down until they stop. Then flip the hinge back, and then flip that second hinge forward like you're doing a Cheetor, and fold up that heel until you get a beast leg looking like that. And then take the giant sword unit and use the long square peg and plug it into his keister. And we're done. The unicorn lion motif is pretty neat. I do like it. The only thing I don't like is these shoulders just do not want to stay pegged in. And there we go. I got it pegged in, but they just don't want to stay pegged in. I do like the look, but it reminds me of Transmetal 2 Jawbreaker in the fact that it's constantly looking at the ground. It's never looking like up and forward, which is a shame because there's a lot to like here. Up front is very cool. I love that light purple, and the overall look of it works, except the back it just looks like another Cheetor figure, except more machine-like. So just tweaking how I've got the arms or the front paws and the rear legs positioned, he can look forward a little bit better. That with him looking down was kind of the way the directions had me do it, but that's a little bit better. But it's still just a Cheetor-esque transformation, which is a shame, but c'est la vie. Sadly, there's not much you can do with the figure in this mode, except go rawr. I have to admit, this figure is a pleasant surprise. It's not the most complicated figure in the world. I mean, heck, it's a newfangled Cheetor. I hate being so derivative of it like that, but it really is. I swear one of the Cheetors we've gotten recently has the exact same transformation. I think the Voyager Rise of the Beasts one does. But it's a fun figure. I love the coloring. I love the overall look. It's just neat. And it's really nice to actually get an Alpha Trion. Now, we are supposed to be getting an Alpha Trion in 2025 in Legacy, or whatever they're calling it, next year. And I'm curious if they continue with the idea that Alpha Trion transforms into a lion, because that originated from, oh geez, where did that come from? Was that Titan's Returns? I think, because he was the triple changer based on Broadside. He had a space jet mode, and then the space jet mode, and then a lion mode. So that was pretty cool. So we'll see. Overall, it's a solid figure. Little pricey. If you're a big fan of Transformers, I think owning both of these is worth it. They're both fun. I do wish they were a little bigger. I wish they were an actual deluxe class size, not, what is it? I think it's being compared to Warrior class from Earthspark, which aren't bad figures. Not all of them are bad. I just wish they were a little bigger. So I'm really curious if the Chinese third-party folks are going to make upscale versions of them, because if they are, I am buying them. All right, folks, let me know what you think of Alpha Trion down in the comments. Thank you all for watching. I have been Baltmatrix, and I will catch you all next time. Hello, everybody. I am Baltmatrix, and today we are taking a look at the Walmart exclusive Ultimate Energon Optimus Prime. I picked this figure up over at Walmart.com. This figure is one of those weird figures where I'm kind of on the fence on recommending. It's not awful, but it's not good either. But there are some positives for it. To start off, it is absolutely enormous when you compare it to its Prime Changer and Studio Series Optimus Primes. They don't even come up to his crotch. And some folks were asking on Twitter when I posted this, is this the Takara one? No, it is not. It is US version. The paint on the figure is minimal. We've got the blue in the legs, and then the powder blue on the shins, and then red up top for the arms and forearms, and dark blue for the head. Yeah, and the little crotch flaps also have color. But when you turn the figure around, it is a barren gray wasteland. The figure does have some translucent blue parts. The wheels on the bottom of the legs, the forearms, the back of the head, the chest, and then the wheels on the sides of the shoulders. One thing that is nice is it has some crazy nice light piping. I mean, look at that. That head is just hollow in the back, or I should say translucent in the back. Gives it really nice light piping. And then the arms also become light piping. The figure comes with two accessories, the first of which is this big old Energon axe, and I'm not sure what to do with this. Because yes, it fits in his hand, no problem, but then it bends for some reason. There's a freaking hinge here. Why? I think that's just for the connection, but is this supposed to be a gun of some sort? That doesn't make any sense. And these pegs on the side, that's for where it goes in vehicle mode. We'll get into that in a minute. So I was wondering, though, could you put it on the smokestacks? Because it looks like he's supposed to have smokestacks that have been snapped off, but he does not. The axe can easily be stored on his back. There are two holes back here, which makes me wonder, was he going to have another accessory? Because there's another hole back here. And then he also comes with a Matrix of Leadership that is in here really, really tightly once you do get it in. And it works pretty well. It's a little bit different than the matrices we've got, matrices that we've gotten in the past couple of years. It's a smidge bigger. A quick size comparison of this Prime's Matrix on the left, Studio Series TF1 Prime's Matrix in the middle, and then Commander Class Rodimus Prime's Matrix on the right. As you can see, they are all completely different, and I'm just going to give up trying to get the other two to sit up correctly. They just don't want to sit up on this. Now, in terms of posability, the figure's actually pretty posable. Head is on a ball joint and can look all the way around, though the transformation joint is very loose on my copy. Hinge in the shoulders, and then the shoulders are on swivels that could go all the way around. Then there is a swivel joint at the elbow, and just above the elbow is a hinge joint for moving. The fists do not articulate, which I think is a missed opportunity. Hold on, let me see here. They look like... No, they can't. No, there's a seam line going right through it, which is a shame. No torso articulation, but the legs can get forward at over 90 degrees. They can't kick back that far due to this piece on the butt, but the figure can kick out all the way for a big old beautiful spread. Then there is a thigh swivel, which the first time I moved the thighs on both legs, they popped off, but I popped them right back on and they've never popped off again. And then there is a knee joint. And then there is some limited foot articulation. So you can pull off some decent poses. Optimus's transformation into vehicle mode is a little weird. It's similar to the other figures, but it's a little weird. Start off with, push the head, flip it all the way back like that. Pop open the chest, and then push the shoulders back, and then close the chest back up. Come down to the hips, and push the entire torso back a little bit so you unpeg it, and then spin it around 180 degrees, and then come and peg it back into place. Come down to the legs, and there are these little peg holes on the inside of the legs. That is where the axe goes. You just peg that into place. Whoop, peg that into place on both sides, and then take the legs and swing them back. Whoop, you're not supposed to swing them back yet. Swing them up, and then there's this little flange right here that the thighs go over. And then we could peg the legs together like that. Bring the shoulders all the way down, and there are these little pegs on the bottom of these pieces in the front, and then turn the arms in like this, and then the shoulder will peg in up there, and the arms will peg in back here on these little pegs like that. So bring it down, peg that into place, turn the arm in, peg it there, and peg that there. And we are done. I get what they were going for, but this just sucks. I understand what they were trying to do, but this alt mode looks terrible. It has all the sins of the Studio Series figure, with the feet sticking out and the hands pegging into the sides. It rolls fine, but man, this alt mode is just not it. As you can see, this figure dwarfs the other two primes in vehicle mode, and he can carry himself carrying himself. Yes, it does the thing. Alt mode is this figure's weakness. For me, it just is. The figure in alt mode is a bit of a disaster, which is a shame because as a simplified, ginormous Optimus Prime, it's pretty okay. I'm perfectly okay with it being a ginormous toy. Yes, it was a little bit on the expensive size for what you get, but simple transformation, fun posability, and it's definitely unique. And it comes with a Matrix. It's not bad. Seriously, it's not that bad. Yeah, it's got flaws. Yeah, it's a bit lacking for what you're paying, but it's a gigantic Optimus Prime that's fun to play with, decently posable, has a decent accessory, and is overall pretty darn good. I can't ask for much more for a toy that's aimed at little kids. This one's worth picking up, especially if you're a customizer. I can easily see this guy just painted up much better than what we've got here, and then a bunch of this stuff filled in, and some joint work done, and maybe some LEDs in the chest. There's a lot of possibilities here, and there's the space for it. I mean, look at all these open panels and open gaps. There's room to fit some stuff in here. So yeah, it's worth picking up. Maybe not at the current asking price. Wait for it to go on sale in a couple of months. Then I think it'll drop down to like 10, maybe 15 bucks. Totally worth picking up at that price. So folks, let me know what you think of Ultimate Energon Optimus Prime. As always, I have been Baltmatrix, and I will catch you all next time. Hello everybody, I am Baltmatrix, and today we are taking a look at the Walmart exclusive Energon Glow Bumblebee. I purchased this figure at Walmart.com because they didn't have them in my actual Walmart. This figure it's meant for younger kids. It just is. It's one of those exclusives that's not great, definitely not for collectors, and targeted at a much, much younger audience. It is a bit bigger than the Prime Changer's Bumblebee, though, and it comes with the same accessories. We've got a blaster accessories and a stinger accessory. So either one can mount on either arm or either hand and give him pew-pew abilities and poke-poke abilities. As you just saw, both accessories can be combined and then attached to this little spot on the figure's back for weapon storage. Posability of the figure is not great. Head does swivel side to side, and I do have to admit the head sculpt is pretty good. It's definitely better than I thought it was going to be for a figure of this price point. Shoulders are on hinges for up and down, and then there's a ball joint at the top of the shoulder, 360-degree spin, ball joint in the elbow, fists do not articulate in any way, no torso articulation, legs are on ball joints, but the ball joint has a tendency to snap back into straight down, and then the knees do bend, but they're friction. I do have to admit, though, they snap straight, and then you unsnap them to bend them. There is enough friction in the knee to actually hold a pose, which I do appreciate. Paint-wise, the figure is okay. We'll talk more about paint matching when we get to the vehicle mode. I do not, however, like the fact that they went with clear plastic for the entirety of the arm and only painted like a little bit of it. Maybe that has something to do with the movie where they can use Energon in their fists or something. I don't know, but I would have much rather had the paint be all across the fist because you lose all the detail in the hand or for the hand when the figure is sitting on a shelf like up here with other figures. You can't even tell that he has hands. The knees having the posability that they do allow you to actually get into some decent poses, though you have to really be careful when you are posing him in order to get him to stand because he doesn't really have any heels. So you have to get his weight just right in order to get him to pose the way you want him to. I mean, he can dab, so there is that. Now, there is the glow gimmick, and that is by pushing a button on his belly, and you get a glow for a couple of seconds. And then you can go that and push it again, and you get a pulsing glow for a couple of seconds. And that's it. That's all you get. As you may have guessed, the transformation for this figure is super simple. Snap the feet together, come to the backpack and fold up the front of the vehicle mode. Take the arms and push them behind the shoulders. And the first time I did this, it required so much force to get the arms to unpeg. And then fold them up and peg them into place at the front of the vehicle mode. Push that back down, fold the feet up, and the bit that form what heels he does have peg into his keister right there. And get that in there. And there we have the vehicle mode. The alt mode we end up with looks okay. I do think it's a little bit more cohesive than the Prime Changer figure, and it actually has a back. Unlike the Prime Changer figure, it does roll without any issue, which is pretty good. The wheels are at least visible in this toy, but the paint matching isn't great. We've got, again, 3 different kind of yellows happening here. We've got the gold for the very front of the vehicle mode and then the roof. And then we've got a yellow for the legs and then the yellow for the arms and shoulders. All are different colors of yellow. Now, can you mount the figure or the weapons on this mode? Yes. Combine them together, turn the blaster around, and then plug it in up top into the same slot that you plug it in to in robot mode. And I was going in the wrong spot. It's all translucent plastic. This entire roof section or sections are translucent plastic. So you do have the blasting effect gimmick. Now, for the actual lights gimmick, there's no way to activate it in vehicle mode other than picking the figure up and pushing the button. And it gives him ground effect lighting. That's it. Here we have the Energon Glow and the Prime Changer in vehicle mode for comparison. The Energon Glow figure is much bigger, but the Prime Changer is just about the same length. Actually, I think it's a little smidge longer. Overall, both vehicle modes are pretty good. Movie accuracy-wise, I honestly don't know. I think the gold of the Energon figure is more accurate to the movie than the Prime Changer figure, but I could be wrong on that. Have not seen the movie as of time of recording. It's not even out yet. So what's the final verdict on this thing? It's okay. It's fine. It's fine for kids. It is fine for kids. If they are fans of Bumblebee and this movie, this figure will be fine for smaller children. If you're an adult collector, don't even bother. Unless you want to customize it somehow or modify it. Then pick it up, and I'd like to see what you could do with it. Paint-wise and maybe some functionality-wise. Speaking of functionality, one screw that pops off this piece, and there are 3 LR44 batteries to provide the glow. I really wish that glow worked better in the alt mode. So at the end of the day, if you've got a kid in your life who's a fan of Bumblebee, this might be worth picking up, but I think the Prime Changer figure is a much better toy. This one is meant for kids with smaller hands, and the glow feature, while it's okay, it would just be better if it glowed better in robot mode. So folks, let me know what you think of Energon Glow Bumblebee down in the comments. Thank you all for watching. I have been Baltmatrix, and I hope you all have a wonderful day. What's going on, everybody? I am Baltmatrix, and today we're taking a look at Transformers 1 Prime Changer Bumblebee. I picked this figure up at my local Target. The figure is in this very muted yellow and then gunmetal gray. There is a little bit of blue on the chest, black, the Autobot symbol there on the chest, and, well, that head sculpt is pretty good. It's definitely Bumblebee from the movie, and overall, I like it. I really do appreciate Hasbro painting eyes. I know that sounds weird, but I do like it quite a bit. Quick 360-degree look at the figure. You can see that there is weapon storage on the back. He comes with 2 accessories. We'll take a look at that in a second. Oh, and then the feet are nice, big, and wide, but there are some issues there. We'll talk about that in a minute. One thing I do want to talk about is the actual paint that's used for the plastic, or the casting that's used for the plastic. We've got animated Bumblebee right here, and that animated Bumblebee is a much brighter yellow than what we've got with Bumblebee from the new movie. Now, in the movie, he's more of a bright yellow goldish color. The figure does not represent that at all, at least in my eyes. The figure comes with 3 accessories, the first of which can pop onto his chest. Getting this thing off is hard. Once it's pegged in, it's really hard to get off.
Dude, phrasing!
I had to pry it off before I started recording. Here you can see the transformation cog right there in his chest. It kind of looks like a mini Matrix, but getting the chest plate pegged in isn't hard, and it stays there. It's not going anywhere. The other accessories the figure comes with are his combat knife, which he can peg in or peg onto his right arm, and gives him a little combat knife. I wish it came with 2. That would be really nice. Maybe a Studio Series figure will come with that. And then his blaster, which goes on the other fist. Very standard to all the other Bumblebee figures we've gotten over the past years. A quick height comparison between Optimus and Alpha Trion. And Alpha Trion is nice and beefy. Optimus looks just darn tiny next to Bumblebee. He looks so much smaller. They're the same height, but in terms of bulk, Bumblebee's got it. Bumblebee's just a lot bulkier. BB's posability is okay. Head is on a ball joint and does the full swivel and can look up and a little bit down. Ball joint in the shoulder for almost 90-degree movement. He can't really T-pose, and if you go too far, the ball joint does pop off. There is a butterfly joint in here for the transformation that doesn't really lock into place. There is a swivel above the arm, and then the arms bend at 90 degrees. And look, there's actually a ball joint in the actual arm. So you can unpeg the lower or the forearm from the rest of the arm to get some more posability. No fist articulation, unfortunately, and no articulation here below the elbow. Torso swivel is present. Legs can kick forward and can kick back and can kick out on a ball joint. There is a thigh swivel above the knee. Bend at the knee is just about that's 90 degrees. There is a massive gap in the leg. Holy moly. That is specifically for the transformation. And then the feet. The feet make me angry. There is a swivel there for an ankle rocker, But because of the nature of the transformation, you have the actual swivel joint pegs into the bottom of the foot in this slot, thus negating any kind of movement of the ankle, which sucks. You can pull off some okay poses with this Bumblebee figure, but all of the poses are a little bit lacking because of the lack of posability in the feet and the fact that those legs are just gaping wide, hollow cavities. Again, that sucks. In robot mode, the only real complaints I have are, 1, the paint. I just wish it was a brighter, more vibrant, goldish yellow. 2, the giant gaping lower legs. And then 3, because of the lack of ankle posability, the feet are perpetually angled slightly. So they are angled inward. So even though I was able to pull off some poses, your posability is limited. I just want to reiterate that. It's not bad, but it is just annoying. All right, transformation time. We're going to start off by turning the head 180 degrees around, opening up the backpack, and then folding the head up into the backpack. And there's a peg hole, or their peg right there, that will peg into the back of the robot's head. And then close that up. Come to the chest and unpeg the chest, flip it up and slide it up, and then snap it into place. And then come to the shoulders. Then come to the arms and turn the arms around 180 degrees so the back of the forearms, which are hollow by the way, are pointing forwards. Then there are a series of hinges. There's 2 hinges here. We want to push the shoulder out and then hinge it inside like this. And then the shoulder will actually peg into this peg that is right here. So this took a couple of times to get it right, and I was popping ball joints off on the shoulders constantly. Oh, and before you do that, turn the hips around. It just makes it easier. So get that snapped into place. Get that snapped into place. Okay, come up to the top here and fold the belly in, and it will snap into place. Getting this out is very difficult. It's very hard with the shoulders tucked in like this. So when you transform it back, pull the shoulders out, and then you can flip this up. Now for the legs. Grab the leg and hinge the entire leg section up. There's this tiny little peg that the inside of the leg will peg into. Do that on both sides. And then smish the legs together, and you want the fists to slide into this open slot on the back of the legs. If you've got it all lined up correctly, they'll fit in with no problem and snap into place. Then take the back and unpeg it and hinge it down, and it will peg into place like that. Once you do that, flip the toes up and slightly angle them so that they slide under these little vents. And then snap them into place, and we're done. That's it. That's the alt mode. This alt mode is weird looking. I understand what they're going for, but I hate the fact that there is a face at the front of Bumblebee. It looks like the face emoji. The overall look of the alt mode is not bad. It definitely feels tiny, but it is a nice homage to the Transformers Bumblebee movie version of Bumblebee. Except I don't really like that giant gap in the back. I can deal with it, though. I do appreciate the fact that the tail lights are painted, and the wheels are actually on the outsides, and they freely spin on these pins. I would have loved for those wheels, or these wheels, to be black, though, not just yellow. I can paint them myself. Overall, it's not a bad alt mode. It's just weird. You can mount the accessories in this mode. Simply peg the blades onto the top of the gun, and then the gun has 2 pegs that will slot into these 2 slots on the roof, like that. And there we go. Another weird thing is that Bumblebee's alt mode is significantly bigger than Prime's. Prime, you can see, is taller, obviously, but Prime is also much shorter. And I'm just trying to get the tips lined up there.
Hey, phrasing!
Yeah, it sticks out a good half an inch from Prime. It's weird. Bumblebee is not the main runner. I mean, he's the main character, but it's Prime and Megatron's story, where Bumblebee is just so much bigger. I'd be curious to see if I'd be curious to see what Megatron's Prime Changer figure is going to be like, because that, I have a feeling, is going to be about the same size as Prime, given the bulk that's needed for the tank mode. Anyway, I'm just musing here. I do like this Bumblebee figure, flaws and all, and I do think there are some flaws, which I've already laid out. It's a fun little toy. It's expensive for what it is, but it's still fun. And the transformation is just difficult enough. It's not, dang it, ball joint pop. It's not that hard. It is a little fiddly, but it's not hard, which I appreciate. And this is going to be a great toy for kids. In fact, I think all the Prime Changers that I've reviewed thus far are great toys for kids. Obviously, the Studio Series is more geared towards the adult collector, but we haven't heard anything about a Studio Series Bumblebee yet, I don't think. If you're looking forward to the Transformers 1 movie, I think Prime Changer's Bumblebee is worth picking up. It's just a fun toy. Fun. And that's what all of these Prime Changers are about. Just fun figures. Now, will we get a Studio Series figure? No idea. At the time of this recording, I haven't seen any listings. So, folks, let me know what you think of this Bumblebee down in the comments. Thank you all for watching. As always, I'm going to ask you to like, comment, and subscribe. I have been Baltmatrix, and I hope you all have a wonderful day. Hello, everybody. I am Baltmatrix, and today we are taking a look at Transformers 1 Optimus Prime / Orion Pax. I picked this figure up over at Amazon.com. I also got Alpha Trion, was not able to get Bumblebee. I didn't even see Bumblebee for sale, so if it's for sale, let me know. I do like the new Transformers 1 Autobot symbol, the gold with the red. That's very cool. I'm really curious if they do the same with the Decepticon logo, gold and purple. That will look cool. The look of the figure is quite good. There's some decent paint apps going on with this, and the silver is very nice. I also do like the shade of blue and the red we've got going on here, and the head sculpt, that's pretty good too. But man, this figure feels tiny. I think the reason the figure feels so tiny is because there's not a lot of mass to it. It's a very light figure. And there are parts of this figure that just feel cheap. Specifically the hands, they don't clip into place all that well. And then the actual chest and back of the figure feel very cheap and loose. The legs feel dense, like that. There's a lot of plastic, but this is the first time I've ever seen hollow feet before. So yeah, that's definitely weird. The Studio Series figure feels massive compared to this thing. I mean, it's just way bigger, and it definitely feels heftier in the hand as well. But I have to admit, I do like the coloring of this Prime Changer figure much more than I do of the Studio Series figure. The Studio Series figure's colors are just so muted comparatively. This new figure comes with an Energon axe, blue Energon axe, and it just is held in robot mode. The one thing that I do like is it looks like his hand splits apart and then the axe forms that way. That is a very cool effect. And overall, it looks pretty darn good. I like the way the axe looks with this figure. Now, compare that with the axe from the Studio Series figure. And while the Studio Series figure's axe is, well, bigger, I mean, it is actually physically bigger, I don't like this one as much because of the clear Energon plastic. I much prefer painted. While trying to get the axe out, I popped the hand off. As you can see, the hand is just held on with these super tiny little pegs. I wonder if like non-Nef or DNA Designs might make a upgrade kit for this Optimus, because good lord, that was weird. These hands feel like they're gonna fall off any second. Head is on a ball joint, can look way up and swivel side to side, cannot look down. Shoulders are on butterfly joints and then a ball joint in the shoulder. Swivel at the upper arm, bend at the elbow is over 90 degrees, no fist articulation. There is torso articulation, but it snaps back in the front position, so that does spin. Legs can kick forward all the way and can kick back all the way and can kick out all the way. There is a thigh swivel, but then the thigh swivel is so tight that it actually moves the ball joint. Bend at the leg is that's roughly 90 degrees, I think. No foot articulation. These are solid feet. Looking at the figure's backside, there's a lot of cost cutting going on here. You could see that just how much emptiness there is in the lower torso crotch unit. There's a giant hole there in the middle, and then a tiny peg hole for a figure stand. Though it slides in way too easily, that's not going to hold very well. The figure's overall posability is okay. The joints are nice and tight. The only problem I really have are these stupid wrist pieces that constantly flop about. They do not stay connected or pegged in any way. I haven't been able to find a pose that makes him look really bad. This new paint job, compared to the Studio Series figure, is doing wonders. Now, the axe isn't the only accessory the figure comes with. The guns do pop off, or I should say the smokestacks in vehicle mode do pop off, and he can put them in his hands as little blasters, which I do like quite a bit. Yeah, I like that. The figure also has a matrix of leadership, and it's right here in the chest where you thought it would be. Yeah, see, it's up in there somewhere. You gotta flip that front out, and you gotta flip that part out, and oh look, there it is. Pop that out, and oh boy, that little matrix does not feel good. So it's kind of like a half matrix. Paint's good, it's very tiny, I think it works. Plus Prime can hold it with no issues whatsoever. I do like that, it is a nice touch. It's just the matrix itself, those handles feel really cheap and flimsy. Transformation time. Start off by flipping the hands into the forearms and then turning the forearms so that the back of the forearms are pointing forward like that. Then come to the chest, flip up the chest, reach inside, and flip up the grill like so. Grab each shoulder and unpeg it and pull it all the way down, and don't pull too hard or you'll pop a ball joint like I just did. Then come to the head and push the head back like that, and then take the backpack, and you're not supposed to unpeg it fully, but you're supposed to just kind of pull the whole thing forward, spin it around, and then it's supposed to snap into place over Prime's head that you push down into his chest. Oh boy. Yeah, things just like to fall apart on this thing. Peekaboo. Now, once we've got it to this point, grab the legs and pull them all the way back like that. And then we can bring the front of the chest back down and push the head all the way down to close up the canopy. And I tried to swing the arm down, but the ball joint popped off again, so I'll just leave it like that. And then pop it back on the ball joint and peg in that little peg right there to that peg hole right there is what you're supposed to do. If you notice that ball joints are popping off quite a bit, that's because they are. I've transformed this thing a couple of times, and every time the ball joints pop off. It does help if you bend the arms up. That really does help quite a bit. Then there is a peg on the back there that will get pegged into by that little peg hole, so we can attach the arms to the back of the vehicle mode, like that. Then come to the outside of the legs and fold them open like this. You can do that on both sides. Then we'll unpeg the knee and flip the entire leg assembly around. And it'll actually peg into, the bottom of the foot will actually peg into the other side of the arm. And then we could close up the leg, and oh, it popped off again. And I have found that these panels pop off pretty easily if you don't have it perfectly aligned. So there's a peg there that's going to go right in there. And I didn't push that down far enough, did I? There we go. Snapped it into place. That gives us the clearance. Unpeg the knee, flip it around, and make sure it's pushed in all the way till it snaps. Then that gives us the clearance. And just before you fix everything here, we're going to plug the axe into the back, and then like this, and then the axe will peg into these two pegs, and it'll look something like that. I like the look of this vehicle mode. I think this is a better rendition of Optimus Prime's vehicle mode in TF1 than the Studio Series figure. It definitely doesn't have any floppy bits. Once everything's pegged together, it's not going to move. And I genuinely like it. It just feels real tiny, especially right next to the Studio Series Optimus. I mean, it is small, but it's roughly the same length as current Deluxe class vehicle modes. It's just not nearly as bulky. So it is just a smidge shorter than Chase, but all of its mass is up front as opposed to being distributed across the vehicle mode. The figure in this mode rolls actually pretty darn well. The wheels are pretty good. They are plastic, but there are 6 of them, and the real wheels are nice and big, and they're on these pins, which I greatly appreciate. They definitely feel better than these weird plastic ones from the Studio Series figure. Okay, I'm going to stop comparing it to the Studio Series figure because I think this is a better toy than that thing. Overall, I'm pleasantly surprised with this figure. It has some minor flaws. I really am concerned about those wrists just not being able to stand the test of time, and you know, they pop off way too easily, but transformation's fun. It holds together well once you have it in all the modes, but man, panels just pop off like crazy. That might just be me. Also, I might just be manhandling it in a way that it doesn't like, which is entirely possible. I think my biggest complaint about the figure, though, is the size. It feels very small. And, I mean, it really does feel like a tiny figure. And I don't know how I can really convey that to you through the YouTubes. If you see this figure, well, you know what? I think I have a better idea. Hold on. Let me get this transformed back into robot mode, and then I want to show you the box again, because there's something interesting about that might actually help explain why it feels so tiny. So here's the card that was in the box. This is standard deluxe class size box. The feet ended right here. There was a piece of plastic that went over the tops of the toes, and the feet ended right here. So the figure was only that much in the box, where you've got an inch on up and down, and then maybe a little bit more side to side. So the box definitely made the figure feel bigger. I bet that's why it feels so small. Regardless of its minor flaws, the figure is fun. It's good. It's definitely worth owning. Now, I do have Alpha Trion, as I said, so here is the box for Alpha Trion. You can see it right there. That review's coming up next. And I have Zeta Prime on its way, so I'll review that as well. So, folks, let me know what you think of Optimus Prime down in the comments. Thank you all for watching. I have been Baltmatrix, and I will catch you all next time. Hello everyone, I am Baltmatrix, and today we're taking a look at Transformers 1 Prime Changer Sentinel Prime. I picked this figure up over at Amazon.com. I love the blue that this figure is cast in. It's blue, black, gold, and silver, and is striking in person. And that head sculpt is very much a Prime head sculpt, or what I would consider would go with someone who is a Prime. I do find it fascinating that the color scheme of Sentinel Prime is the same as Generation 1 Dirge. It's just a really weird coincidence. Here is the most recent Dirge figure that I have. I think this is the one from Earthrise. And yes, Dirge's colors are much darker than Sentinel's, but there is a resemblance. The Pantone just take this Dirge and brighten up his colors, brighten up the gold and brighten up the blue, and you've got the same color palette. I was not sure what to expect when I got a hold of Sentinel, and I am very pleasantly surprised. I love the way this robot mode looks. It's very Seeker-esque, and the color scheme, while very Dirge-like, also reminds me of Zeta Prime from one of the Transformers War for Cybertron or Fall of Cybertron games. I think that's an intentional nod. I don't know for sure. The only thing that's different in color scheme is this bright pink shield, which, if I'm remembering correctly, Zeta Prime had a weapon that was bright pink as well. Speaking of accessories, obviously we have the shield here, but the figure also comes with a series of guns that can, obviously, you see, attach to the back wings, which fold up, which is very nice. And these guns, well, specifically the double barrel guns, can be wielded by the figure's in robot mode, hand-carried. And then the other blasters, which are very, very similar to null rays, can be mounted on the shoulders, which I think is a very cool look. I really like this. This is so cool. It works so well, and it's just really neat. Then also what you can do is you could take the double blasters and put them back on the wings again, and you can leave the shoulder blasters. Just put these guys back, and then the wings can rotate forward, so you can actually do some shooting that way. So you've got multiple attack options here. And then the backpack can even rotate a little bit, and you can get that look too. There's a lot of play value here. In terms of posability, head is on a ball joint, can look up a little bit, can look down just a smidge. The backpack is on a hinge and does have a tendency to come off, not a big deal. Shoulders have up and down movement for the transformation, a swivel in the shoulder for 360-degree movement, a hinge for in and out, swivel just above the elbow bends at about 90 degrees. It's close. No fist articulation, which is something I really wish all of the Prime Changer figures had, is fist articulation. Torso swivel is present, though you do hit the backpack. If you want to go full torso swivel, you really can't, because there's a big old hinge on over his butt. Ball joint in the legs for plenty of movement, except for in and out. He can't do the splits. Bend at the knee is just over 90 degrees. And then there is a foot ankle rocker, though it's limited. It's not that deep. We have not yet seen the actual look of Sentinel Prime in the movie. He's not shown up at all. This is the only visage we've gotten of him is from the toys. I suspect he's going to be in the movie. At least I hope so, because if he's not, that's real dumb. The figure is a little bit more posable than Bumblebee, but it's not as posable as Optimus Prime. I would say it's around the same amount of posability as Vector Sigma. It's a fun toy for posing, that's for sure. The only real issue I have posing-wise is some of the accessories do have a tendency to fall off, especially now that I've played with it so much. Sentinel scales pretty well to Prime Changer's Optimus, but is utterly dwarfed by the roid monster that is Prime Changer's Bumblebee, even so Bumblebee's slightly mistransformed. Bumblebee's just so much bulkier, and so is Alpha Trion. Alpha Trion's also much bulkier than Sentinel Prime. Sentinel Prime's transformation is oddly similar to Transformers Zone's Sonic Bomber. Like, oddly similar. So to start off with, pull the backpack away from the figure and then take the head and unpeg the little chest piece and flip that whole section up. You could turn the head around or not, it doesn't matter. Take the arms and T-pose the poor bugger, then fold the forearms forward so that they line up like that. Turn the whole forearm around and then fold the entire shoulder unit up over the head. Then grab these areas on the outside of the forearm and flip them closed to form the nose cone. Come down to the feet and turn the feet so that the back of the feet are pointing towards the outside of the figure. Fold these black pieces back to open them up. Flip the toes and heels up into the open legs. Then fold the legs up into the body, and the bottom of the foot will peg into this little peg that is in the armpit, like that. And then on the back of the jet mode, you will actually smush these two black pieces together to form some rear tail wings. And then we can bring the entire backpack back down, peg it into place, bring the wings down, and the wings will actually peg in here, here, and here on the legs. And that is the jet mode. Now, I haven't put any accessories on. We'll do that in a second. But that's very similar to Sonic Bomber's transformation, a little bit more complicated, but we end up with an awesome jet mode. This thing is great. It's like a nice evolution of a Seeker, or a different version of a Seeker. It's absolutely fantastic. Got the intakes here on the side, which are obviously legs. In person, it's fantastic. The pictures don't do it justice, though. I was ready to hate this thing until I got a hold of it. Jet mode's great. All right, accessories. First, shield goes at the top, and it's supposed to point backwards like that. You can point it forwards if you want. Fold the wings up, and then attach the double barrel gun underneath, and attach the double barrel gun onto the other side like that. And then the single barrels will go up to the front like this. You can put them on the wings pointing backwards if you want, but this is the ways they're supposed to go. Now, with all the accessories, that really ties the figure together. Yes, the hot pink is a little bit out of place, but I think it works. And the silver works incredibly well on the rest of the jet mode. It's a fantastic toy. What's even cooler, the peg that the little chest piece, this black piece, folds up and pegs into, is the perfect size for a flight figure stand. So you can get them flying the high and dangerous skies. That is so cool. I really do wonder if we're going to get repaints of this into other characters. I would love that. Like, give me like maybe Sentinel Prime and then his Prime Guard. 2 goons. That would be very cool. Sentinel Prime is just such a nice surprise. I was ready to hate this thing. I really was. Or not even hate, just not like it. But it's so cool. It's so much fun. Of all the Prime Changers, this one is far and away my favorite. And I'm really hopeful that we get more cool figures like this. I know that there's a Starscream that's coming out at some point. I don't know if we're going to get a Megatron. I'm assuming we will, but it would be very cool. And I think I saw a listing for a Shockwave Prime Changer. That would also be very cool, but we don't know much about how Shockwave's going to be in the movie. He's going to be there. I mean, we've actually seen him, but we don't know much about it. Just keep grabbing the accessories and putting them in the wrong places. Yeah, overall, it's a pleasant surprise and just a ton of fun. As I said, I was not expecting to like this figure, but of all 4, it's by far and away my favorite. So folks, I really think you should pick this one up. We actually don't know if we're going to get another Sentinel Prime figure in the toy line at all. I mean, heck, the 4 of Sentinel, Optimus, Bumblebee, and Vector Sigma are the only true Transformer toys other than the Studio Series Optimus Prime and the Studio Series Megatron that was just announced at Comic-Con in this entire movie line. So, yeah, I have no idea what the future holds. I'm hoping we get some more Prime Changers. They're a lot of fun, and they're better than the Earthspark figures, I think. So, folks, let me know what you think of Sentinel Prime down in the comments. Thank you all for watching. I have been Baltmatrix, and I will catch you all next time. What's going on, everybody? I'm Baltmatrix, and today we are taking a look at the Walmart exclusive Quintesson High Commander. If you enjoy this video and videos like it, please be sure to hit those like, comment, and subscribe buttons. Thank you very much. The Quintesson High Commander is a very strange figure. I mean, it's weird compared to any of the other figures. It lacks feet. I mean, it completely lacks anything remotely looking like legs. It does have a single foot at the bottom of the figure, but it's very tipsy. Like, very tipsy. Posability-wise, it's also very limited, but we'll get into that in a second. It's just a weird figure. It's not a bad figure. It is just a weird figure. I do like the overall look, though. I think the overall aesthetic works. I just wish it had some better posability down here at the legs. Now, posability-wise, head is on a ball joint that is, it's a bit limited, but you can lift up its neck a little bit to get a little bit more posability. Then there is a series of swivels and hinges in the shoulder, then a ball joint in the elbow. No fist articulation because it doesn't have fists. It has pointy bits. And then the only other posability are these tendrils that swing side to side. Now, I have not watched the latest trailer for Transformers 1. I know the Quintesson High Commander shows up in the movie, but I have not yet seen him show up anywhere else. I actually really like that head sculpt and the overall sculpting of the body. It's very Rock Lord-esque. it makes me think of a Rock Lord. And I love the bright yellow eyes on the maroon and the sickly green. I just think it works. I think it looks good. Now, the figure comes with one accessory that is accessible by flipping open the chest and flipping out the backpack, and that is an Energon Cube. It's a tiny little piece of plastic that he cannot hold easily. That's the best you're going to get. It looks like he's coddling a teddy bear. All right, let's go ahead and get into the transformation. The Quintesson High Commander transformation is easy, but I actually quite enjoy it. To start off with, come to the belly and flip up this panel, then grab the crest at the top of the back and pull it forward all the way. Then take the entire upper torso and spin it around 180 degrees like that. Take the tip that is in the backpack, flip it up, and there's a nice little slot for the Energon Cube. I have the distinct feeling that putting the Energon Cube in the ship or its alt mode like that has something to do with the movie. Then come down to the head, fold the head all the way up, flip the head in, turn it around, and it'll actually snap into place, and then fold it up like that. Then come down to the tendrils and push them in. Come down to the feet, fold the foot back, fold this piece all the way forward like that, and then bring the backpack down, and you want the tendrils to fit inside the cavity of the backpack. So just push them up inside and then fold everything into place. And I forgot a step because you want to turn the arms and point them up to the sky before you clamp everything down, because there are little slots on the back of the arms or shoulders that the backpack or the back of the vehicle mode is going to peg into. Turn the arms and point them straight out, and they will actually slot into these open slots. Smush everything down into place, and it just kind of futz with it until you get everything lined up. If you have the torso out of alignment in any sort of way, it will not peg together. But I just fixed it and fold that up, and there we go. We end up with this, I don't know what the hell this is supposed to be. Space cruiser mode? Look, I'll be honest. If anything looks like a Rock Lord, it's this. This makes me think of a Rock Lord. Like, I could see this easily being one of the Crystal Rock Lords. You know, that showed up in the Gobatron movie, or the Gobot movie. Something that's really nice is it has a peg for a flight stand. See? It's right under there. I have to admit, I really do quite like this alt mode. I think it's neat. I think it's nifty. It's definitely different. It could use some more paint, not going to lie about that, but overall, the space jet mode, I think, works. It's something unique and different, and we've never had a Quintesson that looks like this. I think this is something cool. Transforming the figure back into robot mode, question mark, is very simple. There's not a lot going on here, but I'm okay with that, surprisingly. It's fun. It's easy. It is a simple figure. I'm not going to make any bones about that. But I wanted to show the transformation back into robot mode because of one thing. This hinge right here for the head is insanely tight. So I have not been able to transform this back into robot mode. Okay, yay, I did it without popping the ball joint. Every time I've tried to transform it back, I end up popping the ball joint badly. Like, I did it, the first time I did it, I actually popped the ball joint so bad the head went flying. Something that I wasn't expecting was just how well the new Quintesson High Commander works with the figures that we've already gotten from Quintessa. We have the actual Quintesson, who just transforms into a fancy chair, 2 different Sharkticons, and an Alicon. Yeah, the aesthetic is a little bit different, but the coloring works, and it just kind of feels at home. I wasn't sure what to make of this figure when I first saw it. Was I going to like it? Does it belong in the Transformers line at all? Is it even worth owning? To all these questions, I say yes, it is. In fact, the Prime Changers line is the best line that's coming from Transformers 1. Yes, we have an Optimus in the Studio series, but that figure's not great. These figures, though, are a whole lot more fun. They're a little bit on the pricey side, and I hate the fact that this guy is a Walmart exclusive, but they're all good. They are all fun. They are all just well done figures. So folks, let me know what you think of the Quintesson High Commander down in the comments. Do you want to see more Quintessons from this toy line? I definitely would be interested in it, and I'd love to see them pull off like the traditional Quintesson with the 5 faces. I'd love to see if they could even do that. I don't know if they can, but we'll find out. So folks, let me know what you think. As I said, I've been Baltmatrix, asking you to like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for watching, and I will catch you all next time.
This video review is made for adult collectors. Why hasn't Wheeljack gotten more love? He was the first Transformer ever seen on screen.
Hello everybody, I am Baltmatrix, and today we are taking a look at Transformers Origins Wheeljack. I picked Wheeljack up over at the Hasbro Pulse, and we're going to start off the figures review in vehicle mode, and this is pretty accurate to the original show. Sort of. I don't think the original figure had, or the original design had this giant bumper, but he definitely had these little bladed things, and overall, the box that you end up with works pretty well. And hey, it's hollow in there. It's easy to get in there. In fact, you just pop open the top, fold down the bottom or the back, and hey, you got yourself a nice flat bed in there for a damaged Bumblebee. Now, Bumblebee will not fit in without a little bit of configuration. First, unpeg the wings, fold them up, flip them up. Once you have the sides folded up, fold them back so they form a spoiler, and hopefully do it without popping off or popping the thing off. This is an issue I'm having with my Bumblebee. My Bumblebee is not holding up to the test of time. So slide him in, fold up the doors, fold up the back panel, fold down the roof, and he is in. And he's not in elegantly, but Bumblebee's in there, as you can see. He fits inside. I kind of wish Wheeljack was a little bit bigger, because Bumblebee could fit in, in here, full-sized, without folding up the wings, but that would require a much bigger figure. Otherwise, you know what? It's fine. It's absolutely fine. And here's Wheeljack with the other Origins figures. We've got Bumblebee on the left and Jazz on the right. Other than these guys, the Seekers and Soundwave, there's nobody else left. I mean, there's nobody else who had a original Cybertronian mode in those original 3 episodes. This is it. Oh, I take that back. Shockwave. But I don't think we're going to be getting a laser gun of Shockwave anytime soon. He's a submarine now, don't you know? Other than the 2 bladed saw thingies that go on the front of the vehicle mode, he also comes with a gun, which is exactly the same gun that his other counterpart, his Earth mode counterpart, came in Earthrise. It's a clear plastic piece painted in silver, and he also comes with other clear plastic. Wheeljack comes with a road. So you just kind of put him on a road. I mean, it's not even the right color. It should be gray, not see-through blue. Oh well. Information for our pizza delivery truck here is, it's not fun. It isn't. It's a lot of flipping and panel flopping, but it does technically work. To start off with, come underneath and unpeg this clear plastic bit and flip it up. That will form the chest in robot mode. Oh, and by the way, before we get into it, I do want to show you this. Oh, we can pretty much see all the robot modes underneath. I find it funny. I just find it funny. There's nothing wrong with it. I just find it amusing. Once you have that flipped up, come to the back and pop up the roof, and pop open the panel for the rear, and then split the back end apart very slightly. Come to the side and fold it out and all the way around. Do the same thing on the other side. And then come into the side here and unpeg the side panels of the very front and flip them out. So they will come out and flip around and peg into place, and then they will eventually flip in. So flip it out, around, peg it into place. Now for the feet. Reach underneath and fold out the feet. Flip up this panel, fold it in, and then this whole section will fold in to form the lower leg after you bring in the knee and snap that down into place. So bring the foot down and bring it all the way down like that. And then this section will fold around like that. And then flip the clear plastic up as you're bringing this panel around, and it will peg in to form at the back of the leg. And then this section will fold back and fold in to form the back of the leg. So on the other foot, snap the knee in. Fold the rear of the vehicle mode up. Bring the foot down and bring it all the way down on the hinge to give it clearance. Fold this panel in. Flip this panel around. Fold it in and snap it into place. Fold this panel up. Fold this panel down. And fold that panel back. And there we go. And then we can take the whole and bottom section and next, take the chest piece and pull it out and away for the figure and up. That will allow us to spin the hips around like that. And then we come to the front of the vehicle mode and unpeg the arms, flip them up and up, reach in and flip out the fists like that. And then take the whole section and fold them out and in to form the forearms. Flip the chest up and peg it into place. Which is a little bit harder to do because the peg is just underneath the head. Take it in, turn the head around, take the backpack, fold it up, snap it into place, and it just kind of sits there. And then pose the arms like you mean it. Yeah, that made sense. There we go. And, lastly, reach inside and flip up his signature shoulder wings like that. And we could collapse the front of the vehicle mode up, and then this whole backpack section will fold up and peg into those shoulder wings like that. And we're done. Sorry, I lied. We're not done. Take the feet, turn the feet at 180 degrees so the toes are actually pointing forward and the heels are pointing towards the back. Now we're done. The robot mode we end up with is kind of a chunky, wonky mess. It's just bulky and inelegant in every way you can imagine, similar to the Bumblebee Origin figure. It's not great, but it is definitely Wheeljack. I mean, that head sculpt and chest just scream Wheeljack. Still probably my favorite head sculpt of all time on any Transformer. I just love this guy. 360-degree view shows you that he's just a chungus. He's just a chungus. He's a chunky boy. Posability is okay. Head is on a ball joint, but it just comes unpegged way too easily. Or the whole chest does. But the head is on a ball joint. Swivel and hinge in the shoulder, swivel at the upper arm, bend at the elbow, swivel at the fist, which is good. Torso swivel, which you saw earlier, can kick forward and can kick back, but all the kibble gets hit. And then can do a somewhat beautiful spread, not much in terms of ankle articulation due to the fact that it's just a ball joint and there's no ankle rocker due to the transformation, which I can forgive that. I really can. Wheeljack is very back heavy. There's no getting around that. I mean, look at that backpack. And one problem that I keep making when I transform it is I have the feet too far forward. If you have the feet all the way forward like this, you're never going to get it to really pose very well. So what I end up having to do without it falling over, pose well without falling over. So what I end up having to do is push that ankle back a bit just in order to get it to stand up correctly. And once you do, he's very stable. So once you do that, you're not going to have a problem with him falling over.
Something cool posted by Twitter user Decepticon Aiden is that Wheeljack's figure has the exact same transformation structure as the character did in the original G1 episode. This is very, very cool.
Legacy Rescue Bot Chase. Legacy Animated Bumblebee. Legacy Animated Prowl. A Naughty Angry Bug. Legacy Windblade. Leo Prime. Animated Optimus Prime. Origins Bumblebee, minus some parts that fell off. Now, accessory-wise, we have the gun that fits right there on the side of his head. That is great. The little blade thingies, according to the directions, you're supposed to either put them on the edge of the gun like that, which, honestly, I think that looks terrible. You can also attach it to somewhere else. I'm not entirely sure where because there aren't any other pegs or anything on the figure for you to attach it to, so I don't know what the directions are referring to, but you can peg a couple of things into this figure. There are peg holes on the bottom of each foot, then on the side of each lower leg, and the side of each forearm, kind of at the elbow. And then there is one big peg hole at the back of the figure. Now the other accessory, the road. We do have to pull this thing apart and, switch it around to use these diagonal pieces, and I'm using the wrong side, and I don't know what that was. So the road splits apart, then you turn it around and do this to it, and then you come to the back of the figure, open up that part, and close it up, and you give Wheeljack some clear plastic blue wings. This is incredibly stupid. I hate this. I absolutely hate this. This is just dumb. Maybe turn it around the other way. You know what? Honestly, who cares? This is just stupid. And Origins Jazz. All three of these together, they look fine. I think Jazz is the most successful, with him looking most like his G1 incarnation. Yeah, he's got some kibble on the back, but that's fine. Wheeljack, on the other hand, has too much kibble, I feel, and all of these figures have way too much clear plastic. I felt very trepidatious transforming all three of these because of the amount of clear plastic, and Wheeljack has way more than either of the other two. Jazz's clear plastic is here in the canopy of his vehicle mode. That's it. Oh, I'm sorry, and his chest plate, or his chest piece. Those feel okay. Bumblebee has this entire roof section. That's it. So that's limited. Wheeljack, on the other hand, his entire chest, this entire screen or chunk of screen, windscreen, and then all these smaller bits that are in the legs. So there is more, and I just don't know how well they're going to stand the test of time. Like Jazz and Bumblebee, Wheeljack does have a peg hole in his keister for a figure stand. I just don't have a third one that I can plug Jazz into. You get the effect that he can fly, just like all the other figures or characters in those original G1 shows. Yeah, if they could fly, why did they transform into vehicles? That never made any sense. Overall, I'm not 100% happy with Origins Wheeljack. This is a very good effort on Takara and Hasbro's part, but it's not perfect. It's just got so much kibble, and a good chunk of it really does affect the posability of the figure. But I'm glad that it was made. I really am. So we've got the three bots that originally showed up in that first episode with vehicle modes, Cybertronian vehicle modes, that is. And it's crazy to me to think, and it's crazy that Wheeljack, the very first Transformer we ever saw on screen, has not gotten more love over the years. He was usurped by Bumblebee, by Prime, by Megatron, all the other big boys. But Wheeljack, he was the OG. He was the first one on screen. And he needs more love. I'm glad he's got it here, but I'm really hoping that maybe we'll get a masterpiece version of this mold or of this design someday. Hey, third parties, I got an idea for you. G1, Cybertronian modes. You don't have to redo the 10,000th Optimus Prime. I mean, you got this guy. Let's see that, please. This has been my video review of Transformers Origins Wheeljack. Let me know what you think of this figure down in the comments. Is this something you definitely want to pick up, or is this something that you think you'll just wait for a sale on later down the year? Let me know. As always, I have been Baltmatrix, thanking you for watching this video review. Please be sure to like, comment, and subscribe, and I will catch you all next time.
What's going on, everybody? Baltmatrix here, and today we are taking a look at the two Transformers Reactivate sets. The first set is Prime and Soundwave. The second set is Starscream and Bumblebee. Transformers Reactivate is a video game that was announced in December of 2022 at the Game Awards. The game is supposed to be featuring at least these 4 characters and then a bunch of other characters. Nothing official has been announced since that initial reveal in 2022. And the reason for that is simple: development woes. Back in 2023, at some point, Splash Damage, who is making the game, has announced that they're moving from Unreal Engine 4 to Unreal Engine 5. That is a major graphics engine change, so they're going to have to redo a whole lot for the game in order to get it out at some point. And a Hasbro Pulse Australia event stated that there's going to be news about the game in 2025. So that's another year out, maybe? We don't know. The game is going to be set on Earth after the entire planet was taken over by something called the Legion, and most Transformers were deactivated. So then they got reactivated by a bunch of enterprising humans to fight off the Legion. I'm thinking it's the Quintessons. That's what I'm thinking, but who knows. The game itself is going to be a Destiny-like. It's going to be free to play, and then it's going to have all the trappings that these free to play games have, which sucks. I really do hate these free to play shooters that are just microtransactions to hell and back. But that might actually be more of a blessing than anything, because the live service model in video games, your Valorants, your Fortnites, your Destinies, your Overwatches, really have seemed to take a dive lately. They're not nearly as popular as they used to be. So maybe they're retweaking the game. I don't know at this point. Again, no news since 2022. We're going to start this review off with vehicle modes of each individual figure, and Bumblebee's is just gorgeous. I love this alt mode. This is just an absolutely fantastic new version of Bumblebee's alt mode. It's this dune buggy-esque combat vehicle, and I cannot say enough positive things about this. It looks amazing. The wheels are nice and big. He's all tucked up under there. It's by far one of the best Bumblebee alt modes we've gotten in the past couple of years. Soundwave's alt mode is also pretty good. It really reminds me of the Viper from Mask. I think it was the Viper. That was the SUV that transformed, but it's a very nice, solid Soundwave alt mode, though it could use a little bit more paint and some breakups on the side here, color-wise, but overall, it's a solid alt mode. And there's Soundwave underneath. Of all the figures, he has the easiest transformation, which we'll get into after we take a look at Prime and Starscream. Taking a look at Starscream, and something that I love, and I actually really love about this, is the asymmetry that's going on. Here on the left of the fuselage, we have this open bit, a black wing, and then on the right side, we've got his traditional grayish wing, and then closed up. It feels like there's a little bit of battle damage or a little bit of medicine in the field, we'll say, or repairs in the field. Now, turning it over, yeah, there's just a robot tucked up under there. That's fine. Overall, it's got a very nice body shape to it, and as a plane, it works incredibly well. Of all of them, though, Prime is far away my favorite. I love the look of this truck. The pictures that were originally shown of the truck mode really don't do it justice. In hand, it looks great. The accessories that plopped onto the side there, I wish they tucked away a little bit better, but it's fine. The truck mode is so good. It's solid. It has parts it has filled in parts where other figures of Prime would have been open. The undercarriage is fine. It's to be expected. It's just a good truck mode. Plus, you can see the Matrix in there. And in this instance, the schmutz on the very front of the, I'm going to call it a cattle pusher here at the very front, actually makes sense given the nature of the entire game series. Yeah, this truck mode is just gorgeous. Bumblebee's transformation to and from this vehicle mode is fun. It's typical, but it is fun. To start off with, we're going to come to the front bumpers and wheel wells and pull away the front wheels. and they will just fold back like this. Then reach underneath and flip out and fold out the arms, and they will just stick out there, and we can just pose them as we want to now. Then come to the back of the vehicle mode and grab what is obviously the feet and unpeg them and fold them down. Come on, you. Unpeg. There we go. Then come down to the legs you just flipped out, fold the feet down and turn them around. Then take those wheels that are on the outside and fold them in to the leg and then collapse the front wheels down to the sides. So grab the wheel, fold it in, and then collapse that wheel down like that. And here we have the robot. No, okay, we're not done yet. Come to the hood and the top of the vehicle mode and fold them up like that. With that middle section lifted up, push the front all the way down as far as it'll go. Then take the head and roof section, fold it up into the backpack like that. And then the front of the vehicle mode will fold up and over to form the shoulders. And that whole thing will peg into place. And then the torso will peg into that slot right there. And there we go. I think Bumblebee looks great, and this is probably my favorite design we've gotten of Bumblebee in a while. The overall aesthetic works incredibly well. He holds together reasonably well, and it just looks cool. Yeah, he's got some funkiness going on the back, but it's okay. Weapons can be stored on the back of the forearms, which is a nice touch, and then they pop right off and can be easily wielded in both of his hands, or if you want, you can attach them to the top of his collarbone so they can point down. It's real stupid, but I love it. Yeah, it's just a solid looking Bumblebee. Bee's posability is pretty good. Head is on a ball joint and a hinge joint. Then the shoulders are on swivels, and there is in and out movement. Torso swivel. I keep saying torso swivel for the upper arm. Ball joint there, swivel there. Fists do not articulate. One issue, though, on mine, and it doesn't always happen. This joint, or this peg, isn't the tightest in the world. So sometimes I'll move a shoulder, and it will unpeg. Or I'll pick it up and go to move it, and it will unpeg. There, it just did it now. Just for me, but some other reviewers have had it where they go to move the shoulders and it will unpeg. That doesn't happen to me though, thankfully. No torso articulation. Legs are on ball joints and can kick forward, back, and all the way out. Thigh swivel, bend at the knee is over 90 degrees, and then the foot is on a ball joint that does have some impressive articulation for a closed ball joint. So that means you can pull off some decent poses, and this is probably my favorite Bumblebee to pose. Or at least the best Bumblebee to pose that I've gotten in a while. Overall, this is a super solid figure, and I really wish Hasbro would release this set again, or heck, even just release just this figure, because it's a damn good Bumblebee figure. Next up is Soundwave, and I have to preface this with this being my least favorite of all of the figures that we get in this entire set. Its transformation is pretty darn easy, simply reaching underneath and unpegging everything, unpegging the wheels, then grabbing the fists and rotating the entire arms out, and then popping the head up, and then praying to Primus that you could get it so that the backpack actually stays pegged in, which it never does. And then unpeg those, rotate the wheels up, and then flip these back down until they snap into place. Flip these up, and then turn the legs around. And I forgot to mention that you fold the tires into the back, and they are supposed to peg in to these slots here, but mine never do. They don't like to do that. And then they're folded up, and they're supposed to just peg all in together, and then we can armor him up. The look of this Soundwave isn't bad, but my figure has a couple of issues. Not least of which is that the backpack just does not stay pegged in, and from what I've seen online, this is a common issue with this figure. And my other issue is the hips, like these little hip bits, way too loose. They are on what I'm assuming are pins. Yes. They are pins, and they're just way, way too loose on my figure, on my copy. The actual Soundwave robot mode is nicely painted. It does not look bad. It looks a bit overly chunky, especially with that backpack hanging off, but I kind of expect that for Soundwave, so it doesn't bother me that much. You've got the standard gun on the right shoulder, and then you've got his classic gun that can be wielded in both hands. You can store his main weapon right here on his back when not in use. Now, posability-wise, head is on a ball joint, and it can look up and down. Now, let's get in on that face so you could get a better look at the head sculpt, which is really good. I actually like this head sculpt quite a bit. I think it looks gnarly and nasty and mean, which is quite nice. Continuing with the posability, ball joint in the shoulder. There is a swivel up there at the forearm. Bend at the elbow is over 90 degrees. Fists do rotate. There is a torso swivel. Legs can kick forward and can kick back a little tiny bit and can kick out a bit. Thigh swivel, bend at the knees over 90 degrees. There is an ankle rocker, and it's really tight on both legs, thankfully. So you can pull off some decent poses. I find posing this unchrasmatic boar to be a chore in and of itself. It's just so top-heavy with that extra-large backpack, and the legs are just too loose. You can pull off poses. It's just a pain in the keister. Something that helps immensely is the peg hole that is in his keister for a flight stand or a figure stand. Bumblebee definitely lacks that, unfortunately, but Bumblebee doesn't need it. Soundwave kind of does. It's not an awful figure, but it's not a terrible figure, and it's not ultimately a broken figure. It's just subpar compared to the other three. Next up is Starscream, and we'll go ahead and get it transformed. Whatever. Pull off those null rays, and then come underneath and unpeg the forearms, and then pull them forward a little bit. So unpeg both of them, and then come underneath and unpeg these shins and fold them forward and flip out the toes. Then come to the back of the vehicle mode, grab the tail wings, and flip them up, and pull this whole section up. Come to the nose cone, fold the nose cone up underneath itself, bring the head forward, and open up the head, or the cockpit, and flip out the head, turn it around, bring that whole section down, and snap that into place. Bring the shoulders up, like that, and then this whole section is going to come up, and the wings will flip around, and pop off on their swivels, and then this whole backpack section will collapse, and we want, there we go, pulling it away, that did it, fold that up, that whole section folded up. Oh crud, I got the tail wings stuck. This is actually this is probably the harder one to transform of the bots, because so much gets in the way. All right, fold that up. There's a little nubbin on the blue part that'll peg into the backpack. Then we can fold the tail wings down, or you can have them folded up and flip them all the way around and just sandwich them up. Either way, they're going to be floppity. It doesn't matter. There are peg holes in here that you're supposed to peg this rear part into, but as soon as you move some of the wings, they pop out, so just be wary of that. All right, get these shoulders up into place. Close that head, chest section up, which is harder to do than you think. Fold the shoulders up and they'll snap into place. Come down to the feet, tail fins down, feet down, snap them into place. Fold out the fists and fold out the heels. And then we'll be done. Starscream looks fantastic. And regardless of what anybody says, I love the asymmetry. It makes this figure feel like he has been in battle and has had to patch himself up. You can see the asymmetry going on in the color scheme. I actually quite like that because it makes sense here from a narrative standpoint. The overall aesthetic of the figure is very nice. Yes, there is some floppiness in the wings. I'm okay with that. Everything holds together pretty well except this chest piece, which on my copy never wants to peg incorrectly. The only way to fix that is to get the head. There's a little hook right there where my finger is. That is supposed to go over this pin. And that is incredibly difficult. Oh man, I'm really pulling that plastic to get into place. Now, that's how you do it. You have to actually push it up slowly, pull very hard on the head until you feel it pop over that. Getting it transformed back, you have to do the same thing. Pull really hard. I pulled very, very hard there, and I'm worried that that little hook plastic is going to break. I didn't want to do the full transformation until I showed you that. Overall, I really like the look of Starscream. He's got a nice little peg hole in the keister, which I appreciate for flight mode or for accessible flying in robot mode. The only accessories the figure comes with are these little shielded null rays. They're different, which I appreciate. And overall, it's just a cool looking Starscream mode. Head on a ball joint, shoulders on swivels and hinges, swivel at the upper arm, bend at the elbow is a little bit, roughly 90 degrees. There is torso articulation present. Legs can kick forward way high and can kick back way high if it doesn't hit the wing. And then kick out reasonably well. Thigh swivel, bend at the knee is 90 degrees. And then there is some forward and back articulation for the foot. There is side-to-side movement, but not much because of the little armor around the ankle. So you can pull off some poses. It's not a bad posing figure, but it is limited, especially in the feet. I like this new rendition of Starscream. It works well and is fun. That's all there is to it. I can easily see this getting repainted into Skywarp and Thundercracker. Though given the way the chest transforms, I'm not sure how they would manage to pull off a cone head. That would be a little bit more difficult. And to be honest, I don't know how they would pull off any of the cone heads given the transformation, because I don't think the shape works for the cone heads. I could be wrong, though. I could just be missing something. All right, now we're getting into Prime. And of all the figures now we're getting into Prime. And this is my favorite Prime of all four of these. Size-wise, I'm going to just compare it to Rodimus Prime. It's a big Prime truck mode. It actually scales more to the Classics Prime than any of the current Primes. And I'm not going to compare it to the current Primes because I just don't have time to transform 5 different Primes right now. So to start off with, come to the side and unpeg these bits, and then push the legs down, and we can then transform the legs. So we split the legs apart and unpeg these little sections here, flip out these bits, then come to the other side of the leg and unpeg this panel. Then the whole rear assembly will flip around like that and peg into place. Flip the foot up and then close the panel back up. So again, on the other side, open the panel, flip out the little bumper, unpeg the foot, flip the whole section around until it pegs into place, close up the panel, and rotate in the foot. And here we have Gerwalk Shark Prime, yeah! Fear me, Decepticons! Waddle, 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 waddle. Coming up to the roof, we're going to unpeg the roof and just grab that whole thing. Then grab the front of the truck mode, pull it away, and then this will fold up very similarly to Transformers or Siege from Prime from Transformers Siege. Then grab the fists and pull the fists away, and they will unpeg. And then you can unpeg those and fold out the shoulders. And then that will allow you to grab this entire backpack section and fold it down, flip up the head and turn it around. Then move the arms out of the way, come to this gray section and fold it up underneath. And then grab the tires and fold the tires up and flip the cattle pusher in. And then this whole gray section is going to fold up like that, bring the whole thing over, and drop this on top. Very similar to a combination of Transformers Siege Prime, Earthrise Prime, and MP10 Prime. Then come to the arms, straighten out the arms, and fold the arm or the truck bits over the back of the forearms. So like this, like that, and like that, and they will peg into place. Flip those arms around. Then the backpack will pop off, which is not what I wanted. Well, with this popped off, I'll show you what to do. You fold this down, fold this section, these outlier bits in, and then fold this whole section up, and there are pegs on the outside that will peg into place. For this backpack section, push the little bit right there down, and then this will just neatly fold up and peg into place on those runners. And there we go. Far and away, this is my favorite Prime of the year. Now, yes, I did get this set, I think, late 2023, early 2024. I love this Prime. I absolutely love it. It just feels beefy and chunky and just works for me in so many ways. The head sculpt is new without looking like ridiculously out of place. Eyes are a little small, but overall, it's just a damn solid Optimus Prime. That backpack is so neat and tidy. He's got built-in jet thrusters for jumping. It's just a dang solid Prime. And like any good Prime, his chest does open up and we get a matrix of leadership, which you could easily see in the vehicle mode. Of all the figures in the Reactivate toy line, this feels the best. It really does feel like all of the budget went to the Prime, and then the other guys got a little bit of budget. It's just a damn solid figure. Head is on a ball joint, though when you do move the head, the torso does swivel because the torso swivel is the only loose-ish joint on the figure. Shoulders are on swivels and hinges. There is an upper arm swivel, bend at the elbow is 90 degrees, fists do articulate. There is that torso articulation you saw, forward kicked for the leg, backward kick for the leg, thigh swivel, bend at the knee, over 90 degrees, and then the ankle rocker. The only things that feel even remotely loose on this figure are the torso swivel, and the knees feel a little bit looser than I think they should be, but everything else is insanely tight. One negative I do have of Prime are the accessories. While I do appreciate the ion cannon, the fist is the way it's positioned and the way that the fist is molded and the way that this is molded, that little stub is too short. It's just too dang short. He could barely hold it. It barely fits in his hand. And then he also comes with an axe, which isn't pointed in the right direction. So if you slide that over the fist, you get it off to the side. You have to turn the fist, which exposes it, such that you can then pose him and have him wield the axe. That's just a weird decision that Takara and Hasbro made for the way for him to hold the axe. I think if they had turned it 90 degrees, that would be better, but there might have been a structural integrity issue going on here. I honestly don't know. I think it's really dumb. You could do it like that, where you could get it over the bottom of his fist and then it goes. I'm kind of hoping that a third party creates a new weapon or a new axe that just fits over the whole of his fist as opposed to this. Also, I really think that axe is too small for him. Given the range of motion that this Prime has, you can pull off some truly amazing poses. Very dynamic, lots of fun. Would recommend 10 out of 10. The way things are looking right now, I don't know if Transformers Reactivate will ever be released. I truly have no idea. I am familiar with the pipeline that folks use for software development and agile development and that kind of development structure. And a change, like a massive engine change to your video game, is a massive undertaking. There's a lot of work involved with making the change that Splash Damage is purportedly making. Is it going to come out? If it does, we're looking at 2025 at the earliest, and I'm guessing towards the end of the year. So who knows at this point? Really, we'll have to wait and see. So folks, let me know what you think of the Transformers Reactivate figures down in the comments. Thank you all for watching. I hope you have enjoyed this video review, and I hope you have a wonderful day. As always, I am Baltmatrix, and I will catch you all next time. What's going on, everybody? I am Baltmatrix, and today we are taking a look at what I am lovingly calling Skittles Combaticons set, or Skittles Bruticus. This set came from AliExpress, where I picked it up, and I'm pretty darn sure that this is a heavy retool of the Iron Factory Bruticus set. It's definitely not at the same quality. So we have 7 different vehicles here. First off, we've got this blue jet, purple space shuttle, orange helicopter, gray or silver aircraft carrier, red military truck, yellow little military truck, and green tank. So we're going to take a look at each one of these, transform them into their individual robot modes, and then, of course, combine them up. Starting off with the red military truck, I swear this is pretty much the same thing as the Iron Factory figure. I actually don't own any of the Iron Factory Combaticons. It comes with 2 accessories, this giant cannon, and then this piece, which acts as the combined mode's, well, crotch plate. And that pegs in there on the back, or the middle of the vehicle mode. Removing both of them, you're left with what is obviously a folded-up robot. The gun itself is really big. I actually really do like the burgundy tip they've got here, and it's very cool, but that is definitely Bruticus's head sticking out of the back there. Transformation for this guy is pretty darn easy. To start off with, fold out the top of the vehicle mode. Those will be his feet. And then split the front of the vehicle mode apart. Come to the back of the vehicle mode, flip up these silver parts, they will unpeg, and then fold out and down to form arms. And then the hardest part of the transformation is getting the head up and snapped into place. And here we have whatever this guy's name is. The directions that this comes with gives no name for any of these figures. The overall aesthetic and assembly of the figure is pretty good. The plastic quality is okay. It's not the best. But I can't argue with that head sculpt and that paint on the chest. It's all quite good. And yes, he can wield the giant cannon with no problems. And thankfully, all the joints on the individual figure are pretty stiff, but not stiff enough. That's what we call foreshadowing, kids. As you can see, it pegs into his hand. I really thought it was going to peg into his shoulders or something, or maybe even his back, which it can. You just have to remove this piece, and then you can peg it into his back and then kind of lean it forward so you can get like a giant cannon mode going. So that kind of works. Ball joint in the head, though, it is really limited. Ball joint in the shoulder, ball joint in the elbow, and then the bend at the elbow is a double hinge. Kick forward and can kick back fully if you take that piece off, and then can kick all the way out. Double thigh swivel, I should say. There's a swivel at the hip and a swivel at the knee, just above the knee. Knees bend over 90 degrees for the transformation. Then there is a hinge for forward and back and a ball joint in the foot. So the figure itself can pull off some decent poses, though it is Legends class, so just be aware that it's not the biggest figure in the world. In fact, here's an Angry Scorpion. Actually, it's closer to Deluxe. So Angry Scorpion and Core Class and current Deluxe Chase. So it's not that far off from a current Deluxe class. It's kind of between Deluxe and Core. Next up is the helicopter, and the helicopter has these rotors that do move, but they also disconnect, and you're left with, actually, the helicopter mode's pretty good, except for the obvious robot fists sticking out on the side. And this guy are what clued me off to it being Iron Factory inspired, or maybe Iron Factory ripped off. All right, transformation. Fold down the toes and reach in and pull out the cockpit, and then fold the entire legs up, close up the cockpit again, and then peg the cockpit in between the little gray bits right there, which is actually very hard to do. There we go. Doesn't want to line up ever, and sometimes requires a whole lot of force. Then come down to the sides and unpeg the arms and just fold them out. Then come to the back and flip down the entire back, and then fold out and up the rotor, the rear rotor, and turn the head around. And there we have the orange vortex. And I've got to admit, I kind of like it. Though the legs are a bit on the loose side, which we'll talk about posability here in a sec, the overall aesthetic works, and you can even have him hold his rotors. And you can actually disconnect the rotors. They are 2 sets, but I have mixed feelings about disconnecting them, because even though you disconnect them and there's nowhere to put them on his shoulders, he just holds them like this. And that just looks ridiculous. I have to say I really like the orange on this figure. It's a very nice color of orange, and the paint overall is quite good. And that head sculpt, I mean, it's a vortex. How could you not think it's vortex? It's a pretty decent little vortex. I do like it. I prefer having the rotors on the back like this, but that does mean you need to get a little bit creative with the tail rotor. So you could just fold it all the way down like that, but that makes the figure incredibly top-heavy. And, well, it's not saying that it's not top-heavy now either. But posability is roughly the same as the Not Onslaught. Head is on a ball joint, but there's not much room for it to move. Hinge joint, ball joint, swivel joint, double bend at the elbows, torso articulation, and I forgot to mention that the red guy has torso articulation too. And then ball joint in the hip, thigh swivel, bend at the knee is not 90 degrees. It's very limited. And then some toe articulation for the transformation. It would have been nice if that's on a ball joint, but it's not. So you are limited in posing this guy. Next up is Not Swindle, or lemon-flavored Swindle. And as a little APC troop carrier thingy, maybe cross between a troop carrier and a Hummer and something else, yeah, it works pretty well. He does have an accessory that is this gun right here on the top, and it's a tiny little gun in silver. It works well. Transformation for this guy is a little bit more complicated. What you need to do is get to the side windows here and actually get them disconnected and flipped up. So a better way to do that would probably be to disconnect that bottom part, then flip up the window. So do that on both sides. And then that will allow you to lift the entire canopy section up and flip that front windscreen up. And then we could fold out, disconnect, and flip out the legs. And fold down the toes. Stand the figure up. And unpeg the front wheels. And bring the entire torso or upper torso section forward. Get those arms up out of the way. Push that head up. Flip that torso down and peg it into place. Turn the head around. Bring the shoulders around. Bring this whole backpack up just behind the head. And that's pretty much it. Give him his gun. Again, the silver carries over to this figure, and that bright yellow works incredibly well. I love the fact that, well, he's got paint on the crotch or the matching orange and blue paint there. And that head sculpt is very much Iron Factory Swindle. It's almost an exact replica, at least from what I can tell. Overall, the robot mode works well. It's a cute little tiny Not Swindle robot mode. Yeah, it's fine. And here it is next to Vortex. Yeah, they're about the same size. Posability, head, ball joint in the shoulder with a hinge, and then a swivel at the elbow, and then the fists do articulate, and they do swivel. And again, I forgot, because they're so tight, Vortex's fists do swivel, but they're really tight on my figure. Torso articulation is present, though you do have to fiddle with the backpack sometimes. Legs, ball joint, hinge joints that are very tight in the thighs, knees bend, and then you've got this whole armature with a ball joint for the feet. So you can pull off some more interesting poses than you can with, say, the Not Vortex. Though the hips on mine, on this Not Swindles, are a little bit loose, but not too bad. So it can actually hold poses. Next up is the tank, and it is a very tanky tank. Comes with 2 accessories. 1, this big machine gun on the top, and then 2, the entire turret. The entire turret swivels just behind the barrel, which makes no sense. But to transform it, you kind of have to remove both of them. And then you have this left over. So, transformation. First, reach in and unpeg the middle sections. And then we can grab the entire feet and or rear of the tank and flip them up and then fold them forward and then flip around the toes like that. And unfortunately, there's nothing pegging these into place, which is a problem. Then do a 360 degree a 180 on the hips, unpeg the front treads, and then that will allow you to fold down the chest. And then the treads are interesting. So reach in, pull them forward, pull the treads all the way out and around. You flip out the hands. So the same thing on the other side, just unpeg everything, flip the treads out all the way around to the forearms and turn them around. And there we go. We have the robot mode. Now, where'd the guns go? Well, the one gun can go in either hand, does not matter. The turret, however, the directions say you're supposed to peg it in to the other side or have him hold it, but it's too big to peg in, and there's no peg holes on the sides, so I just return it back to his back, like that. So now we have what looks like Brawl. The silver and the green work well, and I think my camera is making the green a little bit more vibrant than it actually is in hand. It's a pretty darn good little Brawl. That head sculpt, that's Brawl. Yeah, I mean, we've got an interesting little robot here that is a tank. I just wish there was some way better for you to hold, or for anyone to hold, the actual turret. Now, major detractor about this figure, after a couple of transformations, this pin and this pin on his right have become exceptionally loose. The left leg is still it's still fine, but yeah, I mean, that whole thing, forget it. Yeah. Oh well. Next off is the space shuttle, and I really like the look of this space shuttle. It works really well. There's a robot under there. I think the purple works well. Transformation time. So unpeg the wing and then fold it forward and collapse it. Unpeg, flip it forward and fold that up against the back. Grab the entire rear of the shuttle and want to wiggle out the legs, but it has a tendency to bend forward, which is a problem. That is for the combined mode, but it's not supposed to do that. It is supposed to just lock into place, and it doesn't. Getting these legs pulled out is a little problematic, but also I'm not doing it right because they're pegged in, so you have to move these silver bits up, and then you should be able to pull out the legs. Might have to just split them and pull them out. Yep, that's what I'm going to have to do. They are on little sliders that don't necessarily want to slide all the way. And then we bring them up and peg them into the backs of these silver bits, like so. All right, come to the front and take the front of the space shuttle and the canopy and flip that out and around. And we can take the top and split it open to form the hands. Fold them down and turn the hands. Next, flip the head up and then push the head into place, and it'll snap into place. And then the toes, we actually need to turn the toes around 180 degrees. And we're done. The purple works so well. It's like a bright lilac. It's really nice. It's not Decepticon purple, but it's close. And it's very much Blast Off head sculpt. Of all of them, I think this is probably my favorite color. It's bright, it's vibrant. It's also the easiest to transform, I feel. And it flows a little bit better than the others. Nothing gets in the way. Overall, I really like the look of this one. Even if you have this giant backpack flap. Yeah, it's nice. All right, we're going to get into the two new ones. First off is the aircraft carrier in gray or silver. It's a very convincing aircraft carrier. Transformation starts with removing the tower and then flipping that peg forward, and that will be the figure's gun. Come to the front of the vehicle mode and flip it down, up like that. Come to the sides and get your finger in to this panel, and this whole panel will flip up and down, and do the same thing on the other side. And then you can come to the sides and unpeg these sides, which will be the arms. There is a peg that you need to flip around and get into his belly in order to get the one arm up and pegged into place. And then come down to the legs and just split them apart and take the back of the flight deck and fold it up, and the center, fold it down, and that's it. That's the transformation for this guy. Very simple transformation. The first time I did it, I didn't realize that I was getting things a little bit out of order, but the overall aesthetic works really well for this thing. His feet are huge. They're comically huge, and that's a bit of a bummer, but the silver gray aesthetic and then with the orange and blue on the chest all work very well, and I love the head sculpt. I'm not sure whose head sculpt this is supposed to be. Yeah, it's a little bit on the kibbly side. I mean, it's obvious that there's a boat back there, but overall it works. Head is on a swivel, not a ball joint in the shoulder. No swivel, but there is a double hinge for the fist. Wait, there's no swivel. And the fists do swivel. There is torso articulation. Legs can kick forward and back. There is a bend at the knee, but it's barely, it's maybe like 45 degrees. No real foot articulation because, I mean, look at those. Just giant flaps of plastic. You're not going to be posing this guy super well anytime soon. And lastly is the jet. And man, this is a bright, vibrant blue that I absolutely love. It's so nice. Now, this thing is a parts former a bit. All the wings come off. So to start, first unpeg the rear wings from the main wings, fold them down, and then wiggle them out and put that off to the side. Do the same thing on the other side. So pull that out and wiggle it out. Then come to the main wings and unpeg the robot fists from underneath, and then just lift those wings off. And then we're left with what's obviously going to be a robot. So take this silver part and pull it down along with this little chest wheel piece. And fold that down and flip the head up and just close that and snap it into place. Take the fuselage nose cone and fold that back. Unpeg the arms and shoulders from the sides. Come down to the legs, split the legs in half, and just pull them out until they snap into place. And then flip down these silver bits for the feet. And then for the wings, we're going to take the wings and bend this peg and then peg them into the back of the figure. And just get the nose cone out of the way. Get that pegged in. And then the smaller wings will peg in to the bottom of the legs. I like to put them like this. This is the way the directions say, but you can put them any way you want. And there we go. Unfortunately, he does not come with any accessories. I think this robot mode works incredibly well. It's really pretty. The orange in the chest and the orange and red on the wings is absolutely fantastic. And overall, the robot mode just works really well. The one problem I have is the nose cone does get a little bit floppy. Not a big deal. Head is on a ball joint in the shoulders. There is a hinge joint for in and out. Swivel, double bend at the elbow. Torso articulation is present, but it is limited because there's a big chunk of plastic that it'll hit. Legs can kick forward at 90 degrees, can't kick back much. Does the splits. And there is a thigh swivel. There is a bend there, but that is for the combined mode. But there isn't a forward bend, so you can have him taking a squat, but he can't, bend forward like you would with, human knees or like any other knee in this set. But it is cool. I do like the coloring of it a lot. This set on a whole looks absolutely amazing. I love the way this whole set looks. It definitely has a Skittles or Power Rangers vibe to it that I can totally get behind. Each one of these figures is definitely unique, and I love the addition of the 2 extra bots. I think that really makes the set something special because, they all combine into one giant Skittles-laden Birdicus, which we're going to get into now. All right, getting into this now. We're going to start off with the folks that are going to become the legs and the feet. Going to start off with our little silver boat buddy here and transform him partially back into boat mode like that. And then you see how he is right now? We're going to rip him apart.
And that first side is going to become one of the feet. So fold all those pieces together for the robot's feet, and then flip those panels back, take the crotch section and turn it so that the hole is pointing straight up, and then we're going to actually take the tower and plug that in there. Oh, and come to the side and flip out that little peg. Tower in, and then turn around, flip it down, and hey, we got 1 foot. That's good to go. Let's move on to the other part. That is going to be the arms are going to go down all the way, and then we're going to fold the elbows and push the elbows back on that double hinge to create heels. And then that peg is already flipped up, so we're good to go there. Yep, that's it. There's nothing else for us to do here. Let's move on to the tank. All right, now this is a pretty easy transformation, as you already saw. So we're going to spin the hips around and then fold the arms up, spin them around, and then flip in the treads. And just do it right there. And oh, if you haven't guessed, I'm doing a voiceover because my microphone stopped recording at this point. Now, I screwed up here. You see how I flipped that chest piece up? Don't do that. Because if you do, you're not going to be able to actually transform the shoulders. The shoulders won't come up high enough. What you actually want to do is transform the shoulders first by pushing them all the way up and then pegging them in, and then flip the chest part up. That's the only way that is going to work. For the legs, just collapse the legs back down, and it feels like they don't peg in, but they do. They actually do peg in. Peg the legs together and then flip the feet around and slide them up underneath the treads, and then attach the turret and attach the gun to the top of the turret. And we're just going to leave them there because there's nowhere else to peg them in the giant robot mode. The foot will then peg into the back. And at this point, I am confused as to which foot goes where, because according to the directions, the tank is supposed to be the right foot. So we're going to peg it into the part of the boat that has an ankle tilt for that direction. And I'm incorrect here. That is not the correct foot. We actually want the other one. So unpeg it and peg it into the correct one. The directions are a little bit weird because it's very hard to tell the boat pieces apart. All right, so for Not Swindle, we're just going to transform him back, or it back, into vehicle mode. And it's a very easy transformation. Once you figure out what you need to do with the head, you just need to actually manipulate the head with your finger in order to get it to slide in there. Peg the arms in there at the hips, and then collapse or fold up the legs and fold up the toes onto the back of the vehicle mode. I kind of wish there was a better way to hide the feet, but there isn't. It's fine. Flip the canopy of the vehicle mode up into place, and then fold those side sections down, and then flip the doors closed to latch everything into place. And first, you got to get the legs fixed. Flip those doors closed, and they latch everything into place. Then take the gun and peg that into the top of the vehicle mode, and then we'll just go ahead and attach him to the other foot. Like that. And they peg in nice and easy. All right, feet are done. Let's move them off to the side and move on to the next bits. All right, we're going to start with the red dude. Remove the gun and then take the arms and fold them up into the shoulders, and they will peg into place on those shoulders, and push the head down into the chest. Then once those are pegged in, lift the arms up, and there are peg holes and tabs in the armpits. So just drop those arms down and peg them into place, and they're not going anywhere. Next, come down to the feet and fold the feet back up into the way they were supposed to go for the vehicle mode. And then we'll take the legs and split them out and down like you would for the original Bruticus, and fold down the combiner port peg. It's pretty easy. Now here I'm forgetting which way it is because the directions... This is the way we want it to be. We don't want to spin anything around, and I kind of screwed that up, but I fix it later. Next up are all the bots that fly. We're going to start off with the orange helicopter, and what we're going to do for the helicopter and the shuttle are just transform the torsos. From the torso up. So first, bring the arms up into place, plug them in, flip up the head, or turn the head around, flip up the rear rotor, get that transformed correctly, and then we'll combine the legs, and that it's not hard. You just have to get the legs lined up correctly. And then the very tips of the underside of the feet will peg into one of the fists. And this is hard. This is much harder than it should be. It just requires a lot of force, as you can see. Once you get it lined up, it will go in. It just requires a ton of force. And then you just fold it up. It doesn't really stay folded up all that well. And then there is that section there, which it's supposed to pull out like you see there, but I don't do that simply because, and I don't do that on either the orange one or the purple one, simply because I think it looks too lanky, and that's just a personal thing. Next up is the purple shuttle, and we're just going to return it to shuttle form, and first we're going to start off by pushing the head back in, fold up the arms, and rotate the fists into place, and they will smoosh together. Grab the canopy, fold that up, and then take the legs, split them apart just enough so that we can peg in the other fist. Now, that fist, the directions are a bit weird because in one picture, they show what I'm doing here, pegging them into the back of the thrusters. In another picture, it shows them pegging into the feet, which makes no sense. But yeah, we've got the other arm ready to go. Next up is the plane, and this has the most transformation of all of them. Fold the head forward, then flip the shoulders up, and they will actually rest against the little pegs that are on the back of the shoulders. It's kind of weird. So flip the head down, then fold the shoulders up. And here I'm doing it wrong because you see that little peg I'm pointing to? They should be resting on the outside of those, not the inside. Because if you put them on the inside like the directions say to, you're not going to be able to flip the cockpit over and it'll just look weird. But here is where I did it correctly. As you can see, there's just enough, they're sitting on the outside, and there's just enough room for the nose cone. Now that we have the little Chinese zombie plane robot thing, let's continue on with the transformation. We're going to actually split the legs apart here and just split them beautiful spread-wise, and then we're going to get up into the crotch. Get your head out of the gutter first. All right, you see those actual pins there? You actually need the blue part of the joint pointing up into the chest. Otherwise, you won't be able to fold the legs up the way you need to. And there is a little tab hole that will peg into that silver tab on the side. And don't bother folding up the feet. I did that by mistake. Yeah, unfold that foot and then tab that in. And do the same thing on the other side. Great. Now that part is ready to combine, except we have to first flip out the combiner ports. Yep, just flip those out and we're ready to go. That is all she wrote for that piece. Now, to combine the plane and the red part, we're going to first line it up, and the part of the plane, the cockpit, is going to be the back of the giant robot. And you see me pointing to different points where it's going to connect. There are 4 different pegs coming off the red robot that are going to plug into the blue plane. And then you look at the fists, the silver fists for the plane. I actually have them backwards. Those need to turn around 180 degrees, and then those will peg into the bottom of the forearms on the red truck. So just turn those around, and those will peg in together, and then that top plane isn't going anywhere. But we're not done yet with that part of the combination. We'll get to that in a little bit. Next up, we're going to take the wings, and those are going to combine onto the chest. So take the big wings and then attach the small wings onto the bottom of the big wings, and make sure all the wings are pointing in the same direction. And do that for both sets. And just fold those little wings up. Now, the bigger wing, or that whole wing section, that is going to become the chest of the robot mode. And it'll peg into those little 2 pegs on the back of the red vehicle or red robot. And see that little peg? That is going to peg into this little peg hole inside the thigh of the blue robot. So once you've got those pegged in, nothing's moving. Now, the big problem I have with this is those peg holes on that red robot that the wings are pegging into for the combination, those are already starting to mar and are starting to discolor. So I don't know how long, where my finger is pointing, I don't know how long these are going to last. It's very cool. It's a great idea, but I don't know how much longer those are going to be around because I'm really worried those are just going to snap one day. Next, we're going to grab the head that we pulled out from the gun earlier and plop it on top. Just peg it in there. Then we could take the legs and peg the legs into, or the feet, into the lower legs and feet into the combined mode. And just peg all that in together. And then we will readjust the camera and peg in the arms. And I really wish these pegs or these combination spots were just better designed, because just being little circular pegs introduces some problems that we'll get into. And here we have the combined mode, and it is a thing of beauty. The colors work so incredibly well, and that head sculpt is really nice. The overall aesthetic is gorgeous. The addition of the plane and the boat for an extra height in the chest and feet really bring this whole set together. But there are problems, and that has to do with the actual pins holding the connectors together, like the pin that holds this piece onto the back of the red onslaught. They're just not strong enough. They do not have the friction or the strength to actually hold the components up. I'll show you here in a minute. The arms, they just fall down. They just slowly droop down. These pins here and here, they're just not strong enough. And I don't know if there's a way I can make them stronger. Maybe I could put some glue in there, but those rotating pins or things that rotate around a pin have a lot of problems. And it's really hard to actually make them better and more stable. So here's what I'm talking about. You move the shoulder up and it falls down immediately. You move the shoulder up and it falls down very slowly because it's not as heavy. It's not holding the gun. And the gun's fine. I like the gun. I mentioned that earlier. I think the gun is perfectly fine. It's pretty cool. But every time I try to put it in a hand, I end up popping off the thumb on whatever hand I'm using. So if we take the gun off, how's it? That's a little better. Okay, it's not much better. All right, so the actual weight of the legs, there's a lot of weight in those legs. See, they're just drooping. So the hips here, they have some good friction to them, but it's just not enough. And then the pins, the things that are holding the pins in, like I've tried tightening these screws considerably, and it's just not working, unfortunately. And then the pins holding these ankle bits in are also pretty loose. It's not the worst in the world, but you can see that just the weight of the figure on its own is making it fall over. It's a fantastic piece to go into a display case, but I'm really curious if the Iron Factory Bruticus holds together or stands up better. Size comparison time: Dragon Megatron, Siege Jetfire, Commander 86 Ultra Magnus, Leo Prime, that Space Station Combiner set from AliExpress, the reissue Power Rangers Megazord, and lastly Combiner Wars Bruticus. The original one, not the United one. This is the only pose that I've ever been able to pull off with any real consistency where he actually holds together. It being on a fabric that is my backdrop, that actually helps things quite a bit. If this is a flat surface that's any slick, the thing falls right over. Overall, I absolutely love this set. It's probably one of my favorite knockoff sets that I've gotten a hold of in the past year or so. It's so colorful. Yes, it's garish, but it's also beautiful. The silver just is all throughout the figure, and the black is all throughout the figure.
It's just amazing and really makes me wish we got something from Iron Factory that did this, because I have a feeling their Bruticus is better than this one. But anywho, folks, let me know what you think of this figure or set down in the comments. I've included a link to the AliExpress page in the description, so just be aware of that. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to extend the gun barrel that is supposed to extend. Oh, shoot. I tried to extend the gun barrel. Oh, no. Dang it. Seriously, I do love this set. Let's try that outro again. Folks, this set's great, even with its problems. I still love it. It's a ton of fun, and it looks just absolutely amazing. I never thought I'd want to see Bruticus in Taste the Rainbow colors. As I said earlier, let me know what you think of the set down in the comments. Thank you all for watching. I have been Baltmatrix, and I will catch you all next time. Hello everybody, I am Baltmatrix, and today we are taking a look at some new figures from AliExpress. We have 3 of the 8 combination Bruticus set. It's called Bruticus on most of the things that, or most of the listings that are showing up. So what is this? We have 3 military vehicles. We got the boat, we got the jet, and we got the tank. These 3 represent the main torso, one of the legs, and the left arm of the fully combined set. As I said, there are 8 different figures that combine. There's another tank, 2 black, like little troop carrying vehicles, a helicopter, and I think a drone. So that's 2 for the feet, 2 for the legs, the lower, crotch and lower torso, the head, and 2 for the arms. So yeah, it's going to be a lot, but each one of these figures was like, these 2 guys were each $9 and that guy was like 15, and they're not small. The ship and the tank are roughly leader class size, with the jet being a commander class sized figure. Now, I will admit that the quality isn't there in terms of plastic and build quality, but still, giant freaking toys for really cheap. We're going to start off by taking a look at the tank. I do like the coloring, the green, the black, the white, and the gold. They all work well together. I don't know why he has the word war attached to, or right there. And why does he have the acronym USB on his other hip? It's just so silly. The head sculpt is pretty good and definitely looks like a robot, though it looks like it would be a head sculpt for someone or something that flies. The overall look of the robot mode is okay. The actual quality of the robot mode is pretty bad. I'll get into posability here in a second, but just beware, if you pick this one up, the hips suck. Like, these are supposed to be ratcheting hips. They barely even plastic ratchet. Posability, head is on a ball joint, shoulders can swing all the way around. The actual shoulder tank bits are on pylons, but the shoulders themselves can't fold out that far. There is a upper arm swivel. Bend at the elbow is just over 90 degrees. There is fist articulation, and the fists also suck. The fists are supposed to open and close. They have a mostly closed position and then a slightly open grabbing position. Those are the only positions, because there is a little click in there, neither of which hold a gun really well. All of these figures suffer from floppy gun syndrome. The other 2 more than this one. This one, at least the friction is holding the gun in place. The other 2, not so much. It does come with this little gun that is mountable on, or in vehicle mode, and then the tank turret is right here mounted on the other shoulder. Doesn't matter, can peg into either shoulder. There is torso articulation, which is ratcheted, but the backpack just gets in the way. The legs can kick forward, and those are ratcheted. They can kick out, but the ratchets suck. Thigh swivel, bend at the knees are ratcheted, and the feet, well, they move forward and back for the transformation, and they do move side to side. So you can pull off poses, but every time I try to pose this guy, he ends up falling over and flat onto his face. I think that's more of a me failing than the figure failing. So to start off with, we'll come to the head, flip up this panel to cover the head, and then we'll take the shoulders and actually fold the shoulder pylons up, and they will peg into place on the sides. Take the arms and they will fold in and up, And then the fists will fold down and back. So fold the arms in and up, and then the fists will fold down and back. Now, for the legs, we want to come to the bottom, flip up the toesies, and then flip down these little panels to cover up the toesies. Then come up to the gold shins and pop them off and fold them open. That will allow you to slide the legs up or down into the shins, and then close these up again to snap them into place. Come to these panels off to the side, flip them up, and then flip them in, and they will snap into place. Up and in, and fold that back panel down because I unfolded it. The turret, which is collapsed like that, will then flip out and peg into place, and then we can put the main barrel down and attach the gun up top. And there we go. This is a very good tank mode. It works incredibly well. Yeah, that's definitely a tank. And it's got a decent range of posability. It does... Oh, shoot. I missed a step. Whoopsie-doodle. Whoopsie-doodle. So these little panels are supposed to fold up and over. There we go. That makes things better. Yep. And this is a Chinese tank, or Chinese tank from the Chinese military, if you haven't guessed already. But yeah, I think it works. Now, there's obviously a robot living underneath there. I mean, hello, Mr. Robot. But yeah, it works. Now, for the combine mode, all you do is come to the back where the exhaust ports are and flip up these panels. And you can either just leave it like that or flip them all the way up. And then this piece will slide into what is the upper leg formed by the jet. So this forms the lower leg on one part of the giant robot. And this isn't small. This tank mode is not tiny. I mean, here's current Legacy Cybertron Starscream. It's as tall as this figure. So then we're going to have an extra inch or two for a foot. So it's going to be a very big combiner. The next robot in the line is the ship, and it is in gray, red, and these blue accents are really nice. And then there is a little bit of black on the shoulders. It's a very striking little figure. Head sculpt is pretty good. It looks like he's wearing a hat, though, and those eyes are very, very tiny. But overall, the ship bot is my favorite of the set, or so far of the three. I think it looks by far, or for me, I think it is the best looking one. And I find the transformation to be the most fun. It's a very, very cool figure. Head is on a ball joint, but it's a little bit too loose for my taste. Shoulders are on ball joints as well. And then they've got in and out. Then you've got the shoulder actual pads that are supposed to be up like that. And that actually makes the profile look a little better. Then you've got the fists. They don't articulate. Same hands and same problems with the hands that I mentioned with the tank. Because, good grief, that barely holds onto its gun. And sometimes when I pick it up and the gun itself will move. The gun itself has this nice Tron-esque blue highlights. I do like those. There is torso articulation. It is ratcheted. Legs can kick forward a little bit, but actually the front skirts get in the way. Can kick back a bit. Much better ratchets on that one for in and out movement. Thigh swivel. Bend at the knee is 90 degrees. Lovely internal painting on the inside of the legs. I love that. And then feet move forward and back and side to side. So you can get some decent poses out of this. I kind of like it static. I kind of like him standing static, or at least acting like he's going to shoot. But every time I try to get him... Well, not every time. Okay, that's pretty good. I'll take that. It's just that gun. I don't like it. It's too loose, and it looks like it's going to split in half any second. Transformation for this guy is... I like it. I do. But it's very much a fall forward and hey, he's a ship. So to first start, reach in and pull up the shins, and then straighten out the feet and fold them up like that. Come down and combine the legs together. A lot easier than the tank. Come to the back and fold the legs forward a little bit, and the back heel sections will flip around, and they will pop the feet apart. Get them together, and then lift the plastic up, and then bring it straight, and then, hey, we got some of the boat going. Come to the hands and fold the fists up into the forearms. Come to the back of the figure and open up this panel, and that will allow you to move the head up. And when you do that, move the bow all the way up. Or is that the stern? I can never remember. And just get the head tucked away and fold that up. Then take the very front of the ship and unpeg it from the rest of the chest. Bring those up and bring them together. Take the arms, fold the shoulders in, and then bring the arms and fold. Next, take the shoulders and fold them down and peg them into place on the arms. Come into the belly and flip out these little panels like that. Then that will allow you to fix what popped off, and then come down to the legs and flip these panels around, and they will peg into place. Then take the arms and fold them up, and the pegs on the shoulder pads will peg into those slots underneath the front of the ship. And get those in place and snap them into place. And just get all of that done, and we're done. That's the boat. I think it works. I think this might be a... Well, it says warship. Okay, it says warship. Yeah, I think this works pretty darn well for a boat. Yes, you can attach the gun to the back like that, and the gun is actually independently ratcheted, but that does look a little silly. There's nowhere else to put the gun except maybe on the back. Nope, that hole's too big. Yeah, there's nowhere else to put the gun except just right here. So I'm just going to leave it there. Now, you can see the combiner ports. That's where a fist goes, and then that is where the actual boat will peg into the final combine mode. So, yeah, that's a ship all right. And finally, we have the Jet Boy himself, the big Jet Boy. The dark blues, the white, the gray, all works incredibly well. He's got a number 5 on his arm for some reason. And then we've got the absolutely gorgeous head sculpt. That reminds me of Aquarion. If you don't know what that is, look that up. It's a giant robot mecha series. This guy is big and he's hefty. He actually feels pretty weighty. Posability is okay. Head is on a ball joint. Shoulders can ratchet forward and back, in and out. Even the elbows are ratcheted and they do twist. Fists do not articulate, but he has these really big-ass guns that actually can independently move up and down, which is nice. Then there is torso articulation. Is ratcheted, but it's not going anywhere because of that backpack. And then you saw the gun. This is his gun. He can't hold it real well. In fact, he could barely hold it. It technically fits in his hand, so I normally end up giving this to another figure. Then the front skirt lifts up, and legs move forward and back. Not ratcheted, oddly enough. Then in and out, and those are ratcheted. Thigh swivel, and bend at the knee. So Mang Motion did review these figures, and he can do a pseudo Iron Man pose, but doesn't really want to stand up all that well. Now, looking at the back of the figure, we've got a jet hanging off the back. So the transformation is first unpeg the entire front of the jet mode and put that off to the side. Take the entire backpack and spin it around like that, and just kind of fold the wings up and out of the way. Open up the chest and flip the head in. Then unpeg these things from the arms. Open the forearms and then flip the fists up into them. And then close them up. And then we will take the arms and just point them straight down. All right, coming down to the legs. Come to the feet. Fold the feet forward up into the shins. And those will form the rear landing gears. Combine the legs. Snap them together, fold out the little tail thing, fold down the rear elevators, and then push the legs up like this, and they will come apart. They always come apart, even after I try to transform the stupid things. Snap them together, and then bring the wings down, and they'll snap into place. And I screwed up. You can see what I did wrong. I brought the legs up, and I didn't have them up. I didn't push the wings down. There we go. And then the end of it is take the forearms and peg them into these little pegs that are coming off the sides, and bring the front cockpit and slide that down into place like that. Take the hips, or take the skirt armor, fold that down, and it will snap into these place and these pegs. Fold down the landing gear, and then the giant cannons will actually pop onto the top of the wings. And if you're wondering, yes, those missiles do come unattached, but they do detach. But when you detach them, you need a lot of force to get them off of there because they are on there good. And then we have Combiner Wars Silverbolt. Yes, I know I'm being facetious, but this really does feel like Combiner Wars Silverbolt. So, yes, it's a giant plane, but good God, there's just a smushed up robot under there. I don't know what else to do with that. It's a big plane. I mean, this thing is big. It's got a heck of a wingspan. That wingspan is about 9 to 10 inches, and the length of the plane is easily over a foot. And then we have the tank next to it, and then we have the ship next to it. So this is not to scale. I think the tank and the jet might be to scale, but the ship definitely not. Yeah, overall these are neat little figures. I don't know what the final combined mode is going to entail in terms of transformation, but I do like these figures, and I do think they are worth picking up. I don't know when the next set of figures are going to be out, because this is the first 3, and there are a total of 8. So folks, let me know what you think of this set down in the comments. Link to purchase it is down in the description. Thank you so much for watching. I have been Baltmatrix, and I will catch you all next time. What's going on, everybody? I am Baltmatrix, and today we are taking a look at the next 2 figures in the Westby Combiner set. Now, this set is going to be a total of 8 different figures that all merge into a giant robot. Back in June, I reviewed and showed you the first tank, the jet, and the ship, or the boat, I guess destroyer. And then we've got the second set. We've got the helicopter, and then the amphibious tank, or amphibious troop patrol unit, troop delivery unit, I guess. Both of these were purchased over at AliExpress from the Naughty Garden store on AliExpress. We'll take a look at both of these in just a sec, but I want to give you all an idea of the size we're dealing with. So here is the tank next to Flame, aka the Gamer Edition Megatron tank mode. So you can see it's roughly the same size in terms of just overall length. And then compared to the helicopter. And the thing about the helicopter is it's really long. I mean, just crazy long because of the tail rotor, and the main rotor is just absolutely enormous. Overall, both of these figures are neat in their vehicle modes. I really like them, and especially the tank. I love the camo look of the tank, and it's just a simple figure. And then, hello, I'm a robot. Now, both of these are going to be merging into Giant Robot Land. The tank is going to be the leg, or one of the legs, and you can see the component that'll plug into the back or the upper thigh of the robot mode. The jet that I reviewed is what this will peg into. And then there are going to be, I don't know what they are. They're like these little tiny drone tanks that will be the feet. And I'm assuming that they will peg in to here somehow, because there's a peg hole right there. So it'll be kind of pegged in like this with the foot just hanging off. And this thing's going to be huge. Now, I do apologize for the blue figure on blue background. This is a temporary space that I'm doing reviews in because, quite frankly, folks, it's so dang cold in the basement. Even with a heater, it's too cold. Yes, the basement is insulated. No, it's not warm enough. So, transformation, very simple. First, just wiggle the turret off, and then we've got kind of a shell former. So the first part is these bits fold up, and then the toes flip out, and then you come to the underside and unpeg these panels, and they'll flip around.
Then wiggle the arms off, and then come to the back. And once you do that, you flip those panels up. And that panel up will shoot off into the distance. Oh boy. Split the legs apart. You don't pull the legs up. Pull the shoulder panels out and disconnect them, and then flip the back down, and that's pretty much the transformation. I did forget coming to the back here and flipping these panels down. That will actually give the figure a knee bend. And then the only thing we're really going to do is straighten out the arms. That piece keeps flopping back up, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Then you could give him the turret and just attach that to one of the forearms, and yeah, there we go. Now, in terms of transformation and overall design, figure's very simple, but I like it. It looks cool. And I actually like that head sculpt quite a bit. It's got kind of a scuba gear or scuba diver look to it. Of the two figures, I think this is the weaker one in terms of just coolness. It's obviously a shell former, and I mean, if you've watched that original review that I did back in June 2024, the green tank or the green battle tank was exactly the same transformation with roughly the same look. It's not a bad look by any stretch. Head is on a ball joint, can look up and down, does move side to side. Shoulders are ratcheted forward and back and in and out. And then the bend at the elbow is about 90 degrees. The fists do articulate, but they hit the armor here and they can't move anymore. There is ratcheting torso articulation. Legs kick forward and back, not ratcheted, but they are ratcheted in and out. There is a thigh swivel, there is a knee swivel, and then the knees do bend. And they are ratcheted, but good luck trying to get that to move because, oh, that required so much force. So you can pull off some decent poses, which is cool. I wish it came with an actual gun as opposed to the turret, because that gun is too tiny for this giant robot. Now, there is one bit of posability that I haven't mentioned that I think is actually worth mentioning, and that's these little bits that are in the front of the tank mode. They can fold down and act as support heels, so you could pull off some better poses or some more dynamic poses like this. I wouldn't be able to pull this pose off all that well if it weren't for this heel being able to fold down, or this armor bit being able to fold down and act as a heel here, which it's very cool, and I'm very glad that that is there. Moving on to the helicopter. Helicopter is very nice. The giant wheels on the side and on the back do roll. The tail rotor spins and the main rotor does spin, though if you spin the main rotor too fast, it gets a little wobbly. The rotor blades do come off. They slide right out. They don't really peg into place. They're just friction joints, which I am perfectly happy with. We have 5 weapons here that can be then wielded in robot mode by different characters. And again, we have another shell former. I hate to be dismissive and say that they're shell formers, but they really are. Start off with unpeg the rotors and then come to the sides and just kind of work these panels off, and then pull the rear panel or rear shell section out, and then you can pull out the arms, flip the fists down, fold these panels down, and then fold the shoulder pads in like that. Come to this gold piece in the bottom and unpeg it, and then grab the rear sections like that and pull them down and unpeg the entire top. And this whole section will fold down, fold out the legs, and then you could flip these up and they will peg into place behind the canopy. And then the canopy will split in half. Oh, really? It does. It's just once this thing is pegged together, it does not want to come apart. And there is an opening for the canopy, front and back, that there will form the feet, like that. And then we fold that down, and we're done. No, we're not done. I mean, come on, we got this giant rotor thing sticking off. So once we've got it folded back, we pull the entire back of the vehicle mode away. Then we come to the back and unpeg the I don't know what part of helicopter this is. I think it's the stabilizer. When we do that, then we can then split the tail rotor in half like this, and it will fold down and back like that. So we have it kind of just flailing out like that. And then this piece is supposed to slide right there. There is supposed to be a gap right here where this whole section can slide onto it like so. And you could store one of the swords back here through one of the pegs, but I don't bother. Now, you can leave it like this, or the entire rear rotor section does come unpegged like that. And we could just leave that off to the side, and you end up with a kind of a more cohesive figure. I think it looks better without all this junk. That is a shame because that is part of the toy, and if you lose it, you kind of broke your helicopter there, buddy. Posability wise, head is on a ball joint. Shoulders are ratcheted and not ratcheted, going 360. Originally, I thought this whole backpack component was supposed to slide and spin around. It doesn't, but it does get in the way of the shoulder posability a bit. There is an upper arm swivel. There is a ratcheted elbow, no fist articulation. There is torso articulation, and it is ratcheted. And I have the legs backwards because they are supposed to be turned all the way around. And then we've got ratchets, very light ratchets, and no ratchets there. Thigh swivel, and then a bend at the knee, but it doesn't go very far at all. And that's pretty much it. That's the posability for the figure. Now on both of these figures, the hands open and close a little bit. And on the tank, it literally does not matter. But on the helicopter, that's the only way he can hold his swords. But the problem is the gaps in his hands aren't really conducive to holding the sword. So I've got it open all the way, and he can't really hold it. But then if I try to close it, he bends the sword or turns the sword like the wrong way. So the figure can't hold his swords all that well. So if the hand is closed, you can kind of wiggle the sword in there, but then he still can't hold it very well. So this is the best kind of pose I've been able to get out of him. That doesn't look very good. I do like the look of the robot, though. I think the gold really brings out the overall aesthetic of the robot mode, and that head sculpt is very cool. I quite like that head sculpt a lot. It reminds me of an Action Master, but I can't remember which one. At the end of the day, I think the tank is a more successful toy than the helicopter. I don't dislike the helicopter. I think it's neat. It's going to transform into one of the arms. But I think the tank is still a better toy. I like the weapons more on the helicopter. I just wish he could actually hold them as opposed to, the mess that we've got right now. Neither of them are bad figures, but neither of them are anything to write home about. Like I said, we still have 3 more figures that need to be released. I suspect they will be released in early 2025, and we'll get the 2 tank drones, and then finally we're supposed to get like a plane drone that forms the head. The tank drones form the feet. So folks, let me know what you think of the set down in the comments. Thank you all for watching. I have been Baltmatrix, asking you to like, comment, and subscribe, and I will catch you all next time.